Han-ko was about to claim all the jewelry in her house as her own, making anyone unaware think she was not quite right in the head. At just 20 years old, she looked worn out, with dark circles under her eyes. There was no way around it. Her heavy thoughts kept her awake at night. The reason was that she had been having nightmares lately, filled with people who were thin, pale, and dressed in rags. If it were just one dream, it would be fine, but every time she fell asleep, she found herself in that scene, which had led to her insomnia and fear of sleeping. At first, she suspected she was cursed. She tried various remedies, like using chicken blood and hanging garlic, but nothing worked. She even visited a psychologist who prescribed some medication, but it was useless. She kept dreaming those same nightmares, like episodes of a TV series that just kept going. Han-ko thought. Then, she suddenly had an idea about time travel, wondering if she was overthinking things after reading too many novels. Her current state meant she couldn't attend school normally, so she took a sick leave and stayed home, restless. Now, she had to save herself. She found a needle, gritted her teeth, and poked it into her fingertip.
Ouch.
It hurt a lot. A big drop of blood formed on her finger, and she quickly opened the jewelry box her mother had left her, taking out the pieces one by one to claim them as hers. She tried one piece, but nothing happened. She tried another, still no reaction. When she reached a ring, it reacted. The ring stuck to her finger. Hands on her hips, she exclaimed, "Wow, I knew something strange was going on." Han-ko shook her finger, but the ring wouldn't come off.
Han-ko.
It was stuck like glue, no matter how hard she tried to shake it off. She watched helplessly as the ring seemed to absorb her blood endlessly. The novel was right. This ring was draining her. Feeling a bit dizzy and her face growing pale, she said, "That's enough. You're a ring, not a leech. If you keep this up, I'll be in trouble." As if it understood her, the ring suddenly vanished in a flash of light.
Han-ko.
She stared at her finger for a moment. Where did the ring go? Since it had claimed her, it must be somewhere in her body. She silently thought go inside, and sure enough, she felt dizzy as the scene changed, and she found herself in an unfamiliar place.
Wow.
Han-ko widened her eyes at the sight before her. The first thing she noticed was about 10 acres of black soil. Looking down, she saw a stream at her feet, unsure if it was a magical spring. The space had nothing but the black soil and the stream, along with a thin layer of mist. The entire space was bright as day, and I never expected such a small ring to hold a whole world inside. The space was large, but it needed some adjustments. Suddenly, I had a thought, probably from reading too many novels. If a space appears, it's either the end of the world or a time travel, especially with that strange dream. I could only believe it might be real. I needed to quickly gather supplies. My bank account had only a few million, which was the inheritance my parents left me after their accident. I made a decision. I would keep a little money for graduation and use the rest to buy supplies. I stepped out of the space. Time was of the essence. I checked my balance on my phone and noted down the supplies I needed. I had to buy everything for daily needs. Whether it was the end of the world or a poor place from my dream, I wouldn't be afraid with the space and supplies. Thinking about the land and the space, I needed to buy seeds for grains and vegetables, as well as fruit saplings and farming tools. I browsed an online store and ordered various seeds and saplings. With the seeds sorted, I ordered grains, oils, rice, flour, various spices, snacks, and instant food online. I even bought drinks. Oh, and I didn't forget to get different types of canned food, like fish, meat, and fruit, along with various sausages. I also ordered simple and convenient clothing, including outerwear, underwear, socks, and some cotton fabric for making things. I needed to be prepared. If I ended up in a place where food was scarce, these would be useful. If it was the end of the world, I could use the space to gather supplies during the chaos. Next, I focused on hygiene products. I had to stock up on sanitary pads and toilet paper, as well as bathing and cosmetic items, placing a large order. After ordering online, I went to the supermarket and local market to buy various meats and eggs. At the market, I bought some live chickens, ducks, geese, and rabbits to keep in the space. I built a simple pen and ordered cages online. I didn't get too many. I would let them breed on their own. I gathered pots, pans, kitchen tools, knives, and a simple stove, along with a large supply of alcohol and lighters. I ordered 1,000 dumplings with various fillings from a restaurant. In short, I ordered everything I could online, and for what I couldn't, I went to the supermarket or a local market. 5 million wasn't much, and I quickly spent it all. Next, the items I ordered online started arriving one after another. To avoid suspicion, I used several different delivery addresses at various community drop-off points. For heavy items, I had them delivered to my door. While receiving goods and busy in her space, she planned the land into different areas, one for growing grains and another for fruits and vegetables. Fortunately, after claiming the space as her own, she could go anywhere with just a thought. The soil was soft, and she didn't need to till it. With a single idea, she could plant a whole field, making it much easier to manage with her mental energy. After scattering the seeds underground, Han-Ku conducted an experiment. She filled half a cup with water from a stream and slowly poured it over the strawberry patch. To her amazement, the strawberry seeds visibly sprouted into small plants and then grew into a large strawberry plant that blossomed and bore fruit. The plant was heavy with big, red strawberries, bending it down. Han-Ku thought, "Wow, this is powerful. It really is a magical spring." Her heart raced with excitement. Although this spring might not grant immortality, it could potentially save a life in critical moments. She realized she couldn't spend all her money. She saved enough for a few years of living expenses and used the rest to stock up. It was painful to spend, but it gave her a sense of security. Unfortunately, she hesitated about selling her small villa. In the end, she decided against it. If the apocalypse didn't happen and she didn't travel through time, selling it would mean renting a place to live. She couldn't bear to part with it, as it was the last inheritance from her parents. She stored everything that could fit into her space, including the jewelry her mother left her. Strangely, ever since she finished organizing her space, she stopped having those dreams. Then Han-Ku returned to her normal routine, going to school, coming home, and waiting for the apocalypse. As summer vacation approached with no signs of anything happening, she began to doubt if she had been overthinking. But how could she explain the continuous dreams and the space? Summer vacation arrived, and during this time, Han-Ku either struggled with insomnia or worked on her space. Finally on break, she planned to have some fun and use her space to start a business and make money. So, Han-Ku spent her days lounging around. She read novels day and night, determined to enjoy every moment of it. One night, she read too late and finally fell asleep in the early hours. Suddenly, she felt a chill that made her shiver.
Ah,
"My daughter, my dear Kiki, why are you so stubborn? It's not that big of a deal." A woman's crying voice echoed around her. The voice seemed to come and go, floating in and out of clarity. Han-Ku thought, whose TV is so loud? This is another man's voice. "Oh, my daughter is going to drive me crazy. I can't go on living. She's my only daughter. If anything happens to her, I will go with her." Oh, what a tragedy. Our daughter is so stubborn. She doesn't even acknowledge the current situation. She's such a precious daughter. I worry about her so much. It's heartbreaking to see her reputation ruined. The middle-aged man's voice was filled with pain and frustration. Why does she have to like someone like that? Of all people, she chooses a young intellectual. They can be the most fickle. My poor child is being taken advantage of. That guy, what does he have that she doesn't? She has education and is beautiful. How is she any less than that girl? If he disagreed, he should have said so earlier. He accepts the gifts she gives, but tarnishes her reputation. If anything happens to my daughter, I swear I will take care of him. The woman's angry words were mixed with a sorrowful cry. The voices around Han-Ku became clearer. Suddenly, a sharp pain hit her head, and unfamiliar memories flooded her mind like a wave. They were glimpses of a 17-year-old girl's life, flashing through her mind like scenes from a movie. After absorbing the memories, Han-Ku realized she had traveled to another time. The original owner was also named Han-ku and was 17 years old. She had 4 older brothers, 3 were married, and the youngest had gone to the army. Her parents had 4 sons in a row and were overjoyed to finally have a daughter. They spoiled her because she was beautiful. Even though the family was poor, they supported her education until she graduated high school. They didn't do it for the sake of education, but to keep her from working in the fields. This made her sisters-in-law very unhappy. Last year, Han-ku graduated high school but couldn't find a job, so she had to return to the countryside. Back home, her parents still wouldn't let her work in the fields, saying she was too weak and had never done farm work. They thought it was better for her to stay home. But staying home was not enough. A girl her age should at least help with cooking. But she didn't know how, so her 3 sisters-in-law had to take turns coming back from the fields to cook. Her second sister-in-law was outspoken and often made sarcastic comments. The other 2 sisters-in-law were quiet, but their thoughts were unclear. However, it was clear that someone in the family was sharing her reputation outside. Otherwise, how would outsiders know about their family matters? Why did the original owner want to jump into the river today? This story starts with a male youth from the Educated Youth program. The main character had feelings for this male youth, but he did not like her. Today, he publicly rejected her and said many hurtful things, making her feel embarrassed and subject to ridicule from others. Honestly, this male youth is not a good person. If he wasn't interested, why did he accept gifts from her? He should have clearly stated his feelings and rejected her earlier. Today, for some reason, in front of everyone, including other youths from the program, he harshly refused her and even accused her of being shameless. He threatened to report her for harassment if she continued to pursue him.
Han-ki.
This girl always thought the male youth had feelings for her too. After such a blow, she couldn't take it and jumped into the river. However, the one who woke up was not the main character, but Han-ku, who had died from reading novels day and night. Wow, this is a bit dramatic. The main character was just a love-struck girl with a fragile heart. It seems to be 1974, a time when people were very poor and struggling to get by, which matches the scene in her dream. Han-ku, just arriving in this body, lacked the courage to face the elderly couple, especially since their daughter was truly gone. This couple loved their daughter dearly, and she felt guilty for being a fake replacement. As she sank into her thoughts, she realized her space was still there. The crops and vegetables she had planted were ready to be harvested. The fruit trees had borne fruit, and the strawberry field was full of ripe strawberries. The time difference in this space was truly incredible. She used her mental energy to collect eggs from the chickens, ducks, and geese. Feeling cold all over, she quietly took a few drops of the spiritual spring water. She was afraid to drink too much in case it caused any unusual reactions that might be noticed, so she only dared to take a few drops to ease her discomfort. A warm hand checked her breathing, and Zhao Hohot sighed in relief. Her daughter was still alive. Fortunately, they discovered her in time. Otherwise, they would have lost their daughter. The thought of that ungrateful person made Han-ku's mother grit her teeth. Then she remembered her daughter was saved by a man, a soldier, no less. What should they do? She worried that her daughter would be weighed down by gossip, making it hard for her to find a marriage partner. Did that young man have a wife?
How old was he?
Where was he stationed? Was it far away?
In
the chaos of the situation, she hadn't paid attention to what the young man looked like, but she remembered he seemed quite tall. Her daughter was good in her eyes, but reality was harsh. Her daughter was still from a rural background. She wanted to ensure her daughter wouldn't have to work in the fields and suffer in the future. Now everyone is struggling to have enough to eat and wear. Marrying the soldier is a good way out, Zhao Hohot suddenly realized. Marrying that educated youth would mean working in the fields, and who knows, that Gu could end up relying on her daughter. Zhao Hohot's eyes brightened. This change of heart was a good thing. Her daughter was destined for a life of comfort. Husband, I wonder if the comrade who saved our daughter would be willing to marry her. If he doesn't want to, we can't force him. But we must thank him for saving her. I heard that comrade went to the village leader's house. Should we go thank him and mention our daughter? Gratitude was just a side note. Marrying off her daughter was her main goal. After decades of marriage, Zhao Taizhu understood his wife's intentions and nodded, yes, we should thank him. If it weren't for him, our daughter might not be here. Lying on the bed, Han Ke thought, why did I end up in the 1970s? The college entrance exam is still years away. Not to mention the original owner, I can't do farm work either. The land in my space was cultivated with mental energy, requiring no effort. If only I had arrived during the Reform era. Although that period also required letters of introduction, at least starting a business was no longer restricted. I could have used my space to become wealthy. But here I am, in a time where I need a letter just to go out, jobs are hard to find, and everyone is struggling to get by. While it's not as bad as eating tree bark, it's still tough. After drinking a few drops of the spiritual spring, I felt much better. I can't keep pretending to be unconscious and worry my parents. I will have to face the original owner's parents eventually. So, Han Ke pretended to wake up slowly, opening her eyes. What she saw were a pair of middle-aged parents around 50, their clothes patched and worn. Their hair was half gray, faces pale, and deep wrinkles marked their expressions, each line telling a story of hardship. They looked at her with anxious faces, and Zhao Hohot was even in tears. Mom, Dad, Han Ke's voice was a bit hoarse.
Oh.
My daughter is awake. Zhao Hohot quickly took her daughter's hand, tears streaming down her face. Precious. My dear child.
How could you leave me?
You are a part of me. Hurting yourself is hurting me. If you go, I can't live either. Child, you must never do something so foolish again. Zhao Hohot held Han Ke's hand, wiping her tears, feeling even more resentful for almost losing her precious daughter. Yes, dear daughter. Your mother is right. If there's anything, we should discuss it as a family. Your father said, what good is that boy? He doesn't do anything right, eats everything but leaves nothing, and apart from looking decent, he's not worth much. If you ask me, there are no three-legged frogs, but there are plenty of two-legged men. Han Taizhu didn't dare to continue when he met Zhao Hohot's fierce gaze. Mom and Dad, it's my fault for worrying you. After almost dying once, I've come to terms with things. You can't force what doesn't want to happen. If someone can betray you, they aren't really on your side. Han Ke said as she slowly sat up with Zhao Hohot's help. The elderly couple looked pleased. It was good that their daughter had come to understand things. All right, what do you want to eat? I'll make it for you. By the way, we have some flour at home. I'll make you a bowl of delicious dumpling soup. I'll also fry an egg and sprinkle some green onions on top. It will be so tasty. Zhao Hohot patted her daughter's hand and went out to prepare the soup. Han Laodad offered a few comforting words and followed her out. After they left, Han Ke let out a sigh. She felt like she had passed a test. The original person had been a bit spoiled by her parents, showing some arrogance at home, but she wasn't cruel, just a somewhat willful girl who had been indulged. Without time to examine the room, she needed to check her space. After locking the door and closing the curtains, she entered her space. Upon entering, Han Ke was stunned. There was a familiar building inside. Wasn't that her villa? Wow, she had slept and ended up here with her villa. Han Ke cheered as she rushed into the villa. What she once regretted was no longer a concern. Although she had traveled to this poor era, she had her villa with her, so she felt fulfilled. She wondered where her previous body had gone and why the villa had come with her while she had only her soul. But she decided not to dwell on it. She usually backed away from difficult thoughts. She went to the bathroom and looked in the mirror. Oh wow! The original person looked somewhat like her, but her features were much more delicate. To others, her skin appeared fair, but in a village where everyone was dark and thin, she stood out. However, Han Ke thought she looked pale and unhealthy. Her hair was dry and split, styled in 2 short braids. The original person had wanted to grow 2 thick black braids, but her hair just wouldn't cooperate. Han Ke understood that was due to the lack of nutrition and insufficient food in this era. She felt sorry for the original person, who who had shared any good food with the young workers and the girls they liked. Don't worry, she has a magical spring and plenty of supplies. After a while, she will become a beautiful woman again. In her past life, her parents passed away in a car accident when she was 18. It's good to be here now. She has parents who love her again. Since the original person is gone, she is now that person, and she will treat her new parents well. She walked around the villa, and everything there was usable, water, electricity, gas, but she didn't want to think too deeply about how it all worked. It was beyond her understanding. As long as it worked, it felt like a blessing from above. Han-Ke clasped her hands together. Thank you, Heavenly Father, and thank you, great being of travel. I will live my life well. Suddenly, her stomach growled. She was hungry. Even though the original person was favored and ate well, it was still just coarse porridge and a flatbread. If she was treated well like this, others must have it worse. Some children in the household didn't even have flatbread and could only drink thin porridge. The Han family was relatively well off because they had many workers, which meant they could earn more. They could afford coarse bread. In the village, poor families could only drink porridge mixed with wild vegetables, and the rice in it was barely enough, showing just how poor they were. She quickly found a piece of cake to fill her stomach and heated a bowl of milk. She wasn't worried about Zhao Hohot knocking on the door outside, as the time difference was significant, about 10 times. While she spent half an hour in her space, only 2 or 3 minutes had passed outside. After finishing the cake, she decided to go out and explore the space later. When she opened the door, a few minutes later, Zhao Hohot carefully brought in a bowl of dumpling soup. Daughter, eat it while it's hot, Zhao Hohot said, placing the bowl on the table and handing a spoon to Han-Ke. There wasn't much soup, and the dumplings were few, but there was an egg on top, just as Zhao Hohot had said, sprinkled with green onions. It wasn't very rich. The soup only had a little salt, and it didn't taste great. But this was the best food in the Han family, and Han-Ke felt a wave of emotion. In her past life, she had little family connection and lost her parents early. Fate had been kind. She had parents who loved her again. Her eyes warmed with tears as she scooped a spoonful of dumpling soup and brought it to Zhao Hohot's lips. Mom, you eat first. Zhao Hohot felt a mix of emotions. People said she favored her eldest daughter, and it was true. She did favor her because her daughter was so filial. Anyone who said her daughter was ungrateful was blind. Mom won't eat, you eat. If you eat, it's like I've eaten. Eggs should be eaten while they are hot. If they cool down, they will taste bad, Zhao Hohot said as she pushed the spoon back. The family raised 3 chickens, and the eggs they laid were occasionally given to the original owner, while the children in the house never got any. This made the 3 sisters-in-law very unhappy with their younger sister-in-law. Luckily, a few of the brothers were kind and kept their wives in check. Otherwise, there would have been trouble long ago. Of course, the original owner's mother was strict and held authority in the house, so no one dared to challenge her. The original owner's father was also a strong figure at home, allowing her to have her way. In a time that favored sons over daughters, raising a girl to this extent showed that her parents truly loved her. Feeling a bit emotional about her parents' genuine love, Han-Ke felt like she was stealing this affection, yet she cherished it deeply.
No, Mom, you eat.
You have half and I'll have half.
I can't eat so much, she said.
She was already full from the cake and milk she had eaten earlier and couldn't manage a big bowl of dumpling soup. Daughter, you eat, the old lady insisted. She couldn't bear to eat such precious white flour, knowing her daughter had suffered greatly. Under Han-Ke's stubborn gaze, Zhao Hohot reluctantly joined her daughter in happily sharing the dumpling soup.
Mom,
you're spoiling my little sister too much. She's already having white flour dumpling soup? And there are eggs too. What kind of family are we? All day long, I either have a headache or a sore back. What kind of laziness is this? She doesn't do any work, doesn't earn any points, yet eats well and lives comfortably. The children in the house haven't even had dumpling soup, and she, as an elder, has the nerve? Have you heard what people outside say about her? This annoying voice belonged to the original owner's second sister-in-law, Manhwa. Finding an excuse of a stomach ache, She rushed back to see if her sister-in-law was still alive. She had long been displeased, thinking it ridiculous to treat a girl like a treasure when she was just a burden. What was worse was that they even sent this girl to high school. No other family in the village wasted money like that. In Mi Chunhwa's eyes, Han Ke's schooling and living expenses were all covered by her brothers. To her, those brothers were just working for the little sister, like a landlord's daughter being spoiled. Now that she had jumped into the river again, her reputation was even worse. It was like a single rotten apple spoiled the whole barrel. As soon as she arrived in the fields that morning, people were already shouting about her jumping into the river, drawing a crowd from the village. She thought it would be better if she just died. After everything, how could she still have the face to live? This calamity seemed destined to last forever. The old woman was worried and feared that the unlucky star would do something foolish again, so she returned home after going to the field, and the father-in-law went back too. Seeing her man and his brothers looking anxious, Mi Chunhwa rolled her eyes all morning. What was there to be worried about with such a useless person? The old woman still hadn't come back, and out of curiosity, she took a break to go to the bathroom, but really, she sneaked back to see what was happening. It turned out that the mother and daughter were sneaking food at home, and Mi Chunhwa caught them. Unable to keep quiet, she exploded with anger, forgetting who was in charge of the house. Zhao Hohat was furious and immediately pointed at Mi Chunhwa, saying, "Yumi, shut your mouth. Can't you see my daughter is too sick to get out of bed? My daughter eats what we provide. It has nothing to do with you. If you can earn your own money, you're just a selfish person. You spend all day looking down on your sister-in-law. What does it matter to you?
What do you want? Huh?
What do you want?" Zhao Hohat's voice grew louder as she pointed her finger at Mi Chunhwa and scolded her. "You're the most deceitful one in the family. You can take things from your family, but can't do anything useful. I see you're getting bold. Wait until your husband comes back. If I find out you're stealing from your poor family again, I'll cut off your hands and let my son marry someone else. My grandsons will call another woman mother. Without a husband and sons, let's see if your poor family will take care of you." As Zhao Hohat spat her words, Mi Chunhwa was taken aback. Wow, her fighting spirit was something else. Zhao Hohat's words cut deep, and she kept pouring salt on the wounds. As a result, Mi Chunhwa quickly lost the argument. It wasn't that she couldn't fight back, but she was too scared. Mi Chunhwa stepped back several paces, feeling unwilling and resentful, muttering under her breath, "Sick, sick. I see everyone in the family is healthier than her. She just got a little wet from the river, and it's like the end of the world. I'm embarrassed for her." Without saying a word, Zhao Hohat grabbed a broom and swung it at her daughter-in-law, shouting, "You selfish person, you've lost your conscience. Why aren't you the one who drowned in the river? You keep watching my daughter, you unlucky star. I'll make sure you regret it." Zhao Hohat swung, and Mi Chunhwa dodged. Han Ke was unhappy. The original owner was just a bit stubborn and unable to work. They hadn't done anything terrible to the family, so why did they seem to want the original owner gone? Han Ke's expression darkened as she glared at Mi Chunhwa. The woman, who had been hit with a broom by her mother-in-law, had dark yellow skin, a long face, single eyelids, thick lips, and dry, yellowish short hair. She looked mean. Not pretty, but not extremely ugly either, just average. Han Ke held grudges, so since Mi Chunhwa had offended her, she certainly didn't look good in her eyes. Mi Chunhwa cried out and tried to hide. Han Ke knew that the original owner's mother was difficult and often scolded her second daughter-in-law. But now, she was the one being favored. Plus, since Mi Chunhwa had insulted her, Han Ke felt that the beating was justified. She didn't even need to get involved to show her support. Moreover, Mi Chunhwa had a big mouth, spreading bad rumors about her sister-in-law. She claimed the sister-in-law was greedy and lazy, doing nothing at home and making her niece serve her, acting like a rich lady. Could such words be casually said in this time? If the original owner was treated badly, could Mi Chunhwa escape? In the end, Mi Chunhwa was just a foolish person. Having inherited the original owner's memories and now witnessing this scene, Han Ke had no good feelings toward her sister-in-law. Zhao Hohot chased Mi Chunhua from the house to the yard, causing chaos everywhere. Han Ke quickly followed, worried her mother might get hurt. If Mi Chunhua dared to fight back, she would join in and help her mother. She valued her newly formed bond with her mother. Zhao Hohot managed to chase Michigan Chunhua out the door. Seeing her second daughter-in-law flee, she didn't pursue her. Instead, she threw down her weapon and began to wail outside. She complained about her ungrateful daughter-in-law and how people wished she would just go away. Inside and outside, Zhao Hohot showed two different sides, weak and helpless outside, fierce and strong inside. Han Ke thought, wow, I see how it is now. After a few moments of wailing without anyone paying attention, Zhao Hohot returned to the yard. Daughter, I'm going to cook. I still need to take food to the fields later. If you're not feeling well, just lie on the bed, Zhao Hohot said lovingly, worried her daughter might catch a cold. Mom, let me help you. I don't want to lie down. It makes my whole body ache, Han Ke replied. All right, you can help me start the fire. Zhao Hohot knew her daughter could only manage that. The original owner couldn't even start a fire well, so Han Ke would have to learn. That part was the same. She was helping the old lady cook, while rumors about her were spreading everywhere in the production team. The Han family was being pointed at and talked about. It was the autumn harvest season, and the workload was heavy, with families eating 3 meals a day. After the harvest, they would only eat 2 meals. After Zhao Hohot finished cooking, she picked up a basket to take the food to the fields. There wasn't much in it, just the same as usual. Hard, coarse grain buns, wild vegetable porridge, and half a small bowl of pickled vegetables. The only difference was that they added an extra meal compared to before the harvest. Even the kids at home were eating this, which had little nutrition. Mom, I want to go with you, Han Ke said, picking up a basket too. Zhao Hohot looked troubled and pained. Dear, you should stay home and rest. I can take it myself. She was afraid to let her daughter go out, especially after she had just tried to end her life. Now, if she went out, she worried that the gossiping women in the team would point fingers at her daughter. What if her daughter couldn't handle it again? Han Ke noticed her mother's concern and smiled. Mom, I can't stay home forever. I have to face the world sooner or later. Don't worry, I've really come to terms with things after what happened. Zhao Hohot looked at her daughter's pretty face, feeling a deep ache in her heart. She thought her daughter was right. She couldn't hide away forever. Then let's go. With me around, you don't have to be afraid. Just ignore what those gossiping women say. Treat it like nonsense. If anyone bullies you, just tell me, and I'll take care of it, Zhao Hohot said fiercely. There were indeed a few people in the production team who had a bad relationship with Zhao Hohot and dared to confront her. They felt bold because they had many sons to back them up. Han Ke liked her mother's fierce spirit and was grateful she didn't end up with a family that favored sons over daughters. Haha, yes, just treat them like nonsense. Besides, I didn't do anything wrong, so why should I be afraid? If anyone should be scared, it should be those deceitful people. Now, Zhao Hohot felt truly relieved. Her daughter had really come to terms with things. The two of them, each carrying a basket, stepped outside. In the distance, the people in the fields had already seen them approaching. Is everything okay now? My goodness. How thick-skinned can you be? If I had gone through something so embarrassing, I would have hanged myself to spare my family's reputation, a woman in her 40s said while sitting on a pile of corn stalks, pointing at Han Ke and her mother, drawing the attention of others resting nearby. That girl is famous for being shameless. Otherwise, people wouldn't dare to confront her directly. They are just at their wits' end because of her. Time and time again, it's like putting a warm face against a cold back. If my daughter were like that, I would have been ashamed. Hey, are they looking for Gu Jiqing again? It seems like the river jump was just a trick to scare people. Look at her, she acts like nothing happened after jumping. I admire her thick skin. Which girl can be so bold? I don't care about anything else, just how she will handle things after being held by a man. That young man seems quite spirited. Can he really take a girl from the Han family? I doubt it. Keep your voice down. She's coming over. We don't want Zhao Hohot to hear. What are we afraid of? They've done shameless things and still blame others? They should be worried about their own actions. Our village's reputation is ruined because of the Han family. Every family has children to marry. Everyone fell silent, but their minds were racing with thoughts. In the fields, there were all kinds of discussions, with people of all ages looking toward Han Ke. Fortunately, the fields were spacious, and the voices didn't reach the ears of the two women. Even if they knew they were being talked about, they couldn't hear it, so they treated it like background noise. Old Han and his son and daughter-in-law were already sitting in the fields waiting for Xiao Hohat to bring lunch. The children who didn't work in the fields didn't eat lunch, so they were all absent. "Dad, it's time to eat." Han Ke set down her basket, lifted the cloth covering it, and took out the bread and pickles. She noticed her family's expressions out of the corner of her eye. The three sisters-in-law were huddled together. The eldest sister-in-law had a blank expression, while the second sister-in-law, still upset from being scolded by her mother-in-law, looked down on her with disdain. The third sister-in-law was subtly observing her. The three brothers looked at her with concern. Now she knew how to treat different people. She wasn't a top student from Notre Dame. If they treated her poorly, she wouldn't give them anything. She wouldn't share her good things with those who meant her harm, big or small. She was clear about her grudges and a bit selfish. The eldest brother wanted to comfort his little sister, but seeing her in a good mood, he held back his words. Since she was okay now, he wouldn't bring it up. As for that young man, he wouldn't let anyone bully his little sister. "Little sister, have you eaten?" Han Urge asked cautiously. He hoped she wasn't too upset. This morning had nearly scared the whole family to death. If something happened to her, it would break their parents' hearts. "I ate. The bread was too dry, so I brought some porridge." Han Ke took out 2 jars from Xiao Hohat's basket. Xiao Hohat handed out bowls for everyone to serve porridge. Distributing food was her responsibility, and it was an important task in the Han family. In these times, whoever controlled the serving spoon at home was considered the head of the household. She felt sorry for whoever she favored and gave them a little extra. When it came to Manhwa, she only served her rice soup, as the solid rice had already been taken. Her hand trembled as she served, worried about giving too much. In the end, Manhwa received only half a bowl of rice soup, with very few grains of rice inside. Xiao Hohat still looked sympathetic, saying, "Humph, you're lucky to get this." In her eyes, she thought even a bite was too much for the troublemaker in the family. Manhwa was furious, but dared not complain. If her husband found out she had upset the old lady again, he would surely scold her. So, she had to swallow her anger. Others noticed Xiao Hohat's actions and wondered what Manhwa had done to annoy her mother-in-law again. Han Urge shot a glare at Manhwa. Han Ke and Xiao Hohat had already eaten their share, so they didn't join in. The others rushed to eat as if it were a feast, and even though Han Ke hadn't tasted it, she knew it wouldn't be good. There wasn't much food, just 2 small grain buns and a bowl of thin porridge per person, which barely filled their stomachs. Manhwa was even more dissatisfied, as she didn't even get enough to feel full. Earlier that morning, she had complained about her mother-in-law giving special treatment to her sister-in-law and had been scolded for it. Now, fearing her husband's anger, she didn't dare mention it, claiming she had come home because of a stomach ache. But now she had a silly idea. She wouldn't tell her husband, but she could talk to her sisters-in-law. She believed they should unite as daughters-in-law. "Eldest sister-in-law, younger sister-in-law, let's go together," she said, finding a clever excuse. Han Dajia and Han Sanjia stood up to follow Manhwa to the restroom. Manhwa pulled the 2 sisters-in-law away from their mother-in-law and sister-in-law to complain. Han Ke and her mother had already seen through Manhwa's little tricks, but who cared? According to Xiao Hohat, her daughter was eating what she and her husband provided, not what they had. Plus, with her sons under her control, she felt quite confident. She looked disdainfully at the backs of the daughters-in-law, not believing they could cause any trouble. Meanwhile, Han Ke thought it was a good opportunity to understand how her sisters-in-law felt about her as the new sister-in-law. She had the original owner's memories, but the original owner had only wanted to get through school and earn a diploma. She takes her parents' sacrifices for granted, only thinking about love, and completely ignores her sister-in-law. Although she hasn't done anything wrong, she is arrogant and deeply infatuated. The original character is fearless and cannot see the reality. But Han-ko is different. After her parents passed away in her last life, she faced many hardships, making her wary of everyone and holding grudges. She believes in the principle of if you don't bother me, I won't bother you. But if someone is good to her, she will repay them generously. Moreover, she has a space filled with resources. Life at home is tough. Although she can sneak food from her space, what about her parents? What about her brothers who care for her? It makes her uneasy to eat alone. However, Han-ko will not support ungrateful people. On the other side, the eldest sister-in-law and the third sister-in-law finally finished listening to Mi Chunhwa's exaggerated tale. Mi Chunhwa pulled up her pants, tying the waist while complaining, "That old woman spoils that little brat, and now her sons do too. How can we live like this? All the good food and supplies go to that little brat first. Eldest sister-in-law, we all have children. We have no money, and when our sons grow up, they will need money for everything. You two should take a stand. Don't let me be the only one worried." Mi Chunhwa called her mother-in-law derogatory names, and Wang Zhaodi and Li Wan were used to it by now. Wang Zhaodi had previously tried to advise Mi Chunhwa but ended up being scolded. Wang Zhaodi, the eldest sister-in-law, is a straightforward person who doesn't offend anyone among the three sisters-in-law. Mi Chunhwa is competitive at home, especially since she had two sons at once, making her more assertive. Wang Zhaodi had two daughters before finally having a son on her third try. Furthermore, her husband cares for his sister just as much as their parents do. If she dares to show her sister-in-law a bad attitude, she would offend the three most powerful people in the family. She would be foolish to do that. Only Mi Chunhwa, the foolish one, is jumping around without seeing the situation clearly. The third sister-in-law has been married for 2 years. Although she hasn't had children, she is educated and beautiful. She usually keeps quiet. She does her share of work and doesn't overstep. The third brother cares deeply for his wife. Despite being young and quiet, the third sister-in-law is clever and never seeks the spotlight, letting the second sister-in-law take charge. She has never truly understood the third sister-in-law. Little sister-in-law. We are all family, so let's not argue too much since we are all sisters-in-law. Besides, the younger sister is already 17 and can stay at home for a few more days. It's understandable for parents to feel attached to their only daughter. What could Wang Zhaodi say? She didn't dare to agree with Mi Chunhwa's words. She was afraid that if she did, everyone in the village would think she couldn't accept her sister-in-law. Then Mi Chunhwa's words would become her own. So, she could only respond with vague and neutral comments. Although she didn't want to create conflict, Wang Zhaodi wasn't foolish enough to let Mi Chunhwa use her as a pawn. Mi Chunhwa was not satisfied, saying, "Eldest sister-in-law, you are too kind. Third sister-in-law, do you think I'm right? That girl is wasting food by staying at home another day, and she needs to bring a dowry when she gets married. In our mother-in-law's eyes, we three daughters-in-law are outsiders. We should unite against that old woman and the one who just eats and does nothing." Li Wan smiled lightly. "Second sister-in-law, I think eldest sister-in-law has a point. A harmonious family leads to prosperity." Mi Chunhwa felt defeated. These two were just holding her back. She needed to find a chance to go back to her own family, where only her parents were on her side. With that thought, she didn't wait for the others and left in a huff. Wang Zhaodi sighed, and the two sisters-in-law followed slowly behind her. Han Ko was packing up the dishes to take home, while Zhao Hohat stayed in the fields to work.
Hey.
"Aunt Zhao, my dad is looking for you and Uncle. He needs you to come over," a girl said, running over and shouting before she even reached them. When she saw Han Ko, who was ready to head home, the girl shot her a fierce glare, her face dark as if someone owed her $1 million. Han Ko recognized her. She was Wu Xiaoyan, the daughter of the village secretary. Why was she glaring at her? One was the daughter of a village official, and the other was a cherished child raised by loving parents. They usually didn't get along. Wu Xiaoyan believed, She was the best among the young women in the village, but then Han Ku came along. She had only graduated from middle school, while Han Ku had finished high school. Wu Xiaoyan thought she was pretty, but she had to admit that Han Ku was charming and had a way with men. That face was just annoying. The only thing that comforted her was that her father was the village secretary, which made her feel superior to Han Ku. But today, Han Ku had crossed her. The boy she liked. She absolutely couldn't let that happen. Han Ku was not good enough for him. Only she was a suitable match, with shared interests and backgrounds. Zhao Houhot is very protective of her daughter. When Wu Xiaoyan scolded her girl, her eldest was unhappy. She quickly stepped in front of her daughter and said, "Okay, I understand. I'll go with you to the bookshop right away." Wu Xiaoyan, frustrated, stomped her foot and left. "Hey, we need to find the village leader, let's go." Han Taizhu stood up and brushed off the dirt from his clothes. "Let's go." Han Ku, carrying a basket, walked back carefully. She was thinking about how to improve dinner. The whole grain bread was too hard. It would be difficult to eat. She knew she wouldn't be able to swallow it and couldn't skip a meal. This thought made Han Ku feel hopeless. Looking at the distant back mountain, she thought maybe she could go up in the afternoon to see if there was anything useful she could take without raising suspicion. But she couldn't tell Zhao Houhot about going up the mountain. Zhao Houhot would definitely disagree because it was said that there were wolves up there. In the past, wolves had come down in winter and troubled the village. Some people went hunting, but only men, and they needed to go in groups. Once they reached the village, Han Ku separated from the elderly couple. Before parting, Zhao Houhot, being a caring mother, repeatedly reminded her to go home and rest, saying she was tired from the day. Han Ku didn't mind. She enjoyed the affection and didn't see it as a burden. Zhao Taizhu and his wife headed straight to the village leader Wu Lazy's house. Han Ku stopped right there. A not-so-friendly voice called from behind. Han Ku ignored her and continued walking. "I'm talking to you. Are you deaf? Stop." Wu Xiaoyan quickly ran in front of Han Ku to block her path. "What do you want?" Was Wu Xiaoyan sick? The original owner didn't even interact with her, so why was she upset? This woman, relying on being the village leader's daughter, often acted arrogantly in the production team. Han Ku always returned the unfriendliness double, as everyone was a little princess at home. "Just say what you need to say. I don't have time to waste with you. You've really been spoiled by your parents. You have no manners at all." Wu Xiaoyan attacked Zhao Houhot and Han Taizhu, which infuriated Han Ku. With a swift motion, she slapped her hand. "You can't expect anything good from someone like you. Your parents didn't teach you well, so I'll take it upon myself to teach you." Wu Xiaoyan covered her face, her eyes wide in disbelief. She couldn't believe Han Ku, whom she considered beneath her, dared to hit her. Once she realized what happened, Wu Xiaoyan raised her hand to strike Han Ku, but ended up hitting the basket Han Ku was carrying instead. Han Ku was already prepared. She knew the woman would fight back, so when Wu Xiaoyan raised her hand, Han Ku quickly held the basket in front of her face.
Ah!
Wu Xiaoyan felt a sharp pain in her fingers. "Han Ku, you're such a shameless person. You flirted with Gu Jiqing, and now you're after brother Mo too. Why are you so desperate? Did you not have enough men in your past life? Every time you see a man, you just jump at him. Do you really think you deserve someone like him? Look in the mirror." Han Ku was stunned. Is this how a girl talks? In her past life, she had never encountered someone so rude. Now, in this new life, she was faced with such a person. While she could curse back, she believed in being civilized and well-mannered. So, since she couldn't win with words, Han Ku decided to use force. She had learned some martial arts in her past life. She grabbed one of Wu Xiaoyan's arms and threw her over her shoulder, causing Wu Xiaoyan to fall hard. As soon as she hit the ground, Han Ku climbed on top of her, pinning her arms behind her back. Han Ku raised her fist and started to hit her. She didn't just use her fists, she also grabbed and twisted, aiming to make her opponent feel pain. Wu Xiaoyan cried out in pain, tears streaming down her face. "You uncivilized person! You insult my parents, and I will make you pay!" Han Ku shouted, and there was a reason for her anger. When someone insults your family, you have to stand up for yourself. At noon, most of the strong workers were in the fields, but there were still some people in the village. The elderly and children heard the commotion and rushed over to see what was happening. Some children ran to inform Secretary Wu's family, while others headed to the fields. An elderly woman wanted to intervene but was too frail to do so, so she anxiously paced back and forth, muttering, "Oh dear, what should we do?" Meanwhile, the couple had already arrived at Wu Lazy's house. Secretary Wu's family was known to live quite well in the Hongxing village. This was because Secretary Wu's eldest son was in the military and sent money home every month, which made many people envious. The red brick house they lived in was built with the money he earned. The entire yard was clean and tidy, looking very impressive. Zhao Hohot wasn't envious. Her fourth son was also in the military. Although he wasn't a high-ranking officer, he still sent home 5 yuan every month. She believed her son was doing well in the army and would have a bright future. Thinking this, Zhao Hohot stood a little taller. "I heard that the village leader's eldest son has returned, but they haven't seen him yet. I heard he has already completed his military service. He was doing well and even became a deputy battalion commander. Why did he leave the service?" The people inside the house saw the Han couple enter the yard through the glass window. "They're here. Come sit on the heated bed," said Lu Tsuifan, the village leader's wife, warmly pulling Zhao Hohot to sit down. The only thing the Han couple envied about the Ji family's house was the large glass window. They also had windows, but theirs were small. "This one is so bright." "Haha, sister-in-law, don't be so polite," Zhao Hohot said, calling Lu Tsuifan sister-in-law, which was appropriate. Even though Han Taizhu and Zhao Hohot had some gray hair, they married early and had their eldest son, Han Lichuan, at 17. So they are only 45 now. In later generations, they would still be considered young. Wu Lazy and his wife were older, so it was fine to call them brother and sister-in-law. But their family was small and earned well, with 4 people working together. They lived comfortably, and Lu Tsuifan had fewer worries, eating better than others. She looked several years younger than Zhao Hohot, who had a larger family to care for. If there was anything to worry about, it was that her son, now in his mid-20s, still didn't have a girlfriend. However, their family was well off, so finding a partner wouldn't be hard. Now that her son had returned from the military, they could take their time and find a city girl. Wu Ji sat cross-legged on the heated bed and started chatting with Zhao Taizhu. "Where's your son, Aigua?" "He's been back for several days and we haven't seen him," Zhao Hohot asked, taking the water bowl Lu Tsuifan handed her. Speaking of Wu Aigua, Lu Tsuifan's smile grew wider. "My Aigua just finished his service. He got a job today." "Really? Congratulations, sister. Is it a permanent position?" "Your Aigua has even reached the rank of battalion commander," Zhao Hohot and Han Taizhu said enviously. "A stable job means a lifetime of security, with retirement benefits and a good monthly salary. Plus, having a city household registration and access to supplies and various tickets. Who wouldn't envy that? If anyone had a factory worker in the family, even if they were temporary, they would feel superior." My son, unfortunately, got injured and had to leave the service, otherwise he could have advanced further. But the arrangement is still good. He's working at the town police station as the director." Lu Tsuifan tucked her hair behind her ear. She sounded modest, but every word was a boast. Zhao Hohot's smile froze, and she forgot to close her mouth. Oh my goodness, my heavens. This is a city person now. Zhao Hohot felt a mix of envy and resentment that she couldn't quite express. But now, she couldn't find the words to say she was envious. Her heart felt sour. If it weren't for her lazy mother-in-law, their family could also enjoy some benefits. "Ahem, Taizhu, I called you two here for a reason." Secretary Wu coughed a couple of times to remind his wife not to get too carried away. He had a good son and wanted to show him off, but with success came more responsibilities. If someone asked for help and he didn't assist, it would create trouble. Why couldn't this woman be a little more restrained? He needed to steer the conversation back.
Ah,
Right, Wu. We were actually planning to come see you tonight. By the way, is the person who saved my daughter still around? Han Taiju said, awkwardly rubbing his hands together. If you want to thank him, forget it. He left a long time ago. He just stopped by to see my son, Aigua. He was Aigua's former leader, Lu Tsuefan replied. She felt a bit disdainful, sensing that this couple had ulterior motives. Could her lazy and gluttonous daughter really be worthy of such a person? How bold of them to think so. When it comes to relationships, social status matters. The gap between their families was too wide. Even if the Han family raised their status by 20 meters, they still couldn't reach that level. But remembering what the young man had said before he left, and how her daughter acted, Lu Tsuefan felt uneasy. Her expression darkened. He left. Look at this situation. I wanted to properly thank that person. Han Tieju's mood instantly dropped. What would happen to his daughter? That young man's surname is Mo. He had a mission and left in a hurry. He said he would take responsibility and would come back before the new year. If your daughter has a boyfriend and doesn't want to, that's fine. But if she's worried about her reputation because of this, then they should get married, Wu Lazy said. The couple's eyes lit up, and they nodded in unison. Yes, yes. Ha ha ha, it seems these two kids are meant for each other. Where is the young man serving?
how old is he?
I heard he's a regiment leader. Wait, a regiment leader? He must be quite old, right? I hope he's not divorced, Zhao Hohot pondered carefully. If he were divorced, that wouldn't work. Her daughter wouldn't become a stepmother, no matter how good the man was. He has never been married. He's 27 this year, 1 year older than my Aigua. Soldiers often have no time for relationships due to their long missions. My son is still single too, you know? If age is a concern, then that's that. Lu Tsuefan was really hoping this wouldn't happen. Her family didn't mind the age difference. Then there's no problem. The older ones understand how to care for others. Zhao Hohot felt relieved. Wu Ge, sister-in-law, this matter won't be settled for a few more months. Can we keep it quiet? If it doesn't work out, I'm worried about those gossipers slandering my daughter. Zhao Hohot's mother was very anxious. Okay, don't worry, Secretary Wu said. Once the matter was settled, the couple felt more at ease. It was almost complete, just waiting for their daughter's agreement. Lu Tsuefan felt very uncomfortable. Such a good match was going to the Han family's girl. It really felt like bad luck. She wondered if Captain Mo would let it go once he found out that the Han girl was so desperate for the young man. Wu Grandma, something's wrong. Your Yenzi sister got into a fight. A little boy rushed into the house like a monkey. What? My Yenzi got into a fight? Lu Tsuefan jumped up in shock. Oh no! Who dares to bully Yenzi? Let's go, Grandma Han, we need to check this out. This is outrageous. It's wrong to hit someone no matter the reason. Secretary, you need to seriously address this, Zhao Hohot thought. Since the secretary was the one who introduced a suitor for her daughter, she needed to show her appreciation. Yenzi's sister is being pinned down and beaten by her daughter. It's quite a beating. The child wiped his nose and ran off, eager to return and see the commotion before it ended. The Han couple. The Wu couple. Well, this child must be lying. My daughter can barely walk, Han Taiju said awkwardly, feeling a bit uneasy. Lu Tsuefan's face turned long and dark, like a pot's bottom. She shot a glare at Zhao Hohot and ran out. Secretary Wu also got up to put on his shoes. The three of them hurried after Lu Tsuefan. As they exited the door, they saw many people running back from the fields. Zhao Hohot's heart raced. With this kind of commotion, could someone have been hurt? Worrying about her daughter, she hurried along. At this moment, Han Ke and Wu Xiaoyan had already been separated. Just before, she had been on top of Wu Xiaoyan, throwing punches like raindrops. There wasn't any deep hatred. It was just that Wu Xiaoyan had approached looking for trouble first. The original owner's frustrations and the anger from her own arrival all came out on Wu Xiaoyan. More and more people gathered to watch. At first, Wu Xiaoyan was shouting insults, but soon she was begging for mercy. She was crying for help and calling for her parents. Her face was covered in snot and tears, and she had lost her earlier bravado. She felt like she had embarrassed herself today. This old shoe really hurt when it hit her. She thought she was weak, but it seemed that was just an act. If her parents didn't come soon, she would be in big trouble. Han Ko was in the middle of fighting when someone grabbed her arms and twisted them back with a strong grip. Her arms were pinned behind her, and she was lifted off the ground. Han Ko was getting more frustrated. Her hands were held back, but her legs were still kicking. As she was lifted, she kicked at Wu Xiaoyan twice. Later, she kicked at the person behind her without caring who it was. Han Ko was never one to back down. If someone upset her, they wouldn't get away easily. "Stop hitting her, do you hear me?" A man's voice said nearby. She turned her head slightly and caught a glimpse of half of his face. Wu Aigua met Han Ko's angry gaze. His cheeks were flushed from fighting, and he was sweating. The area around his eyes was slightly pink, adding to his charm. Her sparkling eyes were fixed on him, reflecting his image. Wu Aigua was momentarily stunned and awkwardly released Han Ko's arms, rubbing his nose to hide his embarrassment. In his panic, he had used a hold that brought the girl close to him, forgetting how that might look between a boy and a girl. Han Ko was not pleased. Who was this busybody stepping in? She was about 8 or 9 years younger than Wu Aigua, who had joined the army at 16 or 17, so she didn't really recognize him at first. No matter who he was, being handsome didn't matter to her. Just then, Wu Xiaoyan got up from the ground and slapped Han Ko across the face. Fueled by anger, she aimed to ruin Han Ko's pretty face, so instead of a clean slap, her long nails scratched.
Ouch.
Han Ko winced in pain. Gasps and exclamations filled the air. "Wu Xiaoyan, what are you doing?" Wu Aigua shouted. Han Ko's fair and beautiful face now had several deep scratch marks running from her temple to her chin. The scratches were deep and long, and blood began to flow immediately. Wu Aigua pushed Wu Xiaoyan away. "How could you be so cruel?" He regretted stepping in to help just moments ago. In their family, it was just him and Xiaoyan. He was often away due to his military service, and Xiaoyan was the cherished child. While it was understandable for parents to spoil her, this was beyond being spoiled. It was downright vicious. Which woman doesn't care about her looks? Especially the girl in front of me, who is incredibly beautiful. Ruining her face feels like taking her life away. Even though Wu Aigua has been a soldier for nearly 10 years, he is still nervous. He isn't afraid of fighting, but he is scared of women crying. He has never dealt with them before. Han Ko's face is burning with pain right now, and when she touches it, she finds blood on her hand. How cruel must someone be to ruin another person's life? Although she has a healing ability, this injury will heal, but she can't let this go. She wants to teach Wu Xiaoyan a serious lesson. Feeling dizzy is a normal reaction. Fainting is expected. If she didn't react, that would be unusual. So, she pretended to faint. Before she fell, Wu Aigua rushed over to catch her. Han Ko thought, "Who are you? Mind your own business." This is bad. Her reputation was already poor, and now her face is ruined. Oh my, she might never get married now. Why did they fight? What happened? Can someone tell me? Someone was anxiously asking around. I know. Wu Xiaoyan stopped Han Ko and scolded her, and Han Ko got angry and hit Wu Xiaoyan, a child explained clearly. That makes no sense. Wu Xiaoyan never plays with Han Ko. Why would she scold her? Is she jealous of Gu Jiqing, and they fought over him? Stop spreading rumors about Jiqing, a girl from the youth group protested. These country folks are all troublemakers, especially that Han Ko, who daydreams all the time. Now that her face is ruined, she deserves it. Most of the youth were secretly enjoying the drama. Among them was a handsome young man with gold-rimmed glasses, looking at Han Ko with a complicated expression. Beside him, a pretty girl had a slight smile on her face. Han Ko wanted to close her eyes and pretend to be unconscious, waiting for her parents to arrive so she could take the moral high ground. After all, she was the one who started the fight. Now, Wu Xiaoyan, who was supposed to be in the wrong, seemed to have gotten away with it. But she didn't manage to fall down successfully. Should she keep her eyes closed or pretend to be unconscious? She didn't want this guy to help her. Besides, someone truly faint wouldn't be able to stand. As she was thinking about whether to bend her legs, Zhao Hohat arrived just in time. Zhao Hohat thought her daughter was more important than her own life, so she rushed over quickly.
Ah,
What happened to my daughter? Who scratched her face? Wu Xiaoyan, it's you. I won't let you off, Zhao Hohat said as she took her daughter from Wu Aigua and pushed her towards the old man, then headed for Wu Xiaoyan. This heartless person had scratched her daughter's face, and today she would ruin this girl's face too. She didn't care why, her daughter was hurt. Anyone who bullied her daughter would face her wrath. Lu Tsuifan, who had just arrived, was still catching her breath when she saw Zhao Hohat rushing towards her daughter. She was so scared her legs went weak. Han family. Let's talk this out calmly. It's just a matter between the kids. We adults shouldn't interfere and make it worse. Lu Tsuifan hugged Zhao Hohat's waist and kept signaling her daughter to run away quickly. Wu Xiaoyan realized she was in trouble, but she didn't regret it. In fact, she felt proud. This woman could no longer flirt with others. She was doing a service to the community, acting as a force for good. Zhao Hohat was known in the village for being fierce, and if her mother told her to run, she would. Just as she turned to escape, someone grabbed her. A slap landed on her face. It was Wang Zhaodi, the wife of Han Lichuan, who had just returned from the fields and didn't know what had happened. By the time she arrived, her sister-in-law's face was already scratched. When she married into the Han family, her sister-in-law was only 6 or 7 years old. Although the girl was a bit naive, they had watched her grow up. Besides, she was the apple of her mother-in-law's eye. In their home, the sisters-in-law never dared to bully their sister-in-law, so how could an outsider do it? Wang Zhaodi was furious. Seeing the girl trying to run away, she slapped her in a moment of desperation, feeling it was a way to stand up for her sister-in-law. Wu Xiaoyan realized she couldn't escape. The eldest and third daughters-in-law of the Han family blocked her path. Han Taizhu, usually a quiet man, was furious now. Seeing his daughter's injuries broke his heart. Wu Lazy, you better give me an explanation for this, or I won't let this go with your family. He picked up his daughter and said, Hohat, let's take care of our daughter first. We can settle this later. Zhao Hohat pushed Lu Tsuifan away. The old man was right. They had to focus on their daughter first. Lu Tsuifan Wu Xiaoyan, just wait. After leaving her warning, she chased after the old man and her daughter. Quick, get the carriage ready. We need to go to town, Wu Jibu said as he hurriedly arranged for a carriage. This was the trouble his daughter had caused, and as the father who spoiled her, he had to clean up after her. He was worried that the small clinic in the commune wouldn't satisfy the Han family. He was also upset with his daughter, wondering what was going on. Taizhu, don't worry, we will cover the medical expenses. We'll find a good doctor to make sure your daughter's face gets better. But he felt uncertain. With such a deep injury, it was unlikely there wouldn't be a scar. This could lead to a feud with the Han family. Secretary Wu felt a buzzing in his head. That girl had caused a big mess. Han Taizhu was focused entirely on his daughter's face and had no time to pay attention to Wu Lei. They put her on the cart, and at that moment, Zhao Hohat also climbed onto the cart. Lu Tsuifan joined them as well. Wu Aigua rode his bicycle behind the cart, frowning as he saw the young girl being held by her mother, feeling a pang of sympathy. Hanka couldn't pretend anymore. It felt too fake. She quickly opened her eyes and snuggled into Zhao Hohat's arms, acting like a child. Mom, it hurts so much. Woe is me, she said, trying to cry a little for effect, but when her face brushed against Zhao Hohat's chest, it hit her injury and really hurt. Now she was truly crying. Don't cry, dear. Look, your tears are making the wound hurt even more. Hold it in. Zhao Hohat shouted the last few words. Hanka sniffled, feeling wronged because her mother had scolded her, her lips trembling. Zhao Hohat felt anxious, wondering if she had scared her daughter, and hugged her tighter. Lu Tsuifan wanted to say something comforting, but she feared it would only make things worse, and she didn't want Zhao Hohat to take her frustration out on her. The cart bumped along the dirt road, kicking up dust. Wu Aigua pedaled faster to get ahead of the cart. Han Ke saw his figure and felt a surge of anger, pointing at Wu Aigua to complain, "Mom, it's him. He grabbed me and let Wu Xiaoyan scratch me. I want to report him. He's in cahoots with Wu Xiaoyan." Wu Aigua froze, unable to pedal his bike anymore. The people on the cart were speechless.
What?
"Isn't that your Aigua? Lu Tsuefan, your family is really bullying us. The two siblings are picking on my daughter. I'll confront you about this. Just because you work at the police station, you think you're special? I'll go to his workplace and ask his boss if someone like him should be in law enforcement." Lu Tsuefan felt dizzy. She arrived late and saw Zhao Hohat about to scratch her daughter. She didn't know how it escalated to this point. Zhao Hohat was known for being unreasonable. If she found something to hold against someone, it would be a big deal. Besides, the Han family's daughter was especially dear to her. Others don't know why her daughter is acting crazy, but she does. Not only does she know, but she also encourages it because she wants a good son-in-law. However, she didn't expect her daughter to go this far, ruining someone's face and dragging her brother into it. That silly girl. When she gets home, she'll deal with her. So, facing Han Tieju's angry face, no matter how much Zhao Hohat pointed and scolded her, spitting words all over her face, she didn't dare to retort. She could only smile awkwardly. She felt guilty. If the head of the family found out she encouraged her daughter to go after a son-in-law, she couldn't even imagine the consequences. Wu Zhishu also glared at his son, who was riding a bicycle. What a fool. Why would a grown man get involved in a fight between girls? Now he has given them something to laugh about. Looking at the situation with the Han family, their own family might not escape unscathed. What a headache. Wu Aigua felt wronged. He just wanted to separate the two and stop the fighting. Who knew Xiaoyan would go for someone's face? He glanced at the person Zhao Hohat was holding and made a decision. If necessary, he would marry her. He owed her that and had to take responsibility. With her face ruined, he feared the engagement with his comrade might fall through. Someone had to be responsible between Mo Tuan and him. If Han Ke knew she was being treated like an object to be responsible for, she would be furious. Each person had their own thoughts as they hurried to the town. They quickly entered the town hospital after getting off the carriage. Doctor, will my daughter's face leave a scar?" Zhao Hohat was so nervous, she could hardly breathe. The female doctor carefully disinfected Han Ke's wounds, causing her face to twitch in pain. Everyone was tense, waiting for the doctor's answer. The doctor said while cleaning the wound, "This injury looks deep. If she doesn't have a tendency to scar, she might not have any marks. But if she does, then the scar will definitely remain." It was clear that her face had been scratched. What a shame for such a beautiful face. Who could be so cruel? Zhao Hohat felt faint and collapsed.
"Mom, wife."
From the Han family. Before she fainted, she heard several voices calling her. When she woke up, she saw the ceiling. Turning her head, she noticed several people gathered by the bed. Her daughter looked at her with teary eyes. "Wife, you're awake. You scared me to death." Han Tieju's face was no longer just angry. It was pale, and his eyes were red from fear. He wondered if Hohat was going to be okay. If not, he didn't want to live anymore. "What's wrong with me?" "Mom, you're just stressed and have low blood sugar, which made you faint." "Let me tell you, low blood sugar is much more troublesome than high blood sugar. It can be dangerous if you're not careful. I told you not to be so frugal with yourself, but you didn't listen. What would Dad and I do if something happened to you?" Han Ke was truly scared. She had just arrived less than a day ago and hadn't even had the chance to spend quality time with her parents. Ugh, what was she thinking? She had the spirit spring and supplies. With her around, her mother would be fine. The whole situation started because Han Ke got hurt and needed treatment, but in the end, Zhao Hohat ended up in the hospital. The Wu family was quite understanding. They were willing to cover the hospital expenses for Zhao Hohat, which eased some tension in the Han family. Additionally, the doctor warned Zhao Hohat not to get angry again, as it could be dangerous. So Han-ku reassured her, saying she wasn't prone to scarring. Mom, look, I've never had any scars on my body. This means I'm not prone to scarring, so don't worry. My injury will definitely heal. Thus, Zhao Hohot, the patient, lay in the hospital bed while Han-ku, the injured one, sat by her side, caring for her and feeding her. The supplies were bought by Wu Aigua, who also reflected on his actions in front of the mother and daughter. Although his intention was to mediate, the outcome was the opposite. He realized he shouldn't have pulled Han-ku into it. He should have supported his sister instead. That was more acceptable, and the mother and daughter were somewhat satisfied. During Zhao Hohot's one day and night in the hospital, Han-ku added spirit spring to the porridge she made for her mother, and it indeed helped Zhao Hohot feel better. She no longer felt dizzy or had dark spots in her vision. The mother and daughter were discharged, with Wu Aigua handling the paperwork and even getting some brown sugar for Zhao Hohot to take home. Brown sugar is a great thing. It's not easy to find for replenishing energy. The supply store requires sugar tickets and often runs out. The only other way to get it was through the hospital. If Zhao Hohot hadn't been hospitalized, they wouldn't have been able to get the brown sugar. "Aunt, I'll take you home," Wu Aigua said, supporting Zhao Hohot as they walked outside. He was wearing a uniform and a wide-brimmed hat today. Considering Wu Aigua's personal qualities, he was quite impressive. Standing over 6 feet tall, he had a straight posture and was somewhat handsome. After 2 days of interaction, he seemed to handle situations well and was good at his job. He truly was a suitable candidate for a son-in-law during this time. Didn't his own mother look at Wu Aigua with shining eyes, completely forgetting about the deep grudge with the Wu family?
Han-ki.
How can you give a ride? A bicycle can only carry 2 people, Zhao Hohot asked with a smile. Her attitude today is completely different from yesterday's, when she seemed ready to fight anyone. Comrade Wu Aigua performed well. He came over last night to keep her company, and she slept soundly. This morning, he even insisted on taking them home. Let's just say, as long as the attitude isn't cold-hearted, who would still hold a grudge? Forgetting about reporting him is easy. From her mother's expression, it seems like yesterday's incident was just a minor issue. Nothing serious. Actually, when Han-ku said she wanted to report the Wu family, she just wanted to scare them a little and teach them a lesson. She wouldn't really go through with it. They're all from the same village, and her family still lives there. Why create such a big enemy? Wu Xiaoyan and her mother may not be the best people, but Secretary Wu is a good man who truly cares for the community. If he were replaced by someone less capable, it would only cause more problems for their family. However, if she just lets this go without saying anything, it would seem like anyone could bully her. Thinking about her reputation and the unfriendliness from some villagers, along with memories of kids throwing stones and spitting at her, makes Han-ku angry. So, she decided to use this incident with Wu Xiaoyan as a warning to others. For now, she will avoid arguing. She can't fight against so many people alone. Instead, she will teach them a lesson physically, so when they gossip about her, they will think twice about whether they can handle her. Han-ku doesn't yet realize that she has become quite famous. She has made a name for herself in one go. Zhao Hohot may not know that a bicycle can carry 2 people, but Han-ku does. One can sit on the front bar, while another sits behind. However, the thought of sitting on the front bar with Comrade Wu Aigua behind her is something she can't imagine. She would rather walk home. Wu Aigua also thought about it, feeling a bit embarrassed as he glanced at the girl next to him holding a bag. He noticed her injured face. The red medicine on her fair skin was striking. It looked painful, but strangely, it gave her unique beauty. Wu Aigua didn't know why he thought of her beauty in such a way, but it really suited her. Yesterday, he found an experienced traditional Chinese doctor who prescribed a remedy that was being prepared. This doctor used to be quite famous. The turmoil of recent years has caused the elderly man a lot of suffering. Traditional Chinese medicine has been suppressed, and he no longer dares to treat patients. He has only recently been rehabilitated. His children also do not want him to practice medicine anymore. Wu Aigua had to ask several people and use connections to get this prescription. He hopes it will be useful. Han-ku felt his gaze. What's the matter? She didn't have a good impression of Wu Aigwa. He couldn't tell right from wrong. It's not a bicycle. I borrowed a jeep from work, Wu Aigwa said.
Ah?
A car. Wow, I never thought I would get to ride in a car in my lifetime. Zhao Hohat's eyes lit up at the mention of the car. Seeing her mother act so surprised, Han Ku wanted to cover her face.
Mom.
Can we be a bit more composed? It seemed her parents needed to be spoiled a bit. Seeing more of the world would help them not be easily fooled. Mom, just wait. One day, I will drive you and Dad around in a car, and we can go wherever we want, Han Ku promised confidently. Wu Aigwa and Zhao Hohat laughed. No one took the girl's bold words seriously. As long as she was happy, that was enough. But Han Ku knew that it was 1975, and the reform and opening up were just a few years away. With the resources and production she had in her space, how hard could it be to buy a car? Who would she look down on? It was an old military green Jeep, and Han Ku helped Zhao Hohat into the car. Zhao Hohat curiously touched everything and exclaimed about various things. Han Ku felt a bit numb but let her be. This was just a sign of their past struggles. Looking at the patched clothes she and her mother wore, improving their living conditions was urgent. She was the top person in the Han family, yet still dressed like this, showing just how poor they were. It took over an hour to reach the village by horse cart, but with a car, they arrived in less than half an hour. They drove into Yangshigu right at noon, and the village children gathered around the car, curious about it. Many of these children had never left the village and had never seen a car. Even bicycles were a rarity. The adults in the village saw Zhao Hohat sticking her head out of the window, waving her hand to shoo away the children blocking the way. Quick, quick. Aigwa, your aunt and sister are getting out now. These kids don't understand. If they bump into the car, it will be a problem. Thank you, Aigwa. Come visit us sometime. You used to play with my family when you were little. Let's keep in touch. Daughter. Quickly thank Uncle Wu, Zhao Hohat said, her face beaming with joy, urging Han Ku to speak to Wu Aigwa. Han Ku wanted to close her eyes, her expression a bit twisted. I'm really being realistic. Just yesterday, I looked at my enemy like a stranger, and now I'm calling him patriot affectionately. It's like a mother-in-law growing fonder of her son-in-law. I felt goosebumps all over and my toes were almost breaking through my shoes. Zhao Hohat really thinks that way. The leader is still just a distant thought. What matters is what's right in front of me. Besides, my daughter's face was ruined by Wu Aigwa. Yes, it was Wu Aigwa who ruined it. If he's not responsible, then who is? Wu Xiaoyan? She has to take responsibility too. No one can escape. Anyway, Zhao Hohat is currently casting a wide net to catch more fish, and that's not a bad idea. Seeing the twisted expression on Han Ku's face, Wu Aigwa held back a laugh and coughed awkwardly. Ahem. My aunt is right. I played with Li Chun like we were brothers when we were young. I'll find some time to chat with him. He's not foolish. He understands Zhao Hohat's intentions. At 26, with a stable job, it's time for him to settle down. If Han Ku is willing, he would marry her. He has no objections to marrying Han Ku and plans to follow his heart. As for yesterday's thoughts about the leader not wanting to marry him, that's in the past. From today, he wants to compete fairly, and he is determined to succeed. In matters of marriage, friends can be polite, but not when it comes to marrying a wife. Even being like brothers doesn't apply here. Thinking of how she acted when she was angry the other day, this girl has a bit of a fierce side. Wu Aigwa smiled, feeling good about it. He needs to talk to Han Li Chun to rekindle their feelings and propose. After all, his sister offended someone, and he knows how much Han Li Chun cares for her. He saw Han Li Chun running to the village when he accompanied her to the hospital. Luckily, they didn't run into each other. Otherwise, Han Li Chun might have confronted him. Han Ku didn't know what to say, so she quickly pulled her mother away to escape. She couldn't embarrass herself any longer. She needed to have a good talk with her mother. She must make her mother realize that she, Han Ku, isn't that bad. Even without Wu Aigwa, she could marry a wealthy and handsome man. In the future, her husband would love her and pamper her, and she wouldn't have any worries. It's not that she lacks ideals or ambitions and needs to rely on a man to get married. Han Ku wants to marry, have children, and build a happy home. But who wants to marry someone who's not a good match? Who wants to marry into a family with poor conditions? Besides, she has her own advantages and isn't looking to marry just to help someone else. Yes, she's selfish and realistic. She wants to enjoy life, not suffer. Marrying a man means dealing with a tough life. You spend all day doing chores, cooking, working in the fields, having children, and taking care of animals. What's the point? Even if the man looks like a prince, it doesn't matter. So, when looking for a partner, Han is very picky. If she can't find a good one, she'd rather stay single. At least she won't suffer. She can take care of herself just fine. Her husband must be good-looking. If he can't produce good-looking children, that's a problem. He should also be wealthy. Her wealth is her own, and she won't settle for someone who just wants to live off her. He must be tall, at least 6 feet tall. These are her minimum standards for a partner, and she won't lower them. As for whether she deserves someone with such good qualities, that's a joke. In her eyes, no one is unworthy. If someone can't match her, it's their loss, not hers. She is just that confident. I am the queen, shining with confidence. The confident Queen Han received a warm welcome when she got home. Aunt, you're back. Aunt, I missed you. Aunt, does it still hurt? Let me blow on it. Aunt, this morning I got my revenge. I almost spat on Wu Xiaoyan. Next time, I'll aim better. A few little ones eagerly surrounded Han, asking after her well-being. Their grandfather said that since Aunt was hurt, they needed to cheer her up and not make her sad. So, they were extra warm and friendly to help her forget her troubles. Oh, these little ones are so adorable. Han felt warm inside. This is her home. There are people here who care about her. It feels so good to be back. Her older brother has 2 daughters and a son. The eldest is 9, the second is 7, and the youngest is just over 2. The 2 older girls usually take care of the little boy. Her second brother has 2 lively 7-year-old twins. All the kids are well-behaved, surrounding their aunt with kind words. Although the Han family is poor and Zhao Ho Hot can be difficult, she treats her grandchildren well. It's not about being equal. She focuses all her energy on her own daughter. The grandchildren have their own parents, so she doesn't worry about them. The kids are sensible, and the twins have a reliable father, so they haven't been too affected by Mi Chunhua. This makes life easier for the children at home. Other families' daughters don't have it as easy. Kids, come with Aunt. I have treats for you. Han Ke waved her little hand. Oh, Auntie is so nice. Auntie is so nice. I like Auntie. Brother, good. The younger son of the older brother spoke a bit clumsily, clapping his little hands and bouncing around, but stumbled and fell on his bottom. Han Ke cherished the little guy, who is chubby and cute, making her smile brightly. You're back, little sister. Wang Zhaodi came out from the kitchen, still wearing her apron, as she had been cooking lunch at home. How are you, little sister? What did the doctor say? And how is our mother? She scared everyone at home. Wang Zhaodi was quite concerned about her sister-in-law. Big sister, I'm fine. Wang Zhaodi carefully looked at Han Ke's face, noticing some red marks and scratches that were starting to scab. She hoped there wouldn't be any scars. Such a pretty face would be ruined. She knew how much her sister-in-law cared about her looks. Recently, only Mi Chunhua, that heartless person, was gloating over her misfortune. She didn't think about how it would affect their family if her sister-in-law's face was ruined. She wondered why there was such hatred towards her sister-in-law. At that moment, Zhao Ho Hot entered. She had just been outside bragging about coming back in a car. After boasting, she rushed inside, still holding a bag. Wang Zhaodi chatted with her mother-in-law for a bit before returning to cooking. Han Ke carried her bag into her room, with a few children following her. She placed the cloth bag on the table and opened it, while the children gathered around, peeking over the edge to see what was inside. Hey, daughter, what are you doing? Put that away. This is for your health. Zhao Ho Hot quickly followed her into the room and tried to stop Han Ke's hand. This spoiled child really didn't know how to manage money. Mom, I'm old enough to share. Besides, the kids are growing and need nutrition to be tall. Look at how thin they are. Just give each one a piece of candy to sweeten their mouths. Zhao Ho-hot was still reluctant. They needed several pieces of candy. There weren't many in that bag, and it wasn't a holiday to be eating sweets. Plus, this was all to make up for her daughter. Why should the kids have any? As for why her attitude towards Wu Aigua had changed so much, these gifts played a big part. Wu Aigua had bought enough to fill 2 bags. One bag had white rabbit milk candies for jars of canned food, 2 boxes of milk powder, 2 bags of sponge cake, and 2 bags of mung bean cake. Zhao Ho-hot's eyes widened when she saw all this.
Oh my.
How much did this cost? No one gave this much even during a wedding gift exchange. Zhao Ho-hot was distracted by these things, making her temporarily forget about settling scores with the Wu family. She spoke to Wu Aigua in a softer voice. Han Ke covered her face at that moment. It was understandable to gather things, but Mom, could you please be a bit more reserved? Don't act like someone who has never seen the world and is just trying to get a small benefit. Well, her mom was just an ordinary elderly woman from the countryside. She really needed to be more refined. Look at this, it's just a little bit of food, and she's completely lost her sense of direction. Mom, have you forgotten how you fainted? If adults are malnourished, what about the children? Look at these little faces, they are pale, and their necks are thin. If they don't eat well, they won't grow tall. Why is Wu Aigua so tall? None of my brothers are as tall as him. Isn't it because he eats well while we can't afford it? Don't you want your grandchildren to grow up strong and tall? If you want that, they need to eat well. Zhao Ho-hot pouted. Daughter, it's easy for you to say that. Am I unwilling to feed them? It's just that we don't have enough food. Our family has many people, and they are all young men. There's an old saying, young men can eat their parents out of house and home. A few years ago, there were even cases of starvation in the village. Our family hasn't lost a single person, and that's thanks to my careful budgeting. Zhao Ho-hot looked down at the eager children, then at the food on the table, and closed her eyes in pain, trying not to see it. I'll keep half of it, the other half you can do whatever you want with. I'm done worrying about it. Zhao Ho-hot took half and walked away, still a bit upset. She planned to lock the other half away for her eldest daughter to enjoy slowly. Han Ke smiled, knowing her mom had a tough exterior, but a soft heart. It was a big improvement for her mom to do this. She opened a bag of white rabbit candy and took out 5 pieces. Here, today, everyone gets 1 piece. If you behave well, there will be more tomorrow.
Thank you, Auntie.
Thanks, Grandma. The little one hugged Han Ke's leg, looking up at the candy in her hand. This child was 2 years old and had never had candy, so he didn't know what it was. But when his siblings put it in their mouths, he understood it was food. Saliva was already dripping from the corners of his mouth, and his little hands reached out to Han Ke. He was too short to reach it, and he was anxious. The little one jumped up and down in excitement. Han Ke picked him up and placed him on her lap, but didn't dare let him eat the candy by himself, as such a small child could easily choke. She broke the candy in half. 1 piece was too much for him. Holding out half of the candy, she let the little one lick it to taste. Good, sweet. The little one squinted his eyes in delight, grabbing Han Ke's hand with both of his little hands, eager to put the candy in his mouth. Wang Zhaodi was busy cooking when her daughter ran in. Mom, look, candy. Auntie gave it to us. You should try some. Daya held out the candy to her mother. Mom, you eat mine. Arya also came to her mother. Although Wang Zhaodi had given birth to 2 daughters, she never thought of them as a burden. The reason she wanted a son was due to old beliefs. Having a son was seen as a way to ensure support in old age, and without a son, there would be no one to mourn her when she passed away. Moreover, not having a son led to gossip and insults, which no woman could bear. Her own mother had given birth to 5 daughters and faced judgment from others, struggling under the pressure from her in-laws. Fortunately, she later had a son, which made life a bit easier. Her 2 daughters were both understanding and always thought of her. Mom, if you don't eat, we'll eat it ourselves. How could she take this good thing from the children? Mom, You take one half and I'll eat the other half. My aunt said that if we behave well, she'll give us more tomorrow. Daya insisted on sharing with her mother. Wang Zhaodi felt warm and a little bittersweet inside. Her sister-in-law had become more thoughtful. In the past, she would send all the good things to the youth commune, leaving her own children with nothing. Now she was willing to share with the kids, showing that she had truly come to understand. A sister-in-law like this was wonderful. Your aunt treats you well, so remember that. We can't be ungrateful. If anyone bullies your aunt, we must support her and not follow your second aunt's example, Wang Zhaodi said softly. She had been married into the Han family for 10 years and had been influenced by Zhao Hohat for just as long. There was no way around it. Zhao Hohat always talked about how to treat daughters well. She really said it every day, and this belief had become ingrained in the Han family's culture. It was hard to tell if Mi Chunhua was different or if the rest of the Han family was just unusual. The Wu family had been quite troubled lately, mainly because of Wu Xiaoyan, who showed no remorse or shame for her actions. Brother, I heard you bought a lot of things for that woman. Are you still my brother? She bullies me, and instead of standing up for me, you go and please her. Are you even brave? It makes me so mad. Tell me, do you like that awful person? Now that her face is ruined and she looks terrible, you still want her? That's just sad.
Mom, why don't you do something about this?
Wu Xiaoyan complained loudly as she saw her brother come home, criticizing him and calling out for Lu Cuifan. Wu Igua thought his sister deserved a harsher punishment. He shouldn't have stopped her from getting in trouble that day. Listen to her. She has no awareness of her mistakes and is still insulting others. What kind of education have their parents given them over the years? If he were in charge of soldiers, they would have been dealt with long ago. Maybe he should make her run 5,000 meters as punishment? If a 5,000-meter run isn't good enough, then just run a few more 5,000 meters. Wu Igua squinted, making plans in his mind. He didn't believe this stubborn girl would not be afraid. You little brat, how dare you act tough? If it weren't for your brother, you would have been taken away long ago. Do you know you're breaking the law?
Huh.
Do you know? You're still in middle school. Where did all that studying go? Did it go to waste? Wu Zhishu was furious. He had been anxious and unable to sleep well these past few nights. This situation could escalate quickly. If he could calm things down, it would be over, but if not, this troublemaker would face serious consequences. A young girl, even if she didn't end up in prison, would have her life ruined if she got taken away. She didn't seem to realize the seriousness of her actions. How could she blame her brother? It was truly heartless. In anger, Wu Zhishu picked up a feather duster and swung it at Wu Xiaoyan. Wu Xiaoyan, strong-willed, ducked to avoid the duster but refused to back down verbally. Why should the police take me? She started it. She hit me first, and the villagers saw it. They can all testify for me. If she hits me, can I defend myself? I did nothing wrong. You might as well just hit me to death. Wu Zhishu was out of breath with anger. When did this child become like this? You brought this on yourself. What did you say to her that made her hit you? You're my daughter. Don't you know what that means? You usually act like a spoiled girl, being tough in the village, always causing trouble. If you weren't my daughter, who would you be?
Just think about it.
The more he spoke, the angrier he got, swinging the feather duster at Wu Xiaoyan. This was no small matter. Zhao Hohat was not just anyone. She was known in the village for being difficult. The Han family treated their daughter like a treasure, and they wouldn't let this go easily. If they didn't take the initiative, they would be forced to react. Did they want to wait for trouble to come knocking? Oh my goodness, what's going on? Why are you two arguing again? Life is getting unbearable. Lu Cuifan, who was cooking, heard her daughter calling her and rushed in to see what was happening, only to find the two of them fighting again. How many times had they argued over that issue with the Han family? She rushed in and took the feather duster from Wu Zhishu's hands. Stop hitting her. How will hitting her solve the problem with the Han family? It's all your fault for spoiling her, Wu Zhishu shouted, pulling his arm back forcefully.
What?
Did I raise her alone? Eldest, are you home? Why aren't you stopping your father? Lu Tsuefin was very unhappy to see her son watching from the side. Isn't there any sibling affection? Don't stop her. She deserves a good lesson. I think she hasn't been punished enough, Wu Igwa said with a stern face. He had been in the army for 10 years and didn't understand the family situation. He had just returned home a few days ago, and everything was chaotic. He also noticed that his mother and sister were not like other women. They were unreasonable, showy, loved to brag, and would argue even when they were wrong. He felt these observations were accurate. When he went to the army, his little sister was only 8 or 9 years old, a nice child. But after he returned, she had changed completely. His father was right. His sister had been spoiled by their mother, turning her into a difficult and sharp-tongued person. If she wasn't educated properly, she would cause bigger problems in the future. Can you talk things out? Why does it have to come to fighting, especially over someone else? Look at the chaos in the house because of that girl from the Han family, Lu Tsuefin said angrily as she sat on the edge of the bed. Mom, Dad doesn't care about me at all. Dad, you only know I'm unhappy with that girl, but why don't you ask me why I chose her? It's not like I'm just looking for trouble, Wu Xiaoyan said, still defiant.
Why?
Because she took my person. Wu Xiaoyan had never dared to tell her father about her crush on her brother's comrade, but now that her father was blaming her, she wouldn't take it quietly. Wu Jishu was confused. What did she take from you?
Say that again.
Lu Tsuefin shot Wu Xiaoyan a glance, feeling that this secret couldn't be kept any longer. She decided to speak up. After all, her daughter was a young woman, and she didn't want her to be looked down upon. It's about that comrade of Igwa, Captain Mo. He's quite a handsome young man. He's doing well at work and has a bright future. I heard he's being promoted to deputy captain this time. For someone like him to marry a girl from the Han family would be a waste. She doesn't deserve him. Our daughter liked him first. Even though we're from the countryside, you're a village leader, and our son has a good job now. Our daughter has graduated from middle school and isn't unattractive. It's a good match. You're talking nonsense. Wu Lazy shouted, startling Lu Tsuefin into closing her eyes. What did I say wrong? I'm also thinking about the girl from the Han family. Even if she were to marry him, do you think her life would be easy? Would her in-laws treat her well? A forced marriage is never sweet. If she marries a man who doesn't appreciate her and her in-laws look down on her, she will regret it one day. Why not find someone who is a good match? I was thinking, our daughter did scratch that person's face. If not, I can take care of her marriage myself. I promise to find her a good husband. Isn't that fair to the Han family? Igwa bought so many things today, but he has never shown this kind of respect to me, his mother. What did I say? Mom, isn't our house my way of showing respect to you? Wu Igwa felt disheartened. After 10 years in the army, he had sent most of his allowance home. Otherwise, how could his family be in such good spirits? His years of hard work seemed unappreciated by his mother. How can you say that? Igwa is just cleaning up after your daughter. She causes trouble and can't handle it. You've raised her to be like this. Wu Lazy saw his son's change in expression and silently cursed Lu Tsuefin for being foolish. Why bring up the son when talking about the daughter? What do you mean by my raising her like this? Haven't you spoiled her? Unfortunately, Lu Tsuefin was too stubborn to see the situation clearly. With only 2 children in the family, and the daughter being the only one present, Wu Lazy had indeed spoiled her. It wasn't fair to blame just her. She wasn't the only one responsible. Wu Lazy held his head in pain, regretting not teaching his children better. Don't argue among yourselves. Think about what to do about the Han family. If they want to file a complaint, they can still take action now. Do whatever you want. I'm done with this. Wu Zishu threw the feather duster onto the bed, splashing cold water on the confused mother and daughter. Wu Igwa was now in public security and technically, he could handle this matter. However, if the people don't complain, the authorities won't act. The Han family hadn't filed a complaint yet. He couldn't just arrest his own sister, could he? Besides, this could be settled privately. The mother and daughter finally calmed down. So, what should we do, big brother? You understand this, but your father and I don't. Lu Tsuefin was stunned. Was this not over yet? Didn't they send so many gifts? Why was it still unresolved? Wu Xiaoyan also felt defeated. It was clearly a fight between two people. Why was she the only one at fault? Didn't we give them gifts? Why do they still want to complain? Was that all for nothing? Those gifts were just an apology. If we don't sincerely apologize, do you think you can sit comfortably here? Dad, you need to sincerely apologize to my mother tonight. Wu Xiaoyan, you should go too. You caused the trouble, so you must show sincerity. Admit your mistakes and ask for their forgiveness. Dad, we can't go empty-handed. We need to make a real effort this time. Wu Aigua directly told his father that it was tiring to talk to those two women. As for you saying that Han is not good enough, if Xiaoyan can match him, then don't say anything that would make people laugh. The Mo family status is not something we can reach. They wouldn't even look at you, so don't hold on to that hope. Also, if Han's daughter really is not attractive, I will marry her willingly, no pressure. I'm going back to work now, and won't be back tonight. Wu Aigua dropped a few heavy statements and left. His face was hot, and he walked away as if he were escaping. It didn't matter how chaotic things got at home after he left. Mom, see? I wasn't wrong, right? He's interested in that woman, no, that ugly person. Shut up, or you'll get in trouble.
Xiaoyan.
Let's wait until the Han family matter is settled before we talk. Han didn't know that Wu Xiaoyan was causing a fuss over a man. She had forgotten why she had trouble with her the other day. In truth, she didn't care. As for being a lifesaver, that was her mother's opinion, not hers. For her, being devoted depended on looks. If someone was not attractive, then they would repay the kindness in the next life. If they were good-looking, then they should repay with devotion. It's said that the Chinese language is rich and profound, and it can be used flexibly. She was currently carrying a basket up the back mountain. Today, the food was better. Her sister-in-law said she would make up for it. Instead of the usual coarse bread, she made corn husk porridge with red beans, saying red beans are good for blood. To be honest, she really liked this porridge. It was sweet and sticky, and she even had a bowl with pickled vegetables. But it was sad that they were so poor that they treated corn husks as a supplement. She ate her meal absent-mindedly, her mind elsewhere, thinking about how to find an excuse to take out the things from her space without drawing attention. So, in the afternoon, she planned to go up the mountain to find something suitable for the season, using that as an excuse to take things from her space. She had only lived for 20 years in her past life, still a university student, and she didn't study agriculture. Growing up in the city, she had no idea what grew in rural areas during different seasons. Potatoes and sweet potatoes should be available in the fall, right? If not, she could check her books in the space. She was worried about the end of the world cutting off her knowledge, so she bought many books and downloaded a lot of information on her computer. Whenever she didn't understand something, she would read and research. As she walked, she was lost in her thoughts. The sound of rushing water brought her back to reality. Not far away was a river, its water shimmering brightly. Wasn't this the river she had jumped into to end her life? The river actually started in the mountains and flowed through their village. The people of the village had relied on this river for generations. She looked back at the village and then at the river. Where there was water, there were fish, right? She remembered her brothers catching fish. However, catching fish was difficult. The water was deep and had even drowned people before. To catch fish, one needed to know how to swim, which was too much trouble, so no one usually bothered. Only around the New Year did the village organize ice fishing, where everyone would catch fish to share for the celebrations. Hanka looked around. This place was good, far from the village where no one could see her. She could take some fish home. Fish meat was still meat. She set down the basket behind her, took out a small bottle from her space, filled it with spring water, and then placed it back in the basket. She tied the basket with a rope and slowly lowered it into the river. Just a few moments later, Han-ku was startled to see a large group of fish swimming towards her. In an instant, the fish seemed to be fighting to get into the basket. Han-ku pulled the basket up with all her strength and transferred the fish into a basin she had prepared in her space. Then she lowered the basket again, repeating this 5 times until the basins were full. Before she traveled, She had bought plenty of supplies, including chickens and ducks, but there were no pigs or fish in her space. She found pigs too smelly and had no place to keep fish. Today, however, she was lucky to be by the river. After half an hour, feeling satisfied, Hanku thought she wouldn't need to go to the back mountain. She took some potatoes and yams from her space and added them to the basket. She also selected a few fish from the basin, making sure they were not too big or all the same size. In the end, she chose 4 larger ones and a few smaller ones, already planning her menu in her mind. As for how she caught the fish, she had her reasons ready. Whether people believed her or not, she would just say she was lucky. What? Why were there other creatures? While she was picking fish, some snakes crawled out of the basin, startling her. She is most afraid of soft-bodied animals, so she quickly tossed the snakes out of the space and into the river. Later, a few small crayfish crawled out of the basin. It's September now, and while there are crayfish, they aren't very fat, but it's still a nice surprise. She checked several basins and found dozens of them to throw into the river, along with many river shrimp and small crabs. The biggest surprise was finding quite a few small crayfish. She already thought of the dinner menu for tonight. Hanko happily turned around, deciding not to go into the mountains today. From a distance, she looked at her yard and thought the location of her home was nice. It's not in the middle of the village, but on the edge, so she doesn't have to worry about the smell of cooking spreading throughout the village. However, her family has her older brother who is in the military, which serves as a good shield. No matter what they eat, she can say it was bought with money and tickets he sent back. Her brother, Han Lidong, is far away, and she feels lucky to have him. The Han family's house has a southern wall made of bricks, while the sides and back are made of yellow earth bricks, which is called a mud brick house. It can't compare to the brick houses of the village leader and her uncle, but it's considered good compared to others. The main house faces south with 4 rooms, plus a few extra rooms, making it quite crowded for their family of over 10. The front and backyards are quite large and separated by a good distance. In the back of their house, she can see rows of large cabbages growing, along with 2 pigs lying in the sun in the pig pen. These cabbages are used for pickling, as in winter, there isn't much to eat in northeast China, relying mainly on cabbage, pickled vegetables, potatoes, sweet potatoes, and radishes. The chickens in the front yard are not free-range like others. Her mother is afraid they will get lost, or worse, that someone might secretly eat them. Her older brother made a small fence for the chickens with willow branches, and there's a chicken coop made of earth. Every morning, her mother catches the chickens to check for eggs. At that time, they were only allowed to keep 3 chickens, and eggs were precious. The younger kids had to cut grass to feed the pigs and catch bugs for the chickens. The eggs laid by the chickens were boiled every few days for the original owner, while the kids rarely got to eat them. They saved the eggs to trade for oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. Only when someone in the family was sick could they enjoy the privilege of eating eggs, and even then it was only a maximum of 2. Han-ku also raised chickens in her space, but she wasn't sure how to make excuses to take the eggs out. She always found a way. In the distance, she saw Dia carrying a small bundle on her back and holding a basket, also heading home. At just 9 years old, the little girl was already bent over from the weight. This age is perfect for starting school. It's time for the child to begin her education. The current problem is, why can't pigweed grow a bit in our yard? Why do the kids have to search all over the place? It's such a hassle, but she can solve it. Auntie, where have you been? Arya spotted Han-ku, and her eyes lit up. Little aunt, are you tired? Grandma said you got hurt and need to rest, Dia said, worried about her aunt. Brain, public. Candy, Xiao Xuanzi said, reaching out for Han-ku with his little hand from behind Dia, drooling as he remembered the taste of candy. Tomorrow, we already ate today. Arya, look what's in this basket. Han-ku placed the basket on the ground. The 2 kids peered into the basket. Annie, why are there so many good things? Shoo, be quiet. Don't let anyone hear. Tonight, I'll make you something delicious. Xiao Xuanzi thought it was fun and mimicked her. Shoo, I hear. The curious kids leaned over the basket to look inside. Wow, fish, it's fish. Yam? Crab? Shrimp? The kids' eyes widened in excitement. Auntie, is that a crayfish? Dahu pointed at the small creature.
Ah,
Is this thing called a crayfish? Han-ku genuinely didn't know it was called that in the Northeast. Who cares what it's called? It's just this thing. I'll cook it for you tonight. The kids looked at their aunt curiously. Annie, isn't this for feeding chickens? It doesn't taste good at all. It's so fishy. Feed chickens? Oh no, what a waste. Just wait. I'll cook it for you. It'll definitely taste good and won't be fishy. Han-ku carried the basket into the kitchen. She found a bucket, poured the crayfish inside, added water, and took some salt from her space to sprinkle in, letting the crayfish clean out the mud. She also found some snails to soak in a bowl of water, planning to catch more tomorrow to have enough for a dish. As for the small crabs and freshwater shrimp, she soaked them to clean out the mud too, saving them for tomorrow, then poured the fish into a large basin. She turned and went into her mother's room, found the key under the bedding, and went back to the kitchen to open the cupboard. She took out a few bowls of mixed grain flour. With the kitchen door blocking her, she added a little white flour from her space to the mixed flour, then used yeast to let it rise. Mixed grain buns are really hard to eat, rough and tough, so she planned to make steamed buns instead. Soft and fluffy steamed buns are delicious and easy to eat. Think about how you took a little bit of white sugar from the pantry and sprinkled it in the flour, not daring to use too much for fear of your mother asking, since there was no white sugar at home. The brown sugar bought by Wu Igua was locked in your mother's cabinet, and no one in the family was sick, so it wasn't needed. With all the ingredients ready, you started kneading the dough. Once the dough was well mixed, you covered it and placed it on the stove to rise. Everything was set, and you planned to start cooking before the family returned home. Looking at the sky, it was around 3 o'clock, still early.
Daya, Adia, Dahu, Shaohu.
You all take your aunt to see where to gather pig grass. Your actions in the kitchen left the kids in awe. They were sure their aunt would get scolded by their grandmother for not managing things well. Seeing how their aunt wanted to eat all that fish made them excited. But thinking about having meat to eat made them forget about the scolding, and they were drooling.
Great.
Dia picked up Xiao Xuanzi and climbed into the basket. Han-ku felt uneasy. As an adult, it wasn't right for a child to carry another child. How about we let Arya and Dahu stay at home with him, and you take me to gather pig grass? Han-ku thought having such a small child around would slow them down.
Huh?
Gather pig grass? The kids looked confused at Han-ku. Yes. We'll dig up whole plants to grow vegetables near our home, so you won't have to go far anymore. You can pick them right outside your door, Han-ku planned.
Ah.
Okay, but I wonder if they will survive. Dia thought their aunt was clever, but would they live? They will survive, Han-ku assured. With a little magic water, they wouldn't die. The 3 kids stayed to watch Xiao Xuanzi while Han-ku took Dia with her. It wasn't far. There was some at the village entrance. In fact, pig grass was everywhere, and the village kids picked it all the time. Wow, that's a big one. Han-ku measured it, wondering how long it would take to dig it up. Without tools, she used a kitchen knife to dig at the roots of the pig grass. She didn't need to dig up the whole root, just a bit would do. She cut off the rest. Dia thought it was even less reliable. Without the root, wouldn't it die? But she didn't dare to say anything. Han-ku knew that with a bit of root, watering it with magic water would keep it alive. After digging up 2 more plants, she dragged 2 herself, while Dia carried 1 back home to plant outside the backyard wall. Her family's wall was made of yellow earth, and over time, some parts had crumbled. The wall wasn't very tall, and Han-ku could see into the yard by standing on her tiptoes. After finishing planting, Han-ku went home and filled half a bucket with water from the tank. On the way, she added a few drops of spring water to the bucket. She watered both pigweed plants, satisfied with her work, and said, "Tomorrow you can pick them at home. I will dig up a few more." She didn't really know what pigweed looked like, so the children had taken her to see it. Now that she knew, she would go dig it herself tomorrow. There were enough plants along the back wall to grow over 20. Yes, Anne is right. In fact, Day thought that by tomorrow morning, Aunt would realize these 2 plants wouldn't survive. After a bit of fussing around, it was getting late, so Han-ku rolled up her sleeves to cook. Day, go to the backyard and help your little aunt cut some chives. We'll stir-fry them for dinner. Be careful not to cut yourself. Okay. Day took a basket and went to the backyard to cut chives. In the countryside, girls around 8 or 9 years old are already like little adults. They can feed pigs, take care of chickens, cook, and do laundry. Day was fortunate to be born into the Han family, so cutting chives was easy for her. Han-ko prepared the fish, 4 large ones for braising and 5 small ones for soup, marinating them with green onions and ginger. After leaving the kitchen, she noticed dried peppers and garlic hanging on the walls by the kitchen door. These were hung by her sisters-in-law and her mother, and the peppers and garlic were braided together, looking quite nice. She initially thought about using the peppers to make spicy crayfish, but then decided against it since the family needed to eat well and spicy food wasn't suitable. Han-ko picked a few heads of garlic. Garlic butter crayfish would also be delicious. Who can start the fire? Whoever can help Aunt start the fire, and is cooking crayfish now. I can do it, I can. Who raised his hand. Earlier, when she was planting pigweed, she had already taught the 2 children how to cut off the shrimp heads and remove the veins. Now the children had cut off the shrimp heads, and they didn't waste the discarded parts. Who threw them into the chicken coop. They were truly good kids who knew how to manage things well. Then who will start the fire, and who will peel the garlic. Today we'll make garlic crayfish and garlic crayfish soup. It will definitely be delicious. Who happily peeled the garlic, while who carried firewood, and Day returned with the chives. Arya wanted to help with little Schwanzi but was getting anxious, almost crying. Aunt, what can I do? I can do anything. Just take care of your little brother. If he causes trouble, Aunt won't be able to do anything. Arya felt a heavy responsibility and immediately stopped feeling wronged. To make garlic crayfish, you first need to fry the garlic sauce. The aroma of garlic is strong and flavorful. If you wonder why she could cook well, it's because her family ran a hotel in her past life. Her dad and mom own 2 big hotels, which are quite well known locally. They may not be a wealthy family, but they are better off than many others. The villa in her space is a school district house her dad bought for her near her university. When she turned 18, her parents had an accident, and her family's business was taken away by her grandmother with the help of her uncle. The school district house is located at her school. Otherwise, her grandmother would have found excuses to take it away long ago. Because her family runs hotels, their chef is very skilled, and she loves to eat. Since she didn't live on campus during college, she had to cook for herself every day, learning many dishes from their chef. She also watched a lot of cooking videos online. She never compromises on food, so her cooking skills improved because she enjoys good food. Han-ko underestimated the garlic aroma, which wafted out into the yard. It floated on the breeze, reaching far away.
Whose house is that?
What delicious food are they making? It smells so good. Manhwa swallowed hard. What does it matter to you what they are eating? Zhao Hohat shot her a glare. She wasn't targeting her daughter-in-law specifically. It was just that Manhwa had been lazy again that afternoon. She had made 5 trips to the bathroom, which was quite unusual. Was she feeling unwell? After being scolded by the team leader again, she felt embarrassed. Mom, it really does smell amazing. I've never smelled anything like it. It's even better than the state-run restaurant, said the 3rd son, Han Lichio, swallowing again and adjusting his pants. He wasn't full and had lost some weight recently, making his pants loose. Hey, that aroma is definitely from the Han family, someone walking ahead called back to Zhao Hohat. Stop talking nonsense. The cooks are all right here, Zhao Hohat replied. Why don't you believe it? Just walk a bit further and you'll see that the smell is coming from your house. The Han family quickened their pace. If the aroma really was from their house, what could that mean? They hadn't thought about Han-ko. She had hardly cooked at all while growing up. As they got closer to home, the smell became unmistakable. In the yard, several kids were eating something. Since the kids helped with cooking, Han-ko was almost done. Little Schwanzi was so tempted that he started crying. Han-ko had no choice but to give him 2 garlic shrimp. Little Schwanzi was too young to eat that, so she went back to her room and brought out 5 pieces of egg cake, giving each child 1. Today, the children did well, and helped with chores at home, so they received a reward. The kids were very happy. One held a piece of cake, while Han-ku served 8 small crayfish on a plate. The older kids were in the yard eating cake and crayfish when the adults returned home. The adults were surprised. Zhao Hohat quickly closed the front door to block the view from outside. "Come on, everyone, let's go inside," she urged the kids. Wang Zhaodi saw her son nibbling on the cake and picked him up. "This is from your aunt. Did you thank her properly?" The little boy nodded, "Thank you." Wang Zhaodi felt mixed emotions. In the past, her sister-in-law would chase after men and never shared her treats with the kids. Now, it seemed like she had changed and was willing to share her food with them, which made Wang Zhaodi feel grateful. "Mom, you're bad. You took such a big bite," shouted Eru, because my Manhwa had seen her son eating the cake and, feeling tempted, bit a huge piece from his hand. This bite took away 2/3 of the cake, and Eru immediately started crying. Zhao Lixia usually had a good temper, but his wife was making him lose his patience. "Are you serious? You're stealing from a child?" he said, pointing at my Manhwa, unsure of what to say. His face was already red from the sun, and now it was even redder from anger. "I'm his mother. What's wrong with taking a bite? Isn't it natural for a son to share with his mother?"
Dau comer.
"I can't just eat from Eru. I need to eat from you too," my Manhwa replied confidently. Dahu, being obedient, took a big bite himself and handed the rest to his mother, saying, "It's all for you," before running off to the kitchen. There were more delicious things there, and he wanted to save room for them. My Manhwa ignored Han Lixia's angry glare and quickly stuffed the cake into her mouth, looking as if she was afraid someone would take it from her. She finished it in one bite and even licked her fingers. Li Wan turned away in disgust, seeing her hands were dirty from working all afternoon and then licking them. She felt nauseous. When Han-ku brought in the fish soup, the family had already crowded into the kitchen. They stared at the table full of dishes, completely forgetting to ask about the younger sister's injury, their attention captured by the feast before them. Zhao Hohat felt dizzy. A large bowl of steamed rice cakes was steaming on the table, and it looked like a lot of food. There was also a bowl of braised fish, a bowl of fish soup, and a big plate of stir-fried chives, all giving off delicious aromas. What was that red dish? The particularly fragrant smell was coming from that bright red food. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be crayfish. Han-ku made 3 dishes and a soup tonight, all served in big bowls. Wow, these dishes looked impressive. People in the village don't eat like this at weddings or even during the New Year. Where did all this come from? Han Liqiu, the 3rd son, was amazed, his eyes wide and his mouth watering. I know. Uncle, these were all caught by my aunt." Eru raised his hand like he was presenting a treasure, his eyes filled with tears. At that moment, he forgot that his mother had taken his food.
"What?
"You went to the river? Just a few days ago you." Zhao Hohat looked at the fish on the table and quickly understood. Her daughter must have gone to the river to catch the fish. She wanted to mention that her daughter had jumped into the river a few days ago but held back, not wanting to upset her daughter. She raised her hand to scold her daughter, but then lowered it. She raised her hand again, wanting to give her a little lesson, but couldn't bring herself to do it. Gritting her teeth, she said, "From now on, stay away from the river."
Mom,
"It's not that serious. Don't I wash clothes?"
I'm tired.
"Hurry up and wash your hands so we can eat," Han-ku said, placing her chopsticks on the table. What else was there to say? They could talk after eating. Who would complain when delicious food was in front of them? After everyone washed their hands, the whole family gathered around the round table. The Han family was doing well in the village, with a separate cooking area and a big round table. Han-ku's father and several brothers were skilled carpenters, so all the cabinets, tables, and chairs in the house were made by them. With everyone gathered around the table, they waited for Han Taiju, the head of the family, to give the signal to start eating. "Little sister, you caught this fish? What a tall tale. How could you catch fish when others can't? Besides, you can't even swim. The river is deep, and even the men are afraid to go in. Manhwa didn't believe for a second that Han-ka caught the fish because she couldn't swim at all. She thought her sister-in-law might have flirted with some guy who helped her catch the fish. But the sister-in-law's face was so ugly from the red medicine that she couldn't believe it was her doing. Wang Zhaodi, usually so composed, rolled her eyes. Why do you have to say something when no one else does? You'll probably get scolded by the mother-in-law again. Why do you have to speak so carelessly? Sure enough, the mother-in-law said, What? It was my daughter who caught it. If you don't want to eat, just leave and let someone else have it. You can't silence your mouth even if you don't eat. Han-ka smiled slightly. Let me ask, why can I catch fish when others can't? Because I have good luck. I'm blessed, right? Isn't that frustrating? Hearing this, the usually quiet third sister-in-law, Li Wan, couldn't help but laugh, biting her lip and looking down to avoid attention. Under the table, a man's large hand grasped hers, and she shot a discreet glare at Han Liqiu. Manhwa was so upset with the mother and daughter that her face turned pale. Who isn't eating?
Who said they wouldn't eat?
If it's there, why not eat it? She held her chest and took a deep breath, not daring to say anything. All right, everyone stop talking and let's eat. Han Dad commanded, and everyone quickly picked up their chopsticks and went for the braised fish. Everyone focused on the table full of dishes, eagerly swallowing. The fish Han-ka caught were wild Crucian carp, much tastier than the farmed ones from her past life. The reddish-brown fish looked appealing with green onions sprinkled on top, making it very appetizing.
Oh my.
How long has it been since I had meat? It's not that river fish can't be caught, but they are hard to catch because the river is quite deep and the current is strong. During their free time, the brothers had tried fishing, but the catch was minimal. Plus, when busy, they had to earn work points and didn't have time to fish. Little Schwanzi was so eager in his mother's arms, bouncing up and down, calling out in a sweet voice, Fish, fish, mama, fish. Wang Zhaodi felt shy to be the first to grab the chopsticks, but when the old man did, she quickly picked a piece of fish from the belly and carefully fed it to the child. The little one squinted his eyes in delight at the taste of the fish. Everyone eagerly reached for the bowl of fish. Delicious. Little sister, how did you make this? It's not fishy at all, said the eldest brother, Han Liqiu, his eyes lighting up after a bite. It's nothing special, just pan-fried the fish on low heat until both sides are golden. This way, it's not fishy and tastes great. The kids helped out today, so everyone should eat more, Han-ka said as she placed the deboned fish meat into little Schwanzi's bowl. The little one was impatient, feeling that his mother was too slow. He grabbed her hand, urging her to feed him faster, with drool dripping down his chin. The other children were older and could feed themselves. My goodness, how much oil did you use to fry the fish to make it so golden? How much soy sauce did you use? Zhao Hohot said, clutching her chest in distress. The bottle of soy sauce at home was from last year's New Year, and after half a year, there was still half a bottle left. At this rate, would they even have enough for the fish? Only the old man and his daughter knew where the key to the kitchen was. They couldn't let this child into the kitchen in the future. It would waste too much food. With this kind of eating, they wouldn't be able to manage. Han-ka felt a bit guilty as she touched her nose. In fact, she had only used half of the soy sauce at home. The rest came from the space, which tasted much better. Otherwise, how could it be so flavorful? But if her mother saw the half bottle of soy sauce, would she faint from worry? Ho-hot, hurry up and eat. We can talk after you're done, Han Taizhu said, noticing his wife was complaining. He felt sorry for Zhao Guizhi for eating slowly and didn't see the other children, who were all busy eating. He quickly served his wife a piece of fish, fearing it would be gone if he delayed. The 4 fish were quickly devoured, with even the soup being soaked up with rice cakes. Then everyone started drinking the fish soup, which had yam in it. The soup was delicious, and the yam was soft and tasty. However, Zhao Hohot was thinking that the yam was dug up by her daughter, and she needed to remind her after the meal not to go up the mountain anymore. The children had tasted the flavor of crayfish, so they rushed towards it, showing little interest in the fish soup. I want to see what this crayfish tastes like. It smells so good, said Zhao Lixia, picking one up and tasting it. His eyes lit up instantly. He didn't say it was good or bad. He just kept eating one after another. The others quickly realized how tasty it was and reached out to grab some. Oh my! I never knew crayfish could be this delicious. What a waste to have fed them to the chickens before. Little sister, you should go catch some more when you can. They're free and tasty, Mi Chunhwa said while eating. If you want to eat, go catch them yourself. Don't boss my little sister around, Han Lixia said, noticing his mother's expression darkening. He shot a glare at Mi Chunhwa. Why did she have to say that?
Han Kei said to herself.
She wanted to improve the family's meals and living conditions, but she didn't want Mi Chunhwa to benefit from it. However, they were all family eating from the same pot, so how could she separate it? Han Ke felt very unwilling about this and held a grudge. Fortunately, she didn't add any special ingredients to the meal today, otherwise, she would have felt even more cheated. As for how to use those special ingredients in the future, she would give them to others but not to Mi Chunhwa. Mom, this steamed cake is much better than the pancakes and bread. Let's make steamed cake from now on. Wang Xiaodi noticed the tense atmosphere as Mi Chunhwa was provoking her sister-in-law again, and their mother-in-law was about to get angry. She quickly tried to ease the situation. Zhao Hohot, on the edge of anger, was indeed distracted. It's delicious, not worse than the egg cake.
Just don't make it again.
Everyone was confused. What did she mean by saying it was good but not to make it again? If it was good, why not continue making it? Zhao Hohot had eaten several pieces herself, losing track of how much she had consumed. She thought it was so tasty and went well with rice, but it felt wasteful. The delicious dishes made her forget that she was the one who divided the meals for everyone. She shot a glare at Mi Chunhwa, feeling that this woman was taking advantage of her. After what Mi Chunhwa had done, she should have been kicked out and not allowed to eat at all. This was made by her own daughter, and Mi Chunhwa didn't deserve any. But there was always tomorrow. She would see how to deal with this troublemaker. The whole family, both adults and children, were eating quickly, afraid they wouldn't get enough. The 3 dishes and soup were devoured in no time, leaving even the plate of chives completely empty. After the meal, several sisters-in-law began to clear the dishes. Third brother Han Lichio rubbed his stomach and said, "Little sister, how did you catch the fish? I need some oil in my belly to work." His comment caught everyone's attention, and they looked at Han Ku with curiosity about how she had caught the fish. After all, the fish in the river were hard to catch. Without a net, one could only catch 1 or 2 at a time. It was impossible to catch them in large numbers without getting reported. Usually, if someone caught 1 or 2 fish, no one cared, but large-scale fishing was a problem because it was against the rules. I was just passing by the river when I had a sudden idea. I put the basket in the water, and the fish swam right into it. Then I just pulled it up. And there it was. Han Ku said casually, as if telling a story. Everyone was silent, thinking, "Little sister, are you joking?
You can't fool us like that."
Han Ku smiled and shrugged, saying, "There's nothing I can do. I'm just lucky." No one believed her. Luck couldn't be that good. It was like a fish jumping onto the shore for her to pick up. But saying that the little sister went into the river was even more absurd because everyone knew Han Ku couldn't swim. All right, that part is over. Everyone was still savoring the taste in their mouths. When did the little sister learn to cook? Mi Chunhwa pressed on. I didn't used to cook because I was too lazy to do it. Do you have a problem with that? Han Ku boldly admitted her laziness. What could Mi Chunhwa say? With one sentence, she left Mi Chunhwa speechless. Only someone as bold as her would admit to being lazy. It was all that old woman's fault for spoiling her. She felt several piercing gazes and dared not say another word. Mi Chunhwa was upset, her face long. But who in the family cared? Everyone had worked all day and was ready to wash up and sleep. The autumn harvest season was exhausting. Usually after dinner, they could stroll around the village and chat. Wait, don't leave yet. I have something to discuss with you all. Let's have a family meeting. Han Ku quickly called out as her brothers and sisters-in-law were about to leave. Zhao Hohot slammed the table. Everyone sit down, be quiet, and listen to your little sister. Everyone obediently sat down, looking at Han Ku with blank expressions. Only Mi Chunhua rolled her eyes, thinking her sister-in-law was up to something again. Han Ku cleared her throat and said, I want to talk about 3 things. This afternoon, I dug up some pigweed and planted it by the wall in our backyard. Why did you dig that up, girl? Pigweed is everywhere, Zhao Hohat asked, confused. Everyone else was equally puzzled, wondering why she would plant that. Yes, it's everywhere, but every day the kids have to run far from home to pick some. It's such a waste of time. We have a big empty space behind our wall. If I plant the pigweed there, they can pick it any time, saving time and effort. Why make the kids run so far? That's true. What the little sister said makes sense. Wang Xiaodi agreed enthusiastically. How did she not think of that? The little sister must have read a lot and has good ideas. That makes sense. Tomorrow, when Dad goes to the field, he can dig up a few more and bring them back in the evening, Han Taizhu said, slapping his thigh. There really is an empty space behind our wall. If we plant a row there, it will be enough for our 2 pigs, Han Lichuan, the eldest brother, nodded in agreement. Sister, what about the second thing? Since the first task was completed, it didn't seem like a big deal, so brother Han Lixia asked what the second task was. The second thing is that Dad and a few brothers will have to work hard, Han Ke said, clapping her hands. Work hard for what? Just tell us, daughter. Han Taizhu was a doting father and never minded doing anything for his daughter. Han Ke took out a piece of paper from her pocket, which she had drawn during a break while cooking in the afternoon. She unfolded the paper and placed it on the table. This is my drawing. You all need to make it. The brothers leaned over to see what was drawn. Han Ke had used sketching techniques, so it was easy to tell what it was. Sister, is this a box? Asked the second brother, Han Lixia. Yes, this box has 3 layers. It's a planting box. I was thinking in winter, there isn't much to eat, just the same few vegetables. If we could grow vegetables in winter, we could not only eat them ourselves but also trade them for rice and oil. Maybe even for eggs. We should focus on fast-growing vegetables like leeks, small greens, spinach, garlic sprouts, bok choy, and lettuce. These grow quickly and can be ready to eat in a month or so. With my Kunhua around, she didn't dare mention selling vegetables. That was something her parents and brothers would have to figure out. Then Han Ku pointed to the kitchen, which was over 20 square meters. How big is our kitchen? Over 20 square meters. We can fit a table, a stove, and some firewood, and the rest of the space is empty. The kitchen is warm all year round, making it perfect for growing these fast-growing vegetables in winter. What do you think? Is it feasible? Han Ke thought that improving their living conditions and material life couldn't rely solely on her. She couldn't ensure the family had enough to eat, and her space could support many people. But over time, it could make people lazy and dependent. They might take her efforts for granted, and human desires are endless. So she decided to lead the family in improving their lives through hard work rather than relying on others. She also wanted to test if her family could rise to the challenge. If someone was too timid or rigid in their thinking, she wouldn't push them. It wasn't her obligation. It was up to them to seize this opportunity. As she spoke, the eyes of her family members began to shine with excitement. This wouldn't take much effort. If there's one thing abundant in the Northeast, it's wood. The trees on the mountains, well, let's not talk about cutting them down casually. But no one cares if someone goes to cut down a few trees for firewood. In winter, there aren't enough corn stalks to burn. So many people are chopping wood by the mountain. Han Ke said that if his family can't use it, they can trade it for other things like firewood, rice, and oil. But the clever brothers immediately thought about how valuable and rare winter vegetables are. If they could sell them on the black market, how much would they make? So the brothers looked at each other, and they understood each other's thoughts. This is good, really good. Ha ha ha, I told you my daughter's education wasn't wasted. My daughter is smart, just like me. I was clever when I was young. Zhao Hohat laughed heartily, clapping her hands. Her daughter is hers, and being smart is inherited.
Stop it. Can you really claim that?
She clearly takes after me, Han Taizhu disagreed. My mother was right. Education is useful and can make people smarter. Ahem. Smarter means having a better brain. The third thing I want to say is related to education. Daya is 9 years old this year. It's time for her to go to school, Hanka said, and the kitchen fell silent.
What?
Who is going to school? Daya? That useless girl wants to go to school? Can you afford it? Even if you can, it doesn't matter. We haven't split the family yet, and your money is public. If you have money, show it to me, Mi Chunhwa objected. This wasteful sister-in-law is already a burden, even if she finishes high school. Why should Daya, who is useless, get that chance? Her 2 sons are supposed to carry on the family name and haven't gone yet. Everyone in the kitchen changed their expressions, looking at her with disapproval. But she didn't care. Her mother said that the Han family is not like others. If she doesn't fight for herself, she will lose out. Mi Chunhwa, you're the useless one. What does it matter to you if Daya goes to school? Her parents are still here, and they decide. Who do you think you are? Wang Zhaodi, usually good-tempered and never arguing with Mi Chunhwa, was truly angered today. Mi Chunhwa, proud of having twin sons, walked around the house arrogantly. She always thought that giving birth to 2 sons was a great achievement. She believed she was superior, but in the Han family, no one respected her. They just ignored her. Hanka sighed. The family values of the Han family are actually quite good. How did someone like Mi Chunhwa come about? Wang Zhaodi was furious. What's wrong with Daya being a girl? Daya is still her own flesh and blood. Although girls are not as valuable as sons in the countryside, Wang Zhaodi has many daughters in her family. She suffered a lot as a child, so she doesn't want her daughters to go through the same hardships. Fortunately, her in-laws are kind and do not favor boys over girls. At home, besides Mi Chunhwa, who often treats the 2 daughters poorly, there is also a sister-in-law who ignores them. The children's father actually cares for his daughters, and their grandparents do not consider their granddaughter a burden. So why should Mi Chunhwa? Everyone has sons, so what's the big deal? What's wrong with me? Did I say something wrong? A girl is going to get married in the future. Is it worth spending so much money on her? The money should be spent on sons. My 2 sons are already 7 or 8 years old. They need to be supported in school, too. Mom, Dad, you can't be confused. The money should be spent on grandsons. Besides, our daughters have already enjoyed enough. What family doesn't have their daughters working? Other girls are out gathering pig feed and earning points, while we just feed our 2 pigs, and that's it. I don't understand why our daughters are treated as more precious than others. Are we raising a spoiled girl here? Dahu, who you 2 need to go and show some affection to your grandparents. Otherwise, they won't even see you, Mi Chunhwa said excitedly, pushing Dahu and who towards Zhao Hohat and Han Taiju. Han Lixia's face turned red with embarrassment, and she slapped Mi Chunhwa. Among the brothers, Han Lixia has the best temper, but even she was pushed to the point of hitting someone, showing how unreasonable Mi Chunhwa was today. Caught off guard by the slap, Mi Chunhwa stared at Han Lixia with wide eyes. You useless person, having 2 sons seems like a waste. What family doesn't cherish their sons? Only our family is raising a girl who is a burden. This spoiled girl is getting into trouble. My goodness. Why can't she see the consequences? Why didn't she fall into the river and drown? Why is she still causing chaos? Oh, heavens, strike her down with lightning. Mi Chunhwa lay on the ground, crying and rolling around. She truly inherited her mother's dramatic flair, as her words were harsh and filled with insults directed at Hanko, calling her names and accusing her of being shameless. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. To say that she is a fox, she really doesn't qualify, especially with her looks. Our Han family treats daughters with respect, unlike your Mi family, which exploits them like landlords. If you want to label the Han family, you should check your own actions first. The 2 boys, Dahu and Hu, were already scared and crying, and Xiao Xuan was crying too. Wang Zhaodi held her son in her arms to comfort him. The 2 girls were pulling at Wang Zhaodi's clothes, also frightened, as the children had never seen such a scene. Hanka sighed. She only suggested that Dia go to school, and the family could discuss whether it was a good idea or not. Why did it turn into such a big deal? She didn't expect Mi Chunhua to cause such a scene. She underestimated the extremes of this era. In her past life, her grandmother was unreasonable and took her parents' property for her uncle without causing such chaos. There truly are worse extremes. Han Lixia knelt down. Dad, Mom, I've had enough of her. I don't want to live with her anymore. Anything we have at home, she sends back to her family. The kids' clothes are too short. The fabric you gave her for the children, she gave to her brothers, dressing her nephews instead. She doesn't care about the kids. She doesn't see herself as their mother. Her body is in the Han family, but her heart is with the Mi family. Han Lixia's eyes were red. He genuinely didn't want to continue living with her. Han Ke thought to herself. Her second brother was gentle, good-looking, kind, and literate. How did he end up marrying someone as unpleasant and sharp-tongued as Mi Chunhua? It seemed he had been tricked, but she had no memory of how that happened. Looking at everyone's expressions, it seemed everyone knew except her. She needed to ask her mother later. On the ground, Mi Chunhua pulled the rag from her mouth and pointed at Han Lixia. You coward. You dared to divorce me? I will make sure you have no descendants. Just wait. She stumbled and ran out. What does she mean by having no descendants? What is she trying to do? Is this something a mother should say? It's outrageous. Han Lixia wanted to chase after her, fearing she would run back to her family, which was known for being troublesome. Don't chase her. Let her go. We'll wait for the Mi family to come to us. Lixia, think carefully about whether to divorce or not. I won't persuade you this time, Han Taiju said, flicking the ash from his cigarette. Mi Chunhua was known for causing trouble frequently. If Zhao Hohat wasn't there to keep her in check, Mi Chunhua would create chaos. Lixia had long wanted a divorce, but in these times, people tried to make things work, as divorce was seen as shameful. However, Han Taiju realized that if they didn't divorce, his son would eventually be worn down by that woman. I had already said to let Lixia get a divorce, but you stopped it. It would have been better if Lixia had divorced years ago when he was still young. Finding a new match would have been easier. But now, it's fine to divorce. The sooner, the better for peace.
Lixia.
Divorce is not a big deal. I can help you find someone better. Zhao Hohat felt sorry for her son. That old woman thinks she can show off just because she has 2 sons. Who doesn't have sons? I had 4 in one go. Did I show off? Zhao Hohat was still very upset. This situation was caused by me. I didn't expect that suggesting Dia go to school would be such a big deal, Han Ke said. She didn't mean any harm. She also thought a divorce would be better since having someone like that at home was too stressful. Little sister, this isn't your fault. Even if you hadn't said anything, she would still have found something to complain about. We're used to it. Wang Zhaodi felt grateful to her sister-in-law and didn't blame her at all. Wang Zhaodi understood how Mi Chunhua thought. She believed that since she had 2 sons to carry on the family name, everything in the Han family should belong to her. How about this? It's September, right when school starts. But because of the autumn harvest, school isn't in session. The kids are all home helping with the harvest. In a few days, once the harvest is done, school will start. I'll take these days to teach Dia first-grade knowledge. If she can learn, she can go. If not, then she won't. I think kids should go to school. Education leads to a better future. Even factories require tests for jobs. Without education, you won't even get a chance to take the test. What good job can a person with no education get? All the leaders in our village are educated. None are illiterate. Han Ku explained clearly, and if they didn't send her, she wouldn't argue. Clearly, from their expressions, her parents were swayed by her words. As Mi Chunhua said, aside from raising 3 chickens and a pig, there wasn't much for the kids to do at home. Rather than running around playing, it was better to send them to school. Wang Zhaodi genuinely wanted her child to go to school. She herself lacked education, but she wanted her children to be educated and successful. Dia was 9. If she could attend school for a few years, she would be valued more when she got married, just like the 3rd daughter-in-law and her little sister. She looked gratefully at her sister-in-law and then at her husband with eager eyes, her desire more evident than Dia's. Dad, Mom, I want a child to go to school. There were some things I didn't dare to say earlier. The idea of planting vegetables in winter that my little sister suggested is great. If it works, it could provide the money for Daya's school fees. Han Lichuan actually didn't dare to say he wanted to sell vegetables because Mi Chunhua was present. Now that the troublemaker is gone, he can speak up. What do you think, Dad? Let's let the kids go. Our daughter's education is not in vain, Zhao Hohot asked Han Taiju. Zhao Hohot is a devoted supporter of her daughter. Whatever her daughter says, she backs it up. Besides, going to school is a good thing, and her daughter has a point. Although she is the head of the household, when it comes to big decisions, she still relies on her husband. Go ahead, let the eldest daughter go first. When the younger ones are old enough next year, we will send them too, Han Taiju decided. Everyone was shocked. Han Taiju was taking a big step. They thought it was already a big deal for the eldest daughter to go to school, but now he was saying all of them could go. What happened? Why was he so agreeable? The younger generation admired their parents for being open-minded. It's rare to send girls to school, and now all of them would go. Their family was the first in Yangshiga to do so. Han Taiju was educated. His father, Han Ku, came from the northeast and reportedly attended a private school. Han Taiju learned to read from his father. So, Han Lichuan and his brothers could all read, especially the third and fourth brothers. They were young and had the chance to attend school, though their education wasn't very high. The third brother didn't finish middle school, and the fourth brother joined the army right after starting high school. Han Taiju was educated and not narrow-minded. His daughter understood a lot. Although she was clever, her education played a big role. Look at her now. Ever since she stopped being infatuated and focused on her studies, she has become more sensible. With her newfound maturity, she handles things with seriousness. Education leads to a better future. This saying is so true. He understands that if one person succeeds, the whole family benefits. If they had a few successful children, it would be amazing. So, Han Taiju quickly came to this realization. It wasn't that he didn't understand before, it was just that the family was poor and couldn't afford to send the kids to school. However, since the fourth brother joined the army and sent home $5 each month, he and Zhao Hohot had some money saved up, which they hadn't touched, keeping it for emergencies. If they couldn't afford to send all the kids to school, he planned to use that money first. Han Ku was also surprised but happy. Her dad was really open-minded. His perspective was different from the older men in the village. Actually, her dad wasn't old. He was only 45, the same age as her mom, who wasn't an old lady either. Once she gets her parents some good health tonic, her dad will look like a handsome uncle, and her mom will be a beautiful lady. The happiest ones are Han Lichuan and his wife. Wang Zhaodi's eyes were red with excitement. Although her sister-in-law's face looked a bit messy, she still looked lively and charming. Once they got back inside, she planned to tell the kids that they must be respectful to their aunt in the future. Just then, her mother-in-law spoke up. You kids need to remember the good things about your aunt. The food you had today and the chance to go to school were all thanks to her. Do you understand? Zhao Hohot was already starting her usual reminders. I remember. I like my aunt. When I earn money, I will spend it on her, said Daya first. This made Wang Zhaodi happy. It's important to be grateful. If her aunt hadn't suggested sending Daya to school, she might have ended up illiterate. This opportunity came from her aunt, and if the child turned out ungrateful, Wang Zhaodi would be the first to scold her. When I grow up, I will take care of my aunt, said Dahu. His aunt was great, even better than his mom. After a delicious meal today, he completely forgot that his aunt used to compete with them for food. When my aunt is gone, I will break the bowl. Era thought they hadn't gotten to the important point. Han Ku, no need for that. Era received a light smack from his dad, leaving him confused. Aria was sweating with anxiety. She usually didn't talk much. Why did everyone say what she wanted to say? She was about to cry. Her dad found it amusing to watch his daughter get flustered. Look at her, she's so worried that she's twisting her mom's clothes. Eru, what are you saying? Ugh. Kids say the funniest things. Zhao Hohot quickly spat on the ground, mumbling to herself. Era got another couple of smacks from his grandma, bewildered. Was being respectful wrong? Why was he being scolded? Someone's coming into the yard, Dahu said. His ears perked up as he heard footsteps.
Ah!
Everyone's here? Wu Jishu walked in with a smile, carrying some items. Behind him, Lu Tsuefin was reluctantly pulling Wu Xiaoyan, both of them also carrying things. As expected, Zhao Hohat's attention was immediately drawn to what they were holding. Once she saw, her smile stretched from ear to ear. As the saying goes, you don't hit someone who greets you with a smile, especially when they come bearing gifts. Zhao Hohat warmly pulled the uncomfortable Lu Tsuefin over. Come, sit down. Eldest daughter-in-law. Quickly bring some sweet soup. Zhao Hohat usually wouldn't let anyone drink sweet water, but today, seeing what these people brought, she felt honored to share it. Wang Zhaodi replied and took the key that Zhao Hohat had unfastened from her belt to fetch the sweet water. This key was taken from Han Ke, as she didn't want her daughter to mess with their belongings anymore. Han Taizhu also stood up to greet them, believing that guests should be treated well, regardless of the situation. It seemed they were not here to argue but to apologize, so they should respond with courtesy. Wu Lazy and his wife placed their items on the dining table, filling it completely. They genuinely appreciated the sincerity of the apology. With this amount of food, one could marry 3 daughters in the current rural setting, and they were about to be even more surprised. Wu's secretary and his wife were truly generous for their daughter. Wu's secretary, what are you doing? We're all from the same village. Take it back. Han Taizhu pretended to decline, pointing at the items on the table. But he thought, why should I refuse? They ruined my daughter's face. No amount of gifts could compensate for that. The items were good and could help his daughter recover. It was autumn and the river water was freezing. She couldn't afford to get sick. Zhao Hohat also said dryly, yes. While she spoke, her eyes were fixed on the items on the table. Moreover, she didn't think that giving a few gifts would settle the matter. Not a chance. Wu Xiaoyan had ruined her daughter's life. Thinking of this, Zhao Hohat's mind cleared, and the sparkle in her eyes faded. She no longer felt tempted by the items on the table, and her expression turned serious, losing all the warmth she had when the Wu family first arrived. Lu Tsuefin gritted her teeth, feeling that this greedy family was heartless. These items cost her family over 100, and it pained her deeply. Her husband even said it might not be enough, as the Wu couple might not even want to reconcile. They treated their daughter like a treasure, thinking 100 or so could solve everything was just a dream. Because of this, Lu Tsuefang had a fight with Wu Lazy at home. Wu Lazy said, think about it. If someone else's daughter ruined your daughter's face, making her unable to marry well, would you forgive them for just $100? She wouldn't, but it wasn't her daughter who caused the damage. Wu Xiaoyan also wouldn't agree. Why should Han Ku enjoy these good things? She usually can't afford to eat well, and they have used up all the tickets they saved at home. She feels more pain than her mother does. With a new year approaching, she is still thinking about getting a nice piece of fabric to make a new outfit. When Mo Tuan arrives, she wants to look good and stand in front of him. Mo Tuan is not blind. One is a well-dressed, beautiful girl, and the other is an ugly girl with a ruined face. It's obvious who he would choose. Wu Lazy poured cold water on the 2 women, saying, then don't send her. If she complains, I won't care. Once she's in, her life is over. As a father, he has already been very kind to her. It's better this way to avoid trouble for the family later. So, the 2 women, though very unwilling, followed Wu Lazy. Old Han, we grew up in the same village, just like brothers. I feel that my bond with you is stronger than your bond with your second brother. This situation is my daughter Yanzi's fault. She's been spoiled by me and her mother. We need to manage her better in the future. This is a small gesture from my family to help the child. Wu Xiaoyan, come here and apologize to Han Ke sincerely. If you are not sincere, then don't come home today. Just pretend I don't have a daughter like you. Wu Lazy looked sternly at Wu Xiaoyan. Wu Xiaoyan clutched her clothes tightly, her face flushed with embarrassment and anger. If Han Ke hadn't gone after her boyfriend, Would she have bothered her? A vixen is still a vixen. Not only did she take someone else's boyfriend, but she also wanted to take hers. She is clearly a bad person, yet so many people protect her. Even her father and brother support this bad person. But now, she has to apologize. Her father and brother won't allow her not to. Wu Xiaoyan was very resentful and secretly vowed to herself. She could endure this for now and would deal with it later. So, she bowed to Han Ku at a 90-degree angle, saying, Han Ku, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have troubled you. Please forgive me. As Wu Xiaoyan apologized, tears streamed down her face. If someone didn't know better, they might think she realized her mistake. In reality, she felt very wronged. The Han family remained silent. With their parents present, her brothers and sisters-in-law couldn't take charge. Besides, her brothers were all protective of their sister, having been influenced by Zhao Hohot and Han Taizhu since childhood. They didn't beat her because she was a girl, but they didn't show her any kindness either. Didn't they see that the Wu family just came? The three brothers didn't even greet them. Wu Lazy also felt awkward, saying, well, the injuries on the child's face have a chance of healing. Zhao Hohot and her husband's eyes lit up. What do you mean? My son Igua found an old doctor who used to be very famous. It is said that he can make a scar removal ointment. Just the other day, my patriotic child took your daughter to the hospital and went to find him. He actually found it, but it took a lot of effort. He had to ask many people before someone agreed to make the ointment. They said they would have it ready by tomorrow, and if applied for a week, it could help with the scars. Is that true? Don't lie to me, Zhao Hohot said, wide-eyed. She feared that this family was just buying time. They agreed to let go of Wu Xiaoyan, but what if the ointment didn't work? Why would they let this girl go? It's true. We live in the same village. Why would I lie to you? We see each other often. You'll know if I'm lying in a week. Where could I run to? By the way, here is 100 yuan. With the new year coming, I wanted to buy some fabric for the kids to make a new outfit. It's just a small gesture from me to her aunt. Wu Lazy pulled out a stack of money, all in large bills. This gift is too much. Even though Zhao Hohot liked a good deal, she hesitated to accept the money. Struggling to look away from the stack, she turned to her husband. Han Taizhu swallowed hard. Although he didn't manage the family's finances, he had a rough idea of their situation and knew they didn't have much. What is Wu's family trying to do? With such a heavy gift and 100 yuan, you wouldn't even spend that much to marry someone. It was clear that Wu's couple cared deeply for their daughter. Oh, the love of parents. They all understand what it means to be a mom or dad. Since they brought back the ointment, let's go with it. Han Taizhu thought differently from Zhao Hohot. They lived in the same area, and it was best not to offend the village leader. The village leader had real power, and Wu Lazy had a good relationship with him. If they upset him, it could lead to trouble for their family. For example, during winter, if there was work to be done, it was up to him to decide who would go. When spring came, if tasks were assigned, they could end up with the heavier jobs. Would they dare to refuse? But he respected his daughter. He looked at her, and she nodded slightly. It was enough. They still had to live in this village, so it was better not to make enemies. As for the ointment, she didn't expect much. She had never seen a cream that could completely remove scars. However, it did give her an excuse for recovery. Zhao Hohot thought the same as Taizhu and reluctantly nodded, though her expression remained neutral. Secretary Wu left some things for the children to help them grow stronger. You take this money back. We can't accept it. Han Taizhu pushed the money back to Wu Lazy. Wu Lazy pushed it back again, and they went back and forth several times. In the end, Han Taizhu still refused to take the money, so Wu Lazy reluctantly took it back. Lu Tsuefan was quite happy, with a genuine smile on her face, thinking she saved 100 yuan. She felt they were being sensible. What good would it do to offend the Wu family? Her son was working at the police station now. The two families managed to reconcile smoothly. Wu Lazy happily chatted with the Han family for a while before leaving with his wife and daughter. After the Wu family left, Zhao Hohot opened everything on the table to see what was there. Oh my, This flower must weigh about 5 pounds. Zhao Hohot opened a small bag to find it filled with white flour. The Wu family really went all out this time with about 5 pounds of flour, 2 or 3 pounds of pork belly, several packs of cigarettes, a bottle of liquor, 2 cans of malt extract, and a bag of sugar. Wow, you wouldn't see this much even at a wedding. Zhao Hohot exclaimed. Mom, this meat is nice with 3 layers. Let's make dumplings tomorrow? Han Ku picked up the piece of meat. Don't even think about it. Zhao Hohot quickly snatched the meat back from Han Ku. This meat needs to be salted and saved for later. We can't waste the flour either. We'll eat it during the new year. Just because there's something good, you want to use it all up? I'll keep these things. Once you finish what you have, then you can ask me for more. Zhao Hohot was still worried her daughter might get into trouble again, so it was safer for her to keep the items. Seeing Zhao Hohot's concern, Han Ku shrugged her shoulders, feeling helpless. She really had changed for the better. Why didn't anyone believe her? That night, Zhao Hohot tossed and turned, unable to sleep. What are you doing? Is there something prickly on the bed? Stop moving around. Han Taiju was disturbed by Zhao Hohot's restless movements. Zhao Hohot kicked Han Taiju hard with her foot. You heartless man. How can you sleep? What? Do you have something on your mind? Since he couldn't sleep anyway, Han Taiju sat up and rolled a cigarette. Zhao Hohot suddenly sat up too. I'm asking you, what do you think of Wu Lazy's patriotism? What do you mean? The young man is good. Han Taiju licked the edge of the paper and finished rolling the cigarette. I say you men have such big hearts. All you care about is food. You just wait and eat. There's nothing else on your mind, Zhao Hohot said, pointing her finger at Han Tieju's forehead in frustration. Han Taiju dodged her finger and said, What are you doing? We're not kids anymore. If you have something to say, just say it. What's going on with that boy from the Wu family? Do you think he is a good match for our daughter? They are from the same village and know each other well. If our daughter marries him, she will be right under our noses. Zhao Hohot thought this was a great idea. She had the thought yesterday, but hadn't considered it deeply. The more she thought about it today, the more suitable it seemed. The young man was tall and handsome, and his father was the village leader. This marriage seemed perfect. She didn't even think about whether he would agree or if her daughter was good enough for him. In her eyes, her daughter was like a fairy, deserving of anyone. You should give up on that idea. The boy from the Wu family is nice, but look at his mother and sister. They are not easy to deal with. Do you want our daughter to suffer from her mother-in-law and sister-in-law? Those two are trouble. Han Taiju shook his head, not optimistic about it. What are you worried about? Lu Tsuefan is a bit difficult, but she can't outmatch me. Our daughter lives right next door. Would she dare bully her? I would handle her. And that Wu Xiaoyan, no matter how bad she is, she has to get married. Once she's married, she can't keep running back to her family. Zhao Hohot was not afraid of Lu Tsuefan. When it came to fighting and pulling hair, Zhao Hohot had never lost. You think it's that easy? What if our daughter doesn't want to? And what if that Colonel Mo comes around? After all, our daughter has a history with him. If she gets involved with Wu Igua, it will be a mess. Let's not think about this now. We'll wait until we hear from Colonel Mo or if he changes his mind. For now, let's just get some sleep. We have the autumn harvest tomorrow. If you're too energetic to sleep, we still have our little plot of land. You can go harvest it now. Han Taiju finished his cigarette and went to sleep. Zhao Hohot clenched her fists, wanting to hit Han Taiju, but then she sighed and put her fists down. He was right. They needed to save their energy for the harvest. Meanwhile, their daughter, Han Ku, was enjoying a relaxing bath in her special space. Last night at the hospital, she had quickly washed up in her space. Tonight, she planned to take a nice long soak in the special spring water. She didn't dare to wash her face with the magical spring water, fearing that healing too quickly would raise suspicion. The original owner had pretty good skin, very delicate, but it was a bit yellow due to malnutrition. So today, she added a higher proportion of the magical spring water to her bath. After soaking, the results were obvious. Her skin glowed white as snow, and her hair was long and black, growing half a foot longer than before. In her past life, Han-ko had short hair and always dreamed of having long, flowing locks, but that dream never came true. Although she had access to the magical spring, she didn't dare to grow her hair that long overnight. The future was different from now. There were many wild ideas, and she had to be more cautious with her abilities. Moreover, she had only had the magical space for a little over 2 months before she traveled here, so she didn't know much about it yet. The entire space was only about 10 acres, and her villa and 5 million worth of supplies took up more than half of it. Therefore, the plants she grew in the space were not as numerous as she imagined. There were only a few of each type. It was unlikely she could get rich by selling crops on a large scale. The variety was diverse, with many types of vegetables, plus fruit trees and space taken up by chickens, ducks, and geese. She had only about an acre for grains, and she grew dry rice, yielding around 4,000 pounds, still unprocessed. In her past life, the vegetables and fruits from the space were only for her own consumption. Since she had the space, she hadn't eaten at a restaurant or ordered takeout because the vegetables grown there were so delicious and clean. Her cooking skills were already good, and with the fresh ingredients from the space, she learned many more recipes online to satisfy her cravings, making meals even better than in restaurants. Han-ko looked at herself in the mirror, admiring her reflection. She felt lucky. After coming here, not only was she the family's favorite, but she also looked 3 years younger than in her past life. Not to mention, looking at her current appearance, she resembled a charming little fox. Just look at her figure. She was curvy in all the right places, with a slim waist and fuller curves, much better than her previous body.
Han-ko smilede brightly at her reflection. Huh?
She opened her mouth wider, confused. She had been staring at her reflection, particularly at her 4 little canine teeth. These 4 teeth had been there in her past life, and they looked exactly the same now. Han-ko was startled. Could it really be this coincidental? Right, she raised her left arm because, in her past life, she had a small black mole under her left armpit. Sure enough, the same spot, the same size. She felt even more anxious, but it was okay. This didn't mean anything. There was another place. Han-ko turned around and looked at her reflection in the mirror. Oh my! There were 2 small dark spots on her right cheek. There was no denying it. It was really her, and it was absurd. For a moment, Han-ko's face showed a mix of surprise, joy, shyness, and a bitter smile. In the end, she covered her face, feeling embarrassed. She had her original memories, the reckless and willful girl who took her sister-in-law's wedding gifts of a mirror and thermos from the youth commune, the one who made her 7- or 8-year-old niece wash clothes, the one who fought with her 2 nephews over food, and the one who was entangled with male youth and deceived by female youth. It was all her. She felt like dying. It was so embarrassing. Han-ko deeply refused to accept this fact, but had to face it. She didn't want to die. If she made mistakes, she could correct them. After changing, she could still be a good person. She pondered that this might be from one of her past lives. But this also meant she hadn't stolen someone else's life. It was still her own. Han-ko felt happy again. God knows how guilty she felt facing her daughter Zhao Hohot and Han Taiju. Now everything felt clear to her. This led to Han-ko waking up very early the next morning, feeling great. She wanted to make breakfast for the whole family. While Mi Chunhua was away, she planned to make spiritual rice porridge for everyone. Her hair was black and longer than before, so Han-ko didn't want to cut it. Instead, she tied it up in a bun, so others wouldn't notice the length. She could let it down in a couple of months. Due to her excitement, Han-ko, who usually slept in, got up early today and rummaged through the cabinets to find a clay pot. This clay pot was something they used to cook with at home. In the past few years, during the Great Leap Forward, they had to give up all their steel pots and pans. A couple of years ago, her mother made a fuss at her uncle's house, insisting that he get her a cast iron pot from the city. Even the elderly lady couldn't calm Zhao Hohot down. In short, if they didn't get her one, she would cause a scene at her uncle's workplace until he returned Han Tieju's job. Of course, her uncle couldn't let his sister-in-law cause trouble, so he had to meet Zhao Hohot's demands. Not long after, he brought back a cast-iron pot, which is what they used at home now. But cooking porridge in a clay pot tastes better than in an iron pot. She washed the mixed grains she had soaked overnight and put them in the clay pot with water. As soon as the porridge was cooked, Zhao Ho-hot got up. Every morning, she would stand in the yard and shout for everyone to wake up. This morning, when she got up, she saw her daughter smiling at her from the kitchen door. Oh my, how beautiful her daughter was. A mother always sees her daughter through rose-colored glasses, so to Zhao Ho-hot, her daughter Han-ku's little face was like a flower. Seeing her daughter smile, Zhao Ho-hot forgot to call anyone.
Oh.
My dear daughter, why are you up so early? You're still not fully recovered. What's the rush? You don't need to help. I'm here with your two sisters-in-law. Zhao Ho-hot tried to push Han-ku back inside to let her sleep a bit more. Mom, I've already started cooking the porridge. Han-ku felt confident in front of Zhao Ho-hot now, knowing she was her beloved daughter, and it made her so happy. What's gotten into you today? Why are you so cheerful? Zhao Ho-hot noticed her daughter grinning widely. Han-ku took Zhao Ho-hot's hands and placed them on her chin, saying, Mom, these hands are holding the most beautiful flower in the world. Ha ha ha. Zhao Ho-hot was in such a good mood. Her daughter was so funny. And she was right. Her daughter truly was the most beautiful flower. As for being modest, both of them wondered what that even meant. Well, there was no need for her to shout. The people inside were already awakened by their joyful laughter. What's going on so early? Han Taiju came out, buttoning his shirt, curious about what Zhao Ho-hot was up to. Then he saw his wife holding their daughter's face, both of them grinning at each other. Is there something to celebrate? Share it with me, so I can be happy too. Han Taiju joined in the fun. It's none of your business, go away. Zhao Ho-hot shot him a glare. She remembered last night when Han Taiju said she had too much energy and should go work in the garden. She held a grudge. Dad, I made delicious porridge for you this morning. It will be ready soon. Han-ku greeted her father. Zhao Ho-hot went to wash her face before entering the kitchen. Oh, dear. How did you get this out? Mom, cooking in a clay pot makes everything taste better. This pot is too big to just sit around. It's perfect for making porridge for the whole family. The clay pot was indeed quite large, as it was originally bought for big meals. Exactly, cooking porridge in a clay pot is delicious. I haven't used it in 2 years. I almost forgot about it. Zhao Ho-hot took out 2 pieces of pickled vegetables from the jar. Han-ku reached for the bottle of sesame oil, wanting to drop a few drops, but Zhao Ho-hot tapped her hand, saying, Don't mess with my oil, there's not much left. Han-ku laughed and pulled her hand back. At that moment, the elder sister-in-law and the third sister-in-law finished cleaning up and entered the kitchen to help start the fire for steaming the rice cakes. Yesterday, Han-ku steamed 2 pots of rice cakes, ate 1 pot, and still had 1 left. In the morning, having rice cakes with porridge and a bit of pickled vegetables was delightful. How did you make this porridge? It's so delicious. Han Taiju couldn't help but drink 2 bowls, earning several glares from Zhao Ho-hot. Food was limited, and everyone had their share. Even she wanted to eat more after finishing her bowl. Han-ku chuckled, thinking, how could it not taste good with a few drops of the special spring water? She didn't dare to add too much, or she'd have to explain the black mud all over her. Gradually adjusting the flavors would still yield good results over time. Cooking porridge in a clay pot is better than in an iron pot. From now on, we'll use a clay pot for porridge. Han-ku offered a reasonable explanation. The family enjoyed their porridge and rice cakes happily, completely forgetting about Manhwa. A morning without Manhwa was a harmonious and pleasant one. After breakfast, those who needed to fetch water went to do so, and those who needed to work in the fields headed out. Han Taiju repeatedly reminded Han-ku not to dig for pigweed, as he would bring some back in the evening. Zhao Ho-hot warned Han-ku to keep an eye on the chicken coop and not let the chickens eat the eggs. She had checked the chickens that morning, and today 3 of them had laid eggs, so Han-ku needed to collect them promptly. The children also didn't need to search for pigweed in the fields. Dia took a basket and went outside the back wall to pick pigweed. After a short while, she ran back, shouting, Aunt, The pigweed is still alive and doing well." The little girl had worried all night, feeling that her aunt was unreliable. When she went to check outside the yard, she saw the two pigweed plants thriving and hurried back to tell her aunt. Her face was flushed with excitement. Hanku patted her head, saying, "You and Da-Hu and Air, who finished picking the pigweed quickly, then come find me. Starting today, I will teach you first-grade knowledge. In a few days after the autumn harvest, school will officially start, so we need to make the most of this time. Learning a bit now will help you when you officially enroll." "Okay, Aunt, I understand," Dia called out as she rushed off with Da-Hu and Air Hu to pick pigweed. The two brothers were playing with little crabs by the basin. Once the three children left, Hanku reminded Arya to keep an eye on Xiao Xuanzi before she picked up her backpack and went out. Today, she planned to go to the riverbank to fish. Today, Hanku walked a bit farther, mainly to avoid being seen by the villagers. She filled a small bottle with the spring water and placed it in a basket, then lowered the basket into the river. After more than half an hour, Hanku was satisfied after 3 attempts. She threw back the snakes she didn't like into the river, while some of the rest were stored away and others were kept in the basket to take home. Yesterday, her explanation was met with some doubt from her family, and today it probably wouldn't work either. They wouldn't be easily fooled and would definitely have suspicions. But that was okay. Next time, she planned to bring a few brothers to the riverbank, secretly adding spring water, and they probably wouldn't notice. Then she would let them witness what it meant to have good luck. Hanka strolled back home, where a few kids had already fed the pigs. The children sat in a row, looking quite serious with their hands behind their backs. Hanka was very pleased with these kids. At least none of them were troublemakers. Although Da-Hu and Air, whose mother was difficult, the boys listened to their father and were afraid of their grandparents, so they weren't influenced negatively by their mother. Mi Chunhua often told her two sons that the girls in the family, including their aunt, were a burden. The Han family belonged to the two brothers. These boys often argued with their mother and got punished for it. Mi Chunhua's family home wasn't too far from Yangshigu, just across a village. However, in the dark of night, she stumbled along for over 2 hours. She regretted it. It was late, dark everywhere, and being alone could lead to danger. She was too impulsive. It was all the old Han family's fault. She had only said a few words. Why did they treat her this way? She realized that at critical moments, no one helped her, so none of the old Han family members were good, including her two sons who didn't support her. This time, she wouldn't return easily. She wouldn't take the Han family's nonsense and wouldn't go back until they apologized. Just as the Mi family settled down, they heard loud knocks on the courtyard door. Mi Chunhua's niece opened the door, and Mi Chunhua cried as she entered her family home. The Mi family was awakened by her cries. "Chunhua, why are you back so late?" Mi Chunhua's mother asked impatiently. After a long day of work, the family was ready to sleep, so why was she back? The brothers and sisters-in-law of the Mi family, along with the children, all looked at Mi Chunhua, their faces serious. Mi Chunhua's face was a mess with tears and snot, her hair disheveled. What had happened to her? "Dad, Mom, big brother, second brother, you have to help me. Wah, the Han family is terrible. They are all bullies, and they all attacked me. Look at my body. Wah, they did this to me." Mi Chunhua cried as she rolled up her sleeves. At least she had some modesty and didn't take off her clothes to show everyone. There were a few marks on her right arm from being hit by Zhao Ho Hot, some red and swollen. It wasn't too serious, especially since it was autumn and she was wearing several layers. Even if there was some redness, it would go away after a while. What? They hit my sister? Do they think the Mi family is nothing? Mi Chunhua's older brother was the first to react angrily. In truth, the Li family didn't care much either. The Mi family valued boys over girls and didn't pay much attention to Mi Chunhua and her two married sisters. However, Mi Chunhua could bring things from the Han family back to her family, which helped the Mi family a bit. Their family had enough workers, but they had many children. "Big brother, I plan to stay at home for a few days." Before Mi Chunhua could finish, her sister-in-law interrupted. "Chunhua, You're a married woman. It doesn't look good for you to come back home. Besides, the Han family treated you this way. We can't just stay silent. Don't worry, we'll talk to the Han family tomorrow. You just wait at home. Mi Chunhwa was unhappy. What? This is my family. I'm a me. Can I stay here for a few days? Her two sisters-in-law were not pleased. Food was precious. They had to ration food based on the number of people, and they could barely feed themselves, let alone have extra for Mi Chunhwa. Mi Chunhwa spoke so boldly that Mi Urseo gritted her teeth. What's wrong? You're upset at the Han family and want to take it out on us? This is the Mi family. How can you, a married woman, come back here so shamelessly? After all these years as sisters-in-law, do we not know your temper? You must have caused trouble at the Han family. Otherwise, why would they treat you like this? And now you want to stay here and not worry about what others might say? Mi Chunhwa covered her face and cried. She had been kicked out by her in-laws and now felt she was being pushed out by her own family. Mom and Dad are still here. When did you all take charge of the Mi family? Dad, Mom, are you really going to kick me out? I don't want to go back to the Han family. They bully honest people. I only said a few words, and that old woman started hitting me hard. If I don't get a hold of them this time, I won't be able to get anything back from the Han family in the future. I used to have some power because I had 2 sons, but now the Han family doesn't listen to me. What will I do in the future? Mi Chunhwa decided not to go back. If she returned, no one would take her seriously anymore. Mi Urseo said, Who told you to speak carelessly? We know how your mouth is. You say all the harsh things. My sister-in-law and I are also daughters-in-law. When have we ever spoken like that? Old Mi slammed the table and said, Stop arguing. Chunhwa, your sisters-in-law are right. You're a married woman. What does it mean to go back to your parents' home? What about my dignity? It's embarrassing. He didn't care how Mi Chunhwa was treated at her in-laws. He was happy if the Han family was not doing well. Just thinking about how the couple from the Han family looked down on his family made him furious. Who were they to look down on anyone when they were so poor? However, he didn't agree with his daughter returning home. If his daughters-in-law started to follow her example, it would cause chaos in the family. As he and his wife grew older, their children became harder to manage. If he let his daughter stay, his daughters-in-law might use her against him. He couldn't allow that. Dad, Mi Chunhwa pleaded. Mi Chunhwa's mother felt a bit sorry. It wasn't that she was overly concerned about her daughter. Sometimes, she also wanted to return home when her husband was harsh. She had run back before, but was sent back. But old Mi had a point. Gritting her teeth, she turned her head away and didn't look at Mi Chunhwa. Quickly, go back, or I will have to take action, old Mi said, grabbing a broom and hitting Mi Chunhwa, making her shrink her neck in fear. Every family has its ups and downs. Look at any family. Do their daughters-in-law run back home all the time? If you want to control the Han family, what do you have to hold over them? Don't let them send you back to your parents' home for good, Mi Dae-saw added, not caring about the trouble. She looked down on Mi Chunhwa, thinking she had no skills and was lazy and greedy when she was a girl. They had to protect her reputation so she could marry, even if it meant lying about her. Despite not being pretty, she still wanted to marry someone handsome, and somehow, she got her way. One had to say, Han heir was quite unfortunate. After much effort, she finally got married, but once she arrived at the Han family, her true self was revealed. All day long, she tried to control the Han family members and wanted to be in charge. Isn't that ridiculous? Does she think Xiao Hohat is dead? When Sister Mi said this, old Mi became even angrier, raising his hand as if to hit her, which scared Mi Chunhwa into running away quickly. Mi Chunhwa had nowhere to go. She could only rush back to her in-laws' house at night, but the Han family's door was tightly shut. She didn't dare to climb in. It was late, and she was alone. There were only Han family members around, and if Xiao Hohat decided to hit her, no one would stop her. She planned to wait outside until dawn. The Han family couldn't possibly hit her in front of everyone, could they? She was sure the Han family cared about their reputation, so she thought she could return once things calmed down. The late-night chill in Northeast October was really biting, and she tightened her thin clothes, huddling against the door. Half asleep, she heard roosters crowing and dogs barking. Then she noticed some movement in the yard, along with her mother-in-law Zhao Hohat's strange laughter. Mi Chunhua shivered all night, her lips turning purple from the cold. As the village began to wake up, she felt she could go home and hoped for a warm bowl of porridge to warm her up. As for the grievances from the Han family, she would save them up to deal with later. She knocked on the big door. But no matter how much she knocked, no one opened it. She tiptoed to peek over the wall and saw that the family had gone to the kitchen to eat. Laughter and chatter came from the kitchen, and it seemed they were deliberately ignoring her. Mi Chunhua gritted her teeth in frustration, her stomach growling while the Han family enjoyed their meal. Finally, when they finished eating, she knocked again. Dia opened the door, then stepped back in fright, shouting, "Grandma, my second aunt is back." Mi Chunhua, already not looking her best, had spent the night freezing, making her look ghostly and scaring the child. Her appearance silenced the Han family for a moment. Mi Chunhua didn't cry or make a fuss. She pitifully tugged at her clothes as she walked into the yard, saying, "Mom, Dad, I'm back." "What are you back for?"
Didn't we tell you?
"Our Han family doesn't want you anymore. Hurry back to your family. My son wants a divorce from you," Zhao Hohat said, determined to give Mi Chunhua a good scolding this time, along with the old Mi family. Otherwise, this woman would cause trouble every few days, disturbing the peace at home. She wanted to make sure the Mi family understood that they couldn't take advantage of the Han family so easily. She also wanted to vent her son's frustrations. Did the old Mi family think sending their daughter back would solve everything? As if nothing had happened? They were dreaming. Does the old Mi family have a grudge against the old Han family?
They forced such a daughter onto them.
Mi Chunhua is causing trouble at the Han family, making a scene, and taking things back to her own family. This time, they are settling old and new scores, completely cutting off any hopes the old Mi family had. If Mi Chunhua misbehaves again, it will lead to a divorce. Zhao Hohat pushed Mi Chunhua out the door, and with a loud bang, the door closed behind her. At this time, everyone in the village was awake. Mi Chunhua was outside crying, shouting, and knocking on the door. Many people came to watch, but no one intervened. The situation at the Han family was well known. The village's women's leader had tried to mediate before, but it didn't help. Every family has its own troubles. Mi Chunhua claimed that Zhao Hohat was like a cruel mother-in-law from the old days, but the other two daughters-in-law denied it and praised their mother-in-law instead. The Han family's children didn't seem to suffer as much as others. Moreover, Zhao Hohat never acted violently in public, while Mi Chunhua foolishly complained about her own family. Over time, no one believed or cared about her complaints. This is like the story of the boy who cried wolf. After too many lies, no one believes you. So, everyone just watched the spectacle, and after a few comments, they went about their business. Mi Chunhua felt embarrassed and, with an empty stomach and discomfort, ran back to her own family. This time, it wasn't her fault. It wasn't that she didn't want to return to her in-laws, but they simply didn't want her anymore. With too many debts, there's no worry. With too many lice, they don't bite. The Han family had become resistant to the gossip about Mi Chunhua and Han Ko, so they continued with their lives, and Mi Chunhua's troubles didn't cause any waves. Even though her stomach was growling, Mi Chunhua, fueled by anger, managed to run back to her family in less than an hour. The old Mi family had just finished breakfast and was about to go to work when Mi Chunhua stumbled in, crying. "Why is she back again?" Mi Chunhua's mother exclaimed, slapping her thigh. Old Mi told his grandson to close the door, not wanting anyone to see their family's embarrassment during the day. Mi Chunhua rushed into the house and collapsed on the bed, crying. Her mother scolded, "What's wrong? Can't you get into the Han family anymore?"
What do they want?
"Do they want a divorce? At least my daughter has given them 2 grandsons. She deserves some credit."
Mon, sobi, mon.
The old woman wouldn't let me in and pushed me out, saying they didn't want me anymore.
Sobi, mon.
What should I do? I can't go back. Isn't this driving me to despair?
Mom.
Mi Chunhua cried, her voice trembling with sobs. That cry almost sent old Mi away. What was going on? If someone didn't know better, they might think she was gone. What a waste. Where is Han Lair? Is he dead? His mother bullies you, and he doesn't do anything? Brother Mi shouted, clenching his fists. Woo woo woo, brother. Han Lair listens to his mother. Whatever she says goes. Actually, I didn't say much this time. It was that dead girl from their family who brought back the fish. Last night, we had braised fish and fish soup, and I just asked where the fish came from. I thought if I knew where it was from, I could bring some back to my family, so you could have some meat too. I just asked that and got beaten. Woo woo woo. Mi Chunhua carefully chose her words, avoiding mentioning that she called Han a bad name, which was why Zhao Ho hit her. When the old Mi family heard this, they were furious. They didn't care if Mi Chunhua got hit by her mother-in-law, they only heard that the Han family had fish. Mi Chunhua mentioned wanting to find out where the fish came from and sending some back home, which led to her getting beaten by old Han. That was unacceptable. They couldn't let it go. Old Mi slammed the table. The Han family doesn't respect us at all. They are bullying us. What makes the Han family better than us? Aren't they just as poor? I won't even mention that Han Tieju's mother has been married twice and still can't settle down. Who's laughing at whom? No way, if Han Lixia doesn't come to apologize and bring you home, we won't go back. I don't believe those two kids can leave their mother. Mi Chunhua felt uneasy. She realized the Han family was determined to drive her away. The control she imagined might not happen. She had thought it through. Her two sons couldn't be without their mother, and men needed women too. She couldn't believe Han Lixia wouldn't think about that. She completely ignored that everything that happened on the bed was her choice. If she hadn't taken the initiative, Han Lixia wouldn't have touched her. So, it was impossible for Han Lixia to come to get her. Her two sons weren't on her side either. If she didn't take the initiative to go home, the Han family might really not want her anymore. But this feeling was hard to swallow. Well, Dad, Mom, I'll listen to you and stay at my family's house for a few days before going back. Dad is right. If Han Lixia doesn't apologize and doesn't come to get me, I can't go back. This time, if I don't take control of the Han family, I'll have even less standing there in the future. Zhao Ho is quick to speak, but when the child needs her mother, she has no solution. When Mi Chunhua heard her father's words, she quickly agreed. She had been too impulsive earlier. Why did she speak the truth? She understood that returning to her in-laws would only lead to being sent back home, so she would stay at her parents' house for now. If Han Lixia didn't come to pick her up after a while, her parents would surely worry and wouldn't want her to stay there forever. They would support her. The older couple in the Mi family thought they had a good plan, but there were others in the family, each with their own thoughts. Although old man Mi had only two sons, both had many children. The family was large, but everyone was hungry. The home was already poor, and there wasn't much space. Where would Mi Chunhua fit in when she returned? When her nieces heard that their aunt was coming back, their faces immediately fell. The expressions of her brothers and sisters-in-law were also very grim.
Mom.
Chunhua is already married. How can she come back and sleep here? What will the people in the village say? We still have so many daughters who aren't married. This will affect our reputation. I think since we've come this far, the Mi family should confront the Han family and let them know our strength. That way, they won't dare bully Chunhua again. Mi Urseo spoke as if she truly cared for her sister-in-law. Mi Chunhua's mother thought for a moment and nodded. Old man, I think Urseo has a point. We have so many unmarried daughters. We can't let people talk and ruin our reputation. She didn't particularly care about her granddaughters. To her, they were just a burden. However, two of them were old enough to marry soon, and she didn't want to damage their reputation. She wanted to collect more bride price for her grandson. Old Mammy frowned. It's easy for you to say. If we go to the Han family to demand an explanation, won't that completely ruin our relationship? How will we interact in the future? He hesitated, as Mi Chunhua occasionally brought home rice and vegetables. Over the years, they had benefited from the Han family. If they fell out, they would lose those small advantages. Mi Dazhao was worried that Mi Chunhua would refuse to leave her parents' home. Seeing old Mammy hesitate, she quickly said, Dad, Mom, what are you afraid of? If this matter gets out, we are in the right. That old Han woman mistreated our daughter. What's wrong with us? Seeking an explanation. People will admire our daughter for having her family support her through difficulties. If we just let this go, the old Han family will take advantage of us, right? We are spring flower siblings, so it's only right for us to seek justice for her. I think the whole family should go. I believe everyone, young and old, should go to the Han family. If a fight breaks out and they lay hands on the younger ones, then it's their fault. We should make them pay. If they don't lose everything, then I've lost. Oh, big sister, second sister, it's so good to have siblings. This made me Manhwa very touched. Every word hit her heart and felt so satisfying. She wanted the Han family to yield to feel better. Suddenly, she felt that all her sacrifices for her family were worth it. If she hadn't brought things to her family, would they have supported her and stood up for her when she faced difficulties in her in-laws' house? Before, she thought her siblings weren't good people since they had coldly sent her away from her family and treated her poorly. But now, in a critical moment, her family was reliable. She felt proud of her successful strategy. Her two brothers nodded frequently. Dad, Mom, let's go to the Han family to seek justice now. Old Me waved his hand. We can't go right now. Why not, Dad?
Yeah, why not, Grandpa?
The Me family was confused. Do you understand? Now is not the time to act impulsively. If we all rush over, the whole team will stop working to watch us, and they might accuse us of disrupting production. Besides, if we don't work today, we'll lose our earnings. Let's all work hard today, finish our tasks early in the afternoon, and then we can go to the Han family. We'll have dinner there tonight. Old Me decisively concluded the matter. The family looked at Old Me with admiration. He really was wise. Mi Chunhwa mentioned that the food at the Han family was excellent, with fish and fish soup. Since the Han family owed them, the Mi family was sure to enjoy a good meal tonight. The Mi family was eager, waiting for the evening to go to the Han family and demand justice. Mi Chunhwa's mother smiled with satisfaction. Even though she and her husband favored sons over daughters, she felt incredibly proud that the whole family was united in supporting her daughter.
Ha!
This time, we must make the Han family pay. If the Mi family doesn't get compensation, we'll make the Han family pay for it. When the Mi family heard Mi Chunhwa's motivating words, they got excited and prepared to take action in the evening. The two sisters-in-law from the Mi family were worried. They thought they needed to be careful when choosing brides for their sons. If they brought home a daughter-in-law like that, it would be a problem. They also needed to check the family background of potential in-laws. If they were like the current in-laws, they definitely didn't want a daughter who would have to support her family after marriage. Meanwhile, the Han family had already started working. Han Ku was still carrying a basket, planning to go to the river to catch some more. She intended to stir-fry some snails and small crabs for lunch. Before Zhao Hohot left, she told Han Ku that she would cook lunch, and Zhao Hohot repeatedly reminded her not to go to the back mountain and to stay away from the river while working. Han Ku instructed the younger kids to gather pig grass to feed the pigs, promising to teach them some elementary school knowledge when she returned. If they behaved well, they would get candy and lunch. The little ones were excited at the thought of good food and lunch, and they quickly became motivated, feeling energetic. Han Ku, like yesterday, caught some more fish, but she didn't want to catch too many since there wasn't enough space to store them. After catching so many fish yesterday, they were still crowded in the basin. It seemed she needed to buy a few tanks to store them. This time, she mainly caught lobsters, small crabs, and snails. After catching enough for lunch, Han Ku headed home with her basket. The kids had already fed the pigs and chickens and were patiently waiting for their aunt to return. Han Ku arranged for the kids to sit in her room, where there was a heated table. Four older kids sat around the table, while one younger child played on the bed. Starting with first-grade math, she tested them one by one. Surprisingly, the best was Da Hu, who could count to 100. The other three kids struggled. She wondered why the older brother didn't teach them, especially since the family valued education. Han Ku felt a bit dissatisfied, thinking that perhaps the older brother didn't value the girls, which was unfair. As a result, the progress was slow. The learning tasks for the girls and heir who were to count from 1 to 100. Hanko also taught Dahu to recognize characters and do simple addition and subtraction. To her delight, the kids were very serious and not mischievous at all, which made Hanko feel particularly pleased. She really dislikes unruly kids. If there's one, the others won't be able to study well. Luckily, her own children are quite well behaved. After 2 classes, she let the kids play for a while. Once the classes were over, Hanko checked her phone and saw that 2 hours had passed. It was time to cook. She prepared a small bowl of malted milk for each child, adding a few drops of spring water. While the kids drank slowly, she went to the kitchen, put on an apron, and got ready to cook. Stir-frying snails and small crabs without any spice is really not tasty. Hanko thought about adding some chili peppers. At the kitchen door, she picked a few small red peppers and grabbed 2 heads of garlic, taking a few more from her supplies. Her mother really treasures that garlic, and taking so many would surely upset her. She could only take a little for herself. It wouldn't do to leave the garlic unused at home, as it might raise suspicion. After working all morning, Hanko didn't plan to serve porridge for lunch. Instead, she decided to make pancakes. The dough had risen, so she would make stuffed pancakes with chives and mushrooms. Stuffed pancakes without meat are not very tasty, but Hanko had some seasonings in her supplies that could help. She also added a bit of meat fat from home to make them more flavorful. This morning, her hen laid 3 eggs, and she used 2 to make egg drop soup, adding 2 more eggs to the soup so it wouldn't be noticeable. There was no choice. They had a limited number of eggs at home, and she had to mix them to make it work. While her neighbor Manhwa was away, Hanko added some spring water to the dishes and dough for today's lunch. Before long, a delicious aroma wafted from the Han household. Wu Aigwa knew Hanko wasn't working, but he didn't think she was lazy. After all, her family cared for her. His family cared for Wu Xiaoyan too. Wu Xiaoyan only did tool distribution and collection in the team. So many people tried to please her, thinking they were important too. Wu Aigwa returned home for lunch today. Usually, he ate at the cafeteria. The unit was far from home, so he couldn't run back for lunch. However, since he had just started and hadn't been assigned a house yet, he returned to the village in the evenings if he wasn't on duty. Looking at the medicine bottle in his hand, he sincerely hoped the ointment would work. Otherwise, the girl would be very upset if her face was ruined. When he reached the Han family's door, Wu Aigwa sniffed the air. It smelled so good. The 2 wooden doors of the kitchen were open, and Hanko was cooking inside. As Wu Aigwa entered the yard, he saw Hanko busily moving around the kitchen in a small apron, with delicious smells coming from inside. At just 17 years old, even though times were tough and food was scarce, Hanko had developed well, with a nice figure. The apron around her waist made her slim waist look even smaller. Her chest was noticeable, making his cheeks warm. This morning, Hanko had her hair in a fluffy bun, looking like a charming young woman, which made Wu Aigwa's eyes widen a bit. He suddenly felt like a husband returning home to find his wife cooking for him. If he had a family in the army, he would want to marry Hanko and never leave. It would be great to have his wife with him, and Hanko wouldn't have to face bullying in the village. Wu Aigwa? Hanko looked up and saw him standing silently in the yard. She wondered why he had entered without saying a word. Although Zhao Hohot suggested she call him Brother Wu, she found it hard to do so. Wu Aigwa had never thought his name sounded so nice until Hanko called him with her sweet voice, and he found it quite pleasant. Wu Aigwa noticed Hanko looking at him and quickly put on a serious face, saying, "Comrade Hanko, I'm here to bring you some medicine." Hanko was momentarily confused. His expression changed so quickly that she wondered if she had misjudged him. However, since the issue from last night was resolved, she didn't need to give him a hard time. Besides, Wu's family had gone to great lengths, so she decided to greet him with a smile. "Thank you, Comrade Wu Aigwa. I won't be polite. I'll accept the medicine." With this bottle, she wouldn't have to deal with her red, swollen face in a week. Without the scars, her parents would feel relieved. She could tell her mother was worried, even if she didn't say it. This morning, When her mother held her face, Han-ke noticed the concern in her eyes. She took the medicine from Wu Aigwa's hands. He opened his mouth to say something but didn't know what to say and was about to leave. Comrade Wu Aigwa, please wait a moment, Han-ke called out, turning to go back into the kitchen. It's always good to maintain a good relationship with a party secretary's family. She would need Wu for future introductions and recommendations. Wu Aigwa was waiting in the yard for Han-ke. Han-ke went into the kitchen and soon came out with a bowl filled with something red that he couldn't quite identify. Comrade Wu Aigwa, this is food I made. Take it back for the party secretary and your aunt to try, she said, handing him a bowl of crayfish. The strong garlic smell hit his nose. That was the delicious aroma he had noticed earlier. I can't accept this. I came to bring you something, not to exchange gifts, Wu Aigwa tried to decline. It's not anything valuable. I caught it from the river and made it myself.
What?
You don't want food for the chickens?
No.
Then I won't be polite. I'll bring the bowl back to you tonight. At that moment, Wu Aigwa suddenly had a clever idea. It's all about give and take. This way, they could keep visiting each other. He felt pleased with his smart thinking as he happily carried the bowl away. After having lunch with the children at home, she took 2 large baskets to the fields to deliver food. Today's meal was just as good as yesterday's. She had steamed a lot of potatoes she took from her supplies and made a delicious egg sauce. She also picked some green onions. Potatoes, egg sauce, and green onions were tasty and filling, just as good as eating grains. There were also 2 stuffed pancakes per person, stir-fried snails and crabs, and garlic crayfish, along with chive and egg flour soup. The whole family was looking forward to little sister's arrival, wondering what delicious food she would bring today. Just thinking about yesterday's dishes made the brothers swallow hard. When Han-ke arrived at the fields, she saw her parents' faces were sunburned. She felt a pang of pain in her heart. No, she needed to assign them some lighter tasks. With so many resources in her supplies, she had to find them some work. Oh my daughter has worked hard, Zhao Hohat said, quickly taking the basket from her. I'm not the one working hard. It's you and my brothers and sisters who are. Look at what I made for you all for lunch today. Zhao Hohat lifted the cloth off the basket, nearly gasping, oh my, are we really going to eat this? She was mainly shocked to see the eggs in the soup. She thought to herself that she must make sure Dia keeps an eye on the eggs tomorrow. She couldn't let her eat them all up every day. Little sister, there's good food again today, Han Liqiu, the most lively one in the family, said. To be honest, he had been thinking about lunch since he left in the morning. Eat. That's all you think about. Zhao Hohat was feeling down when the third brother walked right into trouble. Han Liqiu flashed a big grin. Everyone washed their hands with the water Han brought and started eating. Little sister, can we stir-fry the snails and small crabs? They taste so good. Wang Zhaodi exclaimed after chewing on a small crab, her eyes lighting up. Even though there wasn't much meat, it was fresh and had a slightly spicy flavor that was really tasty. She could eat a whole plate of it without any rice. The potatoes dipped in egg sauce, along with a bite of green onion, were simply delicious. Zhao Hohat, feeling a bit defeated, stopped complaining. She noticed her daughter had only ruined a few eggs and nothing else. If we had a drink with this meal, it would be perfect, Han Taizhu said happily. Isn't it just alcohol? No big deal, just wait. Your daughter will let you have some soon. Oh, I'm just waiting to enjoy the blessings from my daughter. Han Taizhu's words made his sons feel a bit embarrassed, especially Han Lixia. After what Manhwa had said the night before, scolding his little sister harshly, he felt guilty now eating the meal she had prepared. By the way, Wu Aigwa brought the ointment. Han-ke mentioned. Don't mention it. The Wu family has 2 decent people. Wu Aigwa takes after his father, Zhao Hohat said, smiling at the mention of him. That's true, I grew up with Aigwa and I know he's a good person, Han Dage agreed. The family expressed their appreciation for the village leader and Wu Aigwa, but they looked down on the mother and daughter from their family. In the end, they concluded that every family has its struggles and no one is perfect. Even their family had someone like Manhwa causing trouble. Whenever she came home, the whole family was in harmony. Zhao Hohot completely denied that she was also a handful. After finishing the meal, Han Ku packed up the basket to go home, as she had to teach a few kids in the afternoon. After her class, while Han Ku was preparing dinner, the kids were playing in the yard. Suddenly, they heard a loud commotion getting closer. The gate was open, and the kids saw a group of people storming in, some carrying sticks, looking like they were ready to fight. This scared the children. In the kitchen, Han Ku heard their screams and, thinking something had happened to the little one, rushed out of the kitchen in a panic. Isn't this Mi Chunhua and her family? Did the whole family come? What are they doing? Did they bring weapons to raid our home? Han Ku turned back to the kitchen, grabbed a kitchen knife, and came out. If a fight is coming, then let it happen. Who is afraid of whom? Dia, take the younger siblings to your aunt's room and close the door, Han Ku instructed, standing in front of the children. I won't go. I'm not scared. I have to protect you, Aunt, Dia said, her legs trembling with fear, but she still stood in front of Han Ku. The other children were scared but refused to leave. Arya was crying, while Dahu and Xiaohu watched Mi Chunhua warily. Although Xiaoshuan was small, he sensed something was wrong and hid behind Han Ku, holding her leg tightly. Mi Chunhua strode confidently ahead, chin up, feeling proud. Behind her were her family members, giving her support. She felt like a victorious general returning home. With only her sister-in-law and a few children left at home, she had long wanted to deal with this little troublemaker. This was a rare opportunity. If she could handle this little brat, it would mean controlling Zhao Hohot. First, I want to teach this troublemaker a lesson to relieve my anger. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't have been mistreated by that old hag. Eldest brother, second brother, sister-in-law, you know my life is hard because of this troublemaker. You have to stand up for me. Dahu, Xiaohu, come here. I'm your mother. Why are you protecting her? What has she done for you? You all are so clueless, Mi Chunhua said, hands on her hips, looking smug. I won't go. You're bad. I want to protect my aunt. She's a good person, Dahu said, shivering from fear but still standing up for his aunt. Yes, protect aunt. She treats us better than you do. Although the two tigers spoke like children, their words deeply moved Han Ku. Children's feelings are pure. They don't play tricks. Their current behavior was genuine. Han Ku felt grateful for all the love she had given these little ones.
Oh.
Chunhua, what's the use of raising sons? No matter how many you have, they still carry the Han surname. Is it wrong to treat your own nephew well? He's the one you can rely on when you're old. What is this? Such ungratefulness. Mi Laonyang exclaimed, stirring the pot. Ha 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 ha. A row of heads peeking over the wall was amused by what Mi Chunhua said. Han Ku thought. The wall is too low. I need to ask Dad and my brothers to make it higher.
Stop it.
Do you even know who your mother is? You two ungrateful kids. I raised you for nothing. Your grandmother is right. You are ungrateful. If I had known today, I should have done something else when I gave birth to you. Mi Chunhua was fired up by old lady Mi, feeling embarrassed that her two sons were siding with outsiders. How could these two sons not stand by their own mother and instead support that little troublemaker? It's really disappointing. Right, Dahu and Hu. You're not little anymore. You should know who your family is and who isn't. Mi Chunhua's sister-in-law also thought the kids were being unreasonable. She felt sorry for Mi Chunhua. Her own two sons didn't support her either. Luckily, the kids were still young and could be taught better in the future. Dahu and who stubbornly refused to go over. Dia, do you listen to your aunt? If you listen to your aunt, take your brother and sister into the house. If you don't behave, your aunt won't take care of you anymore. Han Ku was really worried that the Mi family's unreasonable behavior would hurt the kids. If things escalated, it wouldn't be a joke if the kids got hurt. Dia bit her lip, tears welling up in her eyes. She was scared they would hurt her aunt. But if she didn't listen, her aunt said she wouldn't care for her anymore. In the end, the little girl tearfully pulled her brother and sister into the house and closed the door securely. In the yard, Only Han-ko was left facing off against the Mi family. Oh, look at you. Carrying a kitchen knife, huh? I don't believe you would actually use it.
미춘과 sonsaísta panque.
This girl is really pretty, but now her face is ruined. What a shame. His brazen gaze made Han-ko feel disgusted. How do you know I wouldn't use it? You're just ignorant of the law. Legally, this is called self-defense. As long as you dare to make a move, I will fight back. Even if I had to hurt you all, I wouldn't go to jail. After all, these people don't understand the law. They have no idea about excessive self-defense. If the Mi family thinks they can bully others, they are mistaken. When they're at home, they talk big about what they would do, but when a little girl holds a kitchen knife, no one dares to step forward. The Mi family really hasn't heard of this concept. Isn't it normal for relatives to fight in the village? No one has ever been arrested for it. But Han is a high school student, so what she says is quite credible. The people from the Mi family exchanged hesitant glances. Don't listen to her nonsense. There's nothing going on. It's just a fight, right? We're family. How could the Han family really do anything to us? I've never liked that girl. If we don't deal with her now, when will we? We should take care of her before the Han family returns, Mi Chunhua said, anxiously stomping her foot as she saw her family being swayed by the girl. Han-ko chuckled and threw a kitchen knife at the feet of the Mi family, making them step back in fear. Come on, here's the knife for you. I cleaned my neck this morning, so go ahead and use it, Han-ko said, stretching her neck and mimicking the action of cutting. Once you enter my Han family today, you won't leave easily. Wow, the Han girl is bold. No wonder she could nearly defeat Wu Xiaoyan. The onlookers were excited. What do you want? Trying to pin this on my Mi family? No way. We're civilized people here to reason things out. You're just a little girl. I can't even talk to you. Your Han family bullies my daughter, especially Han Lixia. My daughter is his wife, and if his mother hits her and he doesn't stop it, that's his fault. We'll settle this when Han Lixia returns, Mi Chunhua's father quickly clarified, insisting they were here to reason things out. They completely forgot that everyone in their family was holding weapons, even the children. They felt they were making a good point and glanced at the onlookers. Right. You think just because you threw a knife, we're scared? Your family thinks they can hit people and still be right? Mi Chunhua's mother, who was startled by the knife earlier, quickly tried to regain her composure. They couldn't lose face today. They had to show the Han family they meant business. Exactly. Who are you trying to scare with that knife? You think you can kill someone? That's against the law. Mi Urseo shouted. Han-ko smirked, knowing the Mi family was all talk and no action. What's wrong? Who have I killed in your family? The knife is for you. Aren't we settling scores? I didn't expect you, Mi family, to be so cowardly that a knife almost made you wet your pants, Han-ko said, completely unfazed, showing confidence while the Mi family was unsure of how to respond. The people from the old Mi family were shocked, thinking, wow, how shameless. This girl is worse than them.
It seems Chunhua was right.
I'll tell you, I don't hit women. A good man doesn't fight with women. I'm just waiting for Han Lixia to come back. Anyone who bullies my sister, Li Dazhuang, won't let them off easily, Mi Chunhua's older brother, Mi Dazhuang, said through gritted teeth, trying to save face. Han-ko rolled her eyes, as if they could do anything just because her second brother was coming back. You men won't hit women? Then I'll do it. My aunt has been wronged at the Han family, and we can't let that go. She's been upset because of her, Mi Dazhuang's daughter said, rolling up her sleeves to make her presence known. The old Mi family valued sons over daughters, so she usually went unnoticed, but now she had a chance to step up. Mi Dazhuang's wife grabbed her daughter's arm and shot her a fierce look, saying, "What do you mean you're stepping up? If others aren't fighting, why should you? You think you're capable?" Everyone laughed, saying, "We're all family, why fight? It's a misunderstanding." The daughter of Mi Dazhuang was pinched hard by her mother, making her face turn red as she shrank back. This made the kids on the wall giggle. There weren't many entertainment options in the village, and this was more exciting than a movie. The elderly in the village also gathered in the yard, pointing and commenting. "What's going on? You all are bullying one girl from the Han family. That's not right. Exactly, our Yang family isn't easy to mess with. Try to hit someone and see what happens. If a fight breaks out, Mi Chunhwa won't be able to stay in the Han family anymore. If I were the Han family, I wouldn't want a daughter-in-law like that. I'd rather my son get a divorce. The Mi family was silent. Everyone was talking back and forth, some pointing fingers, while others were trying to persuade. The old Mi family was all talk, trying to intimidate Han Ko, but it didn't work. Now it was awkward. They couldn't find a way out and could only stand there, accepting the stares from all sides. The weapons in their hands felt hot. Old Lady Mi said fiercely, "It's fine if we don't fight, but the Han family must give us an explanation." What explanation? Han Ku raised an eyebrow and looked at the onlookers, saying, "Everyone heard that the old Mi family said they would attack me, especially Mi Chunhwa, who wanted to hit me while my family wasn't around. Comrades, this is now New China, a society governed by the law, not the old society anymore. It's surprising that some people still want to use violence, openly challenge the law, and even carry weapons to break into homes. Their actions are already illegal. By the way, folks, who can go report this to the police for me?" "Well, the girl from the Han family reporting to the police is too far to the town, and we won't make it in time. It's better to call your parents back from the fields." "I'll send my grandson to call your parents," Grandpa Qian shouted from outside the wall. "Thank you, Grandpa Qian, but this issue needs to be resolved with my parents here. Nowadays, if we want to report something, we don't have to run to the town anymore. We have the police right in our village, which makes reporting easier. Who can go to the village head's house and call Comrade Wu Aigua? He is now with the police, and he will definitely handle this." "Oh my, is that true? Aigua from the Ji family is now with the police? Didn't you know? I found out earlier. Just yesterday, I saw Aigua driving a car bringing Zhao Hohot back, wearing a police uniform and a big hat, looking very sharp. Hey girl, I'll go to the village head's house to find Aigua for you." This old lady loved gossip and knew all the news in the village, so she hurried off to find Wu Aigua. At this point, Han Ke wasn't sure if Wu Aigua was back, but if he was, even if he didn't arrest anyone, just scaring the Mi family would be good enough. Sure enough, when the Mi family heard about reporting to the police, they were startled. "What do you mean they are challenging the law? Is it really that serious? They just wanted an explanation for their daughter. How could that be illegal?" Sister Mi was more diplomatic. She swallowed hard and said, "Well, we are all family. Why involve the police?" "Girl, are you serious?" Han Ke sneered. "You're the ones carrying weapons and about to act violently. How can I not take this seriously?" Everyone in Yangjiago, young and old, heard it. "We have witnesses. Under the party's leadership, we are all law-abiding citizens, and no one will lie, right?" The heads peeking over the wall nodded in agreement. They wouldn't lie. Breaking the law is not something they would do. The Mi family turned pale. "So, are you saying your mother is also breaking the law?" "She hit me last night. She often hits me, and I want to report her. I want her to go to jail." Mi Chunhwa's eyes lit up. Han Ke's words opened a new door for her. If that woman tries to hit her again, she will say she will report it to the police to scare the Han family. Then she would be in control and could do whatever she wanted. In reality, her thoughts were quite unrealistic. Han Ke smiled slightly. "If my mother hit you, who saw it? Do you have any witnesses? Your family saw it all, and I still have injuries on me. Legally, our family members' testimonies don't count because they are direct relatives. Can you find any other witnesses? I could say you hurt yourself and are trying to blame my mother." Han Ke was not afraid of her nonsense. Mi Chunhwa was beaten at home, and no outsider saw it. Besides, it didn't happen often. After the original owner jumped into the river the day before, Mi Chunhwa returned and said those shameless things, and then her mother hit her. It was clear that her mother wasn't chasing her outside. If she wanted to hit her daughter-in-law, it would be in the yard or inside the house. This way, there would be no evidence against her. Her mother was quite clever. So after Zhao Hohot finished hitting her, she stood outside crying, saying her daughter-in-law was unfilial. Han Ke's words made Mi Chunhwa very angry, and she pointed at Han Ke, saying, "You're lying. Don't give me that. I won't argue with you." The police are coming soon, and we will handle this according to the law. We need to seek justice for the common people. Han Ku waved her hand, acting as if she was waiting for the police. The Mi family was stunned. This was serious. Oh dear, Han family girl. We are all family. What's going on? Why call the police? Chunhua, why are you still standing there? Take back what you said and apologize quickly. Mi Dajia pushed Mi Chunhua. No, I won't accept Mi Chunhua's apology. I'm waiting for the police. Not only do I want the police to help me, but I also want to ask your team leader and secretary how they are doing their educational work. Why are the members of your team acting like bandits from the old society, coming to my door with sticks?
Are they here to raid or rob?
Do your leaders know about this? Do they support it? It seems they do, or why isn't anyone stopping them? Oh my, this is getting serious. Escalating to the team level? What are they here for? To cause trouble? They haven't even started yet, and now they have to apologize. A little girl has trapped them, and the Han family hasn't even returned, yet the Mi family has already lost. Mi Chunhua didn't want to apologize. Why should she? It was clearly the Han family that bullied her, but her family was staring at her, forcing her to apologize. Mi Chunhua gritted her teeth, realizing that her family was useless and unreliable. Sister, I was wrong. I shouldn't have brought my family here. I won't accept it, and your apology lacks sincerity and doesn't address the issue, Han Ku replied with a glare. Creating such a scene at their home and then casually apologizing was not enough. Today, they needed to settle old and new scores. Although she opposed domestic violence and believed that a mother-in-law hitting her daughter-in-law was wrong, she supported Zhao Hohot hitting Mi Chunhua for her behavior. Look at her. Does that look like an apology? Does it seem like she regrets her actions? It was clear she was forced to apologize. Mi Chunhua almost choked. Was she really going to be so relentless? In her view, as an older sister-in-law, she should be able to apologize to her younger sister-in-law, who should then accept it obediently. Dear sister-in-law, we really mean no harm. We're not here to cause trouble, the Mi family said, but only Mi Dajiao's wife was smooth in handling things. The rest were clueless. Seeing Han Ku's relentless attitude made them uneasy. Even Mi Laotu, who usually took charge at home, dared not speak up. Mi Dajiao's wife cursed silently, thinking these two old folks were so arrogant at home, yet outside they were nothing, and now they might even get them in trouble. If they ended up in jail, how would they face others afterward?
Han Ke smiled slightly.
If you're not here to cause trouble, then what are you here for? Don't tell me it's just a family visit. No one comes empty-handed for a visit. Are you here to take advantage of us again? Mi Chunhua has often taken our things to your family. This was true. Mi Chunhua frequently took items from her home to the Mi family. But being called out on it made even the thick-skinned Mi family feel embarrassed, and a few who cared about their reputation felt their faces heat up, especially with so many people watching. It was typical to act shamelessly while wanting to maintain a good image. Look, we were in such a hurry that we forgot. It's too late to buy anything from the supply store now, and besides, we don't have any tickets. I have $2 in my pocket. How about you go buy something, dear sister-in-law? Mi Dajiao's wife quickly pulled out $2 and handed them to Han Ku. She couldn't afford to pay for it herself. She would deal with those two old folks later. Han Ku looked at the $2 being offered, which were just small change. She rolled her eyes and said, "Do you think our Han family is like your Mi family, so easy to fool? The problem is they only offered $2, like they were trying to brush her off. If it were $20, it would be worth considering. Accepting just $2 would make her seem worthless and affect future negotiations." Oh my, the onlookers were really impressed with Han. A little girl managed to keep all those intimidating people from the Mi family in check, and now they didn't dare to say a word. All right, guests are guests. Even though your Mi family doesn't have the best reputation, our Han family has manners. Come in and sit down. My parents will be back soon, and we can talk about this. Han was thinking quickly. Buying time was working, but she couldn't handle everything alone. With witnesses present, the crowd had seen enough, and the remaining matters shouldn't be known by outsiders to protect the Han family's image. Han quickly led the Mi family members into the house. When the Mi family arrived, they were like balloons filled with air, but Han had deflated them with just a few words. They all entered the house with their heads down, feeling defeated. They were angry but didn't dare to express it. They knew she might report them to the police. They were frustrated, thinking about how the Han family had hurt their daughter and chased her away, and now they were seeking justice, mainly to use this situation to get something from the Han family. Yet they were being controlled by a little girl, who knew she would threaten to call the police. The Mi family felt upset. Who calls the police when relatives fight? They had never seen anything like this. Now, the Mi family was completely following Han's lead. Han casually sat at the dining table, crossing her legs, looking relaxed. The Mi family felt awkward and didn't dare to sit down, and Han didn't give in either. The atmosphere felt tense, like a group of students facing the principal. Dear relative, maybe we shouldn't involve the police? Mr. Mi finally spoke up. But his children looked down on him. He usually acted like the head of the family, but now he seemed so timid. We still need to involve them. That way, I can ensure my safety. Let's wait for my parents to come back. I'm too young to make decisions and could easily be bullied. The Mi family thought, who is bullying whom here? They were sweating nervously, fearing the police would come. No matter how tough they acted, they were afraid of the authorities. In this era, ordinary people believed that only those who had done something wrong would have to deal with the police. No matter what happens, once someone is taken away, even questioning them can lead to isolation from others. Gossip affects not just that person but their entire family. If the family's reputation is damaged, it becomes difficult for their sons and daughters to find partners. The Mi family is now in a tough spot. They can't escape for fear of being caught by the police, which would be even more embarrassing. At this moment, there was a commotion in the yard, with hurried footsteps. Zhao Hohat's angry voice could be heard. Well, the Mi family's daughter is bullying my girl, and now the whole family has come to bully her too. A bunch of useless people. I'll fight back. Second child, get a divorce. Do it immediately. Third child, go find the team leader and the secretary. We need to sort this out today. Before anyone entered the house, Zhao Hohat had already made her plans. Zhao Hohat was full of energy, her fighting spirit contrasting sharply with the Mi family. As soon as Han Ku heard her voice, she felt reassured. Her mother was like a steady anchor. With her around, she feared no one. In-laws, it's a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding. Why are we talking about divorce? It's not necessary, really not necessary. Mr. Mi looked confused, sweating on his forehead. When couples argue, isn't the usual advice to reconcile rather than separate? The son-in-law hadn't even expressed his stance yet, and the mother-in-law was already talking about divorce, not caring about what others might say. The Han family returned with anger on their faces. They had just finished work when someone came to tell them that the Mi family had sent people over and they were threatening Han Ke. This was unacceptable, and Zhao Hohat exploded upon hearing it. Since the family had different roles, Zhao Hohat had just arrived home when her son and daughter-in-law caught up with her. They thought the Mi family would cause trouble in the morning, but after waiting for a while and not seeing anyone, they went to work in the fields. The Mi family must have planned it well, coming to bully their younger sister. What kind of deep grudge could Mi Chunhua have against her sister to treat her this way? Mother-in-law, please, don't call the team leaders. Let's resolve this ourselves. Let's sit down and talk it over. It would be embarrassing if outsiders got involved, Mrs. Mi said with a forced smile.
Bah.
What do you mean it's a family matter? You're all trying to hurt my daughter. I won't let this go with the Mi family today. I know you're the worst in the Mi family, always tricking Mi Chunhua, who doesn't think for herself, into bringing things to your family. You're nothing but a beggar, with no shame. If you can't live with dignity, then don't live at all, always acting like a beggar. How can you still support Mi Chunhua? What support? Your family has taken plenty from the Han family. Do you really think you're in a position to stand tall? Zhao Hohat is not someone to be underestimated. She isn't afraid of her own difficult mother-in-law, so why would she fear the Mi family? Sister Mi was splashed with spit and didn't dare to retort. She felt very wronged, and wondered why people said the Mi family was the worst. Sister Mi felt like she was taking the blame for her father-in-law. When the Mi family arrived, they thought they would enjoy a big meal at the Han family's place and make them pay dearly. But before they could even start, they were met with a stern face from Han Ke. They had no idea what awaited them. Sister Mi bit her lip and pinched her youngest daughter.
Wow, wow. Mom.
The child, around 6 or 7 years old, wanted to say she was in pain. Instead, Sister Mi lovingly picked her up. Then the two of them hugged and cried together, looking as if they had been bullied by the Han family. The Mi family quickly understood that it was Sister Mi who had the clever idea. They all followed suit, crying and looking defeated. At this point, being tough wouldn't work, so they decided to show weakness. Han Ke looked at the Mi family acting and then glanced outside, where many people had finished their work. The team leader, the secretary, and Wu Aigua, who was holding her family's bowl, came through the crowd. Han Ke smirked. "Police officer, I want to report a case of child abuse." Everyone present was a bit confused. Weren't they supposed to report the Mi family? How did it turn into a child abuse case? Even Sister Mi was bewildered, completely not expecting Han Ke to be talking about her. "Comrade Han Ke, I'll take your case. Who is abusing the child?" Wu Aigua stepped forward into the kitchen. He had actually returned early today. The mission went smoothly, and if he had gone back to the office, he would have missed the end of the workday. So, he came home directly. He was thinking about returning the bowl to the Han family. The spicy crayfish they made for lunch was delicious. His mother and Wu Xiaoyan had jokingly said it was embarrassing to send something meant for chickens to others. But once they started eating, they couldn't stop, and he ended up regretting his earlier comments. His mother was truly speechless and later secretly asked him how to make that dish when he returned the bowl, but he felt too shy to ask. There really was police. The Mi family was scared out of their wits. How did things turn out like this? Dear sister-in-law, you can't say such things carelessly. The child is just scared and crying. Mi Chunhua's mother was trembling with fear. Usually, she would scold her family for causing trouble, but if this escalated, would she be taken away? Several people who lost money have quite a few injuries. Even Sister Mi feels guilty. She really can't stand the investigation. She deeply regrets what she did to the child. It's all her sister-in-law's fault. If she hadn't run back to her family, this wouldn't have happened. Since you hurt the child, why are you all crying? Do you think everyone else is a fool? It's too late to act pitiful now. Zhao Hohat realized the situation. This family is not respectable. When they can't be tough, they try to be soft. Using a child as a pawn is so heartless. Zhao Hohat disapproves of this. She has a granddaughter too, and no matter what, she would never mistreat her. Police, we were wrong, and we will change. This incident is really just a family conflict. My sister was sent back to her family, and we got a bit too anxious, so more people showed up.
Haha.
When a girl is bullied at her in-laws, can her family just sit still? Sister Mi, known for her cleverness, was the only one who could speak clearly at this moment. She saw that the Han family was not responding to tough or soft tactics, and admitting fault was the only way out. Getting away quickly today would be good. Haha, coming here with weapons shows how worried you are. Mi Chunhua and you all plan to attack me, and I have witnesses. This matter isn't over. In a society governed by law, how can anyone break into a home and commit violence in front of everyone? If this isn't pursued, won't others follow suit? If just a warning is enough to let them go, will they keep doing this? After all, the cost of crime is very low. I'm scared. I won't dare to go out anymore. I'm afraid the Mi family will come after me later. Han Ke looked terrified and worried. The Mi family was almost scared to the point of losing control. How did things escalate to this point? If they kneel, will they be let go? You think Mi Chunhua was wronged, so you come to me. Why should you blame my sister? What has my sister done? I want to ask Mi Chunhua, how has the Han family wronged you that you cause trouble every few days? If you're unhappy, just get a divorce. This time, I will definitely leave. I can't live like this anymore. Han Lixia glared at the Mi family with clenched fists. What? Han Lixia, you want to divorce me? You heartless person, I gave you 2 sons. I won't divorce. If you push me again, I will hang myself at your door. Boo-hoo. Secretary, Captain, please help me. Boo-hoo. The Han family is trying to drive me to death. The Han family is ungrateful. After all, I am the one who has given them heirs. These heartless people, sob sob. Mi Chunhua lay down on the ground, clapping her hands and rolling around, crying and cursing. She had completely forgotten her fear. After all, they were all part of the same team, and she didn't feel the same dread towards Wu Aigua as the Mi family did. With no hope from her family, she had to rely on herself. The team leader and Secretary Wu exchanged glances and shook their heads. Any family with a daughter-in-law like this was unfortunate. The Han family knew her character well and remained expressionless and indifferent. Onlookers were chattering excitedly. The old Han family is indeed a bit excessive. They say a couple shares a bond after a day of marriage. Considering the 2 children, they shouldn't act this way. Every family has its ups and downs. Who can just walk away from a marriage? Said a woman sympathizing with Mi Chunhua. Come on. Would you want a troublemaker like her in your family? She stirs up chaos all day long. It's easy to talk when you're not the one suffering, replied someone sympathizing with the Han family. You don't know, I know how she ended up marrying Han Lar. With her character and looks, marrying Han Lixia would be like putting a flower in cow dung. Han Lixia is the flower and Mi Chunhua is the dung. Ha ha ha. A man in his 30s crossed his arms, pretending to be mysterious, as if he knew the inside story. What inside story? Tell us more. Yeah, share the details. I want to know. Hey, funny enough, I witnessed it. At first, it was Mi Chunhua who liked Han Lar. He was handsome, and she followed him around, insisting on marrying him. She was so infatuated, just like the old Han family's daughter, who liked the educated youth. The Mi family was also willing, as the Han family had a better reputation and conditions. Mi Chunhua wasn't particularly pretty, and her reputation wasn't great either. She was getting older and couldn't find a husband. Han Lar was also unlucky. One day after work, Mi Chunhua seized her chance. You know how there are ditches on both sides of the road when we finish work? She suddenly hugged Han Lar from behind and jumped into the ditch. Han Lar didn't notice and fell into the water with her. They struggled in the ditch, and even when people came, she wouldn't let go. She kept saying Han Lar was being inappropriate and that if he didn't marry her, he would end up in jail. I was stunned. Who was really being inappropriate here? I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. It's impossible to completely resolve this, but we need to teach a lesson. Dia wisely moved a stool for Grandma to sit and talk. Zhao Hohot sat down firmly and said, Actually, it's good that you came today. Even if you hadn't come, our Han family would have sought you out to discuss things with me family. Your daughter really needs to be disciplined. After marrying into our family for so long, she hasn't shown respect to her in-laws, has scolded the children, bullied her sister-in-law, and often yells at her husband. It's chaotic every day. Which family has a daughter-in-law like this? Let's put it this way. Do your 2 daughters-in-law behave like this at home? The 2 sisters-in-law from the Mi family suddenly felt like they were choked. They certainly didn't act like that. The eldest sister-in-law learned from her mother-in-law. So what does that have to do with them? When the 3 daughters from the Mi family came home, Grandmommy taught them how to stand their ground in their in-laws' house. It was all her bad influence. They wanted to learn those skills from their mother-in-law, but those skills didn't work well in the Mi family, as they were held back by their in-laws and husbands. Well, that doesn't mean you can hit people, said the second sister-in-law of Mi, though her tone was clearly lacking confidence. She didn't have a good relationship with the eldest sister-in-law, and it wasn't to defend her. She just felt that if the Han family had no faults, they would be in big trouble. Zhao Hohot sneered, I wanted to talk to you about your family too. Since Mi Chunhua married into our family, she has been lazy and not working properly, and she's been taking things from our home to yours. Let's just say, our Han family may not have much, but over the years, she has taken rice today, flour tomorrow, and even pickled vegetables the day after. She even took the big jar of sauce from our house to yours. When your family was benefiting, why didn't you come to our Han family for justice? Grandma, Grandma, the bowl we used to feed the chickens was also taken by second aunt, said Arya, tugging at Zhao Hohat's sleeve.
Ha ha ha.
I know about the Mi family. My sister-in-law married from their village, and they are really stingy. Even when a manure truck passes by, they have to taste a spoonful. Oh my, why are you so disgusting?
Ha ha.
Everyone laughed, while the Mi family members felt like they wanted to disappear. Mi Chunhua shot a fierce glare at Arya, and Wang Zhaodi quickly pulled Arya back, thinking this child shouldn't speak such blunt truths at this time. Mi Chunhua held grudges and didn't care whether it was adults or children. Zhao Hohat glared at Mi Chunhua. Why are you glaring at Arya?
What do you want?
If you hadn't come to cause trouble today, maybe we could have given her another chance. But since your family is being unreasonable, I've decided to let my second son get a divorce. She has disturbed our family and led the children astray. If we don't divorce, will we let her continue to harm our family? What do you think, Dad? Han Taiju nodded. All right, I trust your judgment. Even though Han Taiju didn't say much, he was the head of the family and made the final decisions. Once he agreed, it was settled. Dear in-laws, divorce isn't something to take lightly. You still have a daughter without a partner. You need to think about her reputation. Sister Mi said cautiously. She didn't dare to speak loudly, as the Han family members were staring intensely. What? In our family, I have the final say. What are you unhappy about? What's wrong with a divorce? Our family isn't ashamed. Li Xia, are you going to listen to your mother? Zhao Hohat was angry. How dare they use her daughter as an excuse? Sister Mi's daughter couldn't just be easily handed over to the Han family. Mom, I said last night that I want a divorce, Han Li Xia stated firmly. At this point, he didn't want to spend his life with someone like Mi Chunhua, even if it meant being single for the rest of his life. He didn't want to be with Mi Chunhua anymore. You ungrateful child. Mi Chunhua's brother, being a man, was ready to confront Han Li Xia, forgetting his fear of the police and wanting to fight. What do you want to do? Wu Aigua quickly grabbed Mi's brother's arm. This frightened Sister Mi, and she hurriedly pulled her husband back. What are you doing? The Mi family has more than just you. If you go in, who will take your place? This reckless man had no sense. The second son was clever and didn't rush him like that. Once Wu Aigua held his arm, Mi's brother quickly calmed down, and with his wife's help, he stepped back. Dear in-laws, it's better to break 10 temples than to break 1 marriage. How can the 2 grandsons grow up without their mother? If they have a stepmother, they will suffer. From now on, Chunhua should live her life peacefully and not cause any more trouble. Chunhua, you promised that. Mi Chunhua's mother pushed her forward and pinched her arm to make her stop causing a scene. Mi Chunhua lowered her head, wiping her tears, feeling stuck as her mother pushed her. Big tiger, little tiger. You need to persuade your dad. If he divorces your mom, you won't have a mother anymore. Your dad is still young, and he will definitely find a stepmother for you. The children without mothers in the village are so unfortunate. Sister Mi said as she held on to Da Hu and Er Hu. Since the adults wouldn't listen, they could only rely on the children. The kids were afraid of having a stepmother. Da Hu and Er Hu were already confused. They didn't understand what divorce meant, but they knew that if their father remarried, they would no longer have a mother. The 2 children were only 7 years old. Although Mi Chunhua wasn't as kind to them as she was to her brother's son, the thought of a stepmother was terrifying. Children with stepmothers in the village often went hungry and cold, and some even froze to death in winter. This was something they talked about while playing with their friends.
Wah, wah, wah. Wah, wah.
The 2 children suddenly burst into tears, clinging to Han Li Xia's leg. Dad, don't get a divorce. Please don't.
No, we don't want a stepmother. Wah.
Zhao Hohat was furious and slammed her hand on the dining table. We'll talk about the divorce later. Right now, we need to address the issues with your family. Did they think she was a pushover? If her grandchildren were upset, then she would make sure their whole family felt the same way. Officer Wu, I insist on calling the police. Take them away. They barged into our home with weapons, Han Ku said coldly, looking at Wu Aigua. Wait. Aunt Han, let's negotiate. What conditions do you want? We can settle this privately. Old Man Mi said, feeling nervous under Wu Aigua's serious gaze. What do you think, Mom? Hanku saw that they couldn't resolve things with Mi Chunhua today, so it was better to get to the point. Since they were willing to negotiate, it would be rude not to respond.
Well,
A private settlement could work. Over the years, your family has taken things from ours and turned them into money. Also, since you trespassed into our home, my daughter and the children were frightened. You need to compensate them. Let's call it a calming fee. Considering we are family, we can overlook the children's lost work time. We'll give Mi Chunhua another chance, but she must write a guarantee. If she misbehaves again, then it will be a complete divorce. This time, we're doing it for the sake of the two children. Zhao Hohat softened at the sight of her crying grandsons. However, she wasn't going to let the Mi family off easily. They needed to feel the consequences. Wow, everyone realized that Zhao Hohat was quite capable. She handled the situation well, and they had never thought of writing a guarantee before. With that in hand, Mi Chunhua would think twice before causing trouble again. Han Ke thought that even though his mother hadn't been to school, she was smart enough to be a community leader. What a talent wasted. So, under the mediation of the village officials and with the cooperation of Comrade Wu Aigua, the Mi family signed 2 guarantees, feeling humiliated. They had no choice. If they didn't sign, they wouldn't be allowed to leave today and they wouldn't get any food. One guarantee was written by the Mi family, promising to pay 30 yuan in compensation and agreeing to deliver it tomorrow, with interest accumulating for each day of delay. The other stated that they must pray for the longevity of the Han family, otherwise it would be counted against them. They had no choice but to write this, or they would face jail. It all depended on whether the Han family was satisfied. The Mi family truly ended up worse off. After the last fight, Han Ke gained a reputation. People said they had underestimated the strength of the Han girl. Whoever marries such a strong woman will have to be careful. The in-laws might take a back seat. As a result, Han Ke was effectively blacklisted in the marriage market in Yangshigu. The Han family was pleased, having dealt with the troublesome Mi family through their mother and younger sister, ensuring that the Mi family could no longer cause trouble. As for Mi Chunhua, she was now quiet and didn't dare to cause any more issues. Whether she would in the future was uncertain. They could handle her next time. In truth, Mi Chunhua understood that her family wasn't reliable. They would support her only when there was something to gain. Otherwise, they would abandon her without hesitation. Whether she hated the Han family more, only she knew. The Mi family was heartbroken. 30 yuan could even buy a bride in the countryside. Old Mr. Mi stood with his hands behind his back, his face long and filled with wrinkles, each one telling of his pain. Paying the money was one thing, but losing face was a bigger issue. The 2 villages were close, and by tomorrow evening, everyone would know what had happened. Old Mrs. Mi shot a glare at Mi Chunhua, muttering about the money, and followed her husband. The Mi family left amidst the ridicule and laughter of the Yangshigu villagers.
Hey,
Old Mi, are you giving up your weapons? Han Lixia's childhood friend kicked a stick on the ground. The Mi family's grandsons hurried back, grabbing whatever they could and running away, feeling too embarrassed. Their faces were burning with shame. In their panic, they dropped some items, causing everyone to laugh even harder. Mi Chunhua stood in the kitchen with a dark expression, watching the Mi family leave without looking back. She cursed her family in her heart, regretting that she had secretly given away things that now went to waste, feeling betrayed by a group of ungrateful people. As Han Lixia looked on, the man didn't spare her a glance and took his 2 crying sons back to their room. Mi Chunhua's eyes flashed with anger and frustration, and she followed them inside. Captain, Secretary, I'm sorry for the trouble, Han Taiju said, looking embarrassed. Wu Lazy patted Han Taiju on the shoulder. It's okay, we understand. The team leader, Zhou Jianxi, offered a few sympathetic words. Who wouldn't feel for a family dealing with such issues? The Han family was considered well off in the village. Although Han Taiju was an outsider, he was hardworking and honest. With many sons, they had plenty of help, and the eldest son was doing well, reportedly even becoming a squad leader at a young age. However, there was a troublesome mother who caused worry, but fortunately, she lived with Han Er. Yet, there was also a daughter who was always chasing after men, and a daughter-in-law who stirred up trouble. Every family has its own difficulties. What are you all looking at? Got energy but nowhere to use it? Tomorrow, everyone will have to do 10 work points. Zhou Jianxi said as he and Wu Lazy left the Han family's kitchen, noticing many members still lingering outside. Come on, if you put this energy into production, our team would have a bumper harvest every year. Now, disperse. What? Are you all just full and bored? Secretary Wu joked as he turned to see his son still standing there with an empty bowl like a door god. He wanted to pull his son home, but then he thought about how grown he was, with his clothes and confident demeanor. He had to give his son some respect. He wasn't blind. The boy clearly had feelings for a girl. It wasn't just talk, he was serious. What to do? That could wait for another time. Secretary Wu walked away, hands behind his back, wanting to say more but holding back. The members and a few young intellectuals laughed as they left, and the Han home finally became quiet. I feel like I didn't help at all. Wu Igor finally managed to hand the bowl to Han Ke, looking for a chance to talk to her. Not at all. Just being there is a help. Thank you, Officer Wu. Having you in our team is a blessing. From now on, you'll be our team's anchor, and no one will dare to cause trouble in Yangshigu. Han Ke flattered him. Wu Igua tried to stay humble, but his mouth wouldn't cooperate, curling up into a smile he couldn't suppress. If he didn't bite his tongue, he might have shown his teeth. He had heard compliments before, but never had they felt so rewarding. Wu Igua's emotions were almost spilling out, but Han was too oblivious to notice anything. Cough, cough, it's getting dark, little sister. Why don't you go back and rest for a while? I'll cook with your third sister-in-law. I'll call you when the food is ready, Wang Zhaodi said, sensing Wu Igua's intentions. It was uncertain whether the younger sister was suitable, and given Wu Xiaoyan and her mother's situation, it seemed unlikely that the mother-in-law would agree to the match. If there were real intentions, a good matchmaker should be found instead of teasing the younger sister privately. The girl had already jumped into the river because of a young intellectual, and if she couldn't handle the teasing, it could lead to trouble. If things didn't work out, it could be disastrous for the whole family. So, she warned Han that it was getting late, actually hinting at Wu Igua. Wu Igua smiled at Wang Zhaodi. What you said makes sense, sister-in-law. Look at me. I'm holding you up from cooking. I'll take my leave, and if you need anything, just let me know. It's no trouble, this is what we do now. All right, I'll walk you out, Igua. Han Lichuan, who had been quiet, put his arm around Wu Igua's shoulder as they walked away, chatting quietly. Big sister, third sister, let's all cook together. It's getting late, and 3 of us can finish faster. Han Ku also chimed in. If it weren't for the trouble from the Mi family, she would have had dinner ready by now. On Li Wan's side, cooking had already begun. She usually didn't say much and felt like an invisible person in the Han family. She only spoke when asked. The 3 sisters-in-law divided the tasks and started cooking. Dinner was simple. There was neither time nor mood for anything elaborate. Zhao Hohat and Han Taiju returned to their room, washed up a bit, and climbed onto the Kong. Wow, after a whole day in the fields, I'm exhausted, and now I have to deal with the Mi family. Can you massage my waist? Right there, it hurts. I hurried back, and might have twisted my waist while running. Ouch, that hurts. Those Mi family folks are so stingy. We should have asked for more money. Taiju, our second son, is really ruined by that Mi Chunhua woman. What can we do? He's not even 30 yet. He has a long life ahead. If Mi Chunhua could change and treat our son well, we wouldn't mind her. But look at her. Can a dog change its nature? Today, with so many people watching, this marriage is hard to end. If she behaves, that's fine, but our 2 grandsons would be pitiful without their mother. What can we do? It's worrying. Han Taiju sighed. What's there to worry about? Worrying is just another day. We'll just have to see how things go. She can pretend for a day, a year, but how long can she keep it up? I doubt she can maintain that act for long. Actually, Han Taiju felt very conflicted inside. He was just comforting Zhao Hohot. Deep down, he didn't want his son to get a divorce, especially since Mi Chunhua was the mother of his 2 grandsons. Besides, there weren't many divorces in their area. His son was not even 30 and would be seen as having a second marriage, which would not reflect well on the family. Finding someone else would be difficult too. A widow or a divorced woman usually had children. If he looked for a young woman, she might want her own children in the future, which could affect how she treated the twins. So, for the sake of the 2 kids, he thought it was best to manage things as they were, but it was a pity for his second son. During dinner, Zhao Hohot and Han Taiju ate in their room. It was then that Han Ku learned that Zhao Hohot had hurt her back while rushing out in a panic when the Mi family came to cause trouble. Han Ku felt very sorry for her and planned to make Zhao Hohot and Han Taiju some milk powder with spring water that evening. That night, the Han family returned to their own rooms, and Han Ku went back to her room, locking the door. This was a good habit she had developed since coming here. Every night, she slept in the villa in her space, fearing that someone might come in at any moment. She was the favorite of the family, so she had her own room, while even the older and younger sisters had to share a room with their parents. In Han Lichuan's room, the bed was divided by a wooden board. The couple occupied one half, while the 3 children took the other half. Even the second son, Han Lixia, had to share. Han Lichio didn't have children yet, but if he did, they would also need to be separated. If the 4th brother, Han Lidong, returned, Han Ku would have to share a bed with her parents. After climbing onto the bed and drawing the curtains, Han Ku entered her space. She took a deep breath of the fresh air. It felt so good. Perhaps it was because of the spring water, but every time she entered, she felt her pores open comfortably. On one side of the space was a beautiful villa, and next to it was a large, simple warehouse for supplies. There was still half of the space filled with various fruits and vegetables, a small amount of grain, and pens for chickens, ducks, geese, and rabbits, along with some space taken up by the spring water. Looking around, the space was already quite full. 10 acres really wasn't much. She focused her thoughts on a cornfield, which was about 2 acres. She wanted to plant other grains, but there wasn't enough space. The reason she chose corn was that it was easy to harvest, unlike dry rice and wheat, which needed further processing to become rice and flour. So, growing corn was purely out of her laziness. It was easier to manage. She could use her thoughts to harvest, but grinding it into flour and separating the husks from the flour was something her thoughts couldn't do. She had already tried. After harvesting several rows of corn with her thoughts, she felt tired and wanted to take a break. Just as she was about to return to the villa to take a shower, suddenly, a white shadow flashed by, and she heard a rustling sound. Han Ku felt her hair stand on end. She nervously swallowed and suddenly realized how big and empty this space felt, as if she were the only person left in the world. It was quite frightening. Another rustling sound came, and she said, "Who's there?"
Come out.
Her voice trembled a bit. With a thought, a large shovel appeared in her hand. No. With another thought, a hoe appeared at her feet. With more weapons, she felt a little more at ease. Thankfully, she could summon items with her mind in this space. A strange sound approached, like cornstalks being stepped on. Han Ku gripped the shovel tightly, focusing on the direction of the sound. A white figure wobbled toward her. It was a round, fluffy creature, completely white. Its body was so big that its feet made noise when they hit the ground. 2 shiny black eyes, like black gemstones, were staring at Han Ku. "Hey, were you the one who scared me earlier?" Han Ku slumped, throwing the shovel aside. Quack, quack. The big white goose seemed to respond, nodding at her. "Wait, how did you get out?" She had fenced in all the poultry, and even the chickens couldn't escape. "How did this goose manage to get out? And why are you so big?" This goose was much larger than a typical one. The big white goose tilted its head, grabbed Han Ku's pants with its beak, and started to pull her back. "What are you doing? Where are you taking me?"
Hey,
"You're strong for a goose."
slow down.
"I get it, I'll follow you, just don't tear my pants." My family is poor. Han-ko was being dragged along by the goose, which surprisingly had more strength than her. This goose was quite clever. When Han-ko mentioned her family's poverty and asked it not to tear her pants, the goose actually let go but walked ahead, looking back to make sure she was following. Han-ko had no choice but to follow it. When they reached the spirit spring, the big white goose dipped its head into the spring and started drinking the water. Han-ko's eyes widened. You actually drank the undiluted spirit water? She suddenly remembered when she first got the space and used pure spirit water to water strawberry seeds, which immediately sprouted and bore fruit. Looking at this goose now, it made sense. Somehow, it had escaped and grown big because it had food and water in the field. If that's the case, should I feed the brothers and sisters in your pen with undiluted spring water, and then they would grow as big as you? Originally, one goose could make 1 pot of stew, but with spring water, it could make 3 pots. Let me calculate if that's worth it. Oh no, don't bite, Han-ko was pondering the possibilities when suddenly she felt a sharp pain in her backside. The big white goose had bitten her and twisted its head, causing Han-ko to tear up from the pain. In a panic, she dashed into the villa, thinking she couldn't handle it, but when she looked back, that stubborn goose was still holding on to her. Han-ko said, I was wrong. I misspoke. Big brother, please let me go. The white goose rolled its eyes before releasing her, and Han-ko rubbed her sore backside. As she rubbed her pain, she carefully observed the goose's movements. This was no ordinary goose. It was unusually large and seemed quite intelligent. Oh, dear. She thought she needed to check the poultry pen carefully. If they all escaped and filled the space with mischievous little creatures, what would she eat? She couldn't bring herself to eat a creature with the intelligence of a young child. Just looking at this one, its intelligence was already impressive, and she felt sad that she couldn't even outmatch a goose in strength. Wait! Fighting! Han-ko's eyes sparkled as she looked at the big, white goose. They didn't have a dog at home, so having a goose for guarding and fighting wasn't a bad idea. The problem was it seemed to understand simple human language. As long as she didn't use tricky words, it could understand her. She had heard that some dogs were afraid of geese because of their fighting abilities. Han-ko clapped her hands and decided she needed to give her goose a proper name. Well, Big White. From now on, I will call you Big White. The goose turned its head away, perhaps afraid Han-ko would unilaterally name it. Then it turned back and shook its head. Looks like you don't like that name. How about White Feather? Chubby? Raleigh? Pearl? No, why are you shaking your head? As a goose, you're being picky. This was Han-ko's first time dealing with such a creature. None of those names work? Fine, I'll call you Han-dajwang then, no arguments. Han-ko was annoyed. It was difficult to name a goose. This time, the goose didn't shake its head. It stopped and nodded. All right, Comrade Han-dajwang, you need to go back to your pen right now. I hereby appoint you as the poultry manager. From now on, all the chickens, ducks, geese, and rabbits are under your care. If another one like you appears, I'll have a word with you. At that time, you can choose one: braised, spicy, or stewed noodles. Now get out. Han-ko pointed to the door. Han-dajwang protested a bit about the menu, and then quickly ran away. Then he remembered Han-ko told him to roll back, so he actually rolled a few times on the ground. Seeing that Han-ko didn't say anything, he got up, spread his big wings, and ran off. Han-ko licked her lips. Those wings look good. I wonder what they would taste like if roasted. Watching Han-dajwang's impressive figure run far away, Han-ko quickly slipped into the bathroom. She used her mind to fill a bucket with spring water and poured it into the bathtub, adding hot water in a roughly 15-to-1 ratio before she felt satisfied. Otherwise, if her face looked perfect overnight, someone might take her away for experiments. She took off her clothes and slowly sank into the bathtub. The water was warm and comfortable, just right. The difference between the space inside and outside was quite large, so she could relax in the tub for a while. Closing her eyes comfortably, she could clearly feel the spring water soaking into her skin. When she felt the water getting cooler, she woke up, got out of the tub, and dried off. She noticed her skin had become a bit whiter. Looking in the mirror, Hanka saw that the scab on her face didn't seem as large anymore. The edges of the scab were slightly lifting, indicating it was about to fall off. It seemed that in a few days, she would be completely healed. Tomorrow, she would just apply the ointment from Comrade Wu Aiguo on her face, and that would be it. She checked the watch she had left outside and saw that only 20 minutes had passed, so it was still early. Hanka decided to go to the living room, placed her tablet in the phone holder, and lay on the sofa to watch the historical drama she had downloaded before time travel. She needed to catch up on this era. Looking at her watch, it was already past 7. Hanku heated half a cup of spring water and mixed it with 3 bowls of malted milk drink. She then took a basin to her parents' room, only to find that they, who usually went to bed by 7, were still awake with the door open. "Dad, Mom, I'm coming in."
Hey,
"Our daughter is here. Why are you carrying a basin?" Inside, the oil lamp was lit, and Zhao Hohot couldn't see what was in the basin, but she could smell the sweet aroma. "Hey, Mom, close the door." Hanku entered the room and saw her dad, Zhao Taiju, leaning against the wall, and the bed had already been made. "Dad, Mom, I made you some malted milk drink. You should drink it quickly."
what?
"You child, why should your dad and I drink that? You keep it for yourself. What a waste." Zhao Hohot saw that Hanku had made several bowls of malted milk drink and felt quite distressed. "Your mom is right. Keep it for yourself. We're too old for that." "You can't say that. Have you forgotten what the doctor advised? My mother has low blood sugar, so she needs good food to stay healthy. This is serious. You all drink it and I, being young, don't need to. You two are older and should take care of your health for the sake of your children. I won't say more. I just want to know, will you drink it? If not, I'll pour it out." Zhao Hohot playfully scolded and lightly slapped Hanku. It didn't hurt, more like a tickle.
Hey,
"My daughter is so filial, it was worth raising her." "Hohot, you drank my bowl. What should a big man like me drink?" His daughter reminded him, and the doctor was indeed right. The memory of Zhao Hohot fainting in the hospital still haunted him. He felt scared even now. His wife worked hard for this family her whole life, raising 5 children. During the years of natural disasters and hunger, she would go 2 days without eating just to ensure the kids had enough food. That illness started back then, and over the years, her health suffered without proper nourishment. It's better to have a daughter. She remembers her mother's health and finds ways to help her. Those boys, once the door is shut, forget about their mother, truly a case of having a wife and forgetting the mother. Thankfully, his wife gave birth to a caring daughter. "Han Taiju, have you thought this through? It's late, and if I drink 2 big bowls of water, I might wet the bed." Zhao Hohot laughed as she spoke. "Stop being polite. I know you care. Dad, should I get you another bowl? You can't avoid it tonight. Whether you want to or not, you have to drink." Hanku brought a bowl to Zhao Hohot. Zhao Hohot accepted it and handed it to Han Taiju, saying, "Your daughter is being filial. Take it and don't make a fuss." Han Taiju reluctantly took the bowl. The 3 of them hid in the room, quietly sipping the malted milk drink. "This stuff is too sweet. I really don't like it," Han Taiju said, gulping down half a bowl. "Look at you, acting all proud. What a show-off."
Saogihu rollede her altså hans sisu.
"Dad, I need to tell you something." Hanku remembered the wall issue. With so many strong workers at home, raising the wall shouldn't be a problem. The issue is that in northeast China, it gets cold early, and after the autumn harvest, it cools down quickly. Even now, the morning wind feels harsh.
What is it?
Today, the Olmi family caused trouble, and I realized our yard wall is too low. Wow. Today there were so many people watching the excitement, with heads packed tightly on the wall in the front yard. In the yard, you can't hide anything. I was thinking we should make the wall taller, at least higher than the men's height, so they can't see over it. If they bring stools to peek over the wall, that's a different story. That would be spying. With this low wall, they can see us openly. Honestly, my daughter makes a good point. I think it's a good idea. It's just raising the wall, and we have enough people in our family to get it done in a few days. Once the autumn harvest is finished and we finish our little tasks, we can raise the wall. After being reminded by Hanku, Zhao Hohat suddenly felt their home wasn't safe. With a low wall, a man could easily jump over, so it really needs to be taller. All right, I'll go along with you. Han Taizhu is devoted to his wife and daughter, and since the kids have a good idea, he agrees. Once the wall is higher, we can set up planting boxes in the yard, and no one will see them. In the countryside, unlike the city where houses are close together, there's space between families. That's the beauty of rural life. You can be far away from the next house. If something happens, unless someone shouts, no one will hear. Yangshigu is considered a large village, with over 200 households and nearly 2,000 people. The Zhou family is a big clan in the village. Otherwise, Zhou Jianqi wouldn't have become the village leader. Having family and leadership is beneficial, like getting easier jobs during work. 2 young women from the educated youth group married into the Zhou family. Right, we also need to build those vegetable boxes, and we can't let anyone see them. If someone gets jealous and reports us, claiming we're taking advantage of capitalism or undermining socialism, it would be a disaster, Zhao Hohat exclaimed, slapping her thigh. Han Ku's mouth twitched. That can't be true? We said it's for our own family. My dear daughter, you really don't understand how things work. You have no idea. 2 years ago, Wang Laosher's family raised 4 chickens, and they got reported for it, right? I think some people just have too much time on their hands. They were keeping them for their wives after childbirth. It's ridiculous that they couldn't even do that without being labeled. There are a few people in our village who love to stir up trouble, just like Mu Guiying, always causing a scene. What happened next? What about the chickens? They were killed on the spot, and even cooked right there. What did they call it again? Taizhu, do you remember? Zhao Hohat couldn't recall, and turned to ask Zhao Taizhu. They called it eliminating the capitalist tumor. Han Ku felt a wave of disbelief. How come I didn't know about this from 2 years ago? She truly had no memory of that incident. You were in high school in the county back then. By the time you came back for summer vacation, this matter had already passed for a long time. Luckily, Zhou Jian and Wu Lei are reliable, otherwise, Wang Laosher wouldn't know what to do. Isn't this bullying? They see that family is honest and bully them as much as they want. If they tried to bully me, just watch me take a kitchen knife to them, Zhao Hohat said excitedly. Only you can say that. Why say such things in front of the kids? What? Shouldn't people be protected from being bullied? It's just pathetic. Look at you, the kids are still here, and you get all worked up. I'm saying it's not good to talk about using a knife in front of our daughter. It could teach her the wrong lesson. Did you see how many people came from the old me family today? So many came, and our daughter wasn't scared at all. She was ready to swing a kitchen knife. What are you trying to say? Zhao Hohat didn't understand. I'm saying, daughter, good job. Han Ku covered her mouth and laughed. You say I spoil the kids, but I think you spoil them even more. But, dear daughter, we can scare people, but we can't actually hurt anyone. If you really did, it would cost your father and me our lives. Zhao Hohat was genuinely worried that her child might take her words too seriously. She regretted saying those reckless things. Forget what I just said. I wouldn't really hurt anyone. My life is worth more than theirs. Han Ku was both amused and speechless. Did she really seem that foolish? Don't worry. I was just scaring them. I noticed the old me family is all cowards. I only threw the knife when I was sure. If I met someone tough, I would shout for help right away. Zhao Hohat and Han Taizhu felt relieved. That's right. My daughter is smart. So, does that mean we can't grow vegetables in our planting boxes? Han Ku felt that fishing had become too frequent lately. If people saw her, they might report her for it. She decided that if she went fishing again, she would go further away. Luckily, she had stored plenty in her space, so she could wait until they finished eating. After a while, she would call her brothers to go into the mountains for a big catch, and then stop.
Sigh.
She still needed a stable source of income. Her parents were only 45. In modern times, they were still young. In this era, she couldn't think about anything else. The best way was to secure a steady job, so her parents would have a retirement pension. When the reform started, her parents would be retiring just in time, and then she could start a small business and become wealthy. As for finding a job, she believes that money can solve many problems. She plans to find an opportunity to sell some supplies in the county or city. Of course, she needs to find a reasonable excuse and method for the money from selling supplies. For example, she could submit articles. Han Ku's eyes lit up. Yes. Before she came here, she had read a lot and gained inspiration. She is a loyal fan of historical fiction and can write it easily. This could be a way to earn money. In just 2 minutes, Han Ku had everything planned out in her mind. She only needed to think about her parents and not her brother. She didn't want to raise someone who would become ungrateful or develop a habit of relying on others. One should know that habits become natural. If you give too much for too long, it will be taken for granted. If one day she stops giving, they might become unhappy and even resentful. This is the principle of kindness leading to conflict. Finding a job for her father would depend on his abilities. If he lacks skills, he would only be able to do hard labor. Sure, why not? The situation has improved in the last 2 years, and there are fewer harmful practices. If we close the door and work at home, no one will see us. Han Taiju was still hopeful. This was a way to make money. The Han family has many members, and as the children grow up, there will be more need for money. Dad, how many years of school did you attend? Han Ku suddenly asked. I did go to school, Han Taiju replied, unsure of why Han Ku was asking. Zhao Hohat clapped her thigh, proud to talk about this. Among the women of her generation, who had a man who studied, only her husband, Taiju, had gone to school. Your dad studied at a private school back then. Only people from big places could attend school. We in the countryside could only go to private schools. At that time, there was no liberation. Your grandfather came from the northeast and settled here with your grandmother. We have coal here, and your grandfather was quite capable. He found a way to get into the coal mine. But since your grandfather couldn't read or write, he could only work underground. Because of this, your grandfather felt he was at a disadvantage and insisted that your dad should study. Your dad did well in school, and your grandfather even planned to send him to a formal school, but your grandmother disagreed. Later, there was a mining accident, and your grandfather passed away. Then, see, why are you bringing up all these old stories?
Han Tishu interrupted Shogai. What?
Is it not okay to talk about your mother? Can't others say what she did? Just because I don't mention it, can you stop others from talking? Zhao Hohat's eyes widened in surprise. Zhao Hohat has a quick temper, and Han Taiju knows that arguing with her only makes things worse. So, at times like this, he stays silent. He has already shared his opinion, and even though Zhao Hohat can be unreasonable, she won't embarrass him in front of others. Zhao Hohat is good in that she never puts her man down in front of outsiders. Behind closed doors, she speaks her mind freely. Han Ku's eyes darted around. There's a story here. But she can't ask now. She'll wait until her father isn't around to ask her mother, especially about that grandmother. From the original owner's memories, that grandmother was unreasonable and difficult, and she looked down on her father and their family. Otherwise, she wouldn't be living with the second uncle. In the countryside, elderly people usually live with their eldest son, but her grandmother chose to live with the second son. If the eldest son doesn't take care of the elderly, people will criticize him for being unfilial. Her father, Han Taiju, is clearly not that kind of person, so what caused the conflict that made the grandmother not want to live with the eldest son? Putting that aside, she said, Dad, I think living like this isn't a long-term solution. We should find a stable job. Look at my second uncle. He works in the county and comes back to the village like a leader. The team leader and secretary are eager to please him. And my grandmother, even though she's retired, she can go anywhere with her pension.
Just think about it.
How long has my grandmother been living in the county? Can a rural elderly woman just roam around? Can she avoid working in the fields? Goodness. Daughter, are you speaking nonsense? If getting a job was as easy as drinking water, your father would need to work in the fields. It's not easy for city kids to get sent to our rural areas to farm. It's harder than climbing to the sky for us rural folks to go to the city. Sweetheart, just go wash up and sleep. If there were such good opportunities, you'd go for them yourself. Your father is too old to work. Zhao Hohat thought Han Ke was just a child who didn't understand. She knows her daughter wants to be a city person, otherwise, she wouldn't be chasing after the young man from the city. But she doesn't dare to mention it, not a word. Her daughter has finally lost interest in that young man, and if she brings it up, what if her daughter's feelings come back? She doesn't oppose her daughter marrying someone from the city. She just looks down on those young men from the city. They are all showy, unable to do hard work, and they waste food. If her daughter marries someone like that, who will take care of whom in the end? Her daughter should marry for happiness, not for hardship. Mom, I know you won't believe anything I say right now, so how about we make a bet? Haha, what kind of bet? You always win. How can I compete? Zhao Hohat playfully patted her daughter's face.
Oh.
Her daughter's face was as tender as a freshly steamed egg custard. Mom, I'm being serious here. Han Ke was feeling helpless. She realized that in Zhao Hohat and Han Tieju's eyes, she was still just a little child. Maybe 4 or 5 years old, nothing more. They spoiled her and always treated her like she hadn't grown up. Zhao Hohat, be serious. Our daughter says it's important. Han Taiju tried hard to hold back his laughter at his daughter's serious expression. Okay, dear, I'm listening. Go ahead, Zhao Hohat said, trying to show she was serious by brightening the oil lamp. I promise I will make Dad eat good food. I will definitely do it. Han Ke reiterated. I believe you. Zhao Hohat nodded repeatedly. Han Ke thought. Can you be a little less dismissive? Whatever. Actions speak louder than words. I'll give them a surprise on that day. No, a shock. Han Taiju didn't take it seriously either. He just thought it was a game for kids. As long as the child was happy, they would be happy too. Well, since you both agree with me, let's start taking action now.
Han Tishu.
Zhao Hohat. What is our daughter planning now? She hoped her daughter wouldn't cause too much trouble, but she didn't dare to say it. What are we doing? Han Taiju tensed up. Learning. Dad, you need to improve. We should aim for a good job.
Just think.
If a good job is right in front of you, but you can't get it because of your low education, wouldn't you regret it? Han Taiju nodded in confusion. Of course, I would regret it. Then doesn't that mean you need to study now? Opportunities are for those who are prepared, right? Han Taiju nodded mechanically, yes, right? He felt led astray by his daughter. And you need to improve alongside Dad. Han Ke looked at Zhao Hohat. Why is this my business? I don't work, and besides, I only attended the village literacy class. I can count the few characters I know. Zhao Hohat waved her hand like a fan. Han Ke slowly shook her head. Mom, you lack ambition. If my dad eats good food and sits in an office every day, surrounded by little fairies asking about him, someone said, it's a pity about my dad. How could such a capable person marry an illiterate from the countryside?
Han Tishu.
Zhao Hohat shouted loudly, startling the chickens in the yard. Dad, Mom, what's going on? What happened? Han Lichuan, being the eldest, needed to find out why his parents were arguing. His mom's loud voice almost scared him. It's nothing. Your dad's just being annoying. Go back to sleep and mind your own business. Zhao Hohat yelled out the window, her tone full of anger. Han Taiju thought, what did I do to deserve this? He looked at his daughter, who seemed to be causing trouble. Han Ke covered her mouth. She just wanted to motivate Zhao Hohat, but didn't expect it to work so well. Zhao Hohat angrily closed the window. Daughter, keep talking. What does this guy want to do in the future? Mom, I was just describing. It hasn't happened yet, has it? No, daughter, what you said could definitely happen. When Zhou Jianxi became the village leader, Widow Li started circling around him, just waiting for a chance. If he wasn't the leader, why would she pay him any attention? Later, Zhou Jianxi's wife realized things weren't going well and ended up becoming the women's director. Han Taiju, starting tomorrow, you need to teach me how to read. I'm afraid you might sell me, and then count the money, Zhao Hohat said, feeling a sense of urgency. Han Taiju didn't know if he would have a job in the future, but his daughter's words were a reminder to her. Mom, are you saying that Widow Li is someone important in our village? Does she look down on ordinary people? Han Ke was intrigued by Widow Li. Although she was a farmer, while everyone else was working hard to support their families, this woman was often not in the village. She had heard many rumors about Widow Li, saying she had relatives in the city and was helping them out. No matter the reason, even if she was in the city serving someone, that was still a better life. It made all the women in the village envious. Even though Widow Li had a bad reputation, no one dared to report her. That was her skill. Even her daughter was well-liked in the village, as Widow Li's daughter was one of Wu Xiaoyan's followers. Zhao Hohat thought it was important to teach her daughter to avoid getting hurt in the future. Daughter, let me tell you, a couple shouldn't have too big of a difference. If there's too much, they won't be a good match. A woman must have her own money. What if her partner changes his mind one day? Then that guy should leave with nothing. Take your second aunt, for example. She can't even get a word out of her husband, who stays in the county and doesn't come home. She doesn't care or ask about it at all. If you think she's honest, well, she looks down on us. I don't know what she's so proud of. If she can't keep a man, I bet she'll be crying one day. So, men shouldn't be spoiled, just like your dad. She said this while glaring at Han Taizhu, making it sound serious. Han Taizhu turned his face away and ignored her. The situation was complicated. Han Ku originally wanted her parents to have a better life, but now there was conflict. That wouldn't do. What if they fought if she left? Mom, you know my dad, right? He's honest and doesn't like to talk. He only replies when someone speaks to him. But he really cares about you. You don't know, when you fainted in the hospital, Dad was so scared, he almost cried. To see if he really cares, just look at how he acts in critical moments. You're very important to him. Han Taizhu felt embarrassed when he heard his daughter say he almost cried. His face turned hot, and he realized it was true. Zhao Hohat immediately smiled. That's right, it's best to have a faithful partner. I've given him 4 sons and 1 daughter. Not many women can do that. Besides, who would want to look at his wrinkled face? Only I can put up with him, haha. Zhao Hohat forgot her earlier anger thanks to Han Ke's teasing. Han Ke wiped away imaginary sweat, relieved to be out of danger. All right, let's settle this. Come on, let's toast to my dad with some good food. Han Ke handed her parents empty bowls, then clinked her bowl with theirs to celebrate in advance.
Han Tishu.
Zhao Hohat. This child just talks nonsense. After her little trick, Han Ke went back to her room to sleep. Han Taizhu and his wife didn't take her words seriously, thinking she was just joking, but Zhao Hohat's ambition to learn didn't change. In Han Lichuan's room, Wang Zhaodi couldn't sleep. Han Lichuan was drowsy and about to fall asleep when suddenly a foot kicked him in the blanket, waking him up. Why aren't you sleeping? Isn't the autumn harvest tiring? How can you sleep? Wang Zhaodi kicked him again. Why aren't you sleeping? Do you have something on your mind? I'm exhausted from working all day. I'll pay the taxes after the harvest. Don't talk nonsense. How shameless can you be? Wang Zhaodi and her husband spoke softly to avoid waking their 3 children. Han Lichuan grabbed her restless foot, saying, if you have something to say, just say it. Your foot is full of calluses. It must hurt. Well, you have such delicate skin. Stop joking around. I want to know what our parents think. Didn't we agree that the second son should divorce me, Manhwa? Why did our mother only mention it briefly this afternoon?
Keep your voice down.
If our parents hear, they'll think you can't stand the second son's wife. Han Lichuan was startled by Wang Zhaodi. She usually wasn't the type to dislike others. Wang Zhaodi felt wronged by Han Lichuan's suspicion. What do you mean I can't stand her? How could I not accept her? You don't know anything. If I don't know, then tell me. Hurry up. I'm so tired, my eyelids are heavy. Exactly. You don't understand me, Manhwa, at all. I'm trying to avoid her because she's my brother's wife. Why would I want to know her? That's right. I spend every day with the third son's wife, and we know much more about her than you do. She talks badly about our mother.
What?
Han Lichuan immediately perked up. It was serious if she insulted their mother. What did she say?
Sure.
Keep it down, or you'll wake the kids. Wang Zhaodi quietly got out of bed and peeked at the children, relieved they were still asleep, then returned to the bed. She called our mother an old hag, an old fool, and insulted our younger sister, calling her a little brat, a little troublemaker. Enough. I need to talk to the second son about this tomorrow. Han Lichuan couldn't listen any longer. He knew Mi Chunhua was both foolish and malicious. Her scheming to trap the second son into marrying her was evident. Ever since this troublemaker entered their family, there had been chaos everywhere. He thought it was just because her family raised her poorly. Mi Chunhua was uneducated, like the rowdy women in the village, similar to his grandmother. But what his wife just told him revealed not only Mi Chunhua's disrespect for their mother and sister, but also her hatred and malice. What kind of daughter-in-law insults her mother-in-law and sister-in-law like that? Han Lichuan took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. As an older brother, he couldn't hit his sister-in-law.
Wait.
If you tell the second son, won't you be betraying me? It seems like I can't stand my sister-in-law. What I mean is that we need to be careful. Mi Chunhua has a wicked heart and might do something unexpected. We should be on guard. After so many years as sisters-in-law, I know what kind of person she is. Her nature is deeply rooted and won't change. Who spread those rumors about our younger sister? How could outsiders know about our family's matters? The third brother's wife is tight-lipped and doesn't communicate with anyone from the youth group. It definitely wasn't Liwan. I watched our younger sister grow up, and I wouldn't wish her harm. So who do you think it was? Han Lichuan fell silent. After a moment, he wiped his face and said, I guess our mother doesn't want the second son to get a divorce. Today, many people in the village are watching our family's drama. Have you noticed that quite a few people are speaking up for Mi Chunhua? If they force a divorce today, Mi Chunhua might threaten to harm herself, and in the end, our Han family would be blamed for pushing a daughter-in-law to her death. You said she won't change, so let her be. When the villagers can no longer tolerate her behavior, then it will be time for a divorce. It's going to be hard on the second son, though.
Sigh.
Let's just sleep and not worry about anything else. Since there was nothing they could do, they decided to sleep. Did you notice that Wu Aigua seems interested in our younger sister? Wang Zhaodi also lay down. I'm not blind. Don't think too much. It's not going to happen. I won't agree to it.
Who are you to disagree?
Our parents haven't said anything yet. It's strange if our parents would agree to someone like Wu Xiaoyan and her mother. We need to protect our younger sister and keep that wolf away. Let's sleep. Wang Zhaodi felt like she was worrying for nothing. Well, she just wanted the family to be good. After all, a harmonious family leads to prosperity, and she hoped Mi Chunhua could be more restrained. Meanwhile, in Han Lixia's room, Mi Chunhua stared at the dark ceiling. Han Lixia was sleeping with their two sons and completely ignored her. Mi Chunhua was furious. She was angry that her family wasn't supportive and that her sons didn't stand by her. Who was she doing this for? It was for these ungrateful people. The Han family was lifting a burden to the skies, and she was the one in the right. However, the people in this family were all so unreasonable, and she felt isolated. Just wait. Han Lixia would eventually understand that she was doing this for the good of the family. If that little troublemaker could get married soon, everything would be better. Mi Chunhua always felt that the conflict in this family revolved around Han Ko. She couldn't stand Han Ko, and the Han family spoiled her. If it weren't for that girl, there wouldn't be any conflicts in this family. Only the mother of two sons has a say in this household. As for Han Lixia wanting a divorce, that's impossible, absolutely not happening. Don't be fooled by his cold attitude now. Men can't live without their wives. Once things cool down, he'll come back to her, begging for forgiveness. Mi Chunhua thinks it's normal for couples to argue and for mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law to have conflicts. Every family has disagreements, and no one in the village has divorced. Who would want that kind of trouble? Meanwhile, Han Lao Sand is suffering in silence. It's not because of what happened during the day. He usually doesn't let things bother him. But at night, he feels a deep discomfort. At 24, he should be full of energy, yet after 3 years of marriage, he feels like a bachelor, which is hard to believe. There are rumors that Liwan can't have children, and she walks around with her head down, which only adds to the gossip. Fortunately, in the Han family, especially with Zhao Hohot, She hasn't said anything about Han Laosen not having kids after 3 years of marriage. People in the village have all sorts of opinions. Some say she's a good mother-in-law who doesn't pressure her daughter-in-law, while others claim she favors her daughters over her sons, ignoring Han Laosen. Since the older brothers have had children, Zhao Hohot doesn't care if Han Laosen has kids. The truth is, Han Laosen isn't valued by Han Taizhu and his wife. To some, he seems like an unloved child. What they don't know is that Li Wan doesn't allow him to get close. If Zhao Hohot knew, she would likely make sure Li Wan couldn't stay in the Han family any longer. Li Wan hears the heavy breathing of her husband at night, and she sleeps with her back to Han Lixia. She's afraid to face him, worried he might force himself on her. Xiao Wan, how long do I have to wait? If this continues, I'll be ruined, Han Lixia says, sweating heavily. Nighttime is the hardest for him. It's been 3 years, not 3 months. Han Lidong has been like a eunuch for 3 years.
Likiu, im suri.
It's all my fault. I've let you down. What if we separate the bed like your older brothers did? That way, you wouldn't feel so uncomfortable, Li Wan suggests, gritting her teeth. She actually wants a divorce, but if she does, she'll have to return to the youth point. If she divorces Han Lixia, her reputation in Yangshigu will be ruined. She didn't just have to deal with the insults from the people in Yangshigu, she also struggled with those at the youth station. Initially, she had to marry Han Liqiu because of the harassment from Cheng Yusi, a rogue at the youth station. At that time, marrying was her only option. Li Wan was beautiful, the kind of delicate and graceful woman from the south. When she first arrived, she was full of passion and wanted to contribute her youth and enthusiasm to this land. Unfortunately, reality was harsh. Every day, she and a group of city kids worked hard in the fields, day after day, month after month. They hoped their parents would arrange jobs for them to return home, but that never happened. From hope to despair, they had to find their own way. She was from Nanshire, a child raised in a big city, and she couldn't handle the hardships of farm life. She cried countless times, regretting her choice. Her parents had wanted her to stay close to home, but she stubbornly chose the Northeast, only to realize she didn't fit in here. Being from the South, she found the winters unbearable. To make matters worse, an older youth named Cheng Yusi had taken an interest in her. Cheng Yusi, that rogue, had never spoken to her directly, yet he spread rumors that they were dating. Relying on being one of the first youth sent to the countryside, he isolated her from the others, making her feel desperate. She wanted to write home, but her family was in turmoil. Her father had been wrongly accused, and they couldn't focus on her. 2 other female youths at the station, seeing no hope of returning to the city, had married local men, which inspired her. She thought that if she married, everything would be easier. She was unwilling to marry someone like Cheng Yusi, fearing that if she married, she would be stuck in this poor place for life. However, under Cheng Yusi's pressure and harassment, she eventually couldn't hold out. He was a bully at the youth station, and his 3 companions were his followers. Such a small group caused headaches for the whole village. Most families were too afraid to offend Cheng Yusi for her sake. After considering her options, she set her sights on the Han family, who were well respected in the village, not because they had the most people, but because they had many male workers. Cheng Yusi wouldn't dare to challenge the Han family. Moreover, Han Liqiu was much more handsome than the ugly and short Cheng Yusi. She approached Han Liqiu and explained her situation, partly hoping to find a protector by marrying him. Her reason for marrying was that she couldn't handle hard work, and finding a reliable man would make her life easier. She didn't feel like she was using Han Liqiu. He protected her, and marrying him was a fair exchange. After thinking for 2 days, Han Liqiu agreed. Before their wedding, she told him clearly that she didn't like him yet, and they would be true partners when she had feelings for him. She believed she was being honest and not deceiving Han Liqiu. However, she didn't mention that she had someone else in her heart, a senior from high school, and she didn't clarify that they would be pretending to be a couple. Initially, he went to the countryside and she followed, but later she learned he never came to Northeast China. How could she accept Han Liqiu with someone else in her heart? If she did, it would be a betrayal of love. Fortunately, She was cautious and never registered their marriage. Thanks to the ignorance of the countryside, just holding a banquet was considered a wedding, and she didn't remind anyone. If she returned to the city later, Han Liqiu wouldn't be seen as a divorced man, and he could still find a good woman. Recently, she had sent several letters home and was waiting for a reply. She missed her parents and wanted to go home. While her mind was filled with confusion, Han Liqiu, feeling restless, turned over and said, "If we separate, our parents will suspect us and think we have children. Let's sleep." Han Liqiu sighed and turned away, with the couple's backs to each other. He didn't regret marrying Li Wan, even if it meant she was someone he could only look at. He believed that if he treated her well, she would eventually accept him, and they would have a good life together. He was willing to wait, even a lifetime. He liked Li Wan. To him, she was a golden phoenix in their poor village, and marrying her was his great fortune. Many of his friends envied him for marrying such a beautiful and educated woman. The next day, Han Ke finished washing up and stepped out of the space. Peeking through the curtain, it was still dark, but the roosters in the village were already crowing. He stretched and practiced the Ba Duan Jin exercises he learned in his past life, then left the house. Just then, he noticed movement in his sister-in-law's room. Han Ke went to the backyard, gathered a bundle of firewood, and brought it to the front yard, where he saw Li Wan with her head down entering the kitchen. Today, it was supposed to be Mi Chunhua's turn to cook, but she had been upset yesterday and hadn't come out this morning. Han Ke wasn't the kind of annoying sister-in-law. If the daughter-in-law misbehaved, their mother would handle it. Mi Chunhua, are you the daughter of a landlord or something? Do you still need the whole family to take care of you? If you don't come out to cook today, then you won't eat. Our family doesn't have extra food for lazy people. Just then, Han's mother shouted with energy. It seems the spring water really worked. Look how skillfully she has her hands on her hips, not looking like someone with back pain at all. Mom, how's your back? Does it still hurt? Wang Zhaodi asked while drawing water from the well, noticing Zhao Ho hot with her hands on her hips. My Zhaodi is the thoughtful one. She even asks. Humph. Wang Zhaodi was surprised by the sudden praise, almost dropping the basin she was holding. She hurriedly carried the basin into the house, her eyes shining as she looked at Han Liqiu. Han Liqiu was putting on a tank top when he saw Wang Zhaodi looking at him like a dog seeing a bone, and he shivered. What do you want so early in the morning?
Likun. Han. Likun.
I know my name. Did you hear? Mom praised me. She really praised me. Wang Zhaodi's lips trembled with excitement. Mom. We heard it, the older sister said while helping her brother get dressed, nodding at Wang Zhaodi. Mom, what did you do to make Grandma praise you? Wang Zhaodi replied, Why does everything sound off when it comes from Arya? Han Liqiu chuckled, Old girl, you really are something. Wang Zhaodi beamed. No matter why Mom praised me, it means she thinks highly of me. I am the eldest daughter-in-law, so I need to set a good example. I'm going to cook now. Whether my Kun wants to help or not, I will be a good daughter-in-law. La la la. Han Liqiu watched his wife dance around happily and rolled his eyes at her back, then turned to the kids and smirked. See? One word from your grandma works better than my whole speech. Of course. Grandma is amazing. Arya succinctly expressed the main idea. Han Liqiu took a deep breath. Old girl, you make a good point, but don't say too much. His wife was right. Whatever she said, it always came out differently from what she meant. They understood what she was trying to say, but...
Sigh.
Who does she take after? He thought he and Zhaodi didn't speak like that. How would they manage if she kept talking like this? Thankfully, she's still young. Maybe she'll grow out of it. Han Liqiu shook his head and went outside. Han Liqiu went to the backyard to chop some wood for the family, but saw his two younger brothers fiercely competing against each other, as if they had a grudge to settle. He understood the second brother's motivation, but he wondered what was driving the third brother. There wasn't enough wood at home for both of them. Han Liqiu shook his head, put his hands behind his back, and returned to the front yard. Han Liqiu's frustration led him to use all his energy on chopping wood. His third brother, feeling unfulfilled, also channeled his frustration into the task, fearing he might explode if he didn't use up all his energy. This morning was calm, with no disturbances, and the family enjoyed a quiet meal together. Afterward, Han Taiju took the family to work in the fields. Han Ke was with the kids, just like before. Outside the back wall, a row of pig grass had been planted, which Han Taiju thought would be convenient and prevent anyone from peeking over the wall. In the morning, he told his sons and daughters-in-law working in the fields to dig up any pig grass they found. The back wall was already full, and there were still the walls on both sides. Zhao Hohat was inspired by the idea that since the two pigs couldn't eat all the pig grass, they could dry it and use it in the winter to soak and mix with the feed. This was a good plan that could save a lot on feed. Wang Zhaodi suggested that if this worked out, they could raise 3 pigs next year. Currently, there was a rule that each household could only keep 3 poultry and a maximum of 3 pigs. Han Ke calculated that 1 pig would fulfill their task, and the other 2 could be traded. It wasn't right to say they were selling them. Even if they did sell, it couldn't be called that. Selling things was seen as taking advantage of the system. But everyone was smart. Those who could raise pigs had already found ways to sell them, or they exchanged them for grain. A pig could grow to over 200 pounds, so if one weighed 250, 2 would be 500 pounds. Right now, pork was 70 cents a pound, and they needed meat tickets. After removing the organs, blood, head, and trotters, 2 pigs could conservatively yield around 400 pounds. Without tickets, it would be 90 cents a pound, totaling $360. That was a decent amount, comparable to a worker's annual salary. Plus, the task pig wasn't raised for free. The government subsidized pig feed, and after submitting, they could receive fabric tickets, oil tickets, and other necessary supplies for farmers. Information from Baidu, so raising pigs was still profitable. The 4 older kids went to gather pig grass, while Han Ke looked at the little one who only knew how to eat. Today, she didn't plan to go out looking for food again. Eating well every day wasn't realistic. Not only would the villagers get jealous, but there was also a ticking time bomb at home, Mi Chunhua. Occasionally improving their meals was fine, but eating well every day would raise suspicions. Why hadn't she shown such capability before? No matter if she is the original person returned to this life, or if she has traveled here, she does not want to test human nature. Having great treasure can bring trouble. She likes her parents, but they have always loved their own children. If she doesn't believe in bad luck, she could tell Zhao Hohat that she is a wandering spirit and see how a loving parent would react. They might even harm her to protect their own daughter's body. Han Ke is not confused by this affection. She is very clear-headed. But she still needs to be filial. Since she occupies someone else's body, she must accept the consequences. Everyone has secrets, and her ability to travel is her biggest secret, which she plans to take to her grave. Selfish, perhaps. In the morning, she washed the rice and soaked it to prepare for lunch. Without bread, they must eat rice to get through the autumn harvest. The children fed the pigs and chickens at home, then went to their aunt's room to study. The fastest learner among the kids is Eru. He is mischievous but very smart and loves food. Han Ke promised rewards for good learning, so Eru quickly picked up everything, even faster than Dahu and Daya. After one class, Han Ke made the kids some malted milk with spring water. Based on Han Dazhuang's progress, Han Ke feels confident. She is proof. She drinks spring water every day and her memory has improved greatly, almost to the point of photographic memory. She hopes that all the children in the Han family will succeed and eventually attend prestigious schools, leaving their small mountain village to see the wider world. The kids are now big fans of Han Ke. They trust her more than anyone else, even more than their grandmother Zhao Hohat, whom they respect but are somewhat afraid of. They genuinely like and respect Han Ke from the bottom of their hearts. Especially after Han Ke stood up for them against the Mi family yesterday, in their eyes, she is already over 2 meters tall. Especially Eru and his brother. They can brag about her for a year in front of their friends. Who else has such a wonderful aunt? No one in the whole village, or even the entire commune, is as good as her. You all, the autumn harvest is almost over, so hurry up. In a couple of days, I will give you a test. Show your results to your families. Now, I ask who doesn't want to go to school. Raise your hand. Hanka said with a serious expression. The kids quickly hid their hands behind their backs. Good. You all have ambition. Then let's work hard. She left them with homework and went to the kitchen to cook. Today's meal is simple. Mix grain rice and vegetables picked from the field. Hanka took out her cooking oil can and scooped out 2 spoonfuls of oil. If Zhao Ho were here, she would be heartbroken. There was no meat in the dish and it only had salt, making it hard to eat. After finishing the cooking, she let the kids eat first before sending some of them to the field. There was no soup, just the meal, but the kids could still deliver it. Hanku didn't go. She planned to take apart her bedding. She had been living in the space for many days and couldn't sleep with the original owner's quilt. Once the kids left, only Xiao Xuanzi remained. He was young and fell asleep quickly, his little head bobbing. Hanku picked him up and laid him on the kong, covering him with a thick piece of clothing. Once the child was asleep, she tossed the bedding into the space, checked to see if he was really asleep, then slipped out of the room and into the space. Using the time difference in the space, she quickly took apart the bedding and tossed it into the washer-dryer before coming back out, only 5 minutes having passed. By the time she finished washing, the kids probably hadn't returned yet. She planned to sew the bedding back together in the space later in the afternoon. Mi Chunhua didn't dare to slack off today. She was busy shucking corn, sitting among a pile of corn stalks. The group had different tasks. The men cut the stalks, the women piled them up, and some specifically shucked the corn. Mi Chunhua wore a headscarf and a long-sleeved patched shirt, tossing the corn she shucked into a willow basket. This job was good. She could do it while sitting. After losing such a big person yesterday, she felt a bit down today, sensing that people around her were whispering and pointing. There were also those who chatted aimlessly, and she didn't want to engage. When someone bumped her arm, she looked angrily at the person, but relaxed when she saw a familiar face. A woman sat down next to her and said, "What's wrong? Did your family leave yesterday, and now your mother-in-law is bothering you?" This woman was surnamed Zhou, the niece of Zhou Jianxi. Yes, Zhou Jianxi's wife also had the surname Zhou. In their family, it was customary not to marry within the same surname, but Zhou Jianxi's wife was distantly related, so they married anyway. Zhou Hongying looked to be around 23 or 24, fitting the popular rural beauty standards of the time. She was tall, had a round waist and big hips, and a round face. To the elders, she had a look of good fortune. However, despite her looks, she had married someone from the city, and after 4 years, they divorced for reasons unknown. This caused quite a stir in Yangjigo, making her a unique figure in their Red Star Brigade. There are all kinds of rumors. Some say she can't stay at her in-laws because they look down on her for being from the countryside. Others say her character was poor even at her parents' home, and that she isn't honest after getting married. Some older folks say that if a divorced woman comes back to the village, it will ruin the village's reputation, and no one will want to marry the daughters from Yangshigu in the future. Many people don't want Zhou Hongying to stay in Yangshigu, but her family is here, and her household registration is here. Besides, the Zhou family has some influence in Yangshigu, so this matter just faded away. A year has passed since her divorce, and it seems people have forgotten about it. No one brings it up anymore. Mi Chunhua has always gotten along well with Zhou Hongying. She feels that only Zhou Hongying understands her and knows her struggles. They share a bond, as Mi Chunhua believes, so they have common ground. Mi Chunhua pursed her lips. It's still the same. Can a dog change its ways? If it weren't for my 2 kids, I would have left long ago and wouldn't have to put up with this nonsense.
Look at you, you're fine.
You divorced and left the kids with your in-laws. You're only 24 and can find someone new. I can't do that. If I leave, my family won't take me back and won't support me. What good would I find if I tried to remarry? Zhou Hongying looked at Mi Chunhua's profile and said, "You shouldn't say that. You're only 26. Why talk like you're so old? The Han family isn't anything special. They seem okay in our village, but you haven't been to the city. If you had, you'd know they're not a big deal. Han Lixia is just good-looking. They have nothing else and still have to work hard in the fields." Mi Chunhua paused her work and turned to Zhou Hongying. If the city is so great, why did you come back? I mean, you could find someone else there. Zhou Hongying's expression stiffened for a moment. She brushed her hair back to hide it. Ah, you don't understand the situation. That man wouldn't let me marry well. I was the one who brought up the divorce first. If he didn't want a divorce, how did you manage it? I went to talk to his boss. I told them I would keep causing trouble until they agreed. You're really something. Mi Chunhua clicked her tongue, feeling a bit envious of Zhou Hongying. She's attractive, has a supportive family, and even after a divorce, she has a place to stay. If she finds someone new, her family will help her find a good match. Then she looked at herself and sighed. So, is this how it's going to be for you? This isn't like you. Zhou Hongying joined her in peeling corn. What else can I do? I've come to terms with it. That little brat will be 17 this year, and will be getting married soon. She mentioned that recently she had been held by a man, and her wet clothes were sticking to her body. How could that man not take advantage of the situation? I think once she gets married, this family will be peaceful again. What can she do if she doesn't want to? She can't go against the stronger ones. For now, she can only put on a brave face. Oh my, you can't think like that. The one who saved your sister-in-law seems to be an officer. If she marries an officer, you won't have a place in the Han family anymore. Zhou Hongying shook her head. Mi Chunhua replied, yes, that's true, but I can't do anything about it. I don't have the ability to break them apart. Exactly. You can't even find her another one. Zhou Hongying muttered casually. Mi Chunhua pondered this. Finding someone else for that little troublemaker? What kind of person wouldn't affect her? It would have to be someone far away, but if they were too far, what if they couldn't come back? Marrying an officer is definitely not an option. That would just put her under their thumb. Mi Chunhua had never thought about this until Zhou Hongying's casual reminder opened her eyes. Mom, it's time to eat. Just then, Dahu called her for dinner. I heard you. You scared me. Hongying, I'm going to eat now. Yeah, your family eats pretty early. I'll eat too. Isn't there a hard-working person at home? No one else needs to help. Mi Chunhua stood up, took off her headscarf, and dusted herself off. Humph. I'll tell my grandma that you insulted my aunt. You little rascal. You're biting the hand that feeds you. You better stop right there, or I'll teach you a lesson. If I don't discipline you for a few days, you'll think you can do anything, right? Mi Chunhua chased after Da, who as he ran away. Zhou Hongying squinted at Mi Chunhua's retreating figure, raising an eyebrow. Of course, Da, who didn't tell his grandma. He was just trying to scare Mi Chunhua. He was afraid she would get angry, and even more afraid his aunt would be upset. His mother was like a paper tiger. A little scare would keep her in line for a few days. Soon it was time for the autumn harvest. The remaining tasks were to dry the grain while the weather was good and to gather the corn stalks to save for winter firewood. In their family's small plot of land, the Han family had about 5 mu of land, and they finished harvesting in a day, estimating around 200 pounds of corn. Next, they would plant winter wheat in their plot. Once the corn and stalks were brought home, the women and children in the yard began to husk the corn. Han Ko was in charge of cooking. She wanted to help, but Zhao Hohat was worried she would hurt her hands and wouldn't let her. So, she decided to focus on cooking instead. The labor of harvesting these days has been very intense. Everyone at home, except for the parents who get fed by Han Ku at night, has lost some weight. It's time to eat some meat again. Once she finished cooking, she had nothing much to do. The things she gave the kids were enough for their school tests, and they needed to go to school in a couple of days. She picked up her basket and took a chopping knife in her hand. Mom, I'm going to take a walk at the foot of the mountain. You can't go into the mountain, just stay at the foot and be good. Zhao Hohat called out to Han Ku as she walked away, and Han Ku waved her hand. Grandma, I'll keep an eye on my aunt to make sure she doesn't go into the mountain, said the older girl. Wang Zhaodi tapped her forehead, knowing what the girl was thinking, but her mother believed her. Okay, good child, go. Make sure to watch over your aunt. Hey, Grandma, I can also pick some wild vegetables, the older girl said, sounding much smarter than before. The younger girl watched her sister follow their aunt like a little tail, feeling envious. She sighed, looking at the little brother holding her hand. She had to take care of him. Before Han Ku even left the village, she ran into a group of kids playing around, including two boys named Tiger. Some kids had wooden guns, while others had sticks, making sounds like gunfire. "Aunt, where are you going?" The younger tiger, sweating, ran over, followed by the older tiger. "I'm going to pick wild vegetables at the foot of the mountain. I want to go with my aunt to pick wild vegetables. You guys can play." The younger tiger was the leader among the kids, with several little followers. One kid sniffed loudly, "Brother, you're the leader. Without you, the group won't be as good." The younger tiger thought about it. "Then I'll promote you to leader. When I come back, you can lead." The boy saluted the older tiger. "Yes, sir."
Hanke.
"Hey, tiger. You're a big leader now?" "Of course," the older tiger replied proudly. His younger brother was so strong that even kids 2 years older than him couldn't beat him. 3 kids, or rather, 3 little followers, bounced along beside Han Ku as they walked toward the mountain. "Aunt, aren't we going fishing today?" The younger tiger was eager to see how his aunt caught fish. The village men couldn't do it. But their grandma said everyone at home should keep quiet and not talk about it. "No, if we keep eating fish, won't you get tired of it?" The kids. What kind of family is this? Can you really get tired of eating meat? But they didn't dare to say anything. Whatever their aunt said was right. Their grandma was the one in charge, so she must be correct. Brainwashing starts from a young age. When they reached the foot of the mountain, was Han Ku an obedient person? Definitely not. Dia tightly grabbed Han Ku's clothing and pulled her back. "Grandma said to keep an eye on you and not let you go up the mountain." She had a mission. If Grandma found out, she would surely get in trouble. The 2 boys, Air Hu and San Hu, scratched their heads in confusion. They didn't know what to do. Should they stop her or follow their aunt up the mountain? "Dia, do you want to eat meat? If you do, let go of me." As soon as Dia heard the word meat, her eyes lit up. She really wanted it. She had been dreaming of meat for days. But Grandma had told her not to lie. Poor girl, struggling with a huge temptation, finally shook her head. "No, it's fine." Dia was almost in tears. Why did she have to make such a difficult choice? Meat or Grandma? The little girl was caught in a tough situation. "Don't just stand there, help me hold Andy back." Dia urged her 2 cousins, who were standing there clueless. We don't know what's going on." "Right, we don't know," Air Hu said with a sly grin. Since Grandma hadn't told them anything, they were in the dark. "Comrade Han, are you going up the mountain?" A female voice called out. Han Ku was so busy arguing with the kids that she didn't hear the footsteps approaching. Turning around, she saw a group of young people from the youth commune. 2 girls and 3 boys. The boys were carrying ropes and holding machetes, while one girl had a basket on her back. The speaker was named Yu Jingxi, and the other girl beside her was sizing up Han Ku with a somewhat disdainful look. Oh, a familiar face. It was Shun Mengyao, Gu Chongqing's girlfriend. Han Ku had some scores to settle with her. What made her feel so superior? Wait, she had noticed the 3 boys earlier. Looking again, she recognized the one in the middle with gold-rimmed glasses. Wasn't that Gu Chongqing? Han Ku discreetly glanced at him and quickly looked away. He wasn't all that impressive. Just a bit paler than the boys from Yangshugo, and the glasses made him look cultured and wealthy, but otherwise, he had no special traits. He was dressed in a white shirt and military green pants, looking cleaner than the patched-up men in the village. To be honest, in terms of looks, Gu Chongqing wasn't even as handsome as her brothers. At least her brothers were tall and muscular, exuding a strong presence. Unlike him, who looked fragile. Is this all there is? Is she really insisting on marrying him? That's ridiculous, he's not even her type. Oh my, is she blind? Luckily, she came back to set things right. They all know each other, but she doesn't want to talk to them. She has been teased and insulted by these people before. She replied and turned her head. "Big girl, Anne is angry." Gu Chongqing looked at Han Ku's face covered in ointment with disgust. This woman seems to thrive on trouble. She deserved to be scratched by Wu Xiaoyan. I heard she wants to take someone else's partner. How shameless. She falls for anyone she meets. But Han Ku was focused on her own big girl and didn't notice. Some matters can wait until the family chores are done in a few days. No, Grandma said there are wolves on the mountain and not to let you go up. Be obedient. Hanka whispered in Big Girl's ear. You kids can collect firewood and wild vegetables down here while Aunt goes up with some young people. I'll be safe with them around. Big Girl looked confused. Really? Hanka smiled. The child was wavering. Yes, I promise. If we encounter wolves, I'll run ahead and let them be the bait. If the wolves have food, they won't chase me. Big Girl thought. This reasoning seemed right but also felt off. Regardless, she hesitated and let go. The reason Han Ke brought these kids along was to have witnesses when she returned. If she claimed she didn't go into the mountains, her mother wouldn't believe her. But with a few kids to confirm, her mother would trust it. It's not good to have the kids lie, so she needed to talk to them when they got back. The younger ones could only dig for wild vegetables at the foot of the mountain while Han Ke went up alone. Yu Jingxi turned back and saw Han Ke trailing behind. Hey. Meng Yao, look, she's catching up. I told you she hasn't given up on Gu Chongqing. Shen Mengyao also turned to look at Han Ke, biting her lip as she gazed sadly at Gu Chongqing's back. Gu Chongqing, say something. She's coming for you. If you don't show your feelings, she'll start imagining things, thinking she has a chance. Mengyao always ends up feeling upset, and I can't stand it. Gu Chongqing took a deep breath. He suddenly turned around and saw Shen Mengyao looking at him with tears in her eyes, feeling wronged. Shen Mengyao didn't expect him to turn back and quickly looked away. Jingxi, stop talking nonsense. Maybe Han Ke really is going up the mountain. She's definitely not just waiting for Chongqing here. I'm not feeling wronged. Her family is powerful in the village, and we shouldn't provoke her. Let's just endure it. It will pass. I'm used to it. Let's hurry and go. She pushed Gu Chongqing. No way, I need to make this clear. I'm tired of her bothering me. If she has no shame, I still have some. Meng Yao, trust me, I will protect you. No matter how powerful the Han family is, they can't go against the law. Han Ke saw a few people blocking her way on the narrow mountain path. Please move aside, I need to get through. She felt she was being polite. Han Ke, is this amusing to you? You want to get my attention, right? Playing hard to get won't work on me, and my stance is very firm. All your sweet talk won't affect me. Let me say it again. Please stop bothering me. I'm not interested in you. I already have a partner. If you keep pursuing me, I won't be soft-hearted. I can report you for harassment. Meng Yao and I have been tolerating this because we are in the same group and see each other often. We didn't want to make things difficult. But it seems you don't understand, and if you keep bothering me, I won't hold back. Gu Chongqing stood tall, looking down at Han Ke.
Han Ke.
This is really frustrating. Gu, you are being inappropriate. When did I ever like you? If you ruin my reputation, I will report you to the police. I came to you before to learn, not because I liked you. Although I'm in high school, my school often stops classes for activities, so I haven't learned much. There are many talented people in the youth academy. Why did I come to you? It's not because you're good-looking. Look in the mirror. You look like an underdeveloped pumpkin. My taste isn't that bad. I came to you because your beloved Shen Mengyao always talks about you, saying you're talented and have a positive mindset, that you're the best in the academy. Have you forgotten? During that time, Mengyao came to our house often, and I was worried she liked one of my married brothers. But she said she wanted to be friends with me, and we really became friends. Of course, she was the one who pursued me. I didn't dare to reach for a city girl like her. Then she kept saying life in the youth academy was tough, talking about not having food, money, or tickets and borrowing from me temporarily. I thought I had bothered you enough with my studies, so I helped her out. Every time she cried about being poor, I gave her something. Honestly, I was the one always giving, and she never returned anything. Later, I realized something was off. When she asked what you needed, I started delivering things directly to you without going through her. And then you all accused me of having feelings for you. I can see perfectly well, so why would I be interested in someone who relies on others? How can I face my country, my people, and my parents? I have a strong sense of pride and cannot tolerate your insults and mockery. I chose to end my life to prove my innocence. Fortunately, I was saved by a kind-hearted comrade. Since the people do not want me to die, I should live well. From the moment that brave comrade saved me, my life no longer belongs to me. It belongs to the people. However, my enemies do not let me live peacefully, and they are attacking me again. But I've realized that if dishonest people can live well, why should I suffer and die unjustly? Just wait, I will go back and count the things and money that Shen Mingyao took from me. Once I finish counting, I will go to collect my debts, and don't try to avoid paying. If you refuse to pay, I will report you to the authorities. I never even liked you. Did I like you for being a coward or for your face that relies on others? Even if you had a royal title, I wouldn't care. You're just not my type. Get out of my way. You're blocking my path. Oh my mouth is dry. Han Ke's outburst left everyone stunned and speechless. How can she claim her life belongs to the people? I've never seen someone so shameless. How does she manage to speak so boldly? Is what Han Ke said true? Of course not. She is indeed chasing after someone while relying on others. But Shen Mingyao approached her with hidden motives. In the entire Yangshigu, she is the most favored one at home. So Shen Mingyao set her sights on her. The old Han Ke didn't understand, but now she does. They just see her as an easy target. She was planning to wait a few days to address this, but since these people are being rude, she won't hold back anymore. With every eye she said, though rude, expressed her disdain for Gu Chongqing and showed she is not to be messed with. Han Ke took a few steps forward, pushing past several people. Good dogs don't block the way. You're worse than a dog. Who are you calling a dog? Yu Jingxi protested. Han Ke didn't look back. Whoever agrees is a dog. Yu Jingxi, feeling indignant, wanted to chase after her, but Shen Mingyao quickly held her back. Her face turned red because she didn't expect Han Ke to reveal those things. She looked down at her toes, feeling the weight of Gu Chongqing and two male classmates' questioning gazes on her, which felt like a heavy pressure. Gu Chongqing clenched his fist tightly. He wasn't sure if what Han Ke said was true. He never let Mingyao borrow those things from her. Later, Han Ke kept coming around, bringing him soup and eggs, which annoyed him, leading him to say some harsh words. You really? Wah, it's me, it's all my fault. But I had my reasons, wah. During that time, my family was in trouble. I knew you were struggling too, and I didn't want to burden you. But what could I do? The youth center wasn't united, and everyone was having a hard time. So, who could help me? I had to find a way on my own. I know I let her down, but she really likes you. I wasn't lying about that. Wah. Shen Mingyao covered her face and ran down the mountain crying. Yu Jingxi clicked her tongue. Everyone faces tough times. She's already strong enough. Besides, she didn't want to drag you down. The Han family is well off, and her fourth brother is in the army, sending money home every month. Since they have that kind of support, what's wrong with helping a friend in need? Being too calculating is just small-minded. No wonder they get bullied by those rough villagers. How good can Zhao Hohat's upbringing be? Mingyao might have made a mistake, but her intentions were good. She didn't want to add to your troubles. Sigh. She's too kind. She tells the truth as soon as you ask her. That Han Ke, did you see her? She lies without a hint of shame. She talks about being lucky, but I think she's just tough. Otherwise, how could she survive in the river for so long? Let's go. We should head up the mountain and get Mingyao's share too. Otherwise, some people will complain again. No wonder those villagers bully us. We can't even stand united. If we were united, would Han Ke dare to act so arrogantly towards us? Gu Chongqing still felt uneasy. He watched Shen Mingyao's figure grow smaller, his brows furrowing. Everything could wait until they got back. He didn't pay much attention to Han Ke and headed into the mountains alone. He didn't plan to go far. Catching wild chickens or rabbits was easy. She just needed to catch one rabbit from her space, but it had to be done with a good reason. If she just caught a rabbit out of nowhere, how could she explain that? She said she could run faster than a rabbit. Was that even true? Seeing no one around, she took out a military shovel from her space and found a soft spot to start digging. She dug until she made a hole about as tall as herself before climbing out. She brushed off the dirt from her hands, estimating it was good enough, though it was just for show. She tossed a handful of corn soaked in spring water into the hole. She hid behind a tree, unsure if her plan would work. Today, she mainly focused on an experiment. If it goes well, she plans to team up with a few older brothers for something big, as she needs at least 800 to 1,000 to buy her dad a job. A formal job, especially a good position, might cost even more. She is determined to ensure her dad has a pension in the future. She wondered if the animals could smell the scent. The spirit spring was diluted, and she feared that if it was too strong, it would attract larger animals, which would be a disaster. She had a safe space to hide, but if something ran down the mountain, it would be trouble. While she was thinking, she heard flapping sounds and rustling in the bushes. She crouched behind a tree and peeked out. Oh no, that scared me, she thought. Her eyes widened in surprise. A flock of chickens was running toward the hole she dug, jumping in one after another. The hole was too shallow and narrow, quickly filling up. She didn't see any rabbits, but the chickens in the hole were piling up like they were building a tower. Their heads were poking in, and all she could see were chicken backs. What are they waiting for? Hurry up. She quickly gathered the wild chickens into her safe space. She only raised domestic chickens, and she couldn't explain where the wild ones came from. Now, she just needed to go out and take some wild chickens from her space. She had rabbits in her space too, but it was hard to tell wild from domestic. The chicken coop was filled with colorful wild chickens, while her domestic ones were hiding in the corners, scared. She had already collected a bunch of different eggs, just waiting for a chance to sell them in the black market. Using her mind, she took down 2 chickens, one in each hand. Just as she was about to toss them into her basket, she heard footsteps in the distance. Hey, Han, did you catch some chickens? Yu Jingxi called out excitedly as she ran over, with a few boys following her from afar. Han was startled. She had checked the area and thought she was alone in a place where few came. This spot had no footprints or paths, indicating it was rarely visited. What bad luck to run into someone here. Just lucky, I dug a hole and they jumped right in. Yu Jingxi looked at the chickens in Han's hands, swallowing hard. It had been so long since she had eaten meat. She felt embarrassed, saying her stomach was empty, and even her bowel movements were dry. She rubbed her hands together. Han, could you sell us one chicken? Could you trade one with us? I can't. I worked hard to catch these. Who knows when I'll have this luck again. Han tossed the 2 dead chickens into her basket and started down the mountain, feeling uneasy, with the kids still at the foot of it. Hey, wait. Let's talk about it. The desire for chicken made Yu Jingxi completely forget about the earlier conflict with Han Ku. Han Ku turned away, without pausing. Isn't she afraid we'll report her? Isn't this taking advantage of public resources? Isn't this undermining socialism? Yu Jingxi stomped her feet in frustration. She had recently heard that the old Han family had good food, with the smell of meat often wafting through the air. Gu Chongqing remained silent, but Liang Wei spoke up. If you report her, you'll offend everyone in Yangshigu. They often go up the mountain to try their luck, and sometimes they can catch some game. This is generally accepted in Yangshigu. If you cut off their hunting routes, then the people in our youth commune will be targeted even more.
All right, stop thinking about that.
We still have 2 loads of firewood to gather. Yu Jingxi pouted, but then her eyes lit up when she saw a pit. We can gather firewood nearby. This pit is ready-made. What if an unsuspecting chicken jumps in? The men nodded in agreement. They didn't know how long it had been since they had eaten meat, so they gathered around the pit to collect firewood. Han Ku quickened her pace down the mountain, and the children obediently continued foraging for wild vegetables. Kids, let's go home. Han Ku winked at them. The children understood her clear hint and looked around cautiously, worried about being seen by others. The village women could be quite shameless. The 4 of them returned with a good haul. On the way down, Han Ku took out everything she could from her space, all seasonal items, mushrooms, pears, apples, and even a small ginseng root. The ginseng was from seeds she had bought before arriving here and had grown with the help of a magical spring. She wasn't sure how many years it took to grow, but based on her reading, growing ginseng was a good idea. It would help her family stay healthy, and if they needed money, they could sell it in a pinch. She had carefully chosen a small ginseng, leaving its roots intact. While she wasn't an expert in harvesting medicine, she knew how to dig up ginseng, just like in the novels. This is like catching two chickens. I can use one to make ginseng soup for my parents. She picked the smaller, less attractive fruits because if they were big and sweet, her mother would immediately send her brothers to pick more from the mountain. Where would she find more? What she didn't know was that after she left, she had caused a bit of trouble and brought some complications. She got home around 9 o'clock, just in time for dinner. According to common sense, the autumn harvest should be over, and every family would return to 2 meals a day. However, Zhao Hohot from the Han family didn't announce a switch to 2 meals, so they continued with 3 meals a day. The reason Zhao Hohot didn't skip a meal is that Han Ke feeds the two of them every evening. Zhao Hohot and Han Taizhu are not stingy people, but they feel a bit guilty. They drink nutritional supplements every day while the children don't have enough to eat, which doesn't sit well with them. Moreover, their eldest daughter and a few children haven't grown up yet. They need to eat well to grow strong. The several sons are their own, so 3 daughters-in-law wouldn't make much difference in terms of food. Given Zhao Hohot's frugal nature, making such a decision is a huge change. Fortunately, this year the harvest was abundant, and after paying the grain tax, each family could share a bit more. They could even trade a pig for grain. With careful budgeting, even 3 bowls of porridge a day could be filling enough. Zhao Hohot was in the yard with her 2 daughters-in-law, husking corn, while the men went to the threshing ground. Zhao Hohot and her daughters-in-law stayed behind. They weren't earning work points today, fearing that rain might spoil their corn in the private plot. "Mom, we're back. I'll go cook," Han Ke greeted her mother and headed to the kitchen. Zhao Hohot noticed the heavy basket behind her daughter, filled with who knows what. Since her daughter didn't show her, it must be something good, and she didn't want to brag about it in the yard. That stubborn child. She treats her words like they're just noise and doesn't listen at all. What good are those little ones following her? Zhao Hohot tossed the husked corn into the basket, stood up, and brushed off the leaves from her clothes. "You all keep working, I'll go help your sister in the kitchen." She needed to see what her daughter brought back.
"Hey,
"Mom, you don't need to do this. It's just a little work," Wang Zhaodi said. After being praised by Zhao Hohot, she seemed to have flipped a switch and couldn't stop talking. She used to be shy and didn't know how to flatter, but after the first time, it seemed easier and she didn't feel embarrassed anymore. The main reason was that she enjoyed the benefits. Saying a few nice words made her mother-in-law happy, and she would return the compliments. Li Wan continued working as if it didn't concern her, while Mi Chunhua looked at Wang Zhaodi as if she were crazy. She secretly thought Wang Zhaodi was the most cunning one. How did she ever think she was easy to fool? Was it because she had 2 sons and wanted to compete for family assets in front of her in-laws? She is beautiful, but she only has 1 son, and look at how proud she is. Once her relationship with Li Xiao improves, she will need to have another son. This home belongs to her and no one else should think otherwise. Feeling frustrated, she forcefully tore off the corn husk and threw it down, not knowing who she was angry with. Wang Zhaodi ignored her, not even looking up. She didn't care. She realized that this person wouldn't change. Zhao Hohot happily entered the kitchen, in a great mood. Who wouldn't want to hear good things? The eldest daughter-in-law seems to have changed her attitude. As long as one of the 3 daughters-in-law is good, it will be fine. After she and Taizhu are gone, her daughter will still have family support. "Mom, why are you so happy? Did you know I brought you something nice?" Han Ke was about to pull something out when she saw her mother smiling as she entered. She knew her mom would come to see her. Zhao Hohot playfully tapped Han Ke on the forehead. Of course, she didn't want to poke her daughter too hard. "You little rascal, when I talk, it's like I'm just joking. You went into the mountains again, didn't you? Let me tell you, there won't be a next time." "Bigya, what did you promise your grandma?" Bigya and a few kids were also in the kitchen, hoping to see what treats Grandma brought back. Every time she returned, there was always a surprise. Being called out, Bigya was startled, and her excitement turned into fear. I wasn't, it was... The child stuttered when nervous. "Speak clearly, take your time." Grandma is listening and I won't scold you. So what are you afraid of? Zhao Hohot was worried about scaring the child into stuttering. Auntie saw several young people going into the mountains, so she followed them. She didn't go inside, just wandered around outside for a bit before coming back. If you don't believe me, ask Eru. He was watching Auntie with me. The child was clever, omitting the part about not letting Hanka go into the mountains, sensing it might cause trouble for Auntie. Really? Zhao Hohot asked Eru, and both nodded vigorously, realizing it was better to stay quiet when they didn't understand. Daughter, what did you bring back? Hanka smiled mysteriously. Just wait, this is mushrooms. She gently lifted the top layer of mushrooms. Oh my, these mushrooms look great and so fresh. Zhao Hohot admired one, still covered in dew. The whole mushroom looked plump and fresh. Look, what is this? Hanka held something up to Zhao Hohot's eyes. Isn't this a radish? Zhao Hohot examined it closely. Hanka said, I grew up in a place where ginseng is produced in northeast China, and I don't even recognize ginseng?
Mom.
This is ginseng, Hanka said quietly and seriously to Zhao Hohot.
What?
Oh my! Zhao Hohot exclaimed, quickly covering her mouth. She stretched her neck to look into the yard, relieved that it was big and the daughters-in-law were far away. Seeing no reaction, Zhao Hohot patted her chest and turned back, her eyes fixed on the ginseng. This is a valuable item. A few years ago, someone found ginseng. It is said that they sold it for a lot of money. But whether it was real or fake is unclear, and there's no evidence. Whoever sold it wouldn't admit it. If they did, they would face criticism. You little rascals can't go around talking about this. No, your parents can't say anything either.
Do you hear me?
If you do, there will be no meat to eat. She needed to discuss this with Taiju before spreading the news. They couldn't let everyone know, especially with Mi Chunhua around. The kids didn't understand what it was. They weren't interested in anything they couldn't eat. They were eager to see what their aunt would bring out. Mom, this ginseng is for you and Dad to help your health, to make soup. Before Hanka could finish, she received a slap on her arm. You wasteful child. This is money. You can't just eat it. You unfortunate child, give it to me. I'll keep it until your dad comes back. Zhao Hohot carefully took the ginseng from Hanka's hands, her expression very serious and ritualistic. Hanka thought. She just wanted to help her parents recover from years of poor health. Little did she know her mother was a money hoarder, obsessed with wealth. Grandma, we won't say anything. Aunt, hurry up. Eru and his little hands were anxiously shaking at the table's edge. Why were Grandma and Aunt so talkative? They promised not to say anything, yet they still wouldn't bring out the good stuff. Zhao Hohot shot a glare at the kids. This is all about settling debts from the last life. She tucked the ginseng into her clothing and bent over, holding her stomach as she left. Hanka thought. Mom, are you okay? Does your stomach hurt? Wang Zhaodi's concerned voice came from the yard. It's nothing, just a bit uncomfortable after drinking cold water. You do your thing. Don't worry about me. Zhao Hohot felt that her daughter-in-law was too concerned about her, which wasn't good. She wanted some freedom. Every move she made was being watched. Once back inside, she quickly took out a clean cloth to wrap the ginseng and put it in the box, locking it up. Stepping out of the house, Zhao Hohot saw Wang Zhaodi looking at her with concern. She waved her hand dismissively, saying, Don't ask. If you do, I'll just say I'm fine. Wang Zhaodi held back the words she wanted to say. Huh. You're such a flatterer. You got kicked for trying to please someone. You deserve it, you know? Mi Chunhua muttered quietly, but Wang Zhaodi heard her just fine. I don't care what you think. You can say whatever you want, but do you really think anyone will listen to you? Do you want me to tell my mother what you said and see how she reacts? Wang Zhaodi decided she wouldn't let Mi Chunhua push her around anymore. After being sisters-in-law for many years, she knew Mi Chunhua was the type to take advantage. The more you gave in to her, the more she would push. Fortunately, her mother-in-law was kind and didn't treat other daughters-in-law poorly just because Mi Chunhua had 2 sons. If this were another family, someone like Mi Chunhua would have been praised to the skies already. This was what Mi Chunhua found most unfair and hated the most. She believed she deserved to be above everyone else. Feeling unbalanced, she took it out on the other two sisters-in-law. Wang Xiaodi regretted putting up with it for so many years. Why should anyone have to endure someone else's bad behavior? She decided she wouldn't let it happen anymore. Mi Chunhua was furious. In the past, when she made snide remarks about Wang Xiaodi, this simpleton never dared to respond. Now that she saw Wang Xiaodi struggling in the Han family, she wanted to take a jab at her. Just wait. She would make her pay for it when the opportunity arose. When Zhao Hohat entered the main room, she saw several children squatting on the ground, looking at two wild chickens. Oh my goodness, my daughter is truly a lucky star. Zhao Hohat didn't know what to say, and could only describe her daughter's good fortune as being a lucky star. She squatted down to pick one up and weighed it in her hands. This one is bigger than the chickens in our backyard. Grandma, look. Little Xuanzi hugged Zhao Hohat's leg, looking up at the wild chickens with drool dripping from his mouth. He had never eaten chicken, but his two brothers and two sisters were drooling, so it must be delicious. Zhao Hohat couldn't help but laugh, wiping his drool with his bib. We'll eat one for lunch today. Mom, let's make chicken with mushrooms. We need to prepare the other one too, or it will spoil overnight. Even though it was already getting cooler in September in northeast China, a dead chicken wouldn't stay fresh for long. Zhao Hohat clicked her tongue in regret. If only it were alive, we could keep it for a few days. Let's get it ready. I'll call your sister-in-law to help. Oldest brother's wife, come here. Zhao Hohat shouted into the yard, not even considering the other two. One is quite picky, and the other seems like she doesn't consider herself part of this family. It's still Wang Xiaodi.
Hey.
I'm here, Wang Xiaodi said as she got up and patted herself down with a towel. Mi Chunhua stared at her with disapproval. Were you doing that on purpose? Wang Xiaodi really wasn't trying to be rude. People in the countryside aren't so particular. Besides, Mi Chunhua isn't that kind of person either. She just likes to make things difficult for others. Yeah, I did it on purpose. What are you going to do about it? Wang Xiaodi replied, feeling quite annoyed. So Mi Chunhua is just trying to pick a fight with her? Who cares about her? Wang Xiaodi tossed the towel into the basin and walked away. Ugh, what a character. Sister-in-law, did you see that? We're both daughters-in-law, but she wants to stand out and put us down. Soon, the whole Han family will be hers. Liwan didn't respond, continuing her work without pause. Inside, she thought Mi Chunhua was just a simpleton who hadn't seen much of the world. Having spent her whole life in this poor valley, what does she know? She only focuses on her little plot of land. What does the Han family have? Just a bit more labor, really. A regular farmer doesn't have much money, maybe just a few hundred. Mi Chunhua has only this much ambition. Talking too much with someone like her would lower one's standards. So she felt that no one in the Han family could relate to her because they weren't on the same level and they couldn't connect. It was a cultural gap, or so she thought, which is why she didn't speak much in the Han family. To put it simply, she felt superior, thinking no one was as good as her, but she hid it well. The family didn't see through her. They thought she was just honest. Mi Chunhua felt frustrated when she noticed the wooden person next to her didn't react. Everyone was against her. It was unbearable. She felt a bit better after cursing Liwan a few times in her mind. Little sister, how come you're so skilled? You caught two of them, even bigger than your brothers. Wang Xiaodi exclaimed when she saw her mother-in-law holding a wild chicken. Keep your voice down. Do you want everyone to hear? Zhao Hohat shot her a look, embarrassed by her dramatic reaction. Look at me, he, Wang Xiaodi said, covering her mouth. The reason her mother-in-law called her, and not the others, was that she trusted her. She valued Wang Xiaodi. Although their intentions were different, the outcome was the same. Wang Xiaodi quickly boiled water to prepare for plucking the chicken. Zhao Hohat used a knife to cut the chicken's neck. Even though the chicken was dead, letting out some blood was good. If the blood didn't come out, the meat would be tough. It's okay, we can let some out. Han Ku removed a layer of grass from the fruit and took out the fruits one by one from the bottom of the basket. The children clapped their hands and jumped with joy. Although they were in the mountains, there weren't many fruits for the kids to eat. Only in summer, the 2 cherry trees in the backyard could satisfy their cravings. It's not that they couldn't plant fruit trees, but they were afraid. Who would dare when they could easily be blamed for something? Otherwise, every family could have a few fruit trees in their yards to treat the kids. Wang Xiaodi felt overwhelmed and decided in her heart that her sister-in-law was the most capable person in her eyes now. In the past, her sister-in-law focused on men and neglected the family, but since she gave up on Gu Jiqing, she changed for the better. Let's hope she doesn't change back. Meanwhile, the mothers were happily enjoying lunch. On the mountain, Yu Jingxi and Gu Chongqing were not having a good time. After Han Ke left, they were reluctant to stay in one place, feeling that there might be a reward for their patience, and their intuition was strong. Little did they know, Han Ke's antics had scared away the nearby wild chickens, so there were none left. A few wild rabbits did come over and jumped into a pit, but the group couldn't catch any. Rabbits were much quicker, and they ended up looking quite foolish. Su Jiefeng lay on the ground, propping himself up with his arms, panting heavily and covered in sweat. No more catching. I'm exhausted. We haven't caught a single one. After trying for so long without success, their enthusiasm for meat had dropped significantly. Why are there only rabbits and no chickens? Chickens should be easier to catch, Yu Jingxi said, sitting down and hitting her leg in frustration. Aren't you curious? Why did those rabbits jump into the pit? Gu Chongqing pondered, recalling how they had seen the rabbits jump in as if they were committing suicide. They looked into the pit and saw nothing. They had witnessed 5 rabbits jump in. I looked in the pit and found a few corn kernels. That shameless person must have thrown food in there. Otherwise, how could she catch chickens? Yu Jingxi said angrily. They could only explain it that way. No matter how creative their imaginations were, they couldn't think of the spring water. Besides, after Han Ke left, the spring water had mostly evaporated and not many rabbits came by, making the situation vastly different from before. Even these few rabbits surprised the group of young people. Well, it seems we're out of luck. Let's pack up and head back. My stomach is growling, Liang Wei said, rubbing his belly. They are a small group of 5, working together and sharing everything. The 2 women are not very good at work. They can barely earn 3 points a day. They eat a lot, and it's really the 3 men who support them. Shen Mengyao is Gu Chongqing's partner, and they don't say anything out of respect for her. Han Jingxi is clinging to Shen Mengyao and forcing her way in, which makes it hard for them to have enough food. They usually go to work on an empty stomach in the morning. Yu Jingxi is unhappy but feels helpless, so she sadly heads down the mountain, saying, "It's all Han Ke's fault. She took the chickens and left us with nothing." Although it's true that Han Ke caught all the nearby chickens, they don't know that, so Yu Jingxi's complaint seems a bit unreasonable. Liang Wei frowned. Honestly, he doesn't support Shen Mingyao's friendship with Yu Jingxi, especially not with someone like her. Her thoughts are not right, and her values are skewed. The group piles up the firewood to tie it together. Humph, huff huff. What's that sound? Su Jiefeng has sharp hearing and notices heavy breathing that doesn't seem human. When the others hear Su Jiefeng, they stop what they're doing. Humph, huff huff. Indeed, the sound is coming from the nearby forest. They look in the direction of the noise. Oh my! A wild boar! Yu Jingxi exclaims in fear. A black wild boar, baring its tusks and digging its front hooves into the ground, looks ready to charge at them. Run, run! Gu Chongqing shouts. There's no time. Their legs tremble, and it feels like their feet are rooted to the ground. The large black boar looks to weigh around 300 pounds, with tusks a foot long. If it charges at them, it could cause serious harm. It's not like no one has been hurt by wild boars before. No one has ever heard of someone surviving an attack. It's over. They might die here today. At that moment, Yu Jingxi isn't thinking about her family she hasn't seen in 2 years or the little food she has left, but rather about Han Ke. She despises Han Ke. If it weren't for Han Ke catching the wild chickens to lure her, she would have gone down the mountain long ago and wouldn't be in this dangerous place facing a wild boar. Ah! She cries out, imagining the pain of being attacked by the boar. Her cry only provokes the boar further, and it charges toward her. Yu Jingxi screams,
Ah.
Stop screaming. It will only make it angrier.
Susie Fang shouts.
Although the men were scholars, they were still men and couldn't let a woman lead a wild boar away. Liangwei picked up a stick and hit the boar to distract it. There's no time. Climb the tree. Gu Chongqing shouted. Running down the mountain was too late. They could only climb. The boar, angered by the hit, stopped and turned to find its attacker. It locked its eyes on Liangwei, staring at him without moving. Thus, a standoff occurred between one boar and 3 men. Each man held a stick or a machete, and they were all nervously sweating. Seeing the boar was distracted, Yu Jingxi quietly moved back. The boar ignored her, and she took off running down the mountain. Although the men hoped she would escape, her selfish act left them feeling disheartened. The boar seemed hesitant, but did not attack the men. Get ready. Let's all climb the tree, Su Jiefeng whispered.
Go.
Gu Chongqing commanded, and the 3 men ran to different trees, climbing as fast as they could. Once they reached the branches, they looked down to see if the boar was still around. Where was the boar? They climbed for nothing, feeling anxious for no reason. Little did they know, the boar was actually after Yu Jingxi. She jumped over a pit, her feet touching the soil that had been moistened by a spring. Though it was slight, the boar's sense of smell was keen. It had come from a distance, which is why it was just arriving. It caught the scent of something it wanted from the woman and ignored the men. By the time they were up in the trees, the boar had already chased after Yu Jingxi. Yu Jingxi ran wildly, thinking she had escaped. She planned to call for help for the others. She felt like a burden, and if she left, the men would be safe. She made excuses to herself, not considering what might happen to her companions. Perhaps she thought that if she didn't want to be involved, it wasn't her responsibility. As she reached the foot of the mountain, she bent over, hands on her knees, gasping for breath, feeling like her heart might burst. She had made it. What a close call. She looked back and gasped, "Oh no." With a loud cry, she took off running again. The wild boar was chasing her. Why was it after her? She hadn't attacked it. It was Liangwei who had hit it. Unfortunately, 2 legs couldn't outrun 4 hooves, and the boar was getting closer. Where could she run? That was the question. Yujing thought about the threshing ground. There were many people there today, all hard workers. She wondered if bringing them pork would get her in trouble. She planned to lead the wild boar away so others could distract it, but she mistakenly thought it meant delivering meat to the people. At the threshing ground, women were peeling corn husks while the men spread baskets of corn on the flat ground and leveled it with wide rakes. With enough sun exposure, they could dry the corn and then thresh it for the public grain. Yujing and her group didn't go to the threshing ground today because it was their turn to gather firewood. With over a dozen people at the youth camp, they needed a lot of wood for cooking, boiling water, and bathing. It wasn't even winter yet, and that little bit of corn stalks wouldn't be enough when the cold came. Today, their group was responsible for gathering wood, as the fields were less busy now, and they needed to prepare for winter. On the threshing ground, everyone had different tasks, so there was no rush like during harvest time. The older women could chat while they worked, and the men could joke around too. Help! Help! A faint cry came from a distance. At first, no one understood, but a group of children playing on the threshing ground noticed 2 small dark figures approaching quickly. Yujing took off at her fastest speed, using all her strength. When a person is running for their life, their instinct and energy are incredible. She felt like she was flying, her short legs moving so fast they almost left a blur behind. The wild boar couldn't catch up to her right away. It was frustrated. The more it couldn't catch her, the more it wanted to chase her, forgetting it had left its territory. Once on flat ground, the boar was even more eager to pursue. Finally, Yujing saw people ahead, her face covered in tears, sweat, and snot.
She was saved.
The group of children had stopped playing, staring in shock as a boar chased a woman. The boar was getting closer, and the woman screamed as she ran toward the nearest children. "Get out of the way!"
Run!
A man shouted. Then, screams erupted from everyone, men, women, and children. Han Lao-san was raking corn when he saw a large wild boar chasing the young woman, who was running toward the children. "Get out of the way!"
Run!
Han shouted, swinging his rake and aiming it at the boar. The wild boar didn't get hit, but it startled and almost charged at Yu Jingxi. She stumbled and fell to the ground. At that moment, chaos erupted as the large wild boar appeared. It was bound to create a stir. The women, children, and elderly were slower and could easily become targets. Zhou Jianxi, the team leader, was holding a shovel. He thought if not him, then who would save them? He needed to act quickly. If that young woman died in their village, it would be a disaster. Zhou Jianxi rushed forward, and the men from Yingshiga village quickly reacted, shouting, "Charge! Don't let it escape." Zhou Jianxi was determined. Wu Lei reminded him, "Our goal is to save people, not to talk nonsense." A group of men, eager for the hunt, armed with various tools, rushed toward the wild boar. The boar suddenly realized it had wandered too far into their territory. Ignoring the woman lying still on the ground, it saw a crowd of determined people charging at it. The boar let out a cry and turned to run. It wasn't foolish. "Don't let it escape. If we catch it, we can have a big feast tonight." The boar underestimated the speed of the hungry crowd. Some clever individuals, unable to catch up, threw their tools at the boar, hoping to hit it or at least slow it down. Soon, many joined in, throwing shovels and hoes at the boar. No matter how tough its skin was, it couldn't withstand the onslaught. After a wave of attacks, they picked up their tools again to continue. The boar, now furious, decided to stand its ground.
Hey!
Finally, it's not running away. Surround it. This time, don't let it break free. Despite its strength, the boar was outnumbered and eventually fell to the ground. Zhou Jianxi was panting, hands on his hips. "It's still breathing. Let's take care of it while it's warm." Wu Lei, usually calm, said, "Can we count this as a collective catch for our team?" He wasn't trying to dampen the mood. He knew they needed to avoid any trouble. If someone reported them, both he and Zhou Jianxi could be in trouble. Zhou Jianxi realized he had been too focused on the feast. Looking at the eager faces around him, he felt sympathy for their hard work during the harvest. "Cough, cough, about this matter. Wu and I can't decide alone. What do you all think? Let's vote as a group. Should we hand it over? Or should we cook a nice meal for everyone tonight?
Cook it.
Why should we give away what we worked so hard for? Right? Who do we hand it to? If we give it away, they won't share anything with us. They'll just keep it for themselves. What do we get? Exactly, they'll just say a few nice things, and that's it. It's better to keep it for ourselves. Our village has so many elderly and children. They would suffer if we give it away. Captain, Secretary, this is our joint decision. If there's an issue, let's discuss it as a group." Yes, it's a group decision. Surprisingly, no one raised their hand to agree to give it away. Wu Lei still felt uneasy. "Let's vote. Raise your hand if you agree to give it away." No one raised their hand. "All right, it's settled then. Our village has over 200 households, including the youth center. Should we divide it among families, or should we cook a big pot of food together?" Zhou Jianjie asked Secretary Wu. The youth from the center are involved. She even had an accident. While they were discussing how to handle the pig, the children started making noise. Yu Jingxi lay on the ground, thinking she was surely doomed today, but little did she know she was lucky. They led the wild boar away, and she remained on the ground for a while, falling hard and landing face first. Now her face was sticky, and she couldn't tell if it was mucus, tears, or blood. All she knew was that her face was burning with pain. The women were terrified to see her lying still and quickly rushed over to help. They feared that if something happened to this young woman, their village would be in trouble. "Yu Jingxi, are you okay?" asked Zhou Jianjie's wife gently, worried that she might not be breathing. At this point, could she really say she was fine? They should try falling like that themselves. Yu Jingxi finally moved and struggled to lift her face. The crowd gasped. What kind of face was this? Her skin was torn, covered in blood, and it was hard to recognize her. She had 2 streams of blood running from her nose. From the terrified expressions around her, she realized her face might be ruined.
Wow, wow.
She cried loudly, her sobs echoing like a landslide. It's understandable. Yu Jingxi was quite pretty. And for a young woman, her face was so important. Especially for someone unmarried, it was a devastating blow. It's over. Yu Jingxi's face is ruined. What's going on in Yangshiga lately? It's like they are deliberately ruining young women's faces. What do you mean? Who else ruined a face? Don't you remember? Zhao Hohat's daughter. I'm sorry, I haven't seen my daughter in days. I almost forgot her name is Wu Xiaoyan.
Can you not speak?
If you can't, I'll teach you. Just take care of your own family, Lu Tsuefan, Wu Xiaoyan's mother, said, her face long with displeasure. What is she doing? They have already spent so much money on this matter, and it's in the past. Why bring it up again? Is she trying to ruin her daughter's reputation? Fortunately, her daughter didn't come today. If she had heard that, it would have upset her so much. They spent a lot of money, and the child was already feeling the pressure. The woman's face turned red, and she awkwardly closed her mouth. After all, they were from a prominent family, and her own family couldn't afford to offend them. Director Zhou Ping called over 2 women, and the 3 of them tried to help Yu Jingxi get up. Yu Jingxi was crying as she tried to stand but fell several times. Her whole body felt like it had been shattered, and every bone ached. Finally, they managed to help her up, and something fell from her pants. Everyone looked closely and gasped. No one dared to speak. If this got out, how could a young lady like her face anyone again? But the adults were silent, and the children had no one to guide them.
Ah.
Yu Ziking had an accident. She messed her pants. It's all dried up. She even wet her pants. The exclamations came one after another, and Yu Jingxi couldn't take the embarrassment any longer. What a disaster. Everything went dark for her, and she thought, Han, I hate you. Oh no. Why did I faint? How can I walk back to the youth dormitory after such humiliation? Yes, fainting now is the best option. But that turned out to be a terrible idea. On one side, the children were gasping, while on the other, Zhou Jianxi and Secretary Wu thought something had happened to Yu Ziking and rushed over. Everyone was confused about what was happening. They were just curious and followed the leaders to see. Stay back, everyone. Get away. Zhou Ping shouted. If those men saw this, Yu Ziking would never live it down. Zhou Jianxi quickly waved his hand. Everyone go away. This is not something for men to see. What kind of situation is this that we can't see? Is someone giving birth?
What are you talking about?
She's a young lady. Stop babbling. Everyone, go help. When the men heard help, they didn't care about the young lady anymore. Who can help carry her to the clinic? I'll take a few strong people, Zhou Ping said, pointing to several women. Her face needed treatment. As for the mess, that couldn't be helped. Her injury was the priority. One woman grabbed a shovel and dug a hole to cover up the mess. 4 women carried Yu Jingxi to the health center with a board. At Hanka's home, the chicken stew with mushrooms was already on the table, and fearing there wouldn't be enough to eat, she had also cut up some large potatoes. A big bowl was filled to the brim. The delicious smell wafted through the yard, and Mi Chunhua and Li Wan lost their motivation to work. After all, they could finish their tasks together in the afternoon. Besides, it was already noon, time to eat. Zhao Hohat stepped out of the kitchen, shielding her eyes from the sun to look at the sky. It was noon, and she wondered why the men in the house hadn't returned yet. Han Ke had prepared a soup, and today there was just one dish and one soup, with cornmeal pancakes as the main food. Zhao Hohat was feeling particularly generous today. With good dishes, she didn't want to make tough grain pancakes. While stewing the chicken, she had placed several pancakes around the pot, ensuring the whole family would be full. They were even celebrating this year's good harvest. She had learned to celebrate from her daughter. Zhao Hohat decided to stand at the door and see if anyone from the neighborhood had returned, but she didn't see anyone.
Hey!
What's going on? A few of Erhuzi's men came running. Grandma Han, I know what's happening.
Ah!
What is it? Zhao Hohat was still looking around and didn't take the child's words seriously. Could a child's words be trusted? They caught a wild boar. Tonight our team will have a big feast. What? They caught a wild boar? This time, Zhao Hohot paid attention. How did they catch it? Who caught it? Is anyone hurt? Zhao Hohot asked 3 questions in a row, leaving the child unsure of which to answer first. Grandma Han, let's go inside to talk. I still need to report to my leader. The child with a runny nose squeezed past Zhao Hohot into the house, followed by a few others.
Hey.
Those poor kids. Zhao Hohot looked around to see no one was nearby and went back to listen to what was happening. In the yard, both adults and children were wide-eyed in shock. Haha, Yu Ziking was so scared he pooped himself. And she peed too. Her pants are wet. At her age, still wetting herself. The children always focused on such unique details. Han Ke was shocked. She didn't care whether Yu Jingxi had pooped or peed. What concerned her was that the wild boar had run down the mountain with Yu Jingxi. Suddenly, she recalled what she had done today. Wait, was there a male youth following Yu Jingxi? I saw 5 of them when I went up the mountain. Han Ke felt a chill run through her body, and her palms became sweaty. Yu Jingxi had come down alone. What happened to the others? She couldn't bear to think further. If something terrible had happened because of her, how would she live the rest of her life? Someone died because of her carelessness, and it might not be just one person. Han Ke's eyes were red, and tears immediately fell. Don't worry, daughter. Those young men went to the threshing ground later. My daughter is just too soft-hearted. Look how scared she is. At that moment, Han Taiju returned with a few of his sons, just as Han Ke mentioned the young men. Zhao Hohot gently patted Han Ke's head. Don't be afraid. Touch something soft to feel better. I told you. Not everyone can just go up that mountain. Han Ke finally came to her senses. She was terrified. This also served as a wake-up call for her. She had originally thought about taking her brothers up the mountain for a big score, but today's incident scared her. She no longer dared to take her brothers on risky adventures. There are many ways to get rich. It doesn't always have to involve going into the mountains. This made her understand the power of the spring water even more. She didn't need to think too hard. It must have been the spring water causing trouble. She was grateful that no one lost their life, and even more thankful that she hadn't taken her brothers up the mountain first. If she had taken her brothers up, they might have been chased by wild boars. Tonight, our team will have a big meal. Let's contribute some cabbage. Han Taiju said while washing his hands, speaking to Zhao Hohot. No way. We'll contribute potatoes. I need the cabbage to make pickled vegetables. We have a big family, and we never have enough pickled vegetables in winter. We always trade for them at the market. Zhao Hohot disagreed about using their cabbage. This year's cabbage grew especially well, and she didn't want to part with it. Little did she know, her daughter often watered the vegetable garden with spring water, which made it thrive. We're having meat again today, came Han Laosan's surprised voice from the kitchen. At noon, the whole Han family, adults and children, enjoyed a big feast, and they would have another big meal in the evening. Life was truly delightful. Yu Jingxi was hurriedly carried to the health clinic by a few women. This clinic had only one doctor, named Wu, a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, wearing glasses. Dr. Wu was a distant relative of Secretary Wu, just a few years older than him, and he used to be a well-known traditional Chinese medicine doctor at the provincial hospital. His maternal family had a long history in medicine, but he was the only one left in his family. His mother did not like studying medicine. Wu Wenzhou had an extraordinary talent for traditional Chinese medicine, so he inherited his grandfather's knowledge. Later, during the Great Movement, traditional medicine faced severe repression. He watched as his colleagues, friends, and some mentors struggled to get by. He is a very alert person who actively volunteered for rural development. If he waited any longer, he might end up in a tough situation. Coincidentally, his distant cousin was working as an accountant in the village. At that time, Wu Lei had not yet become the village leader, but he was well-liked by the villagers. When Han Ke was disfigured by Wu Xiaoyan, it showed that Wu Lei was not the kind of leader who bullied others with power. So, With Wu Lei's help, Wu Wenzhou took his wife and children to the countryside. He transformed from a well-known doctor in a big city to a barefoot doctor in Yangshigu. Many clever people at that time also became barefoot doctors to avoid trouble. After Wu Wenzhou finished seeing an elderly woman, he saw several women hurriedly bringing someone into the clinic. "Dr. Wu, quick, please take a look at her." Zhou Ping directed the women to lift Yu Jingxi onto the examination bed. In fact, Yu Jingxi had already regained consciousness, but the embarrassing moment made her afraid to wake up. She couldn't bear to think about how much worse it was to lose control in front of so many people than to be disfigured. How would she face others after this? So, she pretended to be unconscious. "Everyone, step back and let some air in." Wu Wenzhou stood by the bed and saw Yu Jingxi's face covered in blood, and he gasped. As a doctor, he was not afraid of blood, but this injury was quite severe and had a strong, unpleasant smell. She fainted. When she fell, her face hit the ground first. "I'm not sure if she hit her head and caused her to faint," Zhou Ping said, being responsible as the women's director. Yu Jingxi had fainted, but she needed to clarify the situation. Wu Wenzhou took Yu Jingxi's hand to check her pulse. He noticed that she was awake, but was pretending to be unconscious for some reason. Since the patient didn't want anyone to know she was awake, he decided not to bring it up. Fortunately, there are no signs of a concussion, but her facial injuries need to be treated, Wu Wenzhou said as he turned to prepare the supplies for cleaning the wound. Zhou Ping followed him, asking, "Dr. Wu, will this girl's face leave scars?" She spoke in a breathless manner, lacking confidence as she looked at Yu Jingxi. The clinic was just one large room, and their conversation could be easily heard. Yu Jingxi listened nervously, praying in her heart that everything would be fine. After all, Han Ko, who had been disfigured, didn't cry out for help. What did that mean? It meant that she could be treated. Han Ko is known far and wide for being a foolish beauty. She cares so much about her looks that if her face were ruined, the Han family wouldn't stay quiet. Based on the behavior of the Han family and Han Ko, Yu Jingxi felt it was understandable. "The wound is quite deep, especially on the tip of the nose. It will definitely leave a scar," said Dr. Wu Wenzhou honestly. He couldn't say vague things just to comfort the patient. If the outcome is bad, is it due to his lack of skill, or because he softened his words, leading the patient to take them seriously?
No.
"I can't have a scar," Yu Jingxi exclaimed, sitting up abruptly when she heard about the scar. "Hey, you can't cry. Crying will make the wound worse," a kind woman reminded her. Wu, standing here. Wu, it's easy for you to say Wu. If it were you, could you act like it's nothing? The woman meant well, but Yu Jingxi didn't appreciate it and instead mocked her, showing a lack of gratitude. The woman said to Zhou Ping, "Director Zhou, I really have to go home now. My family is waiting for me to eat. I'm leaving." Without waiting for a response, she left, showing that good intentions can sometimes be met with indifference. If it weren't for Zhou Ping, she wouldn't care about you. She didn't have a good impression of the young people from Yangshigu. They couldn't do anything right and still owed work points every year. They couldn't starve, as the food was from the collective, meaning these young people were supported by the villagers of Yangshigu. In a time when food was scarce, it was surprising that there were no complaints. The remaining few said their goodbyes and left. Zhou Ping felt her enthusiasm had gone to waste. This girl was truly ungrateful. But as a team leader, she couldn't leave like the others. Dr. Wu prepared the bandages and medicine for cleaning the wound. It was indeed a pity for a young girl to be disfigured, but he couldn't lie. He walked to the bedside with a tray. "Comrade, the advice not to cry is correct. Tears and wounds don't mix and could lead to worse issues." The crying stopped abruptly as Yu Jingxi grabbed Dr. Wu's arm tightly, nearly causing him to drop the tray. Doctor, please help me. I'm not married yet. I can't be disfigured. If I am, I might as well die." As she felt sad, she opened her mouth to cry, but remembering what Dr. Wu had said, she forced herself to hold back her tears. Her expression was hard to describe. "I am a doctor. If I can treat it, I will do my best. But you also need to be mentally prepared. Some wounds are quite deep, possibly caused by sharp objects. Especially the tip of your nose is very deep. Your forehead and cheeks are not as bad. Zhou Ping felt helpless. Yu Jingxi kept saying she wanted to end her life, and Dr. Wu was so stubborn. Couldn't he say something comforting to calm her down? If this escalated, it would be a hassle for everyone. Don't move yet. I will clean the wound first, Dr. Wu said as he carefully cleaned and disinfected Yu Jingxi's face. After examining it again, his conclusion was the same. Some areas would leave scars, especially the tip of her nose. Dr. Wu applied medication and bandaged her up, giving her some instructions to follow, then told her to come back tomorrow for a checkup. Yu Jingxi walked away, like a ghost. Zhou Ping worried she might do something drastic, so she resigned herself to escorting her to the youth dormitory before finally feeling relieved. Yu Jingxi returned to her room, under the watchful eyes of the other youths. Shen Mengyao lay motionless on the bed, and Wu Jingxi also collapsed onto the bed, not even bothering to change her dirty pants. Outside, the youths held their bowls and looked at the closed door, exchanging glances but saying nothing, returning to their meals. The group of youths split into several small circles, each with their own thoughts. Shen Mengyao covered her head with the blanket. Ever since she was humiliated on the mountain, she had run back to the youth dormitory, crying all the way. Everyone had gone to work at the threshing ground, and she had no idea what had happened after she left. Later, when everyone returned at noon, she locked herself in her room and refused to come out. She was unaware of what had happened to Yu Jingxi. Inside, she felt resentful towards Yu Jingxi. She had been upset and left, yet Yu Jingxi, as her friend, didn't follow her to offer comfort. It made her feel abandoned. She had taken care of her, and if it weren't for Gu Chongqing, how could she have been accepted? She would have been bullied into being a free babysitter long ago. She spent the entire morning lying down, which was fine. It meant she could rest without working. Gu Chongqing and the others would handle her share. She had been wronged. She waited for Gu Chongqing to return and comfort her. After a nap, she woke up to find someone on the bed. She smelled food. Had she slept until noon? But there was also a strange odor. She sniffed the air. The strange smell seemed to be near her. She turned around and gasped, "Ah!" Yu Jingxi, her face wrapped in white bandages, suddenly startled Shen Mengyao, causing her to scream. People eating outside heard the scream and quickly put down their bowls to rush into Shen Mengyao's room. They saw Shen Mengyao hiding in the corner, trembling under the covers. On the bed lay Yu Jingxi, sprawled out with her face covered in bandages. Her eyes and mouth were exposed, and her nose, painted bright red with medicine, looked quite alarming. However, everyone had seen her return earlier, so Shen Mengyao had no idea what was happening. How could she not be scared by such a sight? Moreover, Yu Jingxi lay there like a statue, her wide-open eyes staring at the ceiling, lost in thought. Everyone felt a sense of sympathy. They were all young intellectuals, and although they had some small conflicts, they were still a group. It was sad to see someone who had left in good health in the morning come back injured and embarrassed in front of so many people. Anyone would feel devastated by such a situation. Mengyao, this is Yu Jingxi. She got hurt, Su Yuan said, confused. Weren't these two usually close friends? Why was Shen Mengyao so frightened instead of comforting her friend? It seemed their friendship wasn't very strong.
Ah?
I didn't know. I'm so sorry, Jingxi. I really didn't realize it was you. But how did you get hurt? Shen Mengyao realized her reaction might have upset Yu Jingxi. That wouldn't do. She didn't have many friends, and if Yu Jingxi held a grudge, she would be isolated in the youth commune, just like Li Wan, who married into the Han family. Besides, it would be inconvenient for her to pursue her future plans without Yu Jingxi's help. She crawled over and looked at Yu Jingxi with concern. Jingxi, don't be upset. This injury will definitely heal. Even she didn't believe her own words. Her voice sounded weak and unconvincing. It won't get better. It won't get better. Yu Jingxi finally seemed to come back to life, repeating just that one sentence. How did you get hurt? Shen Mengyao turned to look at the others, including the serious-faced Gu Chongqing and a few others. Wasn't Yu Jingxi with them? How did she end up injured? What had happened? Suddenly, a loud, reckless laugh came from outside. Without needing to see, they all knew it was Cheng Yusi, the troublemaker from the youth commune. He and a few of his friends had disappeared during lunch and hadn't eaten anything. Today, they also went to work, so everyone saw Yu Jingxi's embarrassing behavior. Meng Yao, do you want to know? Come out, and I'll tell you properly. The way he spoke was so rude. Of course, he was a rogue. Shen Mengyao's face turned pale, and Gu Chongqing's face darkened. She is upset right now, so let her be for a while. Meng Yao, come out to eat and serve a bowl for Yu Jingxi too, Gu Chongqing said to Shen Mengyao. Then, Jingxi, don't think about bad things. I will help you, Shen Mengyao comforted, shedding a few tears but moving quickly. She realized that the unpleasant smell was coming from Yu Jingxi, and she had been holding her breath while speaking. She quickly got off the bed and followed everyone outside. Cheng Yusi, with his hands on his hips, whistled when he saw Shen Mengyao, grinning. His eyes scanned Shen Mengyao in a way that felt inappropriate, as if he was undressing her with his gaze. He had long been interested in her, and previously he liked Li Wan, but that woman didn't appreciate him. Just when he was about to make his move, she married a farmer instead. He was frustrated that she would choose someone like that over him. But that woman was clever, and he couldn't win her over. Then came Shen Mengyao, who looked even better than Li Wan, making him eager. He wanted to get close to this delicate beauty, but unexpectedly, Gu Chongqing was in the way. He cursed under his breath, feeling that the ones he liked were always difficult to get. He didn't find other women appealing. They were either from the village or unattractive. Most of them weren't good-looking, and after working in the sun and not eating well, they looked even worse. Only Shen Mengyao had several men helping her and often took breaks, looking presentable. But Gu Chongqing wouldn't let her go easily. Shen Mengyao was already associated with him, and he would have to put in effort to get to her. That village girl named Han was useless. If she could win over Gu Chongqing, he wouldn't have to think so hard. He licked his lips, eyeing Shen Mengyao. Gu Chongqing stood in front of her, blocking Cheng Yusi's gaze. He clicked his tongue, thinking that one day he would make Gu Chongqing regret it. He shot a glare at Gu Chongqing and turned to leave with his followers. Gu Chongqing watched Cheng Yusi's short figure walk away, narrowing his eyes. Shen Mengyao peeked out from behind Gu Chongqing, biting her lip in distress.
I'm hungry.
Go eat. I saved some for you. After you finish, I need to talk to you, Gu Chongqing said, not looking at her as he went back inside. Shen Mengyao felt a pang of anxiety from his attitude. She had only been in the countryside for a little over a year. As a pretty girl who was not strong, what could she do? Her family in the city was just an ordinary one, with many children and only her parents working. Her dad had to send half of his monthly salary back to their grandparents in the rural hometown. Shen Mengyao's family had 6 children who needed food and education. After graduating high school, she couldn't find a job and had to do all the chores at home. She thought if she behaved well, her parents wouldn't send her to the countryside. She had an older sister, just a year older, so it seemed unlikely that she would be the one chosen. But reality hit hard. Her sister actually got a temporary job at their mother's bottle cap factory. Even though she looked down on that small factory and knew her sister had the toughest job, her sister wouldn't have to go to the countryside. If her sister stayed, then it would be Shen Mengyao who had to go. No amount of crying or complaining would change that. Her parents said her sister was at the age to find a partner, and if she went to the countryside, she might marry someone from there and never return. Shen Mengyao felt her parents were being unfair. They were worried about her sister marrying someone from the countryside, but what about her? Could she go to the countryside and marry someone like that? Her mother promised her that she was still young and that she would go to the countryside first, while the family would find a job for her later. This way, the family could catch a break, and her hardships would be temporary. Her sister even pretended to be grateful for her sacrifices, saying she would send her $3 every month, and her mother assured her they wouldn't neglect her. They would send her things and money. The first 2 months after she arrived were okay. They did send her money, $5 from her mom and $3 from her sister. but after 2 months, that stopped. Her mom wrote saying her brother was sick and that the family was borrowing money for his medical care, telling her to take care of herself in the countryside. Shen Mengyao was furious. How could she survive without money? She earned very little each day, and the food was barely enough, let alone buying clothes for all seasons. On top of that, she was being harassed by a troublemaker named Chengyu. She was really scared. With no food or drink, she had to work hard every day, and her once delicate face was becoming rough. She didn't even have money for lotion. In the youth commune, most of the young people were boys, and a few of them were interested in her, but she was picky. If she wanted to find someone for a long-term relationship, he had to be someone she liked. From her observations, the only one who looked good among the boys was Gu Chongqing, who also seemed to have the best family background. This was clear from his nice white shirt and watch. He was the only one in the commune with a watch. She set her sights on him and found an opportunity to meet Gu Chongqing frequently. She took out a letter from her mother about her brother being ill and pretended to cry. Naturally, Gu Chongqing saw this. If he hadn't, she would have had to arrange another time to cry. Gu Chongqing felt that since they were all young people, he couldn't just ignore a girl crying. He asked her what was wrong, and that question changed everything. Shen Mengyao was crying because her brother was sick, feeling guilty for not having money to send home for his treatment, and blaming herself for not being able to help her family. What a kind person she was. She was so beautiful and so good-hearted. At that moment, Gu Chongqing thought Shen Mengyao had a pure and kind heart. He was moved by her kindness and her touching demeanor. He ended up giving her some money, and Shen Mengyao was surprised to receive 20 yuan so easily. She hadn't expected it and thought it would take more effort. Later, because of the 20 yuan Gu Chongqing lent her, she used it as an excuse to often find him, saying she felt bad and might not be able to pay him back right away, possibly only when the commune distributed grain at the end of the year. Gu Chongqing just smiled and thought that the little work she did wouldn't even allow her to pay him back. He hadn't expected her to return the money when he gave it. Later, Shen Mengyao came to him crying again, saying she couldn't go on. Cheng Yusi had set his sights on her, and if he ruined her reputation, she would rather die. Death seemed like the only way to escape. Gu Chongqing was furious for her sake and gathered his friends to confront Cheng Yusi, which caused a stir in the commune. Cheng Yusi had a reputation there, and everyone knew about his issues with Li Wan. The commune leaders held a meeting to criticize Cheng Yusi, warning him that if he continued his behavior, he would be sent to the police station, and they would accept whatever consequences followed. The commune chose to remove a troublemaker like Cheng Yusi. He promised to behave, and even wrote a confession. Although he felt wronged and believed the commune was biased against him, he wondered why Gu Chongqing, who had confronted him, faced no consequences while he did. Isn't it often said that one hand can't clap? However, in someone else's territory, he had no choice but to bow down. After that, he became much more restrained and no longer dared to touch the young women openly. He could only awkwardly avoid Gu Chongqing as the team supported this person. A kind young woman served food to Yu Jing, and Shen Mengyao finished her meal before hesitantly looking for Gu Chongqing. When Gu Chongqing saw her coming, he said, "Let's go for a walk." He walked ahead, while Shen Mengyao nervously followed. When they reached a secluded spot, Gu Chongqing stopped. He turned around and said, "Mengyao, we need to have a serious talk." Shen Mengyao looked up at him with innocent eyes and asked about what. It was this kind of gaze that had touched Gu Chongqing before. He saw purity in her clear, beautiful eyes. Today, on the mountain, what Comrade Hanke said was all true, right? Shen Mengyao lowered her head and remained silent. Gu Chongqing took a deep breath. "So it's all true? I'm your boyfriend, and if you're in trouble, why didn't you come to me for help instead of seeking others? It's one thing to ask others, but you even used my name to deceive them. Did I misjudge you, or is there a reason you had to do this?" Gu Chongqing felt heartbroken. He was hurt that his girlfriend had sold him out for money without his knowledge. What did he mean to her? Was he just an object to be used for deception? I'm really at my wit's end. My mom asked me to help with money for the family, my sister is getting married, and my brother needs medical treatment. Those are my parents who raised me and my siblings. If I ignore them, am I still human? Then, why didn't you tell me? Gu Chongqing was swayed by Shin Mingyao's reasons and had already forgiven her in his heart. I've already taken a lot from you. I can't burden you anymore. I know I've made terrible mistakes. I wanted to apologize to Han Ke, but I'm afraid. You know her temper. She can be unreasonable. Her family won't let me off easily. I spent the money I got, and I don't know how to repay it. Gu Chongqing is my lifeline. I can't just take from him. If I keep this up, he will get annoyed. And then where will I find someone like him? There are other young people in the youth commune, but they don't have the same conditions. They are even poorer than her. How can they provide her with good food and clothes? She can't look up to someone who can't even afford basic things. Gu Chongqing took a deep breath, looked around to make sure no one was watching, and gently hugged Shin Mengyao, softly patting her back to comfort her. Don't cry. It breaks my heart to see you like this. I know you care about me, and I was being narrow-minded. But please don't put yourself in such a difficult position again. I don't want you to suffer. If you have any problems, come to me. I'm your boyfriend, okay? He had been thinking poorly about Mengyao, but she was doing everything for him. She cared so much about her reputation, yet she was willing to sacrifice it to lighten his burden. Even if she made a mistake, her intentions were good. She was trying to help her family. How could he blame her? Besides, if Han couldn't have any ulterior motives, how could she be so easily fooled? Mengyao, the silly girl, was not a great actress. He couldn't believe that woman didn't see through her act. It was just that the woman was deceiving herself and had inappropriate feelings for him. Shin Mengyao sighed in Gu Chongqing's arms, relieved that this was over. Neither of them mentioned the money issue with Han Ke. Mengyao intentionally left it out, and Gu Chongqing either forgot or chose not to bring it up. In any case, the two of them had weathered the storm, and their relationship grew stronger. Shen Mengyao shyly returned to the youth center. When she got back to the room, she found Yu Jingxi awake and dressed, probably having eaten already. Mengyao, you're back. Did Gu Chongqing talk to you? Yu Jingxi asked when she saw her friend. She was eager to know what Shin Mengyao was thinking and wanted to discuss it with her. Her face couldn't be ruined. If it was, everything would be over. Shin Mengyao realized she had forgotten to mention her own situation. Jingxi, I'm sorry. I went to find Chongqing, but he had to step out. I waited for a while, but he didn't come back. Liang Wei and Su Jiafeng went with him. They might be dealing with Qing Yusi about what happened earlier. You know, there was no one else in the room, and Yu Jingxi believed her. Why didn't you ask someone else? Everyone at the youth center knows. Shen Mingyao's lips twitched. I forgot. You know I'm too naive and often don't think of those things. Yu Jingxi raised an eyebrow. Naive? Really? You think I don't know what you've been up to? Some of it I even helped with. In the end, it seems like you just don't care about me at all. She can't confront her yet. She still needs to rely on Gu Chongqing and his group. If she offends Shin Mengyao, she won't be able to stay with Gu Chongqing's team. She wonders if they will hold her running on the mountain against her. So even if she is unhappy with Shen Mengyao, she has to flatter her. She shared her achievements, picking out the ones she could talk about, while leaving out the embarrassing parts, like the time she left her companions behind on the mountain. So this is all Han Ke's fault. Shen Mengyao said with great conviction. Right? I think so too. Yu Jingxi finally found someone who understood her. No wonder she got along with Shin Mengyao. Their views were aligned. But when she suggested reporting Han Ke, the three guys said she was wrong. She looked at Shin Mengyao. There are some things I'm not sure if I should say.
Shen Mengyao. If you know, then don't say it.
I said Han Ke's behavior was undermining socialism, and Gu Chongqing criticized me for it. I still don't know what I did wrong. Why should she suffer alone? Good friends should share difficulties. Shin Mengyao was indeed angry. What did Gu Chongqing mean? Didn't he dislike that woman? Shouldn't he stand with her against the world? That woman humiliated her, and Gu Chongqing should unconditionally support her. It really upset her that he was speaking up for that person. Well, Gu Chongqing has a point. Let's talk about what you will do next. What did the doctor say? The doctor said there might be a scar. What? That's such a shame. You're so pretty, and if this ruins your looks, I can't even imagine your future. We have to treat it. We can't give up. I want to treat it, but I have no money. Does she not want treatment? How would she pay for it? She has less than 10 yuan to her name, and she just spent 50 cents on medicine at the clinic. She needs money for the next visit. Even going to a big city for treatment would cost more than she has for a bus ticket. By the way, Meng Yao, I led that pig down from the mountain. If it weren't for me, would the team have meat to eat? I need to go to the team. If they distribute the meat, I should at least get half of the pig. Then I can sell it and have money for treatment. Yu Jingxi's eyes sparkled with hope. Shen Meng Yao. No way. When she came back, the other young women in the kitchen were discussing how the team was planning to make a big pot of stew that night, just to eat that wild pig. If Yu Jingxi causes trouble, what will happen if dinner doesn't go well? She hasn't eaten meat in a long time, and we can't let Yu Jingxi ruin it. Jingxi, calm down. This isn't a good idea. Yu Jingxi was about to ask Shen Mengyao to go with her, but instead, she not only refused but also discouraged her. Don't be angry, just listen to me, Shen Mengyao quickly said as she saw Yu Jingxi was upset and pulled her to sit down. Yu Jingxi didn't say anything. She sat down, wanting to hear what Shen Mengyao had to say. There are 2,000 people in our team, and one pig isn't enough for everyone. I don't know if you can get one, but I know you'll upset those 2,000 people. That's meat. If you block so many people from eating, they might get really angry. Yu Jingxi shivered at the thought of that scene. What should I do? Where can I get money? You know my family values boys over girls. They expect me to bring money home, so they won't help me. If they find out my face is ruined, do you believe they would completely give up on me? Don't be discouraged yet, I haven't finished. You need to find the root of the problem, Shen Mengyao continued when she saw Yu Jingxi didn't understand. The root is Han Ke. If she hadn't chased after Gu Chongqing, would the wild boar have come? You're in this situation because of her. You said it yourself, she dug that pit. If she doesn't take responsibility, she can't escape the consequences. So, Han's family should pay for your treatment. Shen Mengyao insisted that the blame lay with Han Ke. Yu Jingxi rolled her eyes at Shen Mengyao. Do you think I haven't thought about that? Is Han's family easy to deal with? Do you think you have a better chance against 2,000 people or Han's family to, well, of course, it's Han's family. But I need a solid excuse to approach them. I don't have any evidence. Just one pit isn't convincing. Yu Jingxi wasn't naive. She wanted to confront them, but without a strong reason, they would surely push her away. I have an idea for you. Shen Mengyao whispered in Yu Jingxi's ear, worried that someone in the same room might overhear. She didn't want anyone to know she was suggesting that Yu Jingxi confront Han's family. If Yu Jingxi failed and revealed her involvement, she could easily deny it. Yu Jingxi's eyes lit up and she nodded. If Han's family didn't agree, she could at least make them uncomfortable and vent her frustrations. Shen Mengyao felt satisfied. After all, Han Ke had embarrassed her today, made her repay money, and still tried to flirt with Gu Chongqing. Even after being chased up the mountain, she still won't admit it. Anyone who offends Shen Mengyao does not end well. Tonight, the team is organizing a meal with wild boar. I'll bring back some dishes for you. Shen Mengyao remembered the dinner plans. No way, I have to go eat. I contributed half to that pig, so I need to eat my share. Yu Jingxi disagreed. How much meat could Shen Mengyao serve her? She wanted to make sure she had enough tonight. Shen Mengyao's expression nearly broke. In her mind, she thought, you embarrassed yourself this morning, and now you don't feel ashamed showing up in front of so many people tonight? But the allure of the meat was too strong, and Yu Jingxi couldn't care less about her pride. Remembering her dirty pants still soaking in the basin, she didn't want to listen to Shen Mengyao's advice anymore and went out to wash them. In the afternoon, the men from the Han family went to the threshing ground to dry the grain, while the women continued to peel corn at home. Han Ke and a few kids went to the backyard to gather pig feed, which they would dry and save for winter. Her father said that if there was enough food for the pigs, they could raise 3 next year. 3 pigs was the limit. They weren't allowed to raise more. The kids were chattering about Yu Jingxi's situation. What a pity. If they hadn't gone with their aunt, They would have seen Yu Jingxi in a compromising situation. Han Ke said, let's not talk about that. Do you still want to eat pork tonight? Even though that person wasn't very friendly to her, it wasn't good for a girl to have such a reputation wherever she went. She didn't know that person was planning something against her. If she had known, Han Ke would have been the first to spread the embarrassing news. The kids covered their mouths and giggled, and they obediently stopped bringing it up. The atmosphere at the team was lively, almost like it was New Year's. Everyone was working harder, motivated by the thought of a big meat feast that evening. All the team leaders were having a meeting to discuss where to set up the tables for the meal. I think we can use the old ancestral hall. There's a large open space there that can fit everyone, suggested the team accountant, Sui Yongjun. It won't fit. It's too cramped. What if a child causes a mess and spills something hot? That would turn a good event into a disaster. Zhou Ping, a woman with a keen eye, vetoed the suggestion. The ancestral hall used to belong to the Zhou family, who were prominent in Yangshigu, with many clan members. The Zhou family had ancestors who served in the court during the Ming dynasty, which brought them prosperity. During this period of destroying the four olds, the ancestral hall fell into disrepair. As a member of the Zhou family, Zhou Ping opposed holding a large feast in front of the ancestral hall, as it would be disrespectful to their ancestors. Although they publicly criticized the old customs, the Zhou family is still quite united and acknowledges their ancestors. Wu Lei looked at Zhou Jianxi and said, Captain Zhou, I noticed that the area in front of our team headquarters is quite spacious. When our village holds meetings or when leaders come to inspect, there's plenty of room for parking. Also, our headquarters has electricity. If we set up some lights and add a few more bulbs in the offices, I think we'll have enough lighting. What do you think? That sounds good, right? We almost forgot about the lighting for tonight. Exactly, let's do it that way. It was unanimously approved with no objections. The meeting ended, and everyone went about their business. Wu Lei quietly peeked out the door, ensuring no one was around. Perfect. He gently closed the door and picked up the phone on his desk to dial a number. Hello, please connect me to the town police station. Once connected, he said, Hi, I'm looking for Wu Aigua. Yes, the one who just arrived. I'm his father. Oh, okay, I'll wait. Wu Aigua had just returned from a mission, having worked overnight to capture someone, and was now rushing back to his dorm to wash up and change clothes. Hello, Dad, what's up? Wu Aigua answered. Hey, son, are you free tonight? What's the matter? Well, our team caught a big wild boar. If you're not working late, come back for a big meal. Remember, you must come back to eat. It's a rare chance to enjoy some meat. The Wu family had recently given their meat rations to the Han family as compensation for a recent incident, leaving them with little to eat. They couldn't let their son miss out on this opportunity. On the other end, Wu Aigua chuckled, amused that his dad called just for meat.
All right.
His father's concern was touching, so he wanted to make him happy. He actually had no plans for the evening and didn't need to be on duty, so he could return. He wasn't particularly interested in the meat. The cafeteria at work occasionally served meat dishes, but they weren't very tasty. Around 3 in the afternoon, everyone finished their work early. The team leader used the loudspeaker to announce that all the women should come help with cooking and everyone should bring something to eat, as there wouldn't be enough otherwise. A few families were to gather and share a large pot, deciding amongst themselves whose pot to use. Mom, who are we partnering with? My second uncle's family? Han Ke thought that since they all shared the Han surname, it made sense to work together. Zhao Ho Hot wiped her hands and frowned. Don't even think about it. I won't put my warm face against someone else's cold back. That man is doing really well now. He's married to an official's wife and looks down on us. We can just partner with a few friendly neighbors. Wang Zhaodi nodded in agreement with her mother-in-law. That second aunt, who lives in the same village, doesn't even want to associate with them. What's the big deal? No matter how impressive she thinks she is, her husband hasn't taken her and their daughter to the city to enjoy life. Instead, he took his mother to enjoy it. The younger brother said he was doing well in the county factory, but neither the eldest nor the youngest daughters got jobs. Only the second daughter was hired as a substitute teacher. Wang Zhaodi doubted if her second uncle's abilities were exaggerated. In reality, Wang Zhaodi underestimated Han Lauer's capabilities. The elderly woman they referred to as enjoying life was in a small courtyard in the county, washing clothes. With a large basin full of clothes, Grandma Han sat on a small stool, diligently scrubbing away on the washboard. This small courtyard had 3 main rooms and front and backyards, which Han Lauer had secretly bought in the county just last year. Sitting on a chair at the entrance of the main room was a pregnant woman, who was the capable widow Li, mentioned by Zhao Hohot. Li had a lovely name, Li Xiangxiang, and she was 35 this year. Though in her 30s, she didn't often work in the fields, and many men were eager to please her. She had no worries about food or clothing. She looked more like she was in her late 20s. A thick, shiny braid hung over her chest, swaying as she cracked sunflower seeds and spat out the shells. Ugh, I told you I can't wash my underwear with the outer clothes. Your son's clothes have been worn outside all day. They're dirty. Underwear is much cleaner. It's just not proper, Li Xiangxiang complained, spitting out a seed shell at Grandma Han. Grandma Han secretly cursed Li for being so picky after living in the city, but she couldn't say that out loud.
Oh.
I'm getting old and forgetful. I must have forgotten. I'll be more careful tomorrow. If it weren't for the fact that she was carrying her grandson, she wouldn't be serving this annoying widow. She was upset to find out her son was involved with Li and told him to cut ties immediately. Why is he getting involved with someone like her? Doesn't he worry about getting into trouble? Li Xiangxiang was well known in the village for her questionable reputation, and many men found it hard to resist her charms. Surprisingly, the person she looked down on the most, her son, was actually supporting her in the county. When old lady Han discovered that Li Xiangxiang was living in her son's house, she was furious. However, before she could express her anger, her son told her that Li Xiangxiang was pregnant with his child. Old lady Han had to swallow her words. To support the baby Li Xiangxiang was carrying, she decided to stay in the city. Before leaving, she made sure to create trouble for Han Taizhu and Zhao Hohot. She went around telling people that Han Taizhu was unfilial and even caused a scene at his home, leaving in tears after her performance. She claimed that her eldest son was unreliable, so she had to enjoy the benefits of her second son in the city. There was a reason for her actions. Without an excuse for going to the county and not returning, it would raise suspicion. She couldn't blame her second daughter-in-law for it, so Han Taizhu took the fall. This way, the second daughter-in-law wouldn't suspect anything. Han Tieju's younger brother, originally named Han Tiniu, later changed his name to Han Adong, believing it would help his career. Han Adong kept Li Xiangxiang hidden in the city, enjoying their secret relationship while waiting for the baby to arrive. When the time came, old lady Han planned to bring the child home and have her daughter-in-law raise it, claiming that her daughter-in-law was too old to have children. She intended to adopt a boy for them to raise, but the child would actually be Han Idong's biological son. Not telling the daughter-in-law was meant to protect her feelings. As for Han Adong divorcing and marrying Li Xiangxiang, that was out of the question. He couldn't marry someone with such a notorious reputation. What about his political future? Besides, he feared the consequences of Li Xiangxiang's past relationships. Although Li Xiangxiang had many affairs, Han Adong didn't doubt the child was his. He had his suspicions, but Li Xiangxiang wasn't pregnant when they first got together. She became pregnant 3 months later. During that time, she was serving others in the city, but ended up getting involved with another man, causing trouble and getting kicked out without receiving her last month's pay. He encountered a bruised and battered Li Xiangxiang on the street. Being from Yangshigu, he felt compelled to ask what happened. Li Xiangxiang claimed she was wronged and was afraid to go home. She tearfully begged for his help, promising to return to Yangshigu once she healed. If she went back looking like this, who knew what the gossiping villagers would say? I'm sorry, I can't assist with that. Li Xiangxiang thought that she didn't have the chance to shine in a big place. If given the opportunity, she might even become a leader. Following Han Lao all this time felt like a waste for her. So, her deal with Han Adong was that she would have his child, and in return, he would arrange a formal job for her. Once she had a job, would need Han Lao. Wouldn't being a factory manager or director be much better? On the side of Yangshigu, every household was preparing pots, bowls, and large iron pans, along with some seasonings. They also needed to move tables and stools over. Mom, I don't want to go, Hanka said, not wanting to join. What? You silly child, not eating would be a loss. Even though we have enough food at home lately, it's still free food. Zhao Hohat was confused why her daughter, who seemed fine just a moment ago, suddenly changed her mind. Look at my face, it's all covered in medicine and looks terrible. If you help me fix it up, I won't miss out, Hanka said, touching her face. Zhao Hohat leaned in to examine Hanka's face closely. My dear, has the scab fallen off? Yes, it has. Once the scab falls off and gets wet, it should be fine. Your injury looks smooth. It doesn't seem like it will leave a scar. It really hasn't left one, Hanka nodded. Then why are you still putting that stuff on? Hurry and wash your face so I can see, Zhao Hohat urged her to wash. It had been 8 or 9 days, and she had been so busy that she lost track of time. Scabs usually fall off in about 7 days. Han Ke washed her face clean for Zhao Hohat to see. Zhao Hohat was stunned. Oh my. How did my daughter become even prettier? She leaned closer to her daughter's face. The scratches from Wu Xiaoyan were flat now, not sunken in after the scabs fell off. The new skin was just a little darker than the surrounding skin, almost unnoticeable. In a few days, the color would likely match perfectly. Just go like this. Don't put that medicine on tonight. Daughter, change your clothes. Don't wear this, Zhao Hohat said, looking her daughter up and down. Her daughter's clothes had several patches, which looked bad and distracted from her pretty face. Han Ke twitched her mouth. Mom, who cares what I wear at night? Besides, we're just going to eat, not on a date. That would be embarrassing. Han Ke refused to change. Zhao Hohat couldn't argue with her daughter and let it go. Han Ke did take her hair down, and now her hair was black, shiny, and had grown over half a foot. She braided it into 2 fluffy centipede braids. The face in the mirror looked very striking. A small face as white as a peeled egg, with big eyes that naturally shine, like they hold tiny stars. 2 long eyelashes curl up, resembling little fluttering fans. A delicate nose stands tall, and her red lips are naturally beautiful. Han Ke felt her face flush with excitement. Could it be? She looked somewhat like her past self, but now, after recovering from her injuries, she looked even more beautiful. After using the magical spring water, her beauty had transformed, making her look less like her previous self. Mom, let's go. I'm ready. Han Ke came out of her room and headed to the kitchen, where Zhao Hohat and Wang Zhaodi were busy taking down the large iron pot from the stove. Han Ke was stunned. When did her mother become so generous? She thought that sharing potatoes and kitchenware had already made Zhao Hohat uneasy, but what did she see? This big iron pot was Zhao Hohat's treasure, like a family heirloom. The families we partnered with agreed to bring cabbage, noodles, and potatoes along with the seasonings, so we don't need to bring anything. Just the pot will do, Zhao Hohat said without looking up as she and Wang Zhaodi lifted the pot. Oh my, this is too heavy. Mi Chunhua, are you there? Are you awake? Zhao Hohat and Wang Zhaodi shouted angrily at Mi Chunhua, who was not helping. When she finally looked up, she almost dropped the pot, but Han Ke rushed over to catch it just in time. Oh my, this is my daughter. After seeing her daughter wash her face, she was already shocked, but now with her hair styled in a way she had never seen before, she looked stunning. Her mother was left speechless. Wang Zhaodi's eyes widened. She didn't know how to describe it. She thought that the beautiful girl could rival her sister-in-law. Han Ke couldn't help but laugh. It wasn't their fault. In her past life, she had been bombarded by the beauty of celebrities, from popular stars to powerful figures. Even internet influencers looked stunning with their beauty filters. Having seen so much beauty, she felt her own face was indeed nice, but it wasn't so exaggerated as to be a perfect 10. Her mother and sister-in-law were born and raised in the 1970s, and they probably hadn't even been to a city. How many beautiful people could they have seen? In these times, food was scarce and even city girls lacked nutrition, so they weren't particularly beautiful. Therefore, Hanke stood out. If it weren't for her fear of scarring from her previous injuries, she wouldn't want to use the strong magical spring water on her face. She preferred to change gradually over time. She forgot there were cosmetics in the space. A dark foundation would be enough. Remember this. Hanke planned to wear makeup when she left the village, but she intended to make herself look less attractive. Mi Chunhua and Liwan entered the kitchen and were momentarily distracted upon seeing Hanke. Quick, steady now, don't let go. You're too weak, let them handle it. Hold it tight. If it breaks, where will we get another one? Zhao Hohat pulled Hanke aside, worried about the blackened bottom of the pot getting on her daughter. The four women finally lifted the large iron pot into the yard, bottom up. Zhao Hohat instructed her daughters-in-law to scrape off the soot from the pot's bottom. Mom, how do we move these things? Hanke pointed at the tables and benches in the yard. Don't worry, the two tigers will call your dad and your third brother to bring the wheelbarrow, Zhao Hohat replied. The Han family had a wheelbarrow, which they used to transport corn stalks from their fields, taking turns pushing it home. Han Laosen was the strongest, so Zhao Hohat often called on him for this kind of work. Liwan glanced at Zhao Hohat, feeling a wave of emotion. She was unhappy, sensing her mother-in-law favored Han Laosen, while her own son always seemed to lose out. She was also influenced by the gossip from outside, gradually feeling that Zhao Hohat and her husband didn't care for Han Liqiu. This was partly due to her own struggles with not having children, though she didn't realize it. Meanwhile, Mi Chunhua occasionally glanced at her sister-in-law, her eyes darting around, lost in thought. Once the soot was scraped off, Han Taizhu and Han Liqiu returned. Han Ku startled her father and brother again. Zhao Han Liqiu pushed the wheelbarrow from the backyard to the front, and the father and son began to tie their things onto it. Taizhu, did you finish with the pig over there? Zhao Hohat asked Han Taizhu. It's done. That pig was quite big. After removing the innards and head, it weighed over 300 pounds, Han Taizhu remarked, dreaming of the day his pigs would weigh that much when sold. What he didn't know was that he would be shocked when his pig was finally sold. Han Ku's eyes lit up at the mention of pig innards. She had read in novels that people in this era and ancient times disliked pig innards, considering them dirty, and some even threw them away. She wondered if that was true. Dad, what about the pig innards? Is anyone taking care of them? Taking care of what? They smell terrible. Isn't meat better?
Who would want that?
Then how are they handled? They're not just thrown away, right? Not at all. I heard Chun Lair's wife say she wanted to take them home to cook for the chickens. Once she said that, several other women started arguing about it. They were still fighting when I came back. Come on, we need to get it for our family. We are buying it with the team's money. Hurry, Mom, let's go, or the good food will be gone. Hanke thought, how could they let such a good opportunity slip away? Dear, that thing smells. Zhao Hohat hesitated when she heard it would cost money. Mom, I know how to make it delicious. Trust me, I won't let our family lose out. Hanke had everything in her space, but she had no excuse to take it out. This was a great opportunity. Once they brought the ingredients home, she could secretly add her own touch while cooking. Mom, do you still doubt my sister's skills? If we wait too long, there won't be any left. Han Liqiu, being a foodie, had no doubts when he heard his sister could cook. Then let's buy it. It won't cost much, but those old ladies are too stingy to spend a penny. Zhao Hohat gritted her teeth and rushed back inside, returning with 5 coins, probably enough to buy some, just to be safe. Wang Zhaodi and Han Ke followed Zhao Hohat to the team office, worried that they would be late and miss out on the goods. When they arrived at the team office, there were already many people there, all gathered to watch the pig slaughter. Make way. Where's the pig offal? With so many people, Zhao Hohat struggled to see. She took on the fierce demeanor of the toughest woman in Yangshigu, shouting loudly. Her shout worked. Everyone turned to look at Zhao Hohat and her family. Seeing Han Ke, the crowd fell silent, and Zhao Hohat seized the moment to push through. Stop. Put that down. That pig offal belongs to my family. Why are you carrying my family's intestines? Put it down. People finally realized what Zhao Hohat was saying. Zhao de Peo, Why are you so bold? What do you mean it's your family's intestines? Is your name written on them? I thought they were mine. Chunlar's wife was not having it. What was going on? If she didn't want it, no one else should either. She claimed she was taking it home to feed her chickens, and suddenly several others appeared to fight her for it. At least those who came to compete with her were reasonable. They discussed how to divide it. But Zhao Depeo just claimed it all for herself, showing no shame. Zhao Hohot had the nickname Zhao Depeo in the village because she dared to say and do anything. She wasn't afraid of the officials and spoke her mind without holding back. Well, it's clear where that bold personality comes from in the family. Zhao Hohot pulled out a handful of money from her pocket and waved the coins in front of Chunlar's wife. See? We came prepared with money. We don't take advantage of public resources. Taking advantage of them is like digging at the foundation of socialism. Our family is strong and dedicated. How could we undermine socialism? Only those with improper thoughts would do such a thing. Chunlar's daughter-in-law, who has those improper thoughts, was left speechless, and with a thud, her intestines fell to the ground. The other women quickly joined in, competing to see who could throw their scraps the fastest. Han praised her mother in her heart, thinking, "Mom, you really are something. With just one word, you took down one of them."
Hey!
That's right. Accountswa, come here. I want all these scraps. Calculate how much it will cost. Zhao Hohot waved her hand, taking everything. She had no choice. Her daughter was poking her in the side.
Wow.
When did Zhao Hohot become so generous? Why wouldn't she be generous? She has 2 daughters-in-law and has never been stingy, except when it comes to food and drink. But the Han family isn't stingy with food and drink either. Why would you spend money on these scraps? I won't buy them. Who wants those stinky things? People in this time could eat and cook, but everything required tickets and had purchase limits. Even getting pork required some cleverness, and those who had a way could get pork scraps. This made it hard for people to practice their cooking skills due to a lack of ingredients. That's why many people didn't know how to handle pork scraps. If wild boar blood could be used to make blood sausage, that would be fine, but no one wanted to clean the stinky pig intestines, nor did anyone want to buy seasonings. Even when a bucket of pig blood was almost solidifying, no one paid attention. If it were private, would anyone care? Some people thought about taking the pig blood, but they were afraid of being the first to stick their necks out. Once the scraps were divided, they would dare to take the pig blood home. Zhao Hohot, we already agreed with the brigade about these scraps. The brigade said they didn't want them, so why are you being so unreasonable? We're all from the same brigade. We see each other every day. Don't be so extreme. Zhou Organda's daughter-in-law, relying on her family name, stood up to Zhao Hohot. The Zhou family made up 1/5 of the total population in Yangshigu, with nearly 400 people. If there were conflicts among the Zhou family, that was their own business, but if anyone bullied a Zhou family member, the entire Zhou family would stand together. Zhao Hohot's family settled in Yangshigu later, so they were considered outsiders. Others might side with the Zhou family, but Zhao Hohot wouldn't. Her maternal family lived just 2 villages away, and the Zhao surname was also prominent. The Zhou family members were somewhat reasonable, but the Zhao family believed they were right regardless of the situation. Zhao Hohot had a voice in her maternal family, so she wasn't afraid of anyone. If this were someone else, they would have backed down to avoid provoking the Zhou family. Zhao Hohot is a strong person in Yangshigu, someone who can hold her own against her mother-in-law. How did someone like Zhao Hohot end up marrying Han Taizhu? It's because Han Taizhu was quite handsome. Back in the day, Han Taizhu was known as a good-looking young man, simple and hardworking. After his mother remarried, he lived with her and his stepfather for 3 years. After that, he moved back to Yangshigu with his younger brother. The house of the Han family was built on the old foundation left by Han Taizhu's father. Later, when Han Heir wanted to get married, Han Taizhu single-handedly secured land for his brother to build a house and bring home a wife. However, Han Heir turned out to be ungrateful and took over the family business, which their father had intended for Han Taizhu when he passed away. From that point, the relationship between the 2 families started to sour. Old Lady Han didn't like Zhao Hohat. She found her too strong-willed to control. When they were discussing the marriage with the Zhao family, Old Lady Han specifically came back to stir things up, trying to sabotage the match. But the Zhao family wasn't afraid of her, and Zhao Hohat was determined to marry Han Taizhu. Meanwhile, Accountant Swa heard someone calling him. What's going on? These women always seem to be looking for trouble. I want to buy these pig offal. I want these few for free. Just tell me, are you selling them to me officially or giving them to someone with connections? If it's for someone with connections, I won't say anything since we don't have any officials backing us. Accountant Swa was speechless. The wife of Zhou Organzi thought, what connections? She might as well say my name directly. Zhou Organzi was a cousin of Zhou Jianxi, so the connection wasn't too distant. Zhao Hohat's loud demands made it seem like she was bullying others, taking advantage of her cousin being the team leader. Accountant Swa was in a tough spot. They had agreed not to take the offal, and the women had planned to divide it among themselves, but now there was an unexpected complication. Sister-in-law, wait a moment. Let me ask the team leader and the secretary. He didn't want to offend anyone. Hohat, how about this? Let's share it among us. Adding you in means we won't have to pay anything, right? This smelly stuff isn't worth much anyway. Zhao Hohat was actually tempted by this. Who wants to spend money if they don't have to? She really didn't want to spend a single cent. However, with 5 people sharing, she wouldn't get much. Confident in her daughter, she thought it would be better to take it all home. On the other side, Zhou Jianxi felt helpless. As a team leader, he couldn't take advantage of public resources. If it weren't for Zhao Hohat's insistence on spending money, they could have just divided it. Old Zwa, since Zhao Hohat wants to pay, let's sell it. Not taking advantage of public resources while generating income for the team is worth supporting. Well, we have to praise Comrade Zhao Hohat for her high awareness. All right, how much will you take? You decide. Zhou Jianxi waved his hand. What could he say? No matter the amount, someone would be unhappy, so he passed the decision to Zwa Yongjun. Zwa, the accountant, resignedly went back. So, who wants to spend money? Selling this will go into the team's public account. The few women who were eager to share fell silent, unwilling to spend any money. Since Zwa had mentioned the public account, taking it for free would be unfair to the community and no one wanted to take that risk. Then, the women shot Zhao Hohat a disapproving look. Now, Zhao Hohat had no competition left. If no one speaks up, it will be gone. Don't complain later if someone else takes it, Zwa asked around again. Seeing no one wanted it, Zwa asked Zhao Hohat's sister-in-law, what do you want? I want everything, but too bad the pighead and trotters are gone, Zhao Hohat lamented. The pighead and trotters were much better than these pig intestines. They were real meat. On the ground lay a mess of offal, heart, liver, lungs, and intestines. Oh, and the 2 pig kidneys were also missing. Zhao Hohat checked and indeed didn't see the kidneys. Forget it. I'll take whatever is left. How much do you think this is worth? Zwa replied, well, I can't say for sure, sister-in-law. Just give me 150. What? Why don't you just take it? When I wasn't here, you were ready to give it away for free, and now that I'm here, you want to charge me. What's going on? Is it because I'm not a Zhou? Zwa's eyes twitched. What could he say? It seemed like he couldn't win an argument with this woman. So, sister-in-law, how much do you think it's worth? 50 cents is too much. I'll give you 50 cents. I'm just trying to be fair and not take advantage of the community. If I wanted to take advantage, I'd give you 20 cents and walk away. Oh my! Zhao Hohat, who's really taking advantage here. With such a big fuss, I thought you'd ask for $3 or $4, but you're only offering 50 cents? Zhou Organzi laughed heartily. Who would be willing to spend 50 cents on this smelly offal? Zhao Hohat asked the people around her. Zhou Organzi's wife felt she couldn't let Zhao Hohat outshine her, so she thought, I'll also offer 50 cents. How about we split it? 2 bits and 5 cents each? I'll offer 55 cents. Zhao Hohat had her own plan. She was deliberately driving the price down. She originally intended to buy it for $1, but since she was the only one willing to spend money, she couldn't be seen as foolish for paying $1 for these scraps. So, she changed her mind because she was afraid of being called foolish. At this moment, the wife of Zhou Ergen wanted to compete with her for those smelly things, so she wasn't the only one looking foolish. Zhou Ergen's wife made her look better by comparison. You silly woman, why spend money on this junk? Only people who can't afford meat buy this to satisfy their cravings. We don't need it. Zhou Ergen heard that his wife was competing with Zhao Hohot for pig offal and even wanted to spend 50 cents on it. He rushed over, worried that his wife would spend money. 50 cents. He couldn't bear to part with it. But he couldn't seem stingy, so he just made snide remarks about Zhao Hohot. Zhao Hohot, who couldn't afford meat. Just as she was about to argue with Zhou Ergen, Han Ku pulled her sleeve. Uncle Zhou, your family is well off, so eat more meat to get stronger. You look as thin as a stick. Han Ku wanted to avoid a fight between the two women and thought it was more important to get the things home.
Wow.
This big pile cost only 55 cents. What a bargain. Zhou Ergen was called that because he was tall and thin. If he was thin because of health issues, that would be one thing, but his whole family was skinny, not just a little, but all of them looked like sticks. His wife was as flat as a washboard, indistinguishable from front to back. They were poor, but the Zhou family wasn't extremely poor. They were just stingy. Famous for being stingy, and he had the nerve to mock Zhao Hohot, who didn't know that. Zhou Ergen dared to exchange a few words with Zhao Hohot, who was shameless. But he didn't dare to speak to Han Ku. This girl was too pretty, delicate, and lovely, and he was afraid of making her cry. That would create a feud. Everyone knew she was the treasure of the Han family. He rubbed his hands, hesitating to respond, and his wife shot him a fierce glare. Fine, Zhou Ergen, I don't have time to argue with you now. Here, 50 cents. Zhao Hohot counted out 50 cents and handed it to the accountant. The accountant was surprised. Wasn't it 55 cents? But he didn't dare to ask or say anything. Forget it. He couldn't afford to mess with this fierce woman. Where's the third one? Han Lao-san. Where did that kid run off to? Zhao Hohot searched the crowd for Han Liqiu. The third one is checking the table and the pots and pans. Han Taizhu squeezed through.
Ah.
Then you push the cart and take all this home. Okay. Han Taizhu agreed and went to push the cart. Brother Taizhu, your wife spent 50 cents on a bunch of smelly pig offal, and you're not angry? Your family is doing well, and the fourth one keeps sending money home. Don't be so stingy. Zhou Ergen pushed his luck. Han Taizhu was not angry. He found it amusing that Zhou Ergen was joking about his family's poverty. Did others not know that his family was aware? Recently, during the autumn harvest, they had plenty to eat. His eldest daughter had cooked many delicious meals, and they still hadn't finished digesting the chicken and mushroom stew from lunch. However, he preferred to keep his success quiet and not show off. Well, my wife makes the decisions. Whether we feed the chickens or pigs with what we bring home is up to her. Oh my, they spend money to buy things just to feed pigs and chickens? Zhou Ergen, you should joke about yourself.
Ha ha ha.
Ha ha ha. Zhao Hohot admired her husband. He was educated. Just one sentence from him put Zhou Ergen in his place. They borrowed 2 baskets from accountant Zhua, filled them with pig offal, and pushed the cart home, leaving Han Lao-san behind. Once the Han family was out of sight, others dared to gossip. Zhao Hohot had a strong reputation, so no one would confront her directly. They only whispered behind her back. Some said Zhao Hohot was wasteful, while others commented on Han Ku's daughter. The girl from the Han family has really grown up. She used to be the prettiest in Yangshigu. She looks even more beautiful after just a few days. Of course. With that pretty face, she could be the best in our county, a woman said, giving a thumbs up. But even if she's a fairy, she still needs to get married. She can't stay at her parents' house forever. Only the Han family treats her well. Once she's at her in-laws, she'll have to work just like everyone else. If she misbehaves, they'll discipline her, Chen Posey scoffed, glaring at Chen Er's wife, who is useless and always lagging behind. Chen Er's wife shivered in fear from her mother-in-law's glare. Chen Posey, you shouldn't say that. The girl has several brothers who truly care for her. If she faces any trouble at her in-laws, those brothers would make sure her husband pays for it, believe it or not. A woman defended. Chun Posey was known for being tough. She had only one son and 3 daughters, treating her son like a treasure. TSK, no one would want a girl like that. What good is a pretty face? She's lazy and relies on her sisters and nieces at home, chasing after men. If it were my daughter, I'd make sure she learned her lesson.
Come on.
She's a precious daughter. How could she get married without a dowry? It must be substantial. Chun Posey didn't argue, but seemed to ponder this. Meanwhile, Han-ku's family was unaware of the gossip and scheming. The 4 of them happily pushed the pig offal home. Along the way, Wang Zhaodi praised Zhao Ho-hot. Mom, you're amazing. You bought all this for just 50 cents. They still owe 5 cents, and the accountant didn't dare to ask for it, even though his face turned pale. Zhao Ho-hot felt comfortable and happy after being praised. No matter if her daughter could cook the offal well, she felt proud about spending that 50 cents today and didn't mind the cost anymore. Han-ku was also thinking about how to prepare the offal and how much to take from the storage without being noticed. When they got home, they unloaded the offal. Mi Chunhua and Li Wan were at home. Before leaving, Zhao Ho-hot asked them to store the corn in the barn because they needed to collect it early due to heavy dew at night for the big meal. Just after finishing, Zhao Ho-hot and the others arrived home. As soon as they entered the yard, they smelled a strong odor. Han Taizhu unloaded 2 baskets, and Mi Chunhua and Li Wan curiously looked inside, realizing it was 2 baskets of offal, which explained the terrible smell. Chunhua, get some water and wash the pig intestines, Zhao Ho-hot said, noticing it was still light outside, so it was a good time to clean the pig intestines. Otherwise, it would be too smelly to leave until night. They could wash it again tomorrow. Before she finished speaking, Mi Chunhua had already disappeared. They heard the door of the second room slam shut. The Han family was speechless. Zhao Ho-hot did it on purpose. She felt Mi Chunhua still owed her from a few days ago, so she wanted to get her money back. But Mi Chunhua ran away. Zhao Ho-hot stood at the door of the second room and scolded for a full 10 minutes. It was only when Han Lichuan and Li Xiao returned that she stopped. In the end, the pig intestines were washed by the 2 brothers, and it got dark. After washing the pig offal, they put it into 2 clean baskets and hung them from the beam in the kitchen, covering them with lids and tying them securely with rope to prevent rats from getting in. This is how they hung the egg basket at home as well. After tidying up and locking the door, the whole family, with everyone in tow, headed to the brigade office. From a distance, they could see shadows and lights illuminating the area in front of the brigade office. It had been many years since the whole village gathered for a meal, the last time being during the communal dining days. With so many people, everyone was talking at once, creating a buzzing noise that was hard to understand. A large area was set up with tables for nearly 2,000 people. Han-ku was overwhelmed and couldn't find his 3rd brother. Then Wang Zhaodi pointed out, "Look, over there."
Huh?
Why is Secretary Wu's family at our table? Zhao Ho-hot stretched her neck to look and indeed saw Wu Lei's family there. Oh my, the second daughter-in-law and Hanyu are also at our table. What's going on? The second daughter-in-law was looking down her nose at us, thinking she was better than our poor family. What happened today? The Han family was puzzled. The second aunt usually wouldn't even glance or say a word to them, but today seemed different. The Han family's table was oddly placed in the middle, and they had to squeeze in after circling around. The youth group had already arrived. All of them were there. Yu Jing was wrapped up like a mummy, but still didn't miss the chance to eat meat. Her injury didn't stop her enthusiasm for food, and as for the embarrassing incident in the afternoon, she could just pretend it didn't happen since her face was covered. Her shamelessness was almost too much for Shin Mingyao, who sat beside her, feeling embarrassed by the stares. Her face was burning with shame. There were nearly 20 youth, with 2 tables set up, one for the men and one for the women. The Han family arrived last because they were busy washing pig intestines, making their entrance feel awkward. On the men's side, someone exclaimed, "Wow, a beauty, a real beauty." Shin Mingyao and the other girls were chatting when they heard the shout. They looked up, following the men's gazes, and saw Han Ke. In the afternoon, the youth had been working in the sun, so they hadn't seen Han Ke after she washed off the ugly ointment. Under the lights, she looked even more beautiful. The young men, especially those from the youth group, were mesmerized, having previously thought of her as just a pretty face. Now, they saw that she was still the same person but looked even more stunning, despite her patched clothes. Beauty is timeless, a lovely sight is a treasure. One young man adjusted his black-framed glasses and recited a couple of poetic lines. The young men were educated, so their admiration came with a touch of eloquence. The village boys were left blushing, wanting to look but feeling too shy, so they could only sneak glances at Han Ke. Yu Jing was almost driven mad with jealousy. Her own face was ruined, while that little vixen Han Ke seemed to look even better than before. Shin Mingyao suddenly glanced at Gu Chongqing and caught him staring at Han Ke with admiration. Panic surged in her heart. Fortunately, Gu Chongqing quickly looked away, instinctively glancing at Shin Mingyao, who was talking to Yu Jing. He nervously stared at the large bowl on the table, waiting to pour the finished dishes into it. When Han Laosen saw his family arrive, he quickly stood up, grinning widely, and waved his arms like a pendulum, saying, "Mom, Dad, look at this." Li Wan felt embarrassed, thinking Han Liqiu was acting foolishly. "Old Han, we're sharing a table with your family," Wu Lei said with a grin at Han Taiju. There was no choice. His son wasn't doing well, and he had come over on his own. If he didn't bring his wife and kids, it would seem like his son wasn't worth much. Moreover, Wu Aigua was a bit too focused on his goals, thinking everyone else was foolish. With the Wu family sitting here, it was hard to guess their intentions.
Sigh.
Children are a burden. Wu Lei glanced at his son, thinking, I can't keep this son. He's too busy staring at the girls. He wanted to cover his son's eyes, but of course, he meant Wu Aigua's eyes. You need to behave. Luckily, everyone was looking at the Han family, so no one noticed Wu Aigua. Well, there was one person who noticed. Han Yu, the third daughter of the Han family. Originally, their family had agreed to share a table with others, but when Han Yu arrived, she found out that Wu Aigua had returned to the village and was happily chatting with Han Liqiu at her table. It seemed like he wanted to sit there, which meant he would be at the same table as Han Ke. She immediately felt anxious and pulled her mother to sit at the Han family's table. The Han family had already made arrangements with others, so they couldn't just join in. However, Han Yu insisted on sitting there, and her mother had to agree to provide the dishes and condiments for them to leave. Yang Bengxia couldn't refuse her daughter and noticed some hints. Wu Aigua was indeed a decent young man in many ways. He was good-looking, had a job, and was a nice person. The only downside was his family background wasn't ideal. Although his father was the village secretary, he was still just a rural official. If only his father were an official in the city, it would be perfect. Han Aidong and Yang Bengxia had 3 daughters. The eldest married into the town. Although she didn't have a job, her husband did well. The second daughter was a substitute teacher. Even though she was just a substitute now, with Han Air, she would surely get a permanent position soon. Plus, the second daughter's partner worked in agricultural machinery and had graduated from a university for workers and peasants. As for the youngest, Han Yu, she was still single. Yang Bengxia and her daughter felt that with Han Aidong around, there was nothing to worry about. Finding a job was just a matter of time, and finding a good partner would be easy. Han Yu was a year older than Han Ke, and she had just graduated high school at 18. As soon as Wu Aigua was discharged from the army and assigned to the police station, Han Yu had her eye on him. She thought there was no girl in the village with better conditions than her. The only potential threat was her cousin Han Ke, but Han Ke had conflicts with Wu Xiaoyan and even scratched Han Ke's face, making them enemies. But being cautious is always wise. That girl had been pretty since she was young and knew how to attract men. At school, the boys liked to gather around her, but unfortunately, Han Ke had high standards and didn't like those classmates. Now that Han Ke is here, look at how the boys are staring. It's really disappointing and shallow. Han Yu has a nice name, but both sisters inherited Han Ai's looks, which means they have big foreheads. In the past, it was called a Fu Shi bone, similar to the high forehead of the longevity star, just not as exaggerated. Yang Bansha has a sharp face, and neither of her parents is very good-looking, so how attractive can their child be? When Wu Aigwa returned to Yangshigu, he quickly became the center of attention, with everyone wanting a piece of him. This scared Wu Aigwa, making him reluctant to go home, but at work, people kept introducing him to others. Since he is not getting any younger, everyone urged him to settle down, but he wasn't in a hurry, so he didn't understand why others were so concerned. "Hey, I brought some wine. Let's have a drink," Han Taiju said as he pulled out a bottle from his clothing. Zhao Hohat was taken aback and wanted to glare at Han Taiju, but with so many people around, she couldn't embarrass him. "Well, there's meat." My Taiju thought the dishes needed wine, so he brought it. Everyone else thought, really? It's obvious Han Taiju took that out secretly, and Zhao Hohat is just trying to save face. At the Han and Wu families, along with Yang Bansha and her mother, there wasn't enough space at the table, and several children from the Han family had to hold their food. "Xiao Ko, come sit next to your third sister." Han Yu warmly invited Han Ko, which was unusual for her. Han Ku raised an eyebrow, wondering what was wrong with her third sister, who used to give her the cold shoulder but was now acting so friendly. Zhao Hohat also noticed the awkwardness between the two, and Yang Bansha smiled at Zhao Hohat. "Sister-in-law, is it okay if we sit together?" "Of course, we didn't buy the place. Anyone can sit wherever they want," Yang Bansha said sarcastically, but Zhao Hohat wasn't bothered by it. Yang Bansha's smile faltered for a moment before she turned to talk to Wu Lei's wife, Lu Tsuifan. Han Ku sat next to Han Yu, with Wu Xiaoyan on the other side. Han Yu thought that since these two had conflicts, it would give them a chance to interact, increasing the chances of more conflict, making it less likely for Han Ku to marry into the Wu family. However, as soon as Han Ku sat down, Han Yu regretted it because they were facing the men from the Wu and Han families. Wu Aigwa was sitting diagonally across from her, directly facing Han Ku. How was that going to work?
Xioke, let us switch places.
"I'm telling you, Xiao Yu, there's no need to fuss. It doesn't matter where we sit. Sister-in-law, can't you do something? What's a child doing jumping around in this situation?" Zhao Hohat was unhappy. What was going on? Everyone knew her daughter didn't get along with Wu Xiaoyan, so sitting together wouldn't help. Han Yu had always been a bit mischievous.
Who knows what she might be planning?
If her daughter sat with those two, wouldn't they just bully her? Xiao Yu means no harm. She just wants the kids to get along, Yang Bansha tried to explain, but it would have been better if she hadn't. Did Wu Xiaoyan even want to make peace with Han Ke? She was rolling her eyes, so much it seemed like they might get stuck. Secretary Wu kept giving his daughter stern looks to behave. Yang Bansha really had a knack for bringing up sensitive topics. Lu Tsuifan was not pleased, and was less friendly with her. She didn't understand why her husband insisted on sitting with the Han family. Hey, today is a good day. It's been a long time since our team has been this lively." At that moment, the loudspeaker from the team office crackled to life, and everyone turned to look. To be precise, there was a platform in front of the team office where leaders spoke during inspections. Zhou Jianjia brought the microphone from the broadcast room to the platform. "Now, let's have Secretary Wu say a few words to everyone." "Old Wu, come on up," Zhou Jianjia called out. "You can just talk. I won't say anything. Just a few words. The aroma of the food is already wafting over. Don't keep everyone waiting." Secretary Wu declined to go up and let Zhou Jianjia represent him. Zhou Jianjia took the microphone and said some uplifting patriotic words, very official, and then announced the meal was ready. In the center of the table were two large bowls, enough to fill them with one big pot of food. One bowl had cabbage and vermicelli stewed with meat, and the other had potatoes with meat. Actually, there wasn't much meat, but plenty of vegetables. However, for the members of Yangshigu, this was a rare feast. Even families in need couldn't afford this during the new year. "Come on, let's all raise a glass." Han Taiju opened a bottle of liquor, poured some for Wu Lei and Wu Aigwa, and filled his own glass before passing the bottle to his sons. Old Han, this liquor is pretty good, Secretary Wu said, sniffing the drink. It's quite strong. Of course. My eldest son bought this 2 years ago. I usually don't drink it, but today is a happy occasion.
Good food deserves good drink. He laughed.
Exactly. The more we drink, the better it gets. Come on, let's toast. Wu Lei lifted his bowl to clink with Han Tieju's beside him. The remaining young men raised their glasses to toast the two elders. Once the men started drinking, the conversation flowed endlessly. The women mostly focused on eating. Recently, the Han family had spoiled Hanka's taste, and the dishes on the table, which used to be considered good, were no longer satisfactory. As she ate, Han Liqiu could point out what was not tasty. Wu Aigua took a sip of his drink and occasionally glanced at Han Ke, noticing that the ointment had worked and left no scars. Han Ke was too busy eating to look around. Why do you only eat vegetables and not meat, my daughter? Zhao Hohat asked, seeing everyone else picking at the meat while her daughter stuck to the vegetables. Han Ke really didn't want to eat the wild boar meat. It was too tough and got stuck in her teeth. The meat was old, and the person who cooked it hadn't simmered it long enough, adding the vegetables too early and not enough seasoning. This resulted in tough meat and mushy vegetables, with too much salt and no other flavorings. Han Ke loved food and was good at eating, so she forced the dish down. Zhao Hohat kept piling her bowl with big pieces of fatty meat. Mom, I prefer vegetables, Han Ke said. Han Yu scoffed inwardly, thinking, what a poor life. Maybe she was trying to act like a refined young lady. Why pretend to be elegant when she was clearly just a village girl with high aspirations? Trying to imitate city girls but failing miserably was just ridiculous. She thought Han Ke should eat freely instead of being so shy and reserved. In her opinion, Han Ke had seen little of the world, unlike her, who had visited her father's factory several times and truly experienced life. Han Yu felt a clear distinction between herself and the village girls like those from Yang Shugang. Their lives were completely different, from two separate worlds. In the future, when she married Wu Aigua and her father arranged a job for her, she would be a city person living in the city, something Han Ke could only dream of. As Han Yu stirred the meat in the bowl with her chopsticks, she enjoyed her future with Wu Aigua, glancing at him, hoping he would notice her. Han Ke found Han Yu's chopsticks stirring in the bowl disgusting and almost felt like throwing up. To be honest, her family didn't behave like that. Even Mi Chunhua didn't. Mi Chunhua might want to, but with Zhao Hohat around, she wouldn't dare stir the dish. Han Yu's behavior made both the Han and Wu families frown. Yang Bansha seemed unfazed, indicating that this was a common sight at home. Even though they were all from the countryside, they didn't behave so rudely, especially not in public. Yang Bansha didn't even offer a reminder. Some people from the educated youth group ate absent-mindedly. Shen Mengyao and Yu Jingxi found their food tasteless. Shen Mengyao felt this way because Gu Chongqing had just looked at Han Ke, and even if he wasn't looking at her now, she suspected he was trying to hold back. Other young men were sneaking glances in that direction, so why wasn't he? That itself was a problem. Yu Jingxi was concerned about her own appearance. She wanted to know what medicine Han Ke used to get better. Was Shen Mengyao's suggestion useful, or should she just ask Han Ke directly? At the table of the young men, Cheng Yusi had no interest in eating. Besides, the food was not good at all. He stretched his neck to look at Han Ke, but unfortunately, he wasn't tall enough. After a few bites, he stood up to look over there. Shen Mengyao nudged Yu Jingxi, who looked at her questioningly. Shen Mengyao nodded toward Cheng Yusi. Yu Jingxi glanced at Cheng Yusi and whispered to Shen Mengyao, looks like he likes her. That's good. You're safe now. They really suit each other. If you ask me, Han Ke, coming from a rural background, is lucky to be able to marry Cheng Yusi, who is from the city. Who knows? Maybe he'll go back to the city one day, and she can enjoy a better life there. Yu Jingxi was just making things up. In reality, she was belittling Han Ke for her rural roots. Cheng Yusi was one of the first young men to come here, and after 10 years, he still hadn't returned to the city. He was almost 30 and still single. The young men, especially, were still holding on to fantasies. No one wanted to marry a rural woman, fearing it would be a hassle if they returned to the city one day. Thus, only 2 young women from the Zhaojia village had married local men, one of whom was Li Wan. The rest were still holding on. If Cheng Yusi marries her, it would be a good thing. She wouldn't cling to Chongqing anymore, Shen Mengyao added to Yu Jingxi's comment. Yu Jingxi looked at Cheng Yusi, deep in thought. After a lively meal, everyone took their own tables, chairs, and dishes back home. Han Ke's family was large, so they didn't use a cart. They carried everything back together. The young men also carried their things back to the dormitory, chatting about their opinions as they walked. Cheng Yusi seemed distracted, with Han Ke's face constantly appearing in his mind. He chewed on a piece of grass, squinting as he thought. Such a quiet Cheng Yusi was rare, and Yu Jingxi observed his expression all the way home. She was sure Cheng Yusi was thinking about Han Ke. Shen Mengyao was distracted as she walked beside Gu Chongqing, who was holding a stool and didn't speak to her. This made her even more anxious. She told herself not to panic. How could Han Ke compare to her? She was just a poor girl from the countryside, and besides her looks, she didn't match Gu Chongqing in any other way. She didn't know much about Gu Chongqing's family situation, only that he had good conditions. Even if she returned to the city, she wouldn't find someone like him. Therefore, she wouldn't allow any woman to ruin her happiness. Especially now, if Gu Chongqing changed his mind, she would face hunger and have to endure harassment from troublemakers. Speaking of troublemakers, how could she forget Cheng Yusi? She instinctively looked ahead and noticed Yu Jingxi also looking at Cheng Yusi. That was good. It seemed she wouldn't have to step in personally, as someone else was more anxious. If Yu Jingxi didn't work out, she would add more pressure. When Lu Tsuifan got home, she had a stern look. Wu Lei, what's going on? Do you want your son to marry that little vixen?
Dream on.
As long as I'm here, you can forget it, unless you step over my dead body. Wu Lei replied, do you have a serious problem? Is it that bad? Your son wants to marry someone he likes and you want to die? I didn't know you had that kind of courage. Go ahead, I want to see who dares to stop you. Just tell me how you want to die and when, so I can pick a nice spot for you, considering we've been married for almost 30 years. I've been too good to you, haven't I? You're getting too bold. Wu Lei was fed up with the trouble these 2 women were causing. If she wanted to die, he would bury her. Who was afraid of whom? Lu Tsuifan was getting more unreasonable. In the past, even if she was a bit difficult, they could manage, but lately, he had been too accommodating, which only fueled her arrogance. At that moment, Wu Lei envied Han Taizhu. Zhao Hoha was a bit rough, but she truly stood up for her man. Looking at his own situation, he had to let Lu Tsuifan control his son's marriage. How could she be so overbearing? Would the daughter-in-law she chose be able to live a good life? Lu Tsuifan had never been criticized like this by Wu Lei before. Her mouth dropped open in shock, and it took her a while to find her voice. You. How can you, Wu Lei, be so heartless? Why don't you look at me anymore? Is there a vixen outside trying to charm you? Oh my goodness, I can't live like this. Someone strike this unfaithful man with lightning. I feel like my life has been ruined because of your family, Wu. You have no conscience. I raised your children and took care of the household, and now that I'm older, you've changed your heart and want to abandon me. I can't go on like this. I might as well die. Lu Tsuifan cried out, sitting on the ground. Wu Lei had a bit to drink tonight and didn't hold back. If you want to die, then go ahead. I'll just marry a younger woman. You die and I'll marry right after. This year I'll marry, and next year I'll have a big son. Hurry up, don't keep my new partner waiting. I'm done with this job, it's not worth the trouble. You 2 kids, don't stop her from leaving. She wants to go, so let her. Otherwise, you'll be ungrateful. If you try to stop her, I'll break your legs and kick you out of the Wu family. Lu Tsuifan, hurry up. I can't wait. Do you want me to help you? He reached out to pull Lu Tsuifan. In Lu Tsuifan's eyes, it seemed like Wu Lei really intended to drag her away. She cried out and hid behind Wu Aigua. Son, your father has lost his mind. Please save me. I don't want to die. Wu Aigua was speechless. Who was the one saying they wanted to die just moments ago? Wu Lei couldn't handle his alcohol. He got drunk easily. His eyes were wide and glassy, which was quite frightening. Usually, Wu Xiaoyan would have stood up to defend her mother, but in this situation, she was too scared to do anything. She tried to make herself as small as possible, hiding in a corner, hoping her mother wouldn't call her out for support. She wasn't foolish. She knew that if she went out, her father might turn on her too. Wu Igwa stood there, feeling cold all over, silent and still. He was fed up. When did his mother become like this? Or had she always been this way? He hadn't even had the chance to share his feelings about Han Jia before his mother started insulting her. He was sure he liked Han Ke, but in a family like this, bringing her home would only cause her pain. He couldn't change his background, and cutting ties with his mother wasn't realistic. What would he do in the future? Give up? The thought of her marrying someone else twisted his heart. He couldn't accept that reality. As the only son, he had the duty to care for his parents, but living with his mother would only bring trouble for Han Ke. She was a delicate flower raised in a loving home, and marrying him would only cause her to wilt. Was he destined to be completely separated from her? Would he lose the chance to tell her he liked her before it was too late? Wu Igwa closed his eyes in pain. Can his mother change? It would be great if she could change her opinion about Han Ke. His mother, Lu Tsuefan, kept pushing him from behind. Just a moment ago, she was talking about wanting to die, but now that his father was going along with her wishes, she was scared to death. It was clear she knew she was in the wrong but still wanted to act out. What was she hoping for? For his father to be upset and not care for her anymore? Seeing her son ignoring her coldly, Lu Tsuefan started to panic. Was it because she scolded that girl that Igwa was angry with her, his own mother? If he was already defending her before they were even married, how would it be once he actually married her? There would be no place left for her and her daughter. She didn't even think about who she was doing this for. That girl had a bad reputation and chased after men. Everyone in Yangshiga knew it. If Igwa married her, how many people would laugh at him? That girl had already bullied Xiaoyan and caused trouble for her family, leaving them broke. They could have used that money to marry 2 rural girls. And that girl was being waited on at home. Who would serve her if she married into their family? Igwa should enjoy having a daughter-in-law, not just support her. With Igwa's good job, how could he marry someone from the countryside? The Han family really dared to think that way. Her son shouldn't think about bringing that woman home. The son-in-law should be from their own family. If her daughter married that Captain M.O. and Igwa married a city girl, she could become a respectable mother-in-law. Then she and Wu Lei might be able to move to the city and enjoy better living conditions. It didn't matter if she wasn't the village leader anymore. Even a small official was still just a common person. Being a city dweller was much better. It had to be said that recently, Wu Xiaoyan had successfully influenced her mother. Lu Tsuefan had been hearing about it every day and was starting to believe it. The two of them seemed obsessed, already looking down on rural people before they had even cleaned the mud off their own legs. As long as they found a son-in-law and daughter-in-law that met her standards, it would definitely happen. Wu Lei, feeling the effects of the alcohol, had a headache and realized his mother was scared. At least scaring her once would keep her quiet for a few days. He turned and flopped onto the bed, and within 2 minutes, he was snoring. Seeing the man asleep, Lu Tsuefan straightened up and nudged her son, complaining, "I really raised you for nothing. Don't ignore what I just said. I'm only doing this for your own good." Wu Igwa expressionlessly covered his father with a blanket, then turned and left, completely ignoring the mother and daughter. Lu Tsuefan wanted to chase after him to scold him, but Wu Xiaoyan held her back and whispered, "Let's go. If you wake up my dad, it'll be trouble. My brother has left. Who can stop him?" Lu Tsuefan looked at the man sleeping soundly on the Kong. "Let's go. Tonight, you can sleep with your mother." She was worried that Wu Lei would wake up and cause trouble when drunk, and she felt scared being alone without her children. She thought to herself how unfortunate she was. Neither her son nor her husband listened to her, but at least her daughter was on her side.
Sigh.
Thankfully, she still had a daughter to look forward to. Han Taiju is quite happy tonight. For men, there isn't much that can't be solved at the drinking table. Their hearts are big. Zhao Hohot poked Han Taiju on the forehead. "Why are you grinning?" After a few drinks, you won't know east from west. Your son-in-law is about to be taken away, and you don't even realize it. Who is trying to take my son-in-law? Han Taiju, though good at drinking, had not had too much. Who else? That ungrateful sister-in-law of yours. Those two women usually treat our family worse than strangers, and today they suddenly came to sit at our table. Do you think she respects you? She's after Wu Aigua.
Han tischer flåd ned.
Don't talk nonsense. Wu Aigua has nothing to do with our daughter. I don't agree. Wu Aigua has feelings for our daughter. He's a nice young man, sweet-talking and generous, with a good job. Compared to that unreachable Commander Mo, he's much more reliable. Even if he's good, it doesn't matter. His mother is a problem. If our daughter marries into that family, she'll suffer.
Can you bear that?
I can't. Don't say that living with a husband isn't the same as living with a mother-in-law. Yang Bangxia is a perfect example. Did the second daughter-in-law enjoy life in the city with a second son? She's still living with our mother, isn't she? The real-life examples made Zhao Hohot quiet. Well, your sister-in-law's behavior is also quite unpleasant. She's come over to take him away. Let her try. If she can get Wu Aigua to marry her daughter, that's her skill. I don't have high demands. I just want my future son-in-law to treat my daughter well and be responsible. Most importantly, the in-laws should be good. It makes no sense for my daughter to enjoy life at home and suffer after marriage. She might as well not marry. Yes, Taiju, you're right. Oh dear, I almost forgot something important. Zhao Hohot slapped her forehead. What important thing? Zhao Hohot leaned over to peek outside from the window. The yard was dark. It was too late for her daughter to come and deliver the milk powder, and no one else would come at this hour. She pulled the curtain shut, turned, and carefully took a key from her waist to open the Kong cabinet, then gently brought out a cloth bag. Taiju set the Kong table. Han Taiju set the table in the middle of the Kong and saw his wife, Zhao Hohot, reverently placing a cloth bag on it. Han Taiju thought, could that be an ancestral tablet? Zhao Hohot opened the cloth bag layer by layer, revealing its contents, making Han Tieju's breath quicken. Seeing her husband's surprised expression, Zhao Hohot smiled proudly. Look, our daughter is a lucky charm. Whoever marries her will have good fortune. She found this while gathering wild vegetables today. Han Taiju swallowed hard. Not just good fortune, it's like a chimney of luck. Who has the luck of our daughter? Exactly. Lu Tsuefan is unlucky. If my daughter were with her, they would be set. But unfortunately, a lucky person doesn't end up in an unlucky family. I'm not willing to let my daughter settle for that old face. Although Zhao Hohot was exaggerating, Han Ke had potential. If she married into the Wu family, they would benefit in some way. At the very least, they couldn't ignore her abilities when using the spirit spring. Han Ke would never live a life of poverty. She would strive to improve her living standards. Lu Tsuefan only had one son, who would rely on Wu Aigua in the future. Thus, Lu Tsuefan would never realize what she had lost and would regret it deeply as she watched Han Ke rise to success. Zhao Hohot's thoughts were also influenced by Lu Tsuefan's strange behavior that evening. Han Taiju reached out to grab the ginseng but hesitated. He took a deep breath. This ginseng is at least 80 years old. He had read and heard from experienced elders, so he estimated its age. My goodness, how much is that worth? Our daughter says it will help us, but that seems wasteful. Should we sell it? What do you think, Taiju? Han Taiju pondered for a moment. Hohot, this is a life-saving item. We're getting older. Let's split it. One part for your mother, and one for me. He suddenly felt a heavy atmosphere in the room and quickly closed his mouth. Zhao Hohot scoffed. Such a dutiful son to your mother. Does she care for you as you do for her? Why are we so poor? Have you forgotten or just don't learn from your mistakes? Let me tell you, you are really something. Why is the Han family so poor? That's a complicated story. At the age of 15, Han Taiju couldn't stay at his stepfather's house any longer, so he returned to Yangshigu with his younger brother, Han Adong, who is 3 years younger. He took on the roles of both father and mother at a young age, supporting a family. To ensure his brother could go to school, he worked the hardest jobs alone, putting Han Adong through high school and even helping him find a wife. Yang Bancha's family is related to the man Han Laotai married after, and it was Han Laotai who personally chose a wife for Han Adong. Rather than choosing for her son, it felt more like she was choosing for herself. She was not satisfied with Han Tieju's wife, so she insisted on picking someone she liked. However, the Yang family had high demands. They wanted the Han family to separate and live apart, and they also required a new house with at least 4 brick rooms. When these conditions were announced, it caused quite a stir in the area. Han Taiju had spent years supporting his brother's education, and with only one income, he had no extra money to build a brick house for Han Adong. Moreover, he had no connections to buy the bricks. He didn't spend much money to marry Zhao Hohot because she willingly wanted to marry him. The Zhao family valued Han Tieju's character. At that time, Han Adong was determined to marry only Yang Bansha, but he had just graduated high school and had no money. He couldn't work in the fields and spent his days wandering around the village and town. Han Taiju was worried his brother would go astray. He wanted to support him, but he had nothing to offer. During that time, Han Taiju was very stressed and often expressed his frustration. His biological mother even returned home to pressure him, accusing him of being heartless and saying he tricked Adong into coming back to work for him. She insisted he repay what he owed Adong. Because of this, Zhao Hohot had a falling out with Han Laotai, leading to conflicts between them, and Zhao's family came to support her. Eventually, the Yang family lowered their demands, agreeing to a house made of mixed materials instead of pure bricks. However, Han Taiju still couldn't manage that. Han Laotai took matters into her own hands, seeking connections and gifts to acquire the bricks. She also borrowed money to buy necessary household items, so Han Adong only needed to bring his wife home and settle in. All the debts and gifts were placed on Han Tieju's shoulders. When the creditors came knocking, Han Taiju realized what had happened and fainted on the spot. The amount of debt was overwhelming. Over $500 at that time was an astronomical figure, making this situation the talk of Yangshigu and even the entire commune. Han Laotai and Han Adong washed their hands of the matter, leaving the creditors to pursue Han Taiju, as the IOU clearly stated he was responsible for repaying the debt. Han Taiju fell ill after being betrayed by his relatives, and he was sick for half a year. Zhao Hohot intervened and cut off ties with Han Laotai and Han Adong over a debt of 500 yuan, with the village providing proof. The Han family was already struggling, and this made things even worse. Han Lichuan and Li Xia, the 2 brothers, had to drop out of school at a young age to support the family. Without Zhao Hohot's family support, the Han family might have starved. But that wasn't the end of it. Han Laotai initially took over her husband Han Tieju's job, as he had said it would be passed down to Taiju. Han Laotai was only filling in temporarily. However, after Han Adong got married, Han Laotai used gifts to secure a retirement and handed the job to Han Adong. Han Adong seemed to have everything going for him. He had a good education, a job, and came from a well-off family. The only downside was that he had 3 daughters, which was a source of pain for Han Laotai. Zhao Hohot had 4 sons, which made Han Laotai feel frustrated. The Han family had to tighten their belts to pay off debts, which they only managed to do a few years ago. Zhao Hohot felt that Han Taiju was ungrateful, forgetting the struggles they faced. She had never seen a mother be so unfair to her son, nor had she seen such favoritism. Han Laotai's actions were quite shocking, especially how she treated her eldest son. Zhao Hohot doubted whether Han Taiju was even her biological son. Stop those foolish thoughts. My family isn't after your share. Don't even think about giving anything to your mother. If you give her half, she'll come back asking for more. Don't doubt it. She would do that. Selling this is out of the question. It's for the daughters. Who are you to decide for your mother? It should be sold to prepare a dowry for the daughters, and no one else can have it. I'm making the decisions here. If I had known you had such ideas, I wouldn't have let you see it. This is so frustrating. Zhao Hohot was getting more upset. She quickly packed the items and locked them away, as if Han Taiju was trying to take them. Han Taiju was at a loss. I admit I was wrong. You're right. This is something the daughter found, so it belongs to her. But where do we sell it? We have no connections, and getting caught would be a problem. Should we just hold on to it until we find the right opportunity to sell? Do you think I want to keep it? This ginseng is a medicinal herb, and we don't know how to preserve it. If it spoils or gets eaten by bugs, we won't even know where to start crying. Zhao Hohot shot him a glare. Han Taizhu realized she was right. He knew farming, but when it came to preserving herbs, he was clueless. This was a fresh ginseng root. Dr. Wu in our village is a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Should we ask him secretly? He is a good person and doesn't look down on us country folks, even though he comes from a big city. He is honest and doesn't talk too much. By the way, our third brother seems to know a bit about herbs and often visits Dr. Wu. They are familiar with each other, so why not let him go? Zhao Hohot slapped her thigh, realizing she had forgotten about Dr. Wu. You're right, let's ask him.
He doesn't gossip.
The couple decided on this plan. Are you still learning characters tonight? What for? It's late. Let's sleep. Zhao Hohot waved her hand while yawning. Since that night when Han Ku upset her, Zhao Hohot transformed into an eager learner, asking to study every night. In just a few days, she had learned dozens of characters. Han Taizhu remarked that the times had delayed his wife. If she had been born after the liberation, she would surely be talented. How could she be so smart? After just a few lessons, she could recognize them, and soon she would be able to read a newspaper. Hanyu, do you like Wu Aigua? When she got home, Yang Bangxia asked Hanyu. Hanyu happily touched her long braid. Yes, I do. There was nothing to hide or feel shy about. If she liked him, she would admit it openly. She tossed her braid behind her and sat on the edge of the bed, looking up at her mom for a response. Hanyu and her sisters called Han Aiden and Yang Bangxia mom and dad. They felt they were not like the village girls. Their dad was capable, and they were not just ordinary girls. Calling him dad felt more modern, just like city folks. Yang Bangxia sat down too. Xiaoyu, you should think carefully. This is a lifelong decision.
Han är ju från ned.
Mom, what's wrong with Wu Aigua? Aside from being from the countryside, he's great, right? He is the deputy chief of the police station. The police chief is just from the town. Nothing special. You are still too young and haven't seen much of the world. Once your dad arranges a job for you in the county, you can find someone much better. Listen to your mom. Don't get involved with the Wu family until we hear from your dad. I won't. Wu Aigua is handsome. How can I guarantee I'll find someone like him in the county? He's tall and stands out. He's really special. Mom, I want Wu Aigua. Please help me. Hanyu hugged Yang Bangxia's arm and pouted, twisting her body playfully. He isn't picky. The Wu family is only capable in this remote area. Wu Lei is just a farmer, right? And Lu Tsuefan, who thinks highly of herself as the secretary's wife, is so full of herself that she barely fits in Yangshigu. Yang Bangxia slowly shook her head, disapproving of Lu Tsuefan's behavior. Yes. Those women are not as good as my mom. My mom is the one who truly enjoys life. Mom, it's not impossible to change our situation. Wu Lei may not have the ability to help Aigua, but my dad can. My dad is in the county. Once I settle down with Aigua, I'll ask my dad to help and get Aigua transferred to the county. It's that simple, Hanyu said dismissively. Yang Bangxia, frustrated, poked her daughter on the forehead. You're being disloyal, turning your back on your own. What's the difference between you and Hanko? You're both chasing after someone. Please. I'm nothing like her. Can she compare to me? My dad is way better than her useless father, and my mom is more refined than Zhao Hohot. Hanyu believed her background was far superior to Hanko's. That's not certain. Hanko was saved from drowning by a comrade of Wu Aigua, and I heard he's a commander from the capital. Yang Bangxia squinted. How could Zhao Hohot's daughter be better off than her own daughter? But even she knew that a commander was more capable than her husband, and their family background was not something ordinary people could reach. No matter how powerful Han Adong was, he couldn't find Hanyu, a wealthy heir from the capital. Ugh, Mom, just wait and see. Do you think someone like him would marry a village girl? especially one with a bad reputation? I think he's just stalling, saying yes but then disappearing. It's been days, and there's not even a word from him. Han Taiju and Zhao Hohat are giving up hope and want to cling to Wu Aigua. Mom, I want Wu Aigua. I won't let Han Ke get her hands on him. Aigua is mine. I don't care. You need to find a way. If not, I'll take matters into my own hands. If anything bad gets out, don't blame me. Yang Bengxia, out of breath, pointed firmly at Han Yu's forehead. You're ambitious but short-sighted. Who do you think has better prospects, Wu Aigua or that commander? Han Yu paused. Mom, are you serious? There's no comparison. I wish there was, but I don't have the chance. Who would stay in the county if they could go to the capital? I'm not stupid. Wait, what do you mean? Yang Bengxia smiled. We're related to your uncle, a direct brother. If that commander comes, shouldn't we go and show him your cousin? Han Yu's eyes lit up. Mom, I understand what you mean now. My daughter is so smart. We need to think long-term and not just focus on our immediate surroundings. There are always higher mountains, and women should aim for better prospects. It's important to appreciate what we have while also looking for more. You're still young and have options. If that leader doesn't work out, you can always go back to Wu Aigua. Han Yu nodded eagerly. Yes, Mom, you're absolutely right. We shouldn't settle for the first option. We need to look around and find the best one. The ambitious mother-daughter duo finally agreed. The next morning, Zhao Hohat gathered her 3 sons and 1 daughter for a meeting about selling ginseng. She insisted that the money from the sale would be used for her daughter's dowry, and she wouldn't accept any objections. Since it was a one-sided decision, why call the sons? They would know if it was sold privately anyway. Han Taiju discussed with Zhao Hohat that they couldn't keep this a secret. First, if the sons found out later, it might hurt their feelings. Second, if they needed to spend that much on a dowry, would the sons have objections? They might think the couple was favoring their daughter and depleting the family's resources. It would be better to be open about it so they understand that the money is from Han Ke's earnings and has nothing to do with them. It would also reveal whether the sons had ulterior motives regarding their sister. As grown men, they should not rely on their sister for support. As for daughters-in-law, that was not their concern. Outsiders didn't need to know the truth. The children sat in their parents' room, feeling anxious as they noticed their serious expressions. They wondered if they had done something recently to upset their parents. Only Han Ke guessed that her mother had mentioned selling ginseng the day before. It was frustrating. She had grown some ginseng in her space, but it was only of average quality, and she didn't dare take out the larger ones. She decided to learn how to process the ginseng into dried slices for them to use. When the time came, she would say she bought it from a hospital or pharmacy, since they wouldn't know any better. There were plenty of books in her space that covered this knowledge. In her previous life, she feared that civilization would collapse and knowledge would be lost, so she bought many books on various subjects. The 3rd floor of her villa was turned into a library, filled with books. Today, I called you all here for a family meeting. Han Tieju's voice interrupted Han Ke's thoughts, and she sat up straight, ready to listen to her father. Did you all know that your sister went up the mountain yesterday afternoon? Han Laosen chuckled and scratched his head. Yeah, little sister caught 2 wild chickens, ate one, and there's still one left. Mom, can we eat that one today? You only think about food. Listen to your father and don't interrupt. Zhao Hohat shot a glance at her son, and Han Laosen immediately fell silent. Han Taiju placed a package of ginseng on the table and opened it, revealing the ginseng to his brothers.
Wow.
Oh my, is this ginseng? The brothers, not lacking in experience, certainly didn't mistake ginseng for a radish. Han Liqiu picked up the ginseng, and Zhao Hohat nearly slapped it out of his hands. Why does this child dare to touch everything? What if he breaks it? But since it was in her son's hands, she was afraid that if she hit him, the ginseng might fall. Dad, this ginseng is 90 years old. Despite usually being a carefree and sunny boy, Han Liqiu transformed when discussing medicinal herbs, radiating a different energy. Zhao Hohat shivered, and Han Taiju gasped, while the other 2 brothers swallowed hard. 90 years sounds less impressive compared to 100 years. Oh, dear. It breaks my heart. How much would it be worth if it were 100 years old?
Oh.
Zhao Hohat lamented dramatically. Han Ke couldn't help but smile. Mom, this ginseng is wild. If I don't dig it up, someone else will. Can we really wait another 10 years to dig it? Zhao Hohat immediately stopped feeling sorry. Her daughter was right. Old 3, how much do you think this ginseng is worth?
Han tissueaskeran liki.
He had no doubt about what Old 3 said. This child had a talent for this since he was young. The family's debts had burdened his sons. He felt guilty towards his sons. That's why Han Taiju wanted to succeed with the wooden box for growing vegetables. His sons had been delayed, and he couldn't let his grandchildren be delayed too. As long as the Han family produced a few educated members, they could change their fate. Han Taiju didn't want his descendants to be unsuccessful, stuck in this small piece of land for generations. He was getting older, his time was limited, but the children were still young. Han Laosen estimated a price. Dad, I can't say for sure. I haven't inquired about prices in this area. But I guess it must be worth a few hundred. Everyone in the room, except for Han Ke, gasped. Zhao Hohat's hands trembled. Oh my. That's so valuable. Taiju, keep talking. Cough. Don't act like you've never seen anything before. I discussed this with your mother. This ginseng was dug up by your younger sister yesterday, so it belongs to her. The money from selling it will go towards her dowry. Do any of you have objections? The brothers had already figured out from their mother and sister's words that the ginseng was dug up by their sister, and they thought she was very lucky. She truly is a blessing for the Han family. The brothers shook their heads vigorously. Han Lichuan, the eldest, spoke first. Mom and Dad, what do you think we are? We are all grown men. How could we think about taking something from our sister? Exactly. You shouldn't even ask that question, Han Laosen added. Han Lixia, who was slower to speak, said thoughtfully, Mom, Dad, our family is struggling, and it's unfair to our sister. With this ginseng, she will have confidence when she gets married. The in-laws won't dare to mistreat her. Han Ku interjected, Wait, why are we talking about me getting married? I don't want that. Let's use the money to improve our lives. Besides, I'm still so young. Are you all planning to marry me off already? Han Ku's eyes turned red. She was only 17 and couldn't believe they were discussing her marriage. She didn't want to marry young. If she could delay it, she would. She didn't oppose marriage, but she couldn't get married at 17 or 18. She hadn't spent enough time with her parents yet, and she hadn't even applied to college. A person's life, especially a woman's, is not just about marriage. Marriage is just one part of life, not the whole. She knew that her views were quite unconventional for this time, but she wouldn't voice them. Instead, she would show her resistance through her actions. Oh, dear, don't say that. My daughter is upset. I didn't mean it that way. How could I bear to marry you off right away? Don't take it seriously, Zhao Hohat said, pulling Han Ku into her arms, comforting her. Look at this situation. My daughter is overthinking it. That partner isn't even born yet. It's all just talk, Han Taiju quickly explained, noticing his daughter's tears welling up. It's not about that guy. Han Laosen, being straightforward, mentioned the soldier who saved their sister and said he would take responsibility. Why was she talking about someone not even born yet? Be quiet, Zhao Hohat quickly interrupted, worried that Han Liqiu would reveal too much. She feared that if the soldier didn't come, it would hurt her daughter again, and it was better not to know about it. Han Liqiu scratched his head and fell silent. Mi Chunhua, what are you doing? How can you eavesdrop on your parents? Came a voice from outside the window, scolding. Zhao Hohat quickly got up, put on her shoes, and grabbed a feather duster, moving with practiced ease. The people inside hadn't reacted yet when they heard Zhao Hohat shouting angrily outside. Mi Chunhua was insulted all the way back to her ancestors. Han Taiju told the third brother to wrap up the ginseng and go find Dr. Wu. You guys should avoid talking to the women inside. If they get any ideas, it could lead to trouble. The men listened to the shouting outside and decided not to get involved, especially Han Lixia, whose face looked very grim. He was usually gentle, but since marrying Mi Chunhua, his gentleness had disappeared. After promising their father, the three brothers went off to work. Mi Chunhua had barely settled down for 2 days when she suddenly felt curious again. Early in the morning, the brothers and Han were called into the in-laws' room, along with several daughters-in-law. They must have been discussing something important, and she was desperate to know. This family would be hers in the future, and not knowing any secrets felt like a disadvantage. She went to the kitchen to find an ally. "Sister-in-law, aren't you curious? What do our parents-in-law think of us daughters-in-law? After all these years, I still feel like an outsider." Li Wan glanced at her and continued cooking. What secrets could a farming family like the Hans have? They had been poor for generations. Mi Chunhua was just being naive. Realizing this, Li Wan thought she would check at the commune later to see if she had any letters. Li Wan's indifference frustrated Mi Chunhua, who felt unappreciated and thought she deserved to have children. She didn't want to get close to Wang Zhaodi, who had recently been acting strangely, as if she had changed completely. Flattering her was the last thing on her mind. If Wang Zhaodi were to speak ill of their in-laws, she would immediately expose her. But curiosity drove her to take a risk. While Wang Zhaodi went to the backyard, she quietly crouched by the wall under her in-laws' window. The voices inside were low, and although the Han family was poor, they had glass windows, making it hard for her to hear clearly. She caught snippets about finding Dr. Wu and something about a dowry. Just as she was getting engrossed, Wang Zhaodi suddenly shouted, nearly scaring her. Then Zhao Hohot came out with a feather duster, and Mi Chunhua realized she would pay for her actions, receiving a beating with a duster early in the morning. Mi Chunhua was furious and wanted to report Zhao Hohot, certain she would win this time. Zhao Hohot pointed to the door. "Go on. Hurry up. I was just looking for a chance to get your husband to divorce you. I'm willing to take the risk. It's just a week of education. If it means my son can get rid of you, then losing a bit of face is worth it. Go quickly. Whoever doesn't go is a fool." It turns out that Mi Chunhua is the fool, as she is completely under Zhao Hohot's control. She fears divorce, knowing that she won't find someone like Han Lixia again, especially if she gets divorced. This beating was for nothing. When Mi Chunhua went to the drying yard to show her arm injury to Zhou Hongying, she gritted her teeth and said, "Just wait, old hag. One day, I will make the Han family pay." Zhou Hongying covered her mouth in shock. "Oh my. I thought my mother-in-law was bad, but your mother-in-law is like a feudal landlord from the old days. How can you live like this? If I were you, I would just get a divorce. Why do you keep telling me to get a divorce? What are you talking about? I don't want you to get divorced. I just feel for you as a fellow woman. You really don't know how bad it is." Zhou Hongying angrily went back to her work, ignoring Mi Chunhua. Mi Chunhua felt anxious. Zhou Hongying was the only one she could talk to. If Zhou Hongying stopped talking to her, who would she confide in? Mi Chunhua thought that she needed to go back to her family. Who else could she talk to? Zhou Hongying was no help. One wrong word, and she would get a cold shoulder. Their friendship was temporarily broken. As Mi Chunhua worked, she reflected on what she overheard that morning. She didn't care about much else, but the mention of a dowry clearly referred to her sister-in-law. She was the only one getting married in the family. Why should her brothers contribute to her dowry? They had given all their earnings to the family, which meant that the two old folks wanted to take from the family funds. This was unacceptable. She wouldn't agree to it. But she felt powerless alone. Li Wan was useless, and Wang Zhaodi was foolish. She couldn't even rally those two. Mi Chunhua felt a deep sense of helplessness. Everything in this family was abnormal except for her. Given how much the two old folks favored Han Ke's little shoes, the dowry would definitely not be small. Her brothers seemed to be under some spell. She was the only one who was clear-headed. She couldn't let them empty the family's savings. The eldest only had one son, the third family couldn't have children, and the fourth was in the army, possibly looking for a wife there. The fourth brother sent money home every month. She didn't know how much, but she felt it couldn't be little. Wouldn't he receive extra allowances? He had been in the army for 6 years, sending money home, so it must be several hundred, right? As long as the fourth brother didn't get married, He would keep sending money home. Even if he did get married, he would still have to send money for their parents' support. Two old folks are only in their 40s, so they can still work for at least another 20 years. Dividing the family assets makes sense. The two old folks can live with the second branch and work, while the fourth son can give them some support, which would be good for the second branch. The problem is that before dividing the assets, we can't let these confused people empty the family savings to prepare a dowry for that little girl. With all this on her mind, Mi Chunhua can't focus on her work. Han Lao-sen didn't go to work this morning. Han Taiju asked for a short leave for his third son. Liwan noticed that Lao-sen hadn't arrived yet, and it must be related to this morning's events. She doesn't care about the Han family's matters. She only cares that if Han Lao-sen goes to work, she can do less. At this time, Han Liqiu had already taken ginseng to the health clinic. There was no one in the clinic except for Dr. Wu, who was reading a newspaper. When the door darkened, he looked up and saw Han Lao-sen sneaking in. "What's wrong? Stomachache?"
No.
Is there anyone else here?" "No," Dr. Wu replied, putting down the newspaper. Han Lao-sen closed the clinic door and peeked outside through the glass. Turning around, he whispered mysteriously, "Dr. Wu, I have something good for you to see." "What is it?" Han Liqiu took a cloth bag from his pocket and opened it on the table.
Wow.
Dr. Wu was surprised to see what was inside. He had seen a lot of ginseng, even those over 100 years old, but this one was fresh, with some soil still on the roots, clearly just dug up. He carefully picked up the ginseng. This ginseng is 90 years old, and the roots are intact. The problem is this ginseng. He didn't finish his thought, looking thoughtful. After waiting for a while and not hearing any issues from Dr. Wu, Han Lao-sen asked, "Is there a problem?" Dr. Wu felt that this ginseng was different from what he had seen before, but he couldn't quite explain it. He leaned in to smell it. "Did you dig this? Did you notice any special plants or unusual things nearby when you were digging?" He wanted to say spiritual items, but Han Lao-sen might not understand. The term spiritual items is too broad, so Han Lao-sen might not grasp it. Even if he saw it in person, he would need to study it further, let alone Han Lao-sen. "No, my little sister accidentally found it while climbing the mountain yesterday." Han Lao-sen shook his head. Dr. Wu felt a bit regretful. This ginseng clearly had different effects. Although it was under 100 years old, its medicinal properties exceeded that age. "This ginseng is good, and its medicinal properties are high." Dr. Wu reluctantly set it down. A traditional Chinese medicine practitioner would never dislike good medicine. "Dr. Wu, how much do you think it's worth?" Han Liqiu stopped talking to avoid wasting time in case someone came in. Wu Wenzhou's eyes lit up. "Are you selling it?" Talking to smart people is easy, and Han Liqiu nodded. Wu Wenzhou immediately became excited. "We know each other well enough, so let's be honest. This is a great item. Although it's not even 100 years old, for some reason, its medicinal effect surpasses that of 100-year-old ginseng. So that's why you asked if there was something special nearby."
Han Liqiu.
Wu Wenzhou nodded. Selling it to a collection station would only get you 60 or 70, but privately selling this ginseng could fetch 500 to 600. It depends on who buys it. As the saying goes, the price is higher for those in urgent need. Han Liqiu scratched his head, unsure. Where can I sell it for a high price? Their family had never considered a collection station. They only paid 2 cents for eggs there, and nobody would take their eggs for trade. "I'll give you 700. Will you sell it to me?" Han Liqiu was worried when Wu Wenzhou suddenly said this. "You want to buy it?" "Yes, I need it." His teacher was in poor health. Now, finding a 100-year-old ginseng is difficult. His mentor, who was a close friend of his grandfather, was a renowned doctor. He was currently at a farm in Beidawang, and having this ginseng would save him. Wu Wenzhou was excited. He had thought about this as soon as Han Liqiu showed it, but he couldn't force a sale if the other person wasn't willing. Now that Han Liqiu was willing to sell, he was okay with paying a bit more than the market price. Good ginseng is priceless, and finding it is all about luck. Han Liqiu was stunned. "Oh, 700? Wow, if they had found this ginseng earlier, everything would have been solved." His older siblings wouldn't have dropped out of school at such a young age, and he wouldn't have only gone to middle school before returning home to farm. At the very least, they would have finished high school. It's all about fate. Wu Wenzhou saw him, hesitating, and wondered if he thought the offer was too low. If you think it's too little, I can add 20. He gritted his teeth and offered 20 more. Since moving to the countryside, he hadn't saved much. He had given up his grandfather's estate, and his remaining savings were running low. But for his teacher, he would borrow money to secure this ginseng. No, that's not necessary. Let's stick to 700. Han Liqiu wasn't foolish. He had a rough idea of the prices. One should be content and act with integrity. After his younger sister's accident, he didn't accept any money for her funeral. Dr. Wu was well-liked in Yangshigu. He didn't charge for acupuncture treatments, even for minor issues. I have built up quite a network of connections.
Thank you, Lao San.
I'll go home and get the money now, said Wu Wenzhou, whose home was just behind the clinic. Han Liqiu handed the ginseng to Wu Wenzhou, saying, "Take it, but don't let anyone see it later." Wu Wenzhou didn't say anything and went back to the backyard with the ginseng. Han Liqiu sat on the bed, swinging his long legs. He looked at the medicine cabinet leaning against the wall, with square drawers lined up next to each other. The names of the herbs were written on the drawers. Since you're interested, come along. I've told you several times that you have a talent for medicine. While you're young, learn as much as you can. If you wait too long, it will be a waste. If you study with me for 2 or 3 years, you'll achieve something. Then I can recommend you to become a doctor, earning 10 work points a day, which is better than working in the fields, right? Besides, our clinic is busy and needs more hands. I've been wanting the team leader and secretary to apply for more help. If you're willing, I'll definitely give you this opportunity. Wu the doctor returned with the money and saw Han Liqiu lost in thought, staring at the medicine cabinet. He was someone who valued talent and had long noticed Han Laosan's extraordinary gift in traditional Chinese medicine. This kid was born in the countryside, and without guidance, it would be a waste of talent. Han Liqiu often borrowed medical books from him secretly, having memorized Compendium of Materia Medica, Treatise on Febrile Diseases, Huangdi Neijing, and Jinkue Yaolu. Han Liqiu withdrew his gaze, feeling lonely. He loved traditional Chinese medicine dearly, but he loved Li Wan even more. If she came to the clinic, it would be tough for her. He had been working in the fields with Li Wan every day, which had become an unspoken agreement in the team. Li Wan only needed to pretend to work, while Han Liqiu actually did the work of 2 people. Wu the doctor patted Han Liqiu on the shoulder, saying, "Liqiu, you're still young. Don't live an ordinary life. Your talent shows you're not an ordinary person. If you learn well, you can take better care of your wife." Wu the doctor had advised him many times. This time, he had a sudden idea. Perhaps mentioning Li Wan could persuade this kid. He truly valued this talent, just as his mentor had valued him. He didn't know how many years he would stay in this village, and he might never return home. He couldn't let his medical skills go to waste here. He inherited the teachings of his grandfather and mentor, and he wanted to find a way to pass on his skills. Nowadays, Western medicine was favored, and no one wanted to learn traditional Chinese medicine anymore. It was rare to find a good candidate, and he was eager for Han Liqiu to learn. I don't know what to do, Teacher Wu. What should I do? He is not foolish. A great opportunity is right in front of him, something others would wish for. Dr. Wu usually doesn't take just anyone. Liqiu, as long as you do well and keep rising higher and further, she will follow you as you go. This is the principle of a wife benefiting from her husband's success.
Think about it.
Money, count it, Wu Wenzhou said, handing the money to a distracted Han Liqiu. What do I need to count? I don't trust you. I'm going home now. My mother is waiting for my news, Han Liqiu said, waving goodbye as he left. Because of Wu Wenzhou's words, he wasn't as excited about the large sum of money as he thought he would be. When he got home, he smelled a strong, delicious aroma. He sniffed the air. His little sister was cooking again, which brightened the mood of food-loving Han Liqiu. Is my son back? Zhao Ho Hot had sent everyone else to the threshing ground today, So it was just her and Han Ku at home. The kids, drawn by the smell, refused to leave, and Zhao Hohat sent them out to gather pigweed. Did you find out anything? Zhao Hohat noticed her third child looking awkward. Han Liqiu shook his head and pointed toward the house, signaling for them to go inside. Girl, go close the front door. Zhao Hohat reminded Han Ku to shut the door, just in case someone like Mi Chunhua barged in. It's hard to guard against family. She had been careless in the morning. Han Ku hurriedly closed the door and returned to her mother's room. Third child. What did Dr. Wu say? Zhao Hohat watched Han Liqiu closely, afraid to miss any details. Mom, little sister, look at this, Han Liqiu said, pulling out a cloth bag containing ginseng and opening it. A stack of 10-yuan bills was laid out before them. Zhao Hohat gasped, oh my. How much is this? Han Ku estimated it to be around 70 or 80. That ginseng was produced in their space, so it was worth that much. Seeing her daughter remain calm, Zhao Hohat felt a bit inferior. Ahem. Well, it's nothing. Nothing at all. The siblings exchanged glances, thinking, no one said anything was wrong. You're the only one making a fuss. Mom, Dr. Wu bought the ginseng. He gave 700. If sold to someone else, it wouldn't have fetched this much. Oh my, is this really 700? Zhao Hohat picked up the money she had never seen before, her hands trembling as she began to count, not out of disbelief, but for the thrill of it. 100, 200, 300. Han Ku smiled as she watched her mother count the money. Her mother looked quite adorable doing it. She promised herself to earn big money in the future, so her mother could count to her heart's content. Zhao Hohat counted 3 times before feeling satisfied. Daughter, keep this money for your dowry in the future. It was impossible for Han Ku not to feel touched. In the countryside, if a family valued their daughter's marriage, they would give her a good amount of money. If they didn't, they would give nothing, and she would leave in worn clothes with her husband. The fact that Zhao Hohat and Han Taizhu could give her such a large sum without hesitation showed their deep love and affection. Han Ku lowered her head to hide her emotions. Mom, do you remember what I told you and Dad a few days ago? What did you say? Zhao Hohat was confused. Her daughter often spoke a lot, and she couldn't recall which words. I said that buying Dad a job wasn't just a joke. You said there wasn't enough money then, but now we have it. Let's use this to get Dad a good job. Both of them were stunned. Zhao Hohat hadn't realized her daughter was serious. She and Han Taizhu hadn't taken it to heart. And Han Laosan thought, who am I? Where am I? When did this happen? Why don't I know? Zhao Hohat was at a loss for words. Daughter, are you serious? Mom, that night we celebrated in advance, right? My marriage is still a long way off. Keeping this money at home won't help us. We need to learn to make money work for us. If Dad has a good job, he can earn back hundreds in a year, and in 2 years, the investment will be returned. After that, it will be pure profit, plus a retirement pension. I just want to ask, my grandma and my second uncle have jobs. Are you jealous? Envious? Do you want to feel proud? Han Ku asked 4 times, and with each question, Zhao Hohat straightened her back a little more. By the 4th question, she was already feeling proud. All right, I want to feel proud and show those people what we're capable of. I've been holding back for too long. Han Liqiu watched as his mother was swayed by his sister's words. I have something to say, Han Liqiu said, rubbing his hands. Since his sister was so persuasive, he needed some of that persuasion too. What is it? Zhao Hohat shouted, a bit irritated. She was building up her emotions, and he should have been more considerate. What if she regretted it later? Han Laosan shrank back, scared by his mother. I might also have a job opportunity. I just want my little sister to advise me. The two of them turned their eyes toward Han Liqiu like searchlights. Zhao Hohat patted her son's head. You don't have a fever. Why are you talking nonsense? Han couldn't think Han Laosan was joking. He wouldn't dare in front of Zhao Hohat. Third brother, tell us more. Han Laosan repeated what Dr. Wu told him. I don't know what to do, or if I should go. Zhao Hohat looked at him as if he were foolish, then gave Han Liqiu a light slap on the back of his head. Are you foolish? Why didn't you say this sooner? How could such a good opportunity go to someone like you? Zhao Hohat was frustrated. There was no need to hesitate. If she hadn't given birth to the child herself, she would have thought she had picked up the wrong one. How could she, Zhao Hohat, give birth to someone so clueless?
Han keder sig helt.
His third brother must really like Li Wan to give up his future like this. If only he could work with Dr. Wu for a few years and then take the medical entrance exam, his future would be bright. But only she knew the exam would be reinstated, while Han Lao-san did not. Even without the exam, this was still a good opportunity. Han Lao-san looked at Han Ku with eager eyes, wanting to ask his little sister for advice. He wouldn't have asked her before, but now she seemed lucky, and whatever she said would surely be right. Is there even a question? Dr. Wu made it clear. Even a fool would choose this, Han Ku said. Han Liqiu, feeling foolish, replied, So, you mean I should agree? How surprising. Others would fight for this chance, and you're still thinking about it? Is being a doctor more respectable than working in the fields? Zhao Hohat pointed out sharply. Well, I'll discuss it with Li Wan, Han Liqiu said. Zhao Hohat's expression immediately turned long, like a mountain range. What opinion could she have? Even if she does, she should keep it to herself. Han Lao-san, let me tell you, it doesn't matter who you talk to, this job is yours. Zhao Hohat waved her hand, making it clear that she was in charge. Han Liqiu opened his mouth, but didn't dare to argue with his mother. He left for work, still troubled. However, he definitely needed to tell his wife about this. He wasn't sure how Li Wan would react. She might not be happy. Look at that. He's almost tied to a woman's apron strings. What a shame, Zhao Hohat said, pointing at Han Liqiu's back in disappointment. Mom, how does this braised meat taste? Han Ku quickly tried to change the subject, not wanting Zhao Hohat to think about Li Wan and get angry. It wasn't that he didn't want her to express her feelings. It was just that arguing would only upset everyone. Oh my, who knew those smelly pig entrails could taste so good? Zhao Hohat exclaimed, smelling the delicious aroma in the air, already wanting to taste it. That's right, I used a lot of seasoning. I saved that up while I was in high school in the county, and now it's all gone in one go. It really hurts my heart, Han Ku said, holding her chest to show her pain. Come on, now that we have money, your mom will buy you more.
Ha ha ha.
Zhao Hohat finally forgot about Li Wan. Thinking of the 700 yuan, Zhao Hohat was so happy that she couldn't stop clapping her hands. By the way, we have money, but we don't have connections. Where can we find work? Don't count on your grandma and your second uncle. They're like two wolves. If they know we have money, they will come to take it, Zhao Hohat said, not exaggerating at all. Grandma Han could really do that. A severed relationship is just a piece of useless paper. Mom, having no money means we can't take chances. With money, we can wait for opportunities. She needed to find a chance to go to the city and take a look. As noon approached, Han Ku cooked herself. She made stir-fried liver, tripe soup, and braised large intestines, liver, and heart. She saved 1/3 of the liver to stir-fry and braise the rest. She even snuck in some from her space, filling a big iron pot with it. Zhao Hohat exclaimed that spending 50 cents was worth it. Such a big pot could feed the family for several meals. The strong aroma of the braised meat was much more intense than that of stewed chicken or fish, wafting far away. Han Liqiu knew his little sister was cooking awful, and when he returned, the fellow villagers asked him what delicious dish his family was making that smelled so good. Han Liqiu felt proud. You all laughed at us for buying pig offal yesterday, haha. My little sister can turn something ordinary into something amazing. What do you mean? Speak plainly. It means that those pig offals after my little sister's cooking taste even better than pork. Han Liqiu didn't know if Han Ku's braised offal was tastier than meat, but that didn't stop him from bragging. Wow, Zhao Hohat is really clever. Their family can cook offal for just 50 cents. Exactly. They even tricked us into thinking they were feeding chickens. Turns out they just wanted to get a bargain, and only we naive ones believed it. Han Liqing was not convinced. If we gave it to you, could you cook it? Yeah. If they got it, they wouldn't know how to cook it. They could only feel envy and jealousy. Han Taiju didn't bother arguing with these people. He quickened his pace to go home and enjoy the meat. The whole Han family rushed home. When they arrived, after washing up, they all went into the kitchen, where a table was filled with all kinds of dishes. "Oh my goodness, this is all that smelly offal," Wang Zhaodi exclaimed, overwhelmed by the sight of so much meat. Even the vegetable dishes were stir-fried with offal. The white tripe soup was topped with green onions, looking delicious.
Ho-hot.
Han Taiju looked at his wife with hope. Zhao Ho-hot gritted her teeth and said, "I understand." After that, she turned and went back to her room. When she returned, she was holding a bottle of liquor, and her sons cheered. "Mom, how are you so good? You're really nice to Dad. Dad is lucky to have you for life." Wang Zhaodi, feeling no embarrassment, flattered her. This made Zhao Ho-hot and Han Taiju feel very pleased. Life was good. With food and drink, it was better than a New Year celebration. Han Taiju waved his hand and began to eat. He took a piece of braised pork intestine first. The flavor of the braised meat was rich with spices, and the strong aroma burst in his mouth. It was delicious. It had a good chewiness. If it were too soft, it wouldn't taste as good. The cooking was just right. They didn't rush to eat, but savored the unique taste slowly. Han didn't add chili. She made a dipping sauce with minced garlic and soy sauce. Zhao Ho-hot even made chili oil today, without holding back. Those who liked garlic dipped in the garlic sauce, and those who liked spice dipped in the chili oil. The kids preferred the original flavor, so they ate it plain. Han Taiju took a sip of liquor and said, "No wonder my daughter insisted on buying this. It was a good deal. It's like getting it for free." Zhao Ho-hot felt proud. Of course, just look at whose daughter it is. "Dad, Mom, there's still plenty left. Let's send some to Captain Zhou and Secretary Wu later," Han suggested. It wasn't that she wanted to show off. That night her mom said Wang Laoshe almost got into trouble for raising an extra chicken. Her family needed a lot of vegetables in winter, and this could be a big deal. There are always excuses to make trouble. If they built a good relationship with the leaders, even if something went wrong, they would have someone from the Han family to speak for them. Han's decision was indeed right. Soon she would use this favor. "Okay, I'll listen to my daughter," Han Taiju nodded. He did want to invite the leaders over for a meal, but he was afraid the villagers would gossip and create bad feelings between Wu Lei and Zhou Jianxi. The whole family was satisfied after the big meal. After eating, the sisters-in-law helped clean up, and Han went back to her room to rest. Zhao Ho-hot pulled Han Taiju back to their room, closed the door, and whispered, "Taiju, guess how much the ginseng sold for? Did it sell? How did it happen so fast?" "It was bought by Dr. Wu."
"Ah."
"He bought it? Well, he's a doctor. He wouldn't miss good medicine. He offered this amount." Zhao Ho-hot held up 3 fingers in front of Han Taiju. Han Taiju raised an eyebrow. 700? "That's right, Dr. Wu is quite generous. He even encouraged our 3rd son to work at the health clinic." Our son asked his wife about it. What was there to ask? If he dares to ruin this good opportunity for me, I will really break his legs. And our daughter said this money is for buying a job for you. Wait a minute. There was a lot of information to take in. How did we go from 700 yuan to our son working? What's going on with our son? Han Taiju focused on the matter of his son working at the health clinic, ignoring the part about buying a job. Zhao Ho-hot was carefree. Since it wasn't certain yet, she decided to talk about their son first. "Well, here's what happened." Zhao Ho-hot recounted the events of that morning. "Do you think he's foolish? Did we even give birth to him? Could he have been switched at birth? I think you're the foolish one. Who could switch our son? Besides, we were so poor back then. Why would anyone send their son to live with us?" Han Taiju shot Zhao Ho-hot a disapproving look. "I don't care. If he dares to turn down this unexpected good fortune, I will make sure he regrets it. Is he a rabbit or a dog? Get that straight." "Han Taiju, are you just trying to argue with me today? You're such a contrarian." Zhao Ho-hot and Han Taiju were playfully bickering. Their 3rd son had been quiet for a while after returning home. Han Liqiu was a talkative person and usually had things to share with his wife. Since Li Wan was quiet, he talked to her about everything. Today, however, Han Liqiu was unusually silent. Li Wan had her own worries. She was hiding a letter from the village accountant in her pocket, a letter from home that she didn't want Han Liqiu to see. No, she didn't want him to know about the letter at all. The last letter she sent home asked when she could return. This letter must contain a reply, and if Han Liqiu saw it, it would give everything away. Liqiu, what's wrong? Li Wan's voice was always soft and pleasant, like a feather brushing against Han Liqiu's heart. At that moment, Han Liqiu was in turmoil, struggling internally. He didn't know how to express himself. He was afraid that if he spoke, Li Wan would be upset. He didn't want to make her angry. He wanted to see her happy every day. But Wu Wenzhou was right. He could create a future for her if he worked hard. Swallowing hard, Han Liqiu made a decision. Li Wan, I was late this morning because I went to the health clinic. Are you sick? That was Li Wan's first reaction. She knew how exhausting it was for Han Liqiu to do the work of two people while she felt like just a decoration. It's exhausting for even one young man to do all that work, let alone two. If Han Liqiu gets too tired, she will have to do the work herself. She looked at Han Liqiu with concern. His face looked fine, and he ate more than anyone else during dinner, so he didn't seem sick. Han Liqiu felt touched that his wife cared for him. He held Li Wan's hand, and she awkwardly tried to pull it back, but felt it would be too sudden. She ended up leaving her hand in his grasp. Wife, I'm fine. Dr. Wu wants to teach me medicine. He says I have a talent for it, and I like traditional Chinese medicine. If I agree, I can join the health clinic. I want to go. Li Wan looked up in disbelief at Han Liqiu's eager expression. You want to join the health clinic? What about me? She felt her reaction was too intense and softly added, Liqiu, you know I'm timid, and I'm scared, especially of your second sister-in-law. She always bullies me. What would happen to all the work if you left? That was the main concern, but she didn't say it out loud, not wanting Han Liqiu to think she was being insincere.
Han Liqiu reluctantly ralea Li Huan Zan.
He wasn't foolish. He understood what she was truly afraid of. For 3 years, he had been doing the work of two people. He didn't mind because he loved Li Wan, but giving up a good opportunity just because no one else could help her seemed too unfortunate. I'll go for a walk, Han Liqiu said, feeling confused and needing to think clearly. The family's attitude was clear, and Li Wan's feelings conflicted with that. What should he do? Han Liqiu felt less cheerful. He was troubled. The lively dog seemed to lose its energy. Once Han Liqiu left, Li Huan murmurat, Im shuri, Liqiu. I didn't mean to. I just can't handle it. You understand, right? Remembering the letter in her pocket, she quickly opened it while Han Liqiu was out. A smile gradually appeared on her face as she read the letter. After finishing, she held the paper to her face and kissed it, then twirled around while holding the letter. At that moment, there was no one to share her joy with. It was her secret happiness. Her father had been vindicated and returned to Nanshur. The letter said he was arranging a job for her, and she would be going back to the city. This was her secret, something she couldn't tell anyone, as some people were very jealous and didn't want others to succeed if they couldn't. She didn't want to create any trouble. Don't even mention that the Han family won't let her go. Liqiu, you will soon be free.
I'm sorry, Kropka.
Footsteps were heard outside the door, and she quickly tucked the letter back into her pocket and sat up straight. After taking a walk, Han Liqiu realized that his wife, with her delicate skin, really couldn't handle farm work. She would be the one he spends his life with, so what's wrong with sacrificing a bit for her? It's just a job, after all. He had convinced himself. Wife, I've decided. Liqiu, I support you. You should go to the health clinic. You shouldn't give up your dreams for me. I can manage. I will also hold on for you, Li Wan said quickly. She was about to leave, and Han Liqiu getting a job at the health clinic would be a way to repay him. With this job, he could find a suitable wife and live a normal life. Han Liqiu was stunned. He had only been gone for a few minutes, and now his wife had changed her mind? You don't have to force yourself. Whether I go or not doesn't matter, really. Han Liqiu thought Liwan was just being accommodating. Liwan shook her head with a smile. Liqiu, go for your dreams. I genuinely mean it. I want you to succeed more than anyone. I am willing to make some sacrifices for you. Liwan, thank you, Han Liqiu said, touched, as he hugged her. Liwan didn't struggle. It was their last embrace. In fact, Han Liqiu was really good. He was devoted to her. Despite his cheerful demeanor, he never flirted with the other girls in the team. He was still a big boy, and he was kind. Even if she left, she would not forget the good person Han Liqiu. After feeling emotional, Han Liqiu ran out to find his mother. Mom, Mom, he shouted in the yard. What came back was, what are you yelling about? Han Liqiu grinned widely as he rushed into his mother's room and lifted her up. Oh, my back. Put me down. What are you acting crazy for, you silly boy? Han Taizhu kicked his son's backside. Put your mother down. Can she handle you spinning her around like that? Han Liqiu gently set his mother down. Mom, Dad, I can go to the health clinic now, Liwan agreed. Hearing this, Zhao Hohat's face darkened. What do you mean she agreed? If she hadn't, would you not go? You've really forgotten your mother now that you have a wife. Unfilial son, get out. Zhao Hohat stood with her hands on her hips, pointing to the door. Hee, I'll go find Dr. Wu tomorrow. By the way, Dad, Liwan really can't handle farm work with her small frame. Why don't you ask team leader Zhou if he can assign her some lighter tasks? Han Taizhu also wanted to change the subject but held back, thinking that he couldn't be too harsh on his own child. It suddenly got cold. Winter is here. Not just her, I want to hibernate too. Finding someone to help should wait until spring. He shook his head in disbelief. You're right, why didn't I think of that? Han Liqiu said, looking around for the crazy man, but he was nowhere to be found. Liwan. Zhao Hohat felt both amused and frustrated. This child doesn't resemble me at all. Our third child brings so much energy. He has been lively since he was little, Han Taizhu said with a smile, his eyes filled with affection as he recalled his son's childhood. Han Liqiu was also restless inside the house. Mi Chunhua couldn't hold back and chased after Han Liqiu to ask about the morning meeting. Han Liqiu stubbornly refused to say anything, pretending to be mute if pressed further. Mi Chunhua was frustrated. The more Han Liqiu stayed silent, the more suspicious she became. Why was she hiding things from her daughters-in-law?
But she didn't dare to ask.
If Han Liqiu found out that she knew about the dowry for Han Ke, the old woman would be on guard against her. In the afternoon, everyone in the Han family, except for Han Ke and a few children, went to work. Zhao Hohat took the prepared marinated meat in a basket to Zhou Jianxia's house, while everyone was at work. Zhou Jianxia's mother was too old to work, so she stayed home to mend and clean. After visiting the Zhou family, Zhao Hohat felt uneasy about going to the Wu family. She had a falling out with Lu Tsuifan. Turning back home, she told Han Ke that she didn't go to the Wu family and would wait to see if Wu Aigua came back that evening. If he returned, things would be easier. After giving her instructions, she went to work as well. Han Ke distributed the exam papers he had prepared in the morning to the children. This is an exam paper. Make sure to read it carefully before answering. Be serious. This paper is for the family to see, and if you do well, you can go to school. The children felt unprecedented tension and seriousness, looking over the questions multiple times. They couldn't copy from each other since the questions were different on each paper. Han Ke held his little nephew while watching them answer. As long as there was food, the little one was well behaved. Han Ke gave him a piece of cake to nibble on slowly. In the evening, when the family returned and finished dinner, Zhao Hohat asked Wang Zhaodi to go to the Wu family, but she was reluctant. Once given the order, Wang Zhaodi hurried off. When she returned, her sister-in-law mentioned a meeting to review the children's recent performance. Parents of children who wanted to attend school felt anxious. Even Mi Chunhua was nervous. They couldn't have both of those girls go. Her son would miss out. Han Ke showed her parents and siblings the test papers of a few children in the afternoon. Is this really a perfect score? Wang Zhaodi asked, looking closely at her two daughters' papers. She had never been to school, but she recognized that 1 or 2 circles meant 100. Both papers scored 100. Han Ke's test was actually simple. She combined Chinese and math onto one sheet. What's the big deal? Every kid gets 100, Mi Chunhua said proudly, waving her paper at Wang Zhaodi. When she noticed Zhao Hohot watching her, she quickly toned it down, but her pride was still evident. Both fathers were excited. Han Lichuan was calm, but Han Lixia was much more enthusiastic than his older brother. He thought his 2 sons were mischievous and surely not as good as his 2 nieces. To his surprise, both sons also scored 100. Han Lixia loved studying. Even now, he hadn't put down his books and would take them out whenever he had time. He only graduated from middle school and was currently self-studying high school subjects. However, since he was self-taught, he didn't have much time, and he sacrificed his lunch break to read. Because of this, Mi Chunhua had teased him many times, saying that no matter how much he read, he would still be a farmer. She suggested that instead of studying, he should focus on having more children. They had no common ground, so Han Lixia simply ignored her. Han Taiju took out his pipe, filled it with tobacco, and while pressing it down with his fingers, he asked Zhao Hohot, "What do you think? What else is there to say?" "Just go for it." Zhao Hohot waved her hand. Things were different now. She was no longer the Zhao Hohot of 2 weeks ago. Her mindset had grown significantly. Mainly, life at home had improved, giving her more confidence. She had never wanted to dream big before. She just didn't dare to think that way due to their poverty. Han Taiju had often whispered to her about how education could lead to success, and success could bring better opportunities. If just one child in their family succeeded, it could uplift the whole family. This idea resonated with Zhao Hohot. Her daughter was a perfect example. Although Han Ku was still at home, wasn't everything she said right? In just over half a month, their home had undergone a tremendous change because of her daughter. It was also because her daughter had studied in the county and could see the benefits of education now. Zhao Hohot had never favored boys over girls, so as long as the family could afford it, both granddaughters and grandson received equal treatment. Zhao Hohot is quite clever. If she doesn't like her granddaughter, it means she doesn't like her eldest son and daughter-in-law either. Why bother? The children's school fees aren't a big deal. Just look, she waved her hand earlier, and her daughter-in-law and son were all smiles. "Mom, thank you. Eldest daughter, second daughter. Quickly thank your grandpa and grandma. Which family has daughters like ours who can go to school? It's all thanks to you. And your aunt, without her teaching you and giving you opportunities, you wouldn't be able to go either." Wang Zhaodi seemed very clear-headed, as if she had just gained new insight. The eldest and second daughters were teary-eyed with excitement. "Thank you, Grandma. Thank you, Grandpa. Thank you, Aunt." Mi Chunhua felt a sharp pain in her heart. All the money spent was hers. What are those girls going to school for? They are just a burden, and when they marry, they will just benefit their in-laws. It would be better to save everything for the grandson, who is family. She felt resentment, but didn't dare to say anything more. Last time, it caused a big scene, almost leading to her being sent away. "Dad, let's take the kids to register the day after tomorrow. We have nothing at home. Tomorrow we need to buy notebooks and pens for the kids, and we need to prepare backpacks. We might need tickets for the backpacks." "Mom, do we have any fabric tickets left?" Han Ko asked Zhao Hohot. "They have a few, but not many. Those are saved for the new year to make new clothes for Han Ko, so they can't be used up. We have some old clothes we can take apart to make backpacks for the kids. Later, when we have fabric tickets, we can make new ones for you," Zhao Hohot promised the kids. Having backpacks is already great. Why complain about new or old? Make your own kids' things. Don't always rely on others. Zhao Hohot didn't name anyone, but she was clearly looking at Mi Chunhua. Mi Chunhua felt frustrated, thinking Wang Zhaodi could have made everything for them. How stingy. Where is the generosity of an aunt? Zhao Hohot found 2 old pieces of clothing. Although they were patched up, Wang Zhaodi was skilled. By morning, she had already made 2 backpacks. Wang Zhaodi cut the old clothes into pieces and then stitched them together. By the time the eldest and second daughters received them, the backpacks were a bit worn but still nice. The two children had never received such nice things before and happily wore them, unwilling to take them off. Little Xuan hugged Wang Zhaodi's leg and pointed at his sister's backpacks. "Backpack, want? Wait until you grow up, and I'll make one for you," Wang Zhaodi said, lifting her son while looking at her daughters. Wang Zhaodi's family favored boys over girls. Her mother had 5 children, only one of whom was a boy. Wang Zhaodi was the second child, with a younger brother below her. After her brother was born, her mother didn't have any more sons. After giving birth to 2 more sisters, she didn't get pregnant again. This made her brother very special. It seemed like the 4 sisters lived for him. Wang Zhaodi didn't want her daughter to go through the same hardships she faced. To her, all 3 children were equal. She didn't think the 2 sisters should give in to their younger brother just because he was the only son. Han Lixia stayed up all night making backpacks for his 2 sons, but his sewing skills were poor. The stitches looked messy, and the patches were very noticeable on the backpacks. Era looked at his 2 cousins' backpacks, and then at his and his brother's. The difference was too big. But their father had spent half the night making them, so he and his brother couldn't complain. Their mother didn't want to make them, and he had heard her scolding his aunt the day before. Han Lixia noticed that his sons were not very happy with the backpacks, but they pretended to like them.
"Just use these for now.
When I have more money, I'll buy you new ones. Or maybe I'll get you ready-made ones from the supply store." Dahu scratched his head. "It's okay, Dad. These are good enough. Some kids don't even have backpacks for school." Era nodded. "Thank you, Dad." Han Lixia felt good inside. His wife might not be reliable, but his 2 sons were growing up well. Mi Chunhua was very angry. She could sew, and although she wasn't as good as Wang Zhaodi, she was much better than Han Lixia. She didn't want to make the backpacks for the kids. She wanted to force Wang Zhaodi to do it instead, especially since Wang Zhaodi had upset her lately. But Han Lixia, who was not helpful, made them himself. It was surprising that a man was sewing. Mi Chunhua's view of Han Lixia changed a bit. At breakfast, Zhao Hohat reluctantly gave Han Lichuan 5 yuan and some tickets. She didn't know what tickets were needed for school supplies, so she told her eldest to take the kids to the supply store in town and see if they could exchange tickets if needed. Since Han Lichuan was the eldest, Zhao Hohat assigned this difficult task to him. "Aunt, aren't you going?" Era boldly asked the questions the other kids were thinking. "Why would your aunt go? Your uncle can handle it." Zhao Hohat hadn't even considered taking Han Ku along. It was far, and there was no ox cart going to town today, so it would be tiring for her daughter to walk. In truth, she didn't want any of the kids to go, but they had rarely been to town, and they were all eager to go, full of energy. If they weren't afraid of getting tired, then let them go. A few children looked at Han Ke, who thought this was a great opportunity to go out, mainly to visit the post office. "Mom, can I go too? My brother is earning points at home." "That's not possible." Before Zhao Hohat and Han Taizhu could speak, Han Lichuan opposed. "What if something happens while you're out with the kids?" "Come on, I'm grown up. The kids are sensible too. Don't worry, I won't lose your children."
Han Likun sig het.
Was he worried about the kids? No, he was worried about his little sister. Looking like that could bring trouble. Han Lixia understood her brother's concern. "Little sister, we're not worried about the little ones. We're worried about you. What if you encounter trouble? You and the kids might not be able to handle it and they could take you all away." Han Ke thought, "Really? Is it that unsafe in town? I never met any bad people when I was in school." But back then, Han Ke stayed at school and rarely went out, only leaving when her father came to pick her up. But she really wanted to go. If she couldn't even step outside, how would she manage in the future? "Listen to your brother, dear. If you want to go out, you need an adult with you." "Your mother is right," Han Taizhu agreed with Zhao Hohat. His daughter used to be small, but now she had grown and looked more striking, which made him feel pressured. He was just a farmer with no special skills. How could he protect his child? The world was chaotic, and there were girls who had been harmed. But those with power often left the families of the girls with no choice but to swallow their anger. Han Ke's eyes brightened. "I have an idea." She couldn't stay indoors. She had things to take care of in her space. The space was already small, and with time differences, it wouldn't be long before everything was overflowing. She put down her bowl and ran back to her room while the rest of the family continued eating. A little while later, Han Ku returned. What happened to you? Zhao Hohat almost didn't recognize her daughter.
Hee.
I remembered the performances we had at school, and the makeup I bought back then is perfect for now. The performances were real, and the makeup was from her space. Wow, you look different. I barely recognize my sister, Han Laosen said, confused by Han Ku's transformation. Han Ku had previously not had bangs, but she bravely cut herself some straight bangs to cover her pretty eyebrows. She applied foundation that was 2 shades darker, making her complexion look duller and her appearance less striking. She looks better than most girls, just not as eye-catching. Dad, Mom, can I go like this? I haven't been to town in almost a year, let alone to the county, Han Ku said, sounding a bit down. Zhao Hohat felt sorry for her daughter and didn't want Han Ku to be upset. Let your older brother go with you. Okay. Han Ku, having achieved her goal, quickly finished her bowl of porridge. Mi Chunhua had been silent, subtly glancing at Han Ku, especially at her thoughtful face. No one noticed Mi Chunhua. After finishing the meal, before heading to work, Mi Chunhua quickly pulled her 2 sons back into the room and instructed them, remember, whatever your uncle buys for those 2 girls, you should get too. Your grandma gave $5, which can buy a lot. If you don't spend it all, keep track of how much is left and tell Mom. Why should we tell you? That's Grandma's money. Even if Uncle has money left, it goes back to Grandma, not you.
Dao asked Mikunwa suspiciously.
Mi Chunhua took a deep breath, feeling like her sincere efforts were wasted. Who is she doing this for? Wasn't it for their little family? My brother is right. Don't think too much about it. It's not your concern. Come on, let's go. Uncle and Aunt are waiting. Heir who pulled a who and ran off. 2 ungrateful kids. I regret raising you, Mi Chunhua muttered, careful not to speak too loudly in case Zhao Hohat heard. Han Ku put on the military backpack that Han Laosi had given her, and Zhao Hohat secretly slipped her $10.
Ah.
The weight of a mother's love. She wasn't just going to buy school supplies for the kids. She had other plans in mind. She wanted to find out where to submit her novel. She planned to go to the post office to buy a few newspapers and look for submission addresses. If she was lucky enough to get published, she would have an excuse and source for anything she took from her space. After buying supplies in the morning, she would take the kids to register for school in the afternoon. There was no elementary school in Yangshigu. The neighboring village had one, and all the nearby children attended that school, including her. It took over 20 minutes to walk to the school from Yangshigu, and the kids walked slowly, taking about half an hour. The siblings set off with the 4 kids. If you regret it now, it's not too late. But if you get tired on the way, I won't carry you. Han Lichuan gave the kids a chance to reconsider. No way. We've never been to the legendary supply and marketing cooperative. We have to go no matter how tired we get. Don't worry, Uncle. We have to climb over, no matter what, Era said. You little rascal, let's go. Han Lichuan gave his nephew a light smack on the head. Little sister, if you're tired, just tell big brother. Uncle, do you want to carry Aunt? You little rascal, did I say I would carry her? If Aunt gets tired, we'll take a break, Han Lichuan said, feeling a bit playful. Han Ku felt that her body, nourished by the spring, was much stronger than before. She could manage the hour-long journey. In fact, she underestimated the spring's effect. She was the most relaxed, not even breaking a sweat. The kids, however, were eager to take breaks, and after resting twice, they finally reached the town. What are you all following for? You're just slowing us down. If I were alone, I would have turned back by now. Han Lichuan scolded the kids. The kids didn't regret being scolded. Visiting the town was a rare opportunity. They would have plenty to brag about to their friends back home. The supply and marketing cooperative looked exactly as Han Ku remembered. A row of red brick houses, 2 wooden doors with peeling blue paint, and the upper half of the doors had 4 glass windows. There were 4 windows in total, and Han Ku saw several women peering in, chatting among themselves. The doors of the cooperative were wide open, and the kids suddenly felt shy. In their minds, the cooperative was a very special place, so they hid behind the adults, letting them go in first. Han Lichuan and Han Ke entered the cooperative one after the other. Han Ke looked around. The cooperative was about 50 square meters, with 2 thick wooden beams supporting the ceiling, which was bare, revealing the rafters above. The south wall had 4 windows and a large door, while the north wall was lined with shelves. The upper part of the shelves had rectangular compartments, and the lower part had cabinets. The compartments held various goods, thermoses, red double happiness basins, and mirrors. There were also fabrics, shoes, water cups, teapots, and more. 2 meters in front of the shelves was a row of glass counters. The salespeople stood behind the counters, some sitting and knitting or chatting. The long row of counters held small items, all neatly organized. For example, oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar were at the far east end. The stationery they were looking for was in the middle of this row of counters. Han Ke and the others looked through the glass at the notebooks and pens, as well as metal pencil cases. The pencil cases were decorated with pictures of little heroes from the grasslands and female tractor drivers. Some had no pictures, just words like serve the people and study hard and improve every day. Han Ke saw a familiar face behind the fabric counter, though calling her a friend would be a stretch. She was more like a rival. It was Sun Jejia, a classmate from high school. They never got along in school. Sun Jejia came from a well-off family. Her mother worked at a savings bank, and her father was with the county's supply bureau. It's no wonder Sun Jejia was able to get a job at the supply and marketing cooperative. This was probably just a temporary position, and soon she would likely be transferred to the county office. Han Ke licked her lips. Her disguise was so good that Sun Jejia didn't recognize her. Today wasn't the right time for a reunion. She would wait until next time to reconnect. Back in high school, Han Ke was the school beauty. Usually, the school beauty attracts boys and makes girls jealous, but Han Ke never had a close girlfriend. Sun Jejia often troubled her, taking advantage of her family's wealth. One was a city girl, and the other was a family favorite. Both were spoiled, so who would give in to whom? However, since she was here, Sun Jejia had to be friendly. After all, more friends mean more opportunities. A few children with Han Ke had already chosen their items: notebooks, pens, erasers, and rulers. They were now reluctantly eyeing a pencil case. These items didn't cost much, but the pencil case required an industrial coupon, which Han Lichuan didn't have. It wasn't that he was unwilling to buy it. A pencil case only costs a few cents, and the 5 yuan from Zhao Ho Hot was enough. What kind of ticket did Mom give you?
Han Ke kvietlig asket han likun.
It's a food coupon. Give it to me. Han Ke knew the food coupons were sent by her 4th brother and were valid nationwide. Han Lichuan handed over the food coupons, and Han Ke looked at them. 3 of them, each worth £1. Wait for me, Han Ke said as she headed toward the section selling oil, salt, and vinegar. Sis, can I discuss something with you? The saleswoman, looking to be in her 40s and knitting a sweater, looked up when she heard someone call her sis. With her bangs cut straight, Han Ke looked even younger. It felt nice to have a little girl call her sis.
Hey.
What's up, little sister? The saleswoman asked, putting down her work. Everyone likes to hear kind words, especially when a child younger than her own daughter calls her sis, which made her feel younger. Her attitude naturally became friendly. Sis, my siblings want to buy pencil cases, but we don't have industrial coupons. I have a few nationwide food coupons, and I want to exchange them for industrial coupons, but I don't know who to ask. Seeing that the sister looked kind, I ran over to ask. The salesperson's eyes lit up. National grain coupons were rare. Her daughter was about to go to the countryside, and she was worried about what to bring for her child. The sweater in her hands was knitted for her daughter, and she was trying to finish it in time to send with her. Having national grain coupons would be great. The child hadn't decided where to go yet, so having national ones would make things much easier. I have industrial coupons. I'll take as many national grain coupons as you have, she said. Just these. Han felt a bit shy as she handed over the grain coupons. The salesperson looked at the coupons and felt a bit disappointed. This is too little. But something was better than nothing. 3 pounds would do. She bit her lip. Wait here, I'll borrow 2 industrial coupons from a colleague. Han nodded. 2 industrial coupons would be enough. Han Lichuan saw his little sister go to the place selling supplies and talk to a woman. That woman later ran over to whisper something to the woman selling pencil cases, and the salesperson quietly handed 2 industrial coupons to her. The woman quickly returned and gave Han 2 industrial coupons. Thank you, sister. No need to thank me. We're just exchanging, the older sister said cheerfully as she carefully placed the grain coupons into her handbag. Han used the industrial coupons to buy pencil cases for 4 children. They carefully placed their new supplies into their backpacks. The 2 adults and 4 children left the supply store, having spent less than 3 yuan. Big brother, I want to stop by the post office, Han said. What for? He asked. I want to buy a few newspapers. I have this wild idea of submitting something to the newspaper, but I don't know the address. I thought if I bought a few newspapers, I could find the address and see how they write their articles. Han wanted to write a novel to improve her family situation, aiming to bring useful things home from her space. So, making money was something she wanted to be open about. You don't need to buy them. We have them in our village. I can lend you some. The village has a subscription for newspapers every year, Han Lichuan said, not taking his sister's submission idea seriously. If she was interested, then why not? As for whether she would succeed, he thought it was unlikely. He just felt it was good for his sister to have a hobby, much better than chasing after young men. Is that so? I came all this way for nothing, Han replied. All right, just borrow them from me when you get back. Saving a few cents was a good deal. She still had 1 industrial coupon left and said she would come back next time to buy a thermos. There is no thermos at home, so in winter, we have to boil hot water each time. It's impossible to eat in town. By the time we get home, dinner is already finished. Zhao Hohot and Han Taiju take a nap at noon, while the others go back to their own rooms to rest. Only Wang Zhaodi waits in the kitchen for a few people to return home. Wang Zhaodi saved some food for the elders. Today she stewed another wild chicken. Wang Zhaodi is a good cook, and the children enjoyed the chicken with noodles, leaving their mouths greasy. There is still a lot of braised meat, which Zhao Hohot put in the water bucket in the well to keep it fresh for a couple more days. Daya and Arya showed their mother what they bought from the supply and marketing cooperative. Mom, look, this is a pencil case. The words on it say, study hard and make progress every day. Daya chose a plain pencil case, without pictures, because she thought these 8 words would remind her to cherish her learning opportunities. Very good. Really nice, Wang Zhaodi said carefully as she touched the shiny pencil case, afraid her rough hands might scratch it. Dahu and Eru also came home to show their father the supplies they bought. Little sister, you should go to school this afternoon too. You know the kids you teach, so you're familiar with what they learn. Okay, if you don't go, I can take the kids. We need to bring the household registration book. Wait until Mom gets up, and you can ask her for the household registration book. The household registration book is with Zhao Hohot, while only Li Wan has hers. Han Lichuan thought for a moment before agreeing. There are children in the village who go to school, and in the future, the kids will need to go on their own. Adults can't follow them every day. He still has half a day to earn work points. Before going to work in the afternoon, Han Ke got the household registration book and school fees from Zhao Hohot. She opened the household registration book and sighed in relief. Thankfully, the children's names were all good. She expected to see Daya, Arya, Dahu, and Era listed. In the countryside, many children don't have formal names. They use their nicknames as their real names. Let's go. Aunt will take you. Remembering the way, Han Ke took the children to register at Victory Primary School. Yes, the school is called Victory Primary School, which has a distinct sense of the times. Han Ke attended that school and still remembers some of the teachers. On the way to school, there are fields on one side and a small river on the other. This river along the road is a branch of the river where Han and others used to fish. The small river was man-made. She remembers the elders saying that during a drought, several villages fought over water, and there were even casualties. Later, The villages dug irrigation ditches to divert water to their own villages, and Yangshu Ditch has the best location, next to the mountains, with water flowing through the village. Be careful when you go to and from school. Don't play on the road, especially don't go near the river. This small river may not be deep like the one in the village, but it can still be dangerous, especially for you kids. Han-kun needed to raise the children's awareness of safety. And remember, don't talk to strangers and definitely don't go anywhere with them. Do you all remember? Yes, we remember. Okay, I understand. My dad told us the same things. The aunt and her nephews chatted as they walked, and before they knew it, they arrived at Zhangjiaten. This was also a large village, with a population not smaller than Yangshigu. Its location was good, and children from nearby villages came here to study. The school was built with contributions from several teams. The school was small and old. Han-ku had graduated from elementary school 5 years ago, and it looked exactly the same, with no changes at all. The entrance was just a fence, and there was no old man to guard it, so they went right in. The classrooms were made of mud bricks, and faint sounds of children reading could be heard. On the nearby playground, another class was having physical education. A few children were excited, especially Daya and Arya, who dreamed of going to school. Their dream was coming true. They would be students at this school. How could they not be excited? The principal's office was also a mud brick room. Han-ku looked around and led the children to the principal's office. The door was open and people were talking inside. Han-ku knocked on the door. Sorry to interrupt. I'm looking for Principal Feng. Someone inside looked toward the door. Little girl. Who are you looking for? The old principal looked much older than 5 years ago, still wearing those black frame glasses, but now the arms of the glasses were wrapped in medical tape. Hello, Principal Feng. I brought some children to enroll. Come in, kids. Say hello to the principal, Han-ku said as she brought the children into the office. Among the 4 children, only Aries seemed a bit more relaxed. The others were very nervous. Enrollment? School has already started for over half a month. You can't enroll now, and even if they did, they wouldn't keep up. You should go back. A middle-aged man in the room spoke. Han-ku looked at the bald man. He was the vice principal, but she didn't know his name. When she was younger, she didn't pay attention to the vice principal. Knowing the principal was enough. They can keep up, they've already learned at home. Their progress has surpassed the school's.
Han-ku insisted.
Principal Feng, the children missed the enrollment period, but they will definitely catch up. You can test them. Han-ku thought that missing just over half a month wouldn't set them back too much, especially since the school would be on break during the autumn harvest. Was this person just looking for trouble? The first grade enrollment is just about counting to 100, which is easy for these few children. Principal Feng is nearing retirement, and Mr. Zheng is eager to take his position. Vice Principal Zheng, our rural education rate is already low. We should support and encourage children who want to learn. Giving these kids a chance won't take much time. If they can't enroll this year, it will delay their education for another year. Come on, kids, let me give you some questions. Principal Feng waved to the children. Han-ku nudged the kids forward. Don't be nervous. Just answer like you usually do in class. Are you all from the same family? Principal Feng asked in surprise. In rural areas, children who get to go to school are usually favored at home, especially girls. If these kids are from the same family, it means their parents value education and have a progressive mindset. Before the school year starts, they go to the villages to encourage families to send their children to school. Many villagers have been illiterate for generations, and they believe education is useless, preferring their children to work at home. Especially for girls, they think girls will eventually get married, so studying is pointless. The school still has a serious imbalance, with many more boys than girls, and some girls drop out before graduation. Dia nodded. Yes, we are all from the same family. My surname is Han, and my name is Han Si-yen. Arya introduced herself. My name is Han Si-shue.
Da sa I am Han Yi-gyong. Who added, I am Han Yi-ming.
Han couldn't know who named the children, but their names sounded nicer than her siblings' names. Luckily, her name was the same as in her previous life, and she didn't want to change it. But she wondered who came up with her brother's name, which included all 4 seasons. Principal Fong was very kind, and the children gradually relaxed. The questions he asked were all suitable for first graders. The entrance requirements were not high, and Han-ku could easily help them pass, especially since she had been seriously training them lately. The kids answered confidently, and when Principal Fong gave them more advanced questions, they handled those well too. Vice Principal Zheng pursed his lips. He didn't want to make things hard for the rural kids. He just wanted to take over Principal Feng's position, which required a recommendation from him. He had come today to discuss this with Principal Fong, but the principal was not giving in, which left him feeling frustrated. Han-ku was delayed by a few children, which made his already irritated mood even worse. He felt frustrated and wanted to send the kids away. However, Mr. Fong seemed to be making things difficult for him. "All right, take these kids. Young comrade, turn left when you go out and find Director Huang in the academic office. Bring your household registration book to pay the tuition and collect your books," Principal Fong told Han-ku. "Thank you," Han-ku replied, and left the kids to pay the fees. After paying the tuition and filling out the forms, he handed over 10 yuan. Each child cost 2.5 yuan, and they received their books. The head of the academic office was also the school accountant. Once the paperwork was done, he took Han-ku and the children to the first grade class. Although it was called a first grade group, it was actually just one class. Even though many nearby children attended this school, the enrollment rate was low, with just over 30 kids in the class, and there were more boys than girls, with ages varying widely. The teacher, Ms. Liu, looked to be in her early 20s. She frowned when she saw Director Huang bringing in 4 more students, clearly not pleased. Having 1 more student meant more work for her. However, the school had made the decision, and as a teacher, she couldn't refuse to accept them. The kids were placed in the last row. Han-ku also frowned, sensing that Ms. Liu might not be very easy to deal with. On the first day of school, Han-ku gave the kids a good talk before heading home. When it was time for school to end, he asked his eldest son to pick them up. After a few days of being escorted, the kids would be able to walk home by themselves. Han Lichuan left work early to pick up the kids, and they chattered excitedly about school. Wang Xiaodi also left work early, carrying her little one. With both daughters in school, she had no choice but to bring her child to work with her. Mi Chunhua suggested that Han-ku take care of the kids. "What kind of family has such big daughters just sitting at home doing nothing? Your family is quite unusual," she said. Wang Xiaodi felt overwhelmed and didn't think she had the right to ask for help. If her sister-in-law wanted to babysit, she would have said so. The fact that she didn't meant she didn't want to help. Wang Xiaodi was very grateful that her daughters could go to school, believing one should be content and not ask for too much. She suspected that Mi Chunhua's suggestion was made with bad intentions. If she brought it up with her sister-in-law, it might offend her, and the worst part was that her mother-in-law might not treat her well in the future. If she didn't mention it, Mi Chunhua's words would take root in her mind, leading to dissatisfaction with her sister-in-law. It was too malicious and unfair. Mi Chunhua was always stirring up trouble, which was exhausting for her. There are many women in the team who carry their children to work. If others can do it, why can't Wang Xiaodi? Wang Xiaodi is very happy with her life in her in-laws' family. It's a world of difference compared to before she got married, so she won't make things difficult for herself. Mi Chunhua is bound to be disappointed again. When Han Lichuan picked up the child, she passed by the team and borrowed the recent newspapers. After feeding her parents in the evening, Han-ku went into her space to read the newspapers. In a newspaper from the provincial capital, there was a serialized story, and she noted down the address. In fact, she already had a rough outline in her mind. With the spirit of making a comeback where she left off, Han-ku thought for a moment and then quietly opened her computer to create a folder. In her previous life, she had written some short stories, but they were only about 100,000 to 200,000 words. Now, she planned to write a story that reflects the characteristics of this era, starting with a young female educated youth returning to the city. She typed the title Return Journey on her computer, which she had already decided on. The story is about a young educated woman who answered the country's call to go to the countryside. She performed well and earned a chance to return to the city. When she happily returned with her backpack, she found that there was no longer a place for her at home. The novel describes how a city girl overcomes difficulties and roots herself in the countryside, being friendly and helpful to her friends. Later, she even protected collective property. After earning her chance to return, she noticed that the attitudes of the other educated youths towards her changed. There was jealousy, envy, and resentment. Some of her friends even tried to frame her just for that opportunity to return to the city. The young educated woman became overwhelmed. She struggled to accept her friends' sudden change. These once dear friends, who had shared hardships with her, were now plotting against her. Fortunately, she was lucky and did not fall into their traps. Carrying her disappointment for her former friends, she boarded the train back to the city. She felt anxious. After years away, she missed her parents and siblings. They must have missed her too. But when she got home, her brothers were all married with several children. The house was small, barely 40 square meters, crowded with the whole family. Before returning, she imagined her parents would be surprised to see her. But the reality was that her mother's first words were, "Did you not know there's no room at home?" Her brothers complained that she was inconsiderate for coming back without informing anyone. Her sisters-in-law criticized her for not having a job and being a burden. What should the young educated woman do now? Han Kuo had not yet figured out the next part of the story. She took advantage of the time difference and by the next morning had written a 20,000-word introduction. Then she copied it by hand and planned to find time to submit it to the town. Early the next morning, Han Liqiu rushed to the clinic. Dr. Wu Wenzhou was reading a book. Seeing Han, who looked cheerful, he asked, "What's the good news? Did you find something valuable again?" Han Liqiu sat across from him. "Dr. Wu, about what you told me yesterday, I talked to my family, and they all support me coming to the clinic." Wu Wenzhou was surprised. He had seen Han many times, but this was unexpected. "Did your wife agree?"
Han Liqiu smiled vidderlig.
"Yes, she supports me." Wu Wenzhou thought, "Who was opposing you for the past 2 years?" He was curious why Li Wan suddenly agreed. Had she changed her mind after 2 years? "All right, I'll find time to talk to the team leader and the secretary." The clinic needed staff, and while some people were eager to send others there, many of them couldn't even read well. How could they learn to prepare medicine? Would they understand prescriptions? He had tried training 2 people before, but they were returned because they caused more trouble than help. Plus, he needed someone to pass on his skills. Han Liqiu was the best choice. He had completed high school. Although he didn't finish, he was interested in traditional medicine and had a natural talent. Such a student was rare. However, he chose not to comment on Han's wife. He believed it was best not to speak ill of someone behind their back. "Old 3, I want to take you on as a student, someone who can carry on my skills. Are you willing?" Wu Wenzhou had thought this through. Taking on a student now was risky. If things went wrong, he could be reported by someone close to him. His own teacher had been reported by his senior. He had observed Han for 2 years. Although he was 24, he had a pure heart and wasn't cunning. It would be better if his wife were more supportive.
"I'm willing."
"Yes, master." Han Liqiu was so excited he could hardly speak. Learning traditional medicine alone was tough, but having a teacher made a difference. Besides, Dr. Wu was very kind. Whenever he had questions, Wu would answer, without holding back. He stood up and respectfully bowed to Wu Wenzhou at a 90-degree angle. Wu Wenzhou did not stop him. Since he wanted to take on a student, he accepted this gesture. It also teaches students the importance of respecting their teachers. Nowadays, the teacher-student relationship has flipped, with students criticizing their teachers and teachers being submissive. Wait for the news. Once the team approves, you can start working. Han Laosend happily went to work. He ran joyfully, eager to share the good news with his wife. Li Wan would surely be happy for him. When he arrived at the grain-drying area, he found Li Wan and pulled her away from the crowd. "Wife," Dr. Wu agreed. "He even took me as a student. I'm so happy."
Li Wan smiled. "Congratulations, Liqiu.
Soon you'll be a doctor." However, she thought that even being a doctor meant just being a barefoot doctor in the village.
How far could that take him?
He was still just a common man. But with a good job, it would be easier for Han Liqiu to find a wife, which eased some of her guilt. As long as he was happy, she felt at ease. Han Laosen scratched his head. Are you happy? He wanted to work at the health station, not only for himself, but also for Li Wan. He wanted to create a better future for her. Li Wan stiffened for a moment and then smiled. Of course I'm happy. Your success makes me the happiest.
Han Liqiu felt fulfilled.
During lunch, Han Liqiu announced the news. Wow, you little rascal. I'm the last to know?
Han Liqiu Han Liqiu tigli.
Seeing that their parents and younger sister were not surprised, he understood he was the last to find out. Big brother, I didn't know either, Han Liqia chimed in, teasing his younger brother. The brothers remained close despite having their own families, their bond as strong as in childhood. All right, enough of this. Lao Sen only found out yesterday, and it wasn't certain then. Lao Sen, did Dr. Wu really take you as a student? Han Taizhu interrupted his sons, wondering why they were still so immature. Han Liqiu pulled his brothers off him. Dad, yes, I'm now Dr. Wu's student. We even performed the formal greeting. Han Taizhu shook his head disapprovingly. He looked at Zhao Hohot. Becoming a student isn't just about a greeting. It's too casual. In the past, there were proper rituals. I don't know about others, but our family must have decorum. Zhao Hohot agreed. Although she was frugal, she was willing to spend on serious matters, especially for her child's future. You're right, dear. They may not say anything, but we can't pretend it doesn't exist. Let's discuss what kind of gift we should prepare for the apprenticeship. Mi Chunhua felt a sharp pain in her heart. This family was being drained. Han Laosan, with no children of his own, had no right to take advantage of his brothers. Wait, no children? Suddenly, an idea sparked in Mi Chunhua's mind as she looked at Han Laosan and his wife, then at her two sons. Her eyes darted around, and she had a plan. It was a brilliant idea. This apprenticeship with Han Laosan was a good opportunity. She immediately felt relieved, and her heartache faded. How about we bring some gifts to the Wu family tonight? Zhao Hohot suggested to Han Taizhu. If we sneak around, they might misunderstand. Old Wu might think we're trying to take shortcuts. A good deed could turn into a bad one. Han Taizhu shook his head. Dad, becoming a disciple is important. I think we should find a witness. Let's invite Dr. Wu over for a meal and have the team leaders witness it. Then Han Laosan will officially be a proper apprentice, Han Liqiu proposed. It's like a wedding if you get a marriage certificate but don't hold a banquet. It feels incomplete. Yes, the eldest is right. We still have plenty of marinated meat at home. It's ready to serve. Zhao Hohot waved her hand. And it was decided. The whole family agreed, and once the team approved, the head of the Han family, Han Taizhu, would personally invite Dr. Wu and the team leader. That settled it. Who's there? Someone shouted from the yard, and it was a woman. Who is it at this time of day? Dia, go see who it is. Zhao Hohot called for Dia to check. Dia looked back and said, it's Grandma Chen. This Grandma Chen was the mother-in-law of Chen Er's wife, the one who caused trouble over the pig intestines the other day. Chen Er was the only son in his family. Why is he called Chen Er? In rural areas, children often have nicknames that imply they are easy to raise. Since he was the only son, his parents simply named him the second, believing it would be easier to care for him. What does she want? Zhao Hohot did not like Grandma Chen at all. She was known for her gossip and had no shame, always spreading rumors about others. What's wrong? Not welcome.
Ha ha ha.
Clearly, Grandma Chen had heard Zhao Hohot's words. Grandma Chen entered, followed by Chen Er's wife and a man they didn't recognize, who wasn't from Yangshigu. The Han family was puzzled. Grandma Chen was not a good person, and no one wanted her around. Being harsh to her daughter and draining her like a leech to support her son, she is just as bad as Wang Zhaodi's family. Kind-hearted people avoid associating with the Chen family. However, guests are guests, and no matter what she comes for, the Han family must remain polite. Have you eaten, sister-in-law? Han Taizhu greeted. This question is quite common. Asking if someone has eaten is a standard way to greet. Even if they meet at the outhouse, they would ask the same. Ah, I have eaten. You just finished, huh? That's good. We can chat, she said, making herself comfortable and sitting down first. Although the Han family doesn't interact much with the Chin family, the root of the issue lies in both Chen's character and old lady Han's. Zhao Hohat rolled her eyes. She didn't get along with Chen, so what was there to talk about? She had a grudge against Chen, and as the saying goes, an enemy's friend is also an enemy. Birds of a feather flock together, and Chen had a good relationship with old lady Han. Every time old lady Han caused a scene at the Han house, she often brought Chen along. It was annoying, like a pesky fly. It was surprising that Zhao Hohat would even give her a good face. So, only Han Taizhu greeted her, while Zhao Hohat couldn't be bothered to respond and kept a neutral expression. She glanced at the two people Chen brought along, wondering what they were there for. Han Ke felt a bit uncomfortable. The way the man was looking at her made her feel uneasy, so she shot him a glare and headed back to her room. Everyone in the Han family knew that Chen was someone who wouldn't act without a benefit, so the daughters-in-law stayed to clean up the dishes, while the sons remained seated. Only the little kids lost interest and went outside to play. Han Ke followed the children outside, but Chen's second daughter-in-law grabbed her, saying, "Sister, don't go. Let's talk." She was forcing herself to hold on, knowing that if she didn't show some awareness, her mother-in-law would scold her later. Chen was ruthless and knew her reputation was poor, so she was careful in how she treated her daughters-in-law. Unlike Zhao Hohat, who would scold openly, Chen would pinch her daughters-in-law in private or use a needle to poke them, or even burn them with a pipe. That day, when Chen's second daughter-in-law didn't bring home the pig intestines, the look in Chen's eyes made her shiver. But Chen could put on an act. She never scolded her daughters-in-law in public, so no one knew she was being mistreated. She didn't dare to speak up. What good would it do? It would only lead to worse treatment. When Chen first laid hands on her, she cried and went back to her mother to complain. Her mother told her that it was common for women. If the mother-in-law was unhappy, it must be because the daughter-in-law did something to upset her. Be careful not to upset Aunt Chen when serving her. If you take good care of the whole family, what can she do to you? When you go back, you'll get a good beating from Chen Er. After that, you won't be able to get out of bed, and Aunt Chen will say that the young couple's relationship is good and that it's normal for newlyweds to stay in bed. Because of this, Chen Er's wife was laughed at for a long time. Just now, when Han Ke was about to leave, Aunt Chen gave her a look. She had no choice but to risk offending the Han family and pull Han Ke back. Han Ke's expression turned cold immediately. She wasn't foolish, and guess what Aunt Chen was up to? She forcefully pulled Chen Er's wife's hand off her arm. "I have nothing to talk about with you. Isn't my family here with me? What? Does Aunt Chen think she's the queen and needs us all to accompany her? If I'm not here, will the queen punish her?" Chen Er's wife was scared and glanced at Aunt Chen. It's true that some people just can't help but offend others. Zhao Hohat's sharp tongue seems to have passed down to her daughter. She looks good, but her words can hurt. Aunt Chen didn't dare to offend the Han family, but she would take her frustrations out on Chen Er's wife, who felt an indescribable anger inside. "You shouldn't say such things. It's your sister-in-law who doesn't understand. If you're upset, Anne will help you." Aunt Chen stood up and pushed Chen Er's wife, then grabbed Han Ke's hand. "Oh, Hohat, you've raised such a lovely daughter. Look at her little hands, so delicate. But I have something to say that I'm not sure if I should." "If you're unsure, then don't say it. Anything that comes out of your mouth isn't worth hearing. It's nonsense. Don't bother my daughter." Zhao Hohat pulled Han Ke back and wiped her hands with her sleeve. This action was a bit insulting, but Aunt Chen, lacking pride, acted as if she didn't notice. "Daughter, go back to your room. This isn't your business." At that moment, Han Ke didn't want to leave. She wanted to fight alongside her mother. It would be satisfying to confront such ridiculous people, but her mother insisted she stay away.
Fine.
Her mother was worried about her reputation, so Han Ke went back to her room. Zhao Hohat turned her serious face to Aunt Chen. "Aunt Chen, just pretend you never came here today. Even if you did, it's nothing. You just wanted to talk to my family about something, right? Hohat, we're from the same village. How could my sister-in-law harm your daughter? She only wants what's best for you and your daughter. Aunt Chun, undeterred, sat back down. Let's just say my daughter jumped into the water for a young man, and now our reputation is ruined. If you ask around, everyone in the area knows about it. Not to mention, my daughter was held by a man. I saw it all. She was soaked, and her clothes stuck to her body. Many men in our village saw everything clearly. It was like she was completely undressed. You wouldn't believe the jokes those men were making behind her back. I can hardly say them out loud. Gui Flower. It's been almost a month, right? That soldier still hasn't come. It seems he doesn't want to take responsibility. If my daughter doesn't think of a solution soon, she'll be in big trouble. I have a good relationship with your mother-in-law. Otherwise, I wouldn't want to deal with this. This is my nephew. Although he lost his wife and has 2 kids, they are old enough not to need my daughter's care. It would be easy for her to be a mother to them. My daughter is pretty, but she doesn't know how to do anything and has ruined her reputation. My nephew is the one losing out. Look, prepare a good dowry for my daughter so I can explain it to my brother. But once she gets married, she can't be spoiled anymore. Our family's rules. Women must work, right? She kept talking, going on, while the Han family didn't say a word. Zhao Guiflower and Han Taiju looked upset. The sisters-in-law, except for the secretly amused Mai Kunhua and the expressionless Li Juan, were clenching their fists, seemingly waiting for Zhao Guiflower to give the signal. So, you really want to discuss me, don't you? Zhao Guiflower said, as anything else would be pointless. Han Taiju looked at Zhao Guiflower. Wife, I used to think hitting people was uncivilized, but today I fully support you taking action. Some people only understand force. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Zhaodi quickly ran to the kitchen door and closed both doors. Old Chen, what do you want to do? Zhao Guiflower picked up a rolling pin. Old Chen, I realize you not only have a bad mind but also blind eyes. Of course, it's to hit you. Mom, don't hit. Han Ke hadn't really left. She was eavesdropping at the door. The more she listened, the angrier she became. When her mother was about to close the door to deal with the situation, she changed her mind. Hitting someone is against the law. This isn't something that can be brushed off with Mai Kunhua. Especially with Wu Aigua in the village, it might be convenient but also a hindrance. She quickly knocked on the door to stop it, while already thinking of a way to handle Old Chen. Wang Zhaodi opened the door for Han Ke. Don't be afraid, daughter. If anything happens, we have your parents. I'm sorry, I can't assist with that. Everyone was stunned, watching her crying as she rushed out from the corner of the kitchen with a roll of rope, moving quickly and disappearing into the night. Zhao Ho-Hot slapped her thigh. Oh, my daughter. You haven't offended Chen, so why is she being so cruel to you? Then she ran after Han Ke, her cries still echoing even after she was out of sight. Chen's relatives were left in shock, especially her nephew. He had genuinely liked her, but when his aunt told him, he was reluctant. Why should he marry someone with a bad reputation? Even if she was a widow, he didn't want to marry someone like that. If his aunt hadn't mentioned a generous dowry, he wouldn't have come at all. He had discussed with his parents that before marrying, they should use the girl's bad reputation to ask for more dowry. They had decided on 300 plus a bicycle. 100 would go to his younger brother for his marriage, and he would keep the bicycle for himself. With the remaining 200, he wanted to marry a beautiful, respectable girl. Once Han's daughter came over, he planned to test her. If she couldn't handle it, she could ask for a divorce. If she stayed, that would be her own misfortune. If she died, it would be her own doing. His last wife had stubbornly refused to return to her family, and he didn't know if she had worked herself to death or starved, but it was none of his concern. However, when he reluctantly arrived at Han's house and saw Han Ke, all his reluctance and inner conflict vanished. Such a beautiful girl, even if she had a bad reputation, he could accept it. From then on, he would keep a close eye on her, making sure she didn't get too close to any men. If she flirted with them, he would punish her until she learned to behave. But he had heard she was lazy, which was unacceptable. Once married, it was her duty to serve her in-laws and husband. He would have to make sure his mother trained her well. Just as he was lost in these thoughts, the Han family suddenly turned against him. His aunt hadn't said anything wrong, so why were they being unreasonable? The father and son were even threatening him. Second aunt, is this the good wife you found for me? You're just putting me in a difficult position. I can tolerate her bad reputation, but I can't accept her family's behavior. After we marry, it's best to cut ties with them. I don't want my wife associating with such rude people. If she is so close to her family, how can she fully care for our children? By the way, after we marry, we shouldn't have children right away. We should wait until my children are a bit older. Chen's second wife trembled. Was her husband's nephew really that clueless? As they were about to be in serious trouble, they were still daydreaming? This aunt and niece are digging their own graves. They shouldn't drag her into it. Han Taiju remained calm. Write down everything he says. This will be evidence when we call the police. It's proof of his misbehavior. Aunt Chen and her niece were speechless. Aunt Chen finally pulled the rag out of her mouth with great effort. You are the ones misbehaving. What do you want to do by tying me up? Are you trying to bully me?
Oh my.
Just as she was about to shout back, smack, Wang Zhaodi slapped her on the back of the head. Wang Zhaodi could no longer hold back. Do you think we are just going to sit here? Look in the mirror. Your face could scare a fly away. Which man is so blind not to see that? Dad, let's go to the captain's and the secretary's houses. We need to get the officials to help my sister, Han Lixia said as she walked outside. No need to visit each house. It's too much trouble. I'll handle it, Wang Zhaodi said, feeling it was a waste of time. She found a broken iron pot at home, grabbed a short stick, and ran outside, banging the pot and shouting, "Someone's going to die. Aunt Chen is driving people to death. You Han family don't go too far. Our Chen family is not to be messed with," the blustering Aunt Chen shouted as she ran away. Her daughter-in-law had already fled, while her nephew couldn't escape and was held back by Han's brothers, who twisted his arm and pushed him out the door. Aunt Chen's nephew still held onto some hope. He thought that if no one wanted Han's daughter, then she would end up with him. So he spoke boldly, "I tell you, you'd better be nice to me. Your daughter will have a better life at my place. Get lost." Han Laosan kicked him. "Why aren't you going with them?" Mi Chunhua asked Li Wan with a smile. Only the two of them were left in the kitchen. Li Wan was uninterested. "I'm staying home. Pfft, I think that little girl doesn't want to get married at all. With this commotion, not only will she not get married, but no one will even want her. When that officer hears about her, he'll think she's a mess. Ha ha ha, she might have to sell herself in the mountains to find someone." Li Wan glanced at Mi Chunhua oddly and continued washing the dishes. "Fine, I'll go see how she messes things up. It would be best if she really hanged herself." Mi Chunhua gritted her teeth and left. Li Wan slowly washed the dishes, looking out into the dark outside. Mi Chunhua was the real fool. "I'm sorry, I can't assist with that." Every household had just finished dinner, and before they could settle in, the sound of a child's crying filled the air, breaking hearts. Han Ko was stunned and frightened the child, saying, "It's fake, just a scare."
Wah, Dundee, Auntie.
Eru cried even louder when he saw the Chen family's door open, and Chen Er came out with his father. This clever boy quickly understood what was happening. He hugged Hanka's leg and looked up with tears, crying as if it were real. "Annie, did the Chen family bully you? Are they trying to hurt you?" A few other children also realized it was time to cry. The more dramatic the better. Chun Xiaomai and the father-son duo of Chen Er were lying on the bed smoking, waiting for Chen Posey to come home. Chun Posey had said they should demand more dowry from the Han family, and they planned to take 100 from it, which was agreed upon with her family. 100? The Chen family's total belongings didn't even add up to that. As the two lay there dreaming of wealth while smoking, they heard the sound of children crying at the gate, as if several kids were sobbing. The Chen family couldn't afford glass for their windows, so they were covered with thick paper, making it hard to see outside. "Whose child is crying so sadly at our door?" Chen Xiaomai was angry. He got up, put on his shoes, and went outside, with Chen Er following behind. Today's events couldn't be ignored if those children's families didn't provide an explanation. If a chicken passed by their door without laying an egg, it wouldn't be allowed to leave. If it didn't lay an egg, it would stay. It was dark in the yard, making it hard to see, but they could hear the children crying at the front gate, and in the distance, someone was knocking loudly. Without time to think about what was happening outside, Chen Xiaomai shouted, "What's going on? Who's crying?"
Wah, wah, ugh.
Chen Er cursed, wondering why the more they scared them, the louder they cried. When the father and son reached the gate, they saw a child hanging on the door frame and several others crying at their feet. It was terrifying at night. Chen Er quickly hid behind his father, both thinking they might be seeing something ghostly. Chen Xiaomai's lips trembled. "We haven't done anything wrong. If you want someone, go find someone else." He took a few steps back, and as Chen Er hid behind him, they both stumbled and fell. Han Ku was just holding onto a rope. It was dark, and Chen Xiaomai couldn't see clearly, thinking there was a ghost hanging at their door. There were also a few little ghosts crying. "Wah wah wah, I can't live anymore. The Chen family is going to hurt me."
Wah, wah, wah.
Han Ku was in tears. Her sobbing was even scarier than the little ghosts. Chen Xiaomai and Chen Er were so weak that they couldn't get up, crawling on the ground like worms, slowly making their way to the door. At least there was an oil lamp at home, which was better than complete darkness. When Zhou Jianxi, Wu Lei, and the Han family arrived with torches, they saw the two Chen family members crawling on the ground, occasionally flailing their arms. Zhao Hohat had already arrived but was hiding, worried about appearing too early and disrupting her daughter's performance. The arrival of the children was just right, allowing the aunt and niece to act with great enthusiasm. When Zhao Hohat saw the newcomers, she rushed out, crying loudly, "Secretary, please help our Han family. The Chen family deserves punishment. How can they be so heartless? They bullied us for so long, and now they want to harm my daughter." With each statement, she would slap her thigh, her cries melodious and dramatic, almost like singing. The village women often did this, crying and singing in various styles, and Zhao Hohat's voice, while not the worst, was certainly the most piercing. Zhou Ping felt a headache coming on. "Sister Hohat, please stop crying and explain what happened. We need to understand before we can help you. Don't listen to her. Their whole family is rotten." Chunpa finally caught up, running. Wu Lei looked at Chunpa, wondering what trouble she had stirred up by provoking Zhao Hohat.
What have you done now?
Chunpa sat down on the ground, crying and singing, "Oh dear, I haven't even spoken yet, and the secretary has already taken the side of the Han family. Is the leadership biased?" Lu Tsuefan glared at Wu Lei, feeling wronged because he had told her to leave. Had she said something wrong? Even Chunpa noticed it. Wu Lei closed his eyes, dreading the thought of mediating between the women. He still didn't know what was going on, and there were already 2 people on the ground. This was chaos. After the autumn harvest, they were causing trouble, as if they weren't tired from work. It seemed he needed to arrange more tasks to keep them busy. "Han girl, come down. If you have any grievances, talk to your uncle and Wu Debo," Zhou Jianxi called to Han Ku, urging her to come down. She should act more ladylike. However, the delicious plate of braised meat that Wang Zhaodi sent over was too tempting, and with so many people at home, no one got much, leaving the children craving for more. More and more people gathered, including those from the Youth Academy. Many brought torches to see better. For a moment, it felt like a busy market outside Chen's house. Zhao Hohat and Chen were competing for attention so fiercely that later arrivals didn't even notice the main person involved. This was her stage today. Han Ku grasped the noose with her hands, holding it under her chin, her small face filled with despair, her hollow eyes staring at the night sky. "Secretary, Captain, please forgive me for not being able to come down. I'm not pretending. I truly can't go on living. Ever since I accidentally fell into the water last time, the gossip in the village hasn't stopped. They say words can hurt, and those rumors feel like sharp knives stabbing my heart. Wherever I go, people point and talk about me, some even insult me, making it impossible for me to live normally. I don't understand. What did I do? I want to ask those who talk behind my back, what grudge do we have? Did I push your child into a well, burn down your house, or disturb your ancestors? What kind of hatred drives you to force me like this? They say rumors stop with wise people. I didn't want to care about the gossip because I have a loving family. For their sake, I want to live well. But some people can't stand to see me alive. Today, Chun brought her nephew to our home to bully me. I can't express how I feel. I'm ashamed to live. However, there is a reason for every grievance. If she forces me to die, then I will die in her home. I can't die at home and cause trouble for my parents and brother. Parents, brother, sister-in-law, farewell. With that, she tried to put the noose around her neck. Hanka's accusations were heartfelt and sorrowful, using all the skills she learned from stage plays. Indeed, after artistic expression, the impact was powerful. The beauty's despair broke many hearts. She cried softly, her tears making others feel for her. The woman, with shallow eye sockets, could barely speak through her tears. Why should a young girl suffer like this? What she does is her own business. Why should it concern those older women? They spend their days gossiping about her. Many in the village suffer because of it. Chun was the worst of them, always jumping from house to house, meddling in others' affairs while neglecting her own. A few women lowered their heads, feeling guilty, trying to make themselves less noticeable. They are in the wrong because after Hanka's incident, they spoke the loudest. They gathered at the entrance and made up stories together. Whatever they said became solid evidence. When they went home and talked, soon the whole village knew, and it spread back to their families. Even people from other villages who didn't know Han's family heard the rumors. The stories became exaggerated, with several versions circulating. Some even claimed Hanku was pregnant and jumped into the river after being abandoned by a young man. If it weren't for Chun, Hanku wouldn't want to deal with these people. Since Chun came to confront her, she decided to take a stand and show those with bad intentions a lesson. They were already saying she was pregnant, so what more could damage her reputation? Han's daughter, calm down. If you do this, your parents won't be able to live either. For their sake, you must not harm yourself. Zhou Ping rushed forward and took the rope from Hanka's hands. There was no choice but for her to step in. Zhu Jian and Wu Lei, along with other village leaders, were sweating but didn't dare to intervene. They were all men, and if they got involved, more unpleasant rumors might spread. Thankfully, there was a female leader present. Director Zhou, let me go. I want to prove my innocence. Hanku said, covering her face in distress, her shoulders shaking. She could no longer cry and could only hide her face. Watching the scene, Yu Jingxi and Shen Mengyao thought, this sounds familiar. Secretary, team leader, they are trying to drive someone to death. I want to file a complaint, not just for my daughter, but for all the victims who have been slandered over the years. Yes, we need justice. They may talk freely, but my daughter's life is ruined because of their words. It's unfair. I, Zhao Hohat, will fight for my daughter's dignity, even if it costs me my life. If the commune doesn't help, I'll go to the county, and if the county doesn't help, I'll go to the province. I refuse to believe no one will take responsibility. Zhao Hohat had been holding back for too long. It wasn't that she didn't want to cause a scene or that she was afraid of these people. She was worried about her daughter and didn't want to upset her. The harsh words outside were not heard by the children, so she hoped they wouldn't be affected. Little did she know, the children already knew everything. There were a few little spies at home who reported back to Han Kuo whenever something happened in the village. Those women didn't even try to hide their gossip from the kids. Zhao Hohat's anger boiled over. She was determined to settle the score today. Zhu Jian and Wu Lei realized that if they didn't provide a satisfactory outcome, Zhao Hohat would really cause a scene. The Chen family seems guilty, but they won't admit it. Sister-in-law, don't worry. If we, the officials, can't figure this out, then we shouldn't be in our positions, Wu Lei said seriously to the Chen family. Spreading rumors has nothing to do with me. Who said it was me? Chun Posey exclaimed, getting up angrily. I could say you're the one causing trouble. In truth, she was very anxious inside, especially since Zhao Hohat threatened to report her. While others might just be trying to scare her, Zhao Hohat was serious, and her nickname Zhao Cannon wasn't given lightly. She would retaliate against anyone who bothered her, and now she regretted getting involved with the Han family. She thought she could gain something, but ended up losing instead. No matter what, she refused to admit anything. Is it just nonsense that you brought a man to my house and said those disrespectful things? Han Taizhu confronted Qin Xiaomai and his father. Since he couldn't confront women directly, he wouldn't let the Qin family escape. Han Lichuan and his brothers brought Qin Pozi's nephew forward. Secretary, Captain, Qin Pozi brought her nephew to our house to cause trouble. This is her troublemaking nephew. You're lying. My aunt only brought me to your house to propose. Let me go, or I'll make sure this isn't over. Our team is not easy to deal with. If you know what's good for you, apologize quickly, and I'll let this go, Qin Pozi's nephew said, thinking the Han family was trying to take advantage of him.
What?
Proposing? Normally, a matchmaker would check first. Only after both sides agreed would they visit for a proposal. Just showing up with her nephew without even a greeting was clearly disrespectful to the Han family. It seemed like they were trying to force a marriage while ruining their reputation. People who understood the situation looked at Qin Pozi with disdain, doubting her intentions. This was her plan all along. If others misunderstood, the Han family would have to accept it. They would have to marry, saving the cost of a matchmaker. Wu Lei's face was as dark as a pot bottom. He couldn't figure out if it was because of the Han family's influence or if his son liked their daughter, but he was very angry. What did they do? Since he couldn't get answers from Qin Pozi, Zhou Jianxi directly asked the Han family. Zhao Hohat held onto Han Ke's leg, crying softly, "Daughter, you must not think like that. If you are gone, your father and I will be too, and our family will fall apart. Please come down." The shadow of her daughter jumping into the river had already taken root in Zhao Hohat's heart. Although she knew her daughter was just acting, Han Ke's performance was so convincing that Zhao Hohat became emotionally involved. The two mothers were so pitiful and weak, truly bullied to the brink. When Han Ke felt it was enough, she took the opportunity to step down. Those who cared let out a sigh of relief. Wang Zhaodi, as the eldest daughter-in-law, knew it was time to speak up. Secretary, Captain, Qin Pozi is going too far. Tonight, she brought a man to my house and said my younger sister jumped into the water for a male youth, ruining her reputation completely. She even told us to ask around, claiming everyone knows. She said my sister was soaked and that all the men in the village saw it clearly, as if she were completely undressed. Isn't this humiliating? Isn't this pushing us to the edge? Isn't she making all the men in Yangshika look like rogues? My poor sister, being talked about like this, how can she show her face again? It gets worse. Qin Pozi said my sister's reputation is so bad she won't be able to get married. She even offered to introduce her nephew, who lost his wife and has 2 children, to my sister, saying it was a good deed. The dowry must be substantial, implying that a few hundred isn't enough, claiming her nephew would be at a disadvantage, saying my sister isn't worthy of him. She also said that once married, my sister can't be spoiled anymore, as her family has rules and women must work to take care of the household. Oh my goodness. Even landlords wouldn't dare to say such things. What kind of family does Qin Pozi come from? Did they make a mistake in their classification? These words could easily send Qin Pozi away. Zhao Hohat gave Wang Zhaodi an appreciative look, encouraging her to continue. Wang Zhaodi stood tall. Captain, Secretary, this matter must be addressed today. If we don't clarify this, my sister's life is at stake. Life is precious. And about what Qin Pozi said, that everyone knows, I want to ask how they know. Who spread these rumors? What exactly was said? Isn't this nonsense? I heard some older women in the village gossiping that my sister is pregnant. Oh my goodness, this is outrageous. This should be dealt with seriously. Damaging someone's reputation can lead to serious consequences. Chen, you can't deny spreading rumors about Han's daughter. Let's stick to the facts. There are many women in the village who gossip, and it's easy to find out who they are. Those who don't want to end up in jail should come forward. Wu Lei shouted to the crowd. It's time for a change. They usually focus on production and neglect the village's atmosphere. If someone ends up hurt, It won't matter how much food they produce. With a bad reputation, who would want to marry their daughter to someone from Yangshigo? It's also hard for the girls from Yangshigo to find husbands. Are these people foolish? What good does it do to tarnish the reputation of the girls in their own village? They don't understand that when one suffers, everyone suffers. Since the Han family has started this, it's a good opportunity to set things right. Zhou Jianjia exchanged glances with Wu Lei. They both wanted to use this chance to correct the village's bad behavior. The village leader, Zhou Jianjia, stood on the bricks where Han was about to hang himself, facing everyone. His expression was serious as he shouted, "All the women who love to gossip in the village, come forward and confess. Those who don't come forward will face double punishment if someone else reports them." The crowd fell silent. Only the torches crackled, and Zhou Jianjia's voice held authority. He scanned the crowd. "You from the Zhou family, step forward. I criticized you for gossiping just a few days ago. You remember that, right?" Zhou's daughter-in-law froze. Why was she the first one called out? A few days ago, she had been chatting with some women under the big elm tree, discussing Han and Mi Chunhua, and Zhou Jianjia had overheard. But she wasn't the only one talking. 5 or 6 were involved. Why was she singled out? She stood her ground and didn't move. Zhou Jianjia ignored her and said to Zui Yongjun, write down the names of those who don't come forward. We will report them, and the commune will decide how to handle it. We won't interfere, but we'll cooperate fully. Okay. Zui Yongjun took out a pen and a small notebook to note down Zhou's daughter-in-law's name. Oh no! She's on the blacklist now. The Zhou couple was stunned. Leader, I wasn't the only one there. Why aren't you mentioning them? Why are you picking on me? Zhou's daughter-in-law shouted, pointing at the other women present that day. Friendship can quickly fall apart. The other women glared at her. But if they don't come forward, they risk being reported, and no one knows what the commune's consequences will be. These women, who have never seen much of the world, were easily frightened and timidly stepped forward. This opened the floodgates, and some, with a mindset of "if I'm not doing well, neither should you," quickly pointed fingers at several others. The law doesn't punish the crowd. If more people point fingers, the group can all be sent away. Wow, Wu Lei and Zhou Jianxi had no idea their group had so many gossipers, including a few men. Everyone pointed at Chen, as she was present everywhere. Zhou Jianxi's face turned as dark as a pot bottom. Lu Haonu, do you have anything to say? Chen's maiden name was Lu, and her full name was Lu Haonu. Her mother was a servant from a wealthy family. Later, she married a steward with the surname Lu, and her name was given by the young lady her mother served. Haonu means good woman, which sounds nice, but in reality, she was anything but. She was dishonest, greedy, and loved to take advantage of others. It's not easy to have all those bad qualities in one person. If she was bad, her parents were even worse. That wealthy family was known for their kindness, voluntarily giving up their property after liberation and never bullying others, even helping many people. They wanted to keep their family safe after giving up their wealth. But Lu Haonu's parents exposed them, leading to their downfall. To this day, those who know about it wonder why the Lu family acted that way, especially since the wealthy family had treated them well. Because of this, everyone had a bad impression of Chen. Chen, furious, pointed at those who accused her. You all are just as guilty, acting like you're innocent. I'm not just making things up. If it weren't for Zhao Hohat's daughter-in-law, Mi Chunhua, would I take it seriously? Mi Chunhua, feeling pleased, had only wanted to see a fight among the women. Her own life had been tough lately. The Mi family hadn't gained anything and almost sent her away, while those old women had laughed and mocked her. Now, it was her turn to let them gossip and suffer the consequences. But her satisfaction didn't last long before the fire turned on her. Mi Chunhua dared not admit it. Chen, you're slandering me. My mother is right. You just don't want our Han family to do well. Captain, Secretary, I'm being wronged. Even if I'm foolish, I wouldn't harm my own family. Then why do you keep talking about your sister-in-law as if she's a little broken shoe? What does broken shoe mean? Chen pressed on. Mi Chunhua has become silent. She not only referred to Han Ke like this in front of Chen Posey, but also in front of others.
Who were they?
She has forgotten who she told. It's okay. She can't remember, but others haven't forgotten her. Yes, Mi Chunhua called her sister-in-law a bad name in front of me. I heard that too. She said it to me as well. Well, the evidence is clear. It doesn't matter how much Mi Chunhua protests. Before she can say anything else, Zhao Hohot has come up, slapping her hard. Zhou Ping and several officials didn't stop her. She deserved it. How can they leave a daughter-in-law who betrays her family alone? Mi Chunhua, you troublemaker, once we deal with this situation, I will handle you. Zhao Hohot knows what's important. Zhou Jianjia stands with his hands on his hips. Our village has always been a model community, and we can't let these troublemakers ruin our reputation. It's time to clean up. No wonder city folks say that poor places produce bad people. Are they wrong? You may lack education, but you shouldn't lack manners. Where is the simplicity and kindness of our rural people?
Did a dog eat it?
Is everyone well fed? Only those who are full have the time to gossip. Being able to feed your own children is real skill. Does spreading rumors feed your family? When we go out, people laugh at us from Yangshigu. How do you keep your pride? What about the daughters married into good families? The villagers watching all discuss this, looking down on Chen Posey and Zhou Urganda, these gossiping women. These women have become powerful in the village, and no one dares to offend them, fearing what they might say. Now, the team is going to deal with these people, which is a relief for everyone. The educated youth in the crowd felt a sense of satisfaction. Chung Yusi stood at the front, his eyes fixed on Han Ku, secretly plotting. He thought to himself, how could he think he could win over someone like her? He should take a good look in the mirror. He's not attractive enough. A widower thinking he could have a life with Han's family? Yu Jingxi leaned closer to Cheng Yusi and whispered, Comrade Cheng Yusi, if you like her, act fast before someone else takes her. Just like Li Wan, who was taken away, you'll regret it later. Cheng Yusi glanced at Yu Jingxi, turning his eyes away in disgust. Her face was truly hard to look at. She had stopped bandaging it, but her face was a colorful mess. This look is too scary to show, but she insists on it. Especially, how could she miss the excitement at the Han family? Chung Yusi's disdain almost made Yu Jingxi explode. What right did he have to look down on her? He looked like a disaster himself, yet he dared to judge her? If it weren't for wanting to provoke this creepy person, she wouldn't even want to be near him. Over there, Wu Lei had already asked the Han family what conditions they wanted. Naturally, the Han family needed to ask Han Ke for her opinion. Without hesitation, Han Ke said, I want Chen Posey and her nephew sent for labor reform, and I want them at the police station by tomorrow. Those who spread rumors about me should also be reported to the commune. I want them to take responsibility. Wow, that's too harsh. Sending away dozens of people? This isn't realistic. Sending away 40 or 50 people would definitely cause a stir in the entire county. As soon as Han Ke said this, the crowd erupted in chatter, with everyone whispering and discussing, feeling that this was inappropriate. The Han family's daughter was being unrealistic. Besides, they all belonged to the same team. They would see each other often. If they really sent everyone away, the Han family wouldn't be able to stay in Yangshigo anymore. Han Ke knew this was impossible, but isn't bargaining part of doing business? If she went easy on them, they wouldn't understand the pain and would only get worse in the future. When Chen Posey and her nephew heard this, they were so scared that their legs went weak, and with a thud, they knelt on the ground, losing all their earlier arrogance. This isn't my fault. My second aunt promised this marriage would work out. It was her idea, and I didn't want it. I was also kept in the dark and tricked by my second aunt. She was just after the Han family's dowry and told my dad that if it worked out, she would want 100. I realize I was wrong. I shouldn't have listened to my second aunt. Please spare me this time. I'm innocent. No wonder they were from the Liu family. Seeing things were going badly, Liu Haonu's nephew completely threw her under the bus. Chen Posey looked at her nephew in disbelief and gritted her teeth. You're not stupid. Would you really go to your death for me? You're just after the Han family's money. Captain, Secretary, I admit my mistake. I'm willing to compensate. Just don't send me to the police station, and I'll agree to any conditions. As for my nephew, you can handle him as you see fit. The secretary and captain exchanged glances. Secretary Wu cleared his throat and said, "Ho hot. Regarding this matter, ahem. How about this? Sending everyone away isn't realistic. Our team still has production tasks to complete, but we also can't take this lightly. Let them compensate. Chin Posey already said that as long as she doesn't go to the police station, she'll agree to whatever demands you have." Han Ku looked at her toes in silence, unwilling to speak. The Han family also remained quiet, as agreeing too easily seemed like they were seeking something from these people. Zhou Jianxi added, "First, they need to sincerely apologize and do so in front of the whole team. Then, they must provide compensation. Damaging someone's reputation isn't just about words. There must be consequences. I'm asking if you agree. If you don't, you can leave. If you do, follow my instructions. Captain, Secretary, I have something to say." At that moment, Gu Chongqing stepped forward. He hadn't planned to speak up and didn't think it was his business, but Shen Mengyao had pushed him to do so. He didn't understand her intentions. "Chongqing, you are also a victim, and they should apologize to you too. Although we don't care about compensation, it's something they should offer as a sign of their attitude." She had only thought of this when the captain and secretary mentioned compensation. She was currently short on money, and receiving this compensation would make her life much easier. She needed to buy more snow cream, and with the change of seasons, she wanted to knit some warm clothes, but her pockets were empty. Now that there was an opportunity, she couldn't let it slip by, so she pushed Gu Chongqing forward. "I am also a victim. Every time they gossip about Comrade Han Ko, they involve me. Don't the male comrades have any innocence? There is nothing between Comrade Han Ko and me, but through their words, I can't clear my name. We, the educated youth, came to the countryside to help with development, not to be slandered. I have a partner, and there is no such relationship between me and Comrade Han Ko."
Please apologize to me.
His voice was firm, and his gaze was steady. Shen Mengyao felt anxious. Why wasn't he mentioning compensation? He wasn't getting to the point. Gu Chongqing felt too embarrassed to bring up compensation. As a man, he couldn't do something so degrading. "Wasn't it you who pressured Han Ke to jump into the river? This isn't just our imagination. Can you honestly say her jumping into the river has nothing to do with you?" Zhou Organzi's wife felt a pang of hurt. Apologizing was just a few words, but she was unwilling to discuss compensation. Just when things were tense, Gu Chongqing spoke up again. She was afraid of the Han family, but not of the educated youth. With her leading, the other women began to voice their concerns too, as no one wanted to pay more. Gu Chongqing. Han Ku initially wanted to step forward and say a few words. It was a joke. The compensation was hers, and she didn't expect someone to intervene. How could this be fair? After all her efforts, they were trying to take advantage of the situation. No way to split it. Fortunately, on Tuesday, the wife of the poll worker helped out and quickly put out the fire with Gu Chongqing. Shen Mingyao's face was cold. She tried to take advantage, but lost the money that was almost in her hands. Gu Chongqing was truly useless. If there were someone else to replace him, she would have already gotten rid of him. Gu Chongqing didn't make a splash at all. Wu Lei and Zhou Jianxi wanted to settle things quickly and couldn't delay any longer. Wu Lei said, "Old Han, let me discuss this with Jianxi. What do you think about these conditions? Chun Posey and her nephew are serious cases and need to be handled separately. Everyone else will have a meeting tomorrow to publicly criticize and apologize. Also, each family will pay 5 yuan. Those who refuse to pay will have their work points deducted until they reach 5 yuan. Old Han, Zhao Hohat, what do you think?" Chun Posey was considered a serious offender, so they needed to discuss her case separately.
What?
5 yuan?
This.
Actually, 5 yuan isn't too much or too little. It's just right. Everyone can come up with it, but it still hurts to pay. Those who don't want to pay can sign up with Swa Yongjun. That's too harsh. Who would stand up to sign up now? That would mean admitting they didn't realize their mistakes. With dozens of families involved, calculating 5 yuan per person adds up to over 200. The Han family is making a profit. Even though they were unhappy, people are afraid of comparisons. Happiness is measured by comparison. Chun Posey and her nephew were terrified. Don't take us to the police station. We are willing to settle privately. We want to settle. Zhao Ho Hot, we're all from the same village. Please show some mercy and let us off. Just give us some conditions. Don't make me beg you. Chun Posey was already hoarse. All right, everyone can go now. Those who need to pay should prepare the money to give to accountants tomorrow. Zhou Jianxi was sending people away. Though they didn't want to leave, it was almost midnight. The Qin family's entrance fell silent, leaving only the Han family and the Qin family, along with the village leaders. In the end, the village members didn't know how Qin Posey and her nephew were resolved. Anyway, Qin Posey's nephew was personally picked up by the village secretary. If he hadn't come, they wouldn't have let them go. A meeting was held for this matter, and those who needed to apologize did so, and those who needed to pay did so. Zhao Ho Hot spat on her fingers. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 235. Han Ke covered his face. This was really too fast. The Qin family ended up paying 100 yuan and publicly apologized. Her nephew also paid 100 to be released, and on the way back, he still didn't know how to deal with him. The whole family worked hard last night and earned over 400 yuan. You must be tired after not sleeping all night, right? No, the Han family is very energetic. Zhao Ho Hot thought about it and felt that everyone except Mi Chunhua worked hard tonight. She felt a bit guilty about collecting this money in front of everyone. So, Zhao Ho Hot gritted her teeth and decided to give each family member, except Mi Chunhua, 1 yuan. Actually, giving money to the kids is like giving it to the adults, but it looks nice when the kids receive a whole yuan. Even Xiao Xuan got 20 cents. Han Ke thought. Her mother is really something, only giving 1 yuan to each person. But she liked it. Her mother may be stingy, but she was willing to give a little to her son, which is something other families can only dream of. Zhao Ho Hot then looked at Wang Zhaodi and thought for a moment before taking out another yuan. Zhaodi, you did well tonight. This is a reward from your mother for your hard work. Yes, from now on, take care of your sister-in-law. Your mother remembers your kindness. Wang Zhaodi was so excited that she trembled, her eyes turned red, and her lips quivered. She didn't expect her mother-in-law to praise her and give her a reward. Han Ke watched her sister-in-law as if she were a star receiving an award, covering her mouth in disbelief, tears shining in her eyes. Then she stood up to bow to Zhao Ho Hot and Han Taizhu. I didn't expect this, really. Actually, I didn't do much. It was what I was supposed to do. It's also because my mother trusts me. I will take better care of this family and be a good daughter-in-law and sister. My little sister is my own sister, really my own sister. Han Lichuan thought. You didn't mention being a good wife or a good mother. What about us guys? But it's such an honor for the wife to receive an award. Wang Zhaodi's speech moved herself, her in-laws, and Han Ke, almost making Mi Chunhua furious.